Sup, my fellas, don't forget to leave feedback, and enjoy the story. The events begin in a room filled with manga. Since childhood, the young protagonist loved and read manhwa. His eyes were wide open when reading. Every time he read a new story on the pages of manhwa, he was disappointed. The guy jumped up saying that the main character was not cool at all. For him, heroes were cool when they looked carefree in ordinary situations like Sans and Zelos. Heroes had to suppress everyone with unimaginable power at the right moment like Saitama and Zenitsu. He considered these heroes cool. Standing in his room, the boy always dreamed of how to become a character that hides his true strength. So the years passed. The protagonist's favorite pastime became helping people, which no one would know about. Now he was helping his grandmother push a cart. The grandmother felt light and turned around. Not seeing anyone behind her, she froze. Looking forward again, the old woman said that today it was too easy to push the cart. The protagonist smiled as he listened to the old woman say that it was usually not that easy to climb the mountain, but now it was as if someone had helped her. Urien glanced at the old woman and grinned, saying that he almost got caught this time. Adjusting his glasses, the guy said that he should finish his business for today, otherwise he would be caught, and tomorrow he would try to help his uncle with the fruit stand. After that, he walked home. After 10 years of help that no one knew about, the protagonist was hit by an 8-ton truck. Urien jumped up in fear. He began to look around trying to figure out where he was. Suddenly, a woman smiled and told him that this was the world of swords and magic. Extending her hand to the guy, she said that she had been waiting for him because he was the chosen one with a pure soul. The woman opened her eyes and introduced herself as the goddess of this world, saying that she had been waiting for him to reincarnate. The protagonist opened his mouth, asking if she knew who he was. With a wide smile, Hersha said that she knew everything about him, and that he was one of the few people who helped others not for the sake of being noticed. The protagonist stared at the goddess in amazement, not moving. A moment later, he sadly bowed his head. Looking at the ground, he sadly said that he tried so hard so that no one would find out, but he still could not deceive the gods. Hersha froze upon hearing his words. The protagonist raised his head when the goddess laughed, calling him an interesting person. Clasping her hands, Hersha told the boy that she wanted to bestow a blessing on him so he could become anyone in this world, even a hero, a demon king, or even a dragon. The protagonist did not move, listening attentively to the goddess. His eye shone when the goddess asked him what he wanted to be. The protagonist answered by saying that he wanted to be a PSS. Hersha raised her eyebrows, not understanding what the boy said. Urien with a scary expression ordered the goddess to make him a PSS. The boy trembled, saying that he had always lacked it. The protagonist secretly fanned people when it was hot. He secretly cleaned the streets, but he could not become a true PSS. Urien frowned and shouted, saying that he was not a real PSS. For him, a normal PSS is always ignored, but at the right moment, he can defeat any monster. People who see his power should freeze and discuss the power of the PSS in amazement. Hersha raised her hand. She covered her mouth with her hand and thought about the protagonist's words. The protagonist's mouth opened in surprise when Hersha told him that he would be reborn as a commoner in a new world, and his powers would be greater than those of a hero, a demon king, or a dragon. Urien smiled widely, saying that this was a great idea. Suddenly he stopped smiling and froze when Hersha said that as soon as his power becomes known, his heart will explode, so he will become a man that he will have to constantly hide his power. The guy began to sweat profusely in horror, saying that his heart does not need to explode. The goddess clasped her hands and said that she would pray for him to succeed, because having received great power, he decided to be alone. Events take us 2 years forward. The boy was sitting in a clearing near the Sakura, asking himself why the gods do not like to listen to the end. Suddenly, a pack of wolves came out of the forest. Seeing how one of them approached him, the protagonist raised his hand, saying that he is still the strongest here. A moment later, complete darkness fell for the wolf. After some time, only the corpses of monsters remained in the clearing. The boy, standing in front of one of the corpses, said that power is truly refreshing. Looking to the side, the boy saw a wolf sweating from fear. The wolf rushed to the side, wanting to escape. The protagonist looked after him and said that his heart never exploded when the monsters found out about his power. The monster gritted his teeth and continued to run. Suddenly, the protagonist appeared above him, pressing him into the ground. The wolf opened his mouth wide and howled in pain. The boy smiled, saying that he should catch all the monsters. Looking at the forest nearby, he said that there were no more monsters nearby, as well as people. Smiling, Urien said that it was time for him to go to the village. Events take us to the city. Ella, holding a broom, asked her brother where he disappeared again without warning her. The boy approached and asked her for forgiveness, saying that he suddenly had a stomachache. Looking at her brother, Ella said that he should warn her because he was too weak and there were a lot of wolf packs nearby. The protagonist mentally chuckled, but still managed to show regret on his face and asked the girl for forgiveness. The children standing aside said that there were not really that many wolves, but they made it impossible to even go to the garden in peace. The protagonist froze, looking at the children as they said that thanks to the priest's prayers, they could calmly tend to the harvest. The boy smiled weakly, feeling proud. Suddenly, the orphanage director grabbed him by the head. He threw the boy aside, telling him to stop hanging around. Ella ran up to her brother, worried. The man's face twisted in anger when he said that he had accepted the boy because he was small, but he was too weak. Ella pushed her brother, trying to understand how he was feeling. The protagonist, like a true masochist, smiled, glad that he had not been caught today either. The other children scattered in all directions, seeing the director's bad mood. In the evening, only the children's brooms remained in the hall. The next day, Ella looked at the city and said that she was happy even though they were orphans. Two girls were sweeping and smiling falsely, saying that even though they were orphans, they were happy because the director was kind to them. Ella and Urian were also smiling falsely, calling the adults kind people who would give them food. The residents, not understanding anything, were smiling, happy for the children. So the voices of happy citizens began to be heard on the streets of the city. The children were very happy and stared at one place when someone gave them a chicken. In the evening, the chicken and other meat dishes were cooked. The director ate all the meat with pleasure. There were potatoes on the children's plates. The protagonist gritted his teeth in anger seeing this. The children were sitting on the floor, looking at the potatoes and trying to understand how the chicken turned into her. One of the girls, looking at the plate, asked Ella why there was only potatoes if the aunt gave them chicken. The guy sitting next to her, taking a bite, told her to just start eating, because it is better to have potatoes in your hands than to sit hungry on the street. Jurian, gritting his teeth, called the principal a freak. Suddenly, Ella took out eggs, saying that they had something special today. The children stared at the eggs as if spellbound. Smiling at her comrades, the girl said that she hid a few eggs that her aunt had given them, so they should eat faster so they wouldn't get caught, and it would be better for them to mash everything with potatoes. The orphans began to thank their older sister with wide smiles. The protagonist's mouth began to drool at the sight of boiled eggs. Suddenly, Ella called out to the guy and handed him an egg, saying that he could have her egg. Turning to her brother, the girl said that he was too thin and the principal could kick him out because of this. Jurian raised his hands and refused, saying that he was completely fine. Ella grabbed the guy angrily, saying that he'd better eat it, otherwise it would go to waste. He raised his hands and said that he didn't need it. Suddenly, both children froze, hearing the girl's stomach growl. Her face immediately turned red from embarrassment. Urian closed his eyes, laughing, telling the girl that she better eat. A moment later, he opened his eyes and stared at his sister. When he first appeared in this world, or rather in this city, the seller forcibly threw him to the floor. The man stood next to the child and told him not to appear near his store anymore, scaring his customers. The protagonist continued to lie motionless on the ground, even after the seller left. The life of an orphan was difficult, no one protected the child from the angry looks of adults, violence happened constantly. The protagonist narrowed his eyes, feeling sadness. No matter how much he ignored it, nothing worked. Then suddenly a girl appeared in front of him, saying that he was alone. Sitting down in front of the boy, she invited him to go with her. Looking at the boy, Ella told him that although their director was bad, but at least there was a place to spend the night. The protagonist froze, looking at the girl in amazement. Suddenly Ella's face turned red with embarrassment. Her stomach growled from hunger. Grabbing the boy's hand, she asked the director to accept him. The man raised his eyebrows, looking at the children. Ella smiled, saying that this boy would do a good job. Now Urian smiled again, looking at his sister and calling her cute. He reached out for the egg. Shoving it into his sister's mouth, he suggested that she go to the magic academy so that he could attend classes and eat delicious food. Ella nodded as she began to chew the egg. Two children nearby heard the boy's words and jumped up, saying that they wanted to go there too. Ella hugged her younger brothers and sister, saying that they would all go there together and find all the most delicious things. The boy and the girl smiled widely, hearing her words. The protagonist stared at Ella while she said that they would study instead of working here and would survive with their wife. After that, she involuntarily glanced at the potato. The events take us to the next day at the orphanage. The director, rubbing his hands, said that Ella was being adopted today so they could congratulate her. The protagonist froze in shock after hearing this. Ella, saddened, bowed her head and began to apologize to the children for not being able to stay with them. Another girl, raising her hands, said that she was happy for her and envious of her. Suddenly, the man, spreading his arms, turned to Urian. Putting his hand on his shoulder, the man said that he would become a sacrifice to the wolf god. Ella, putting her hand to her chest, screamed, telling the director that they had agreed on something else, that he had to take care of him if she was adopted. Not paying attention to her words, the director, grinning, asked Urian if he knew why wolf packs had not been seen lately. The protagonist, calmly looking at the director, said that he knew the reason. Seeing the boy staring at him, the director said that it was all a lie. Leaning down to the boy's face, the director said that the real reason was that they fed them regularly and the wolf god loved young meat. Urian silently stared at the man. His pupils dilated when the director said that the sacrifice would save the village, so it was an honor for him. Ella, sweating profusely, screamed for the director. The girl, clenching her fists, asked the man not to touch Urien, for she herself would become the sacrifice instead of him. Suddenly, the man's fist rushed towards her face. The director stopped the fist at the last moment, realizing that it was not the best idea to spoil the goods. Ella froze in horror and fear. One of the orphans covered her face when the director said that in this case he would sacrifice not only Urien, but the others as well. Looking outside, the man ordered everyone to take a broom and put to work except for Urien. In the evening, a wreath was placed on the boy's head. Sitting on the steps, the boy said that he would better secretly deal with the wolf god and then go on a secret journey. Urien glanced to the side, hearing someone's voice. A moment later, his eyes widened in shock. Ella, who had changed her clothes, stood near the gate. Urien looked at her and asked her why her hair had become like that. Ella smiled at her brother and said that she had cut it herself so that it would look like his hair. The protagonist's pupils shrank in horror. He realized everything. Ella took off her jacket, telling her brother that they would better swap clothes, although these clothes were for girls, but he was thin and should fit into them. The protagonist raised his hand in front of him, asking Ella what she wanted to do. Holding the jacket in her hands, the girl said that she would become a sacrifice in his place. Pointing to the statue behind him, Urien said that she probably did not fully understand the meaning of sacrifice. Ella closed her eyes and smiled and said that her real younger brother was also a victim, so she knows everything herself. The protagonist's eye widened in shock again. Ella smiled at the guy and said that when she first met him, it seemed to her that her brother had come back to life. Then, when she first saw him, she wanted to take care of him because they turned out to be very similar. The protagonist stared at the girl and froze. Ella closed her eyes and said that she did not want her younger brother to die again, so he should run away as far as possible. The guy's eyes trembled with disbelief. Raising his hand, he said that then they should run away together. Holding out the sweater, Ella said that they would be caught quickly in that case. Bowing her head, Ella said that the director would start beating her when he saw her hair. Looking at the door, she told Urien that he should have time to escape from the village. The girl took the wreath from the guy's head. Putting a wreath on her head, she told him that he should live in her place, and the place of her adoption is not much different from the current place, so she will help him survive better. The protagonist felt an invisible pressure falling on him. He froze without saying a word. The guy clenched his fist in anger. With all the strength that he has, he could not do anything. Suddenly, the door opened and the director of the orphanage entered the temple. The man stared at Ella and asked what happened to her hair. The children did not answer, paying attention to the knife in the man's hand. Both froze in shock from fear when they saw him. Suddenly, the director disappeared from his place. In an instant, he picked up the girl by the throat, saying that she was a very important commodity. Urien jumped to his feet when the man said that the price would now definitely go down because of her appearance. The protagonist concentrated mana in his hand out of rage. Mana began to envelop him like an invisible film. Suddenly, the guy's heart sank more than usual. Urien looked at his chest, feeling pain. His heart was unusually swollen. He remembered Hersia, who told him that if his power was found out, his heart would explode. Suddenly, Ella began to cough up blood. Slightly squinting, the director understood everything. Ella tried to free herself with her hand, while the man told her that she was the same as her brother. He bared his teeth sharply and began to laugh. Grinning at the girl, he told her that he himself was originally the god of wolves. Staring intently at Ella, he told her that it was he who killed her brother. Then he slaughtered the boy in the forest, gave the meat and skin to the monsters, and sold the organs for a good price. The man's face turned red with excitement when he said that they were much more valuable dead, so it was a great honor for such useless orphans. Ella bowed her head and lowered her hands in sadness when the man said that her brother was too kind. He was glad to be a sacrifice because he could not work, and so he could at least be useful somehow. The man looked at the girl and froze, realizing that she had died. The protagonist could not move. The man glanced at the boy, feeling an invisible pressure. Calmly looking at the boy, he said that his little sister was no more. The protagonist's aura began to darken more and more. He remembered the first meeting with Ella, how she almost forced him to eat an egg. The guy remembered how she calmly put on a wreath, intending to sacrifice herself. Now he stood alone, trying to understand why he hesitated a moment ago. The director of the orphanage raised his eyebrows, not hearing anything. He was Urien. The guy continued to stand motionless. He remembered how Hersia, hovering in the air, asked him why he wanted to become a PSS. Wasn't the fate of a hero or a demon king much simpler? The protagonist, sitting on the ground, thought about the answer to this question. The boy turned to the goddess and said that the hero and the demon king should use their power for the sake of people and demons, and he does not like it. Hersia looked at the boy in confusion, not understanding his words. The events take us to the frozen protagonist. He abruptly waved his hand, cutting off the headmaster's head and saying that he wants to use his power to protect those he desires. The headless body fell back. The boy's attack rushed into the sky, scattering the clouds and destroying the roof and walls. Ella's body began to fall to the floor. The protagonist managed to catch his little sister. Bowing his head, Urien asked the girl for forgiveness. Suddenly, his eye opened wide. He cried out excitedly when the girl turned her head. The boy's lips stretched into a smile at the sight. His hand immediately glowed with golden light from the use of healing. Ella was enveloped in mana from all sides. The protagonist, smiling, said that he was not too late after all. Then he looked back and noticed the destroyed building. The guy looked at the girl again. Then he closed his eyes. He had no regrets left. In the darkness, the guy expected death. Sharply opening his eyes, the protagonist tried to understand why he was still alive. He stared at the director's body to the side. Suddenly, the guy smiled, understanding something. Looking at the wreath on the floor, he said that if he kills before someone understands his true power, he will not die. The protagonist got to this world thanks to the goddess Hersia, who extended her hands to him. In this world, he was able to save Ella, killing the director with his powerful attack. The events take us to the forest, to the monster standing in front of the protagonist. The guy raised his head studying the monster. The monster's eyes sparkled with anticipation. The protagonist shuddered and suddenly screamed, saying that it turns out he forgot to drink milk this morning. The guy started waving his hand in anger, saying that he had hardly grown at all in 4 years. While the boy was trying to figure out how children of 13 years old had normal growth, the monster attacked him. Urien destroyed the monster's entire body with one blow. The monster's body began to turn into mana. The protagonist did not move, watching this. Soon, only its mask remained of the monster. Urien clenched his fist, wondering if eating deer antlers would help with growth. The events take us to the church. The children looked at the nun with smiles on their faces, saying that they were already old enough to take the entrance exams to the Magic Academy. Arlene smiled and asked the children if they were well prepared. When the younger brother and sister came and began to wish them good luck, Ella told Arlene that they were completely prepared thanks to her. The nun, continuing to smile, said that there was probably a reason why God took the director and allowed them to live. She hoped that his blessing would help them on the exam. The children smiled broadly and told the nun that they would definitely join. The Magic Academy was a place where the children wanted to run away while still in the orphanage, hugging each other. The protagonist grinned. The academy was a place he wanted to go. For the last 4 years, all he did was kill monsters in the forest. Crossing his arms over his chest, the guy decided that now he would be openly ignored. Closing his eyes, he mentally said that the main point of academies in the fantasy world of sword and magic is precisely this: the main character is always underestimated. So the events in the Snow White Church end. The events take us to the Royal Academy of Magic, an academy that was founded by the ruling family. This was a school that nurtured the talents of everyone, be it a swordsman or a magician, regardless of status, so that people could confront monsters. Chris, being a nobleman, laughed, saying that the nobility of the academy was felt even at the gate. The guy glanced to the side, hearing footsteps. Looking closely at the arrivals, he realized that most of them had blue breeches like him. They were noble students like him. Suddenly, the guy's eye opened in shock. The pink-haired girl had a red brooch, indicating a member of the royal family. Sweating from nervousness, Chris grinned and said that this year's exam would be difficult. Hearing the girl's voice, the guy looked back. He arrogantly raised his eyebrows at the sight of the arrivals. Ella was slightly trembling as she entered the hall, saying that they just needed to act as usual. The protagonist laughed at her, saying that she was the only one acting unusually here. The protagonist glanced sharply to the side, hearing someone else's laughter. Chris clutched his head and asked why the lower beings decided that they could enter the Magic Academy. The guys with blue badges standing to the side laughed and said that since there were people with black breeches here, there would be 2 fewer people at the exam. The protagonist smiled at their relationship while Ella frowned. His lips stretched into a wide smile while he mentally said that this was how it should be. After all, this was a classic plot development for a character that hides strength. Suddenly, Ella bowed her head, saying that she did not care. A moment later, she turned around, telling her brother to come with her. The girl opened her eyes, telling Urien not to listen to the words of nobles, because they do not value people, only their status. Chris smiled arrogantly while watching them. Urien ran after his sister, telling her to wait for him. Soon, near the main entrance of the academy, the start of the 29th entrance exam was announced. Majez, the head of the Magic Academy, smiled widely, telling the children that the task is simple, and their goal is to protect all people with sword and magic. Standing on the 2nd floor, Majez said that for admission, they will test their basic skills. The protagonist began to grin widely when the children began to discuss his black brooch. A blindfolded man stepped forward, saying that he was the instructor who would conduct the sword skill test. Runpy. Raising his hand with a piece of paper, Runpy told the children that they needed to pick up training swords for this. With a wave of his hand, Runpy cut the target, saying that with this sword they needed to cut the target behind him in one blow. The nobles shuddered as they saw the instructor cut the target with a piece of paper. Looking at the paper, the instructor called the first participant. The blue-haired girl shuddered when she heard her name. When she approached the target with a sword, Runpee told her to start when she was ready. Tyne looked at the instructor and asked if she would be disqualified if she did not cut the target in one go. The man chuckled and looked at the girl and said that it was not quite so, because they do not have high expectations for them, since they are all children, so they should try to show something special. The protagonist, who was standing to the side, raised his eyebrows in surprise. Tyne with a sharp cry struck the target. The instructor looked at the sheet telling Tyne that she cut the target to the middle. Next was Chris. His blow also cut the dummy to the middle. Rishel's blow also cut the target to the middle. The instructor looked at the sheet again saying that Ella would be next. The girl, hearing her name, straightened up like a soldier. The protagonist smiled and told his sister that to pass through it would be enough to cut to the middle, and she would definitely do it. Ella looked back and thanked her brother for his support. When she took the sword, Runpee told her to attack when she was ready. The nobles standing aside started laughing at the girl, saying that they couldn't believe that they had to take the test with that filth. Ella sighed and stopped paying attention to the nobles and only looked at her target. She remembered how she couldn't protect her brother 4 years ago and almost died. The girl frowned, remembering that. With one sharp blow, the girl cut the target. Runpee's mouth opened in shock. Urien smiled, seeing his sister's result. The nobles who had previously laughed at the girl opened their mouths, not daring to say anything. Ella looked at the crowd as the children started shouting in surprise, saying that she was the first one to cut the target. The girl's lips stretched into a smile as she said that she would be the one to protect Urien because he was very weak. Runpee froze without saying a word. He knew that a magic rod was installed in the middle of the target. The children should not have cut the rod by striking with all their might. For a complete cut, Ella required strengthening her weapon with magic like Runpee, but it was difficult even for adults, and the girl managed everything subconsciously. Runpee stared at the couple of laughing children. The instructor glanced at the piece of paper again, calling the protagonist's name. The protagonist raised his sword. He stood in a stance, looking at the target. Runpee stared at Urien, wondering what the girl's younger brother would show. A moment later, the guy delivered his blow. The instructor covered his mouth with a piece of paper, seeing the result. The children suddenly began to laugh when Urien moved away from the target. They said that commoners are too weak because they have nothing to eat. The instructor turned away from the protagonist, realizing that he was not as talented as his sister. He did not notice the protagonist's grin. Next was a magic test, the purpose of which was to hit the target. Chili raised her wand and introduced herself as an instructor, then said that their task would be to take a magic tool and hit a target behind her. One of the nobles raised his hand, saying that he could not use magic. Concentrating water in front of the wand, Chili said that the tool would create water for them if they could not control magic. Chris took the magic tool first. He extended his hand and released a stream of water. The stream of water hit the target. Chris smugly raised his shoulders, trying to seem taller. Chili looked at the guy and told him to return to his place. Ella clenched her fists, encouraging her brother when he was called. When Chris held out the magic tool, Chili told the guy to take the wand and come forward. Suddenly, the wand fell out of Chris's hand. It fell right on the ground in front of the guy. Grinning, Chris told the protagonist not to even think about getting something from a nobleman because he is a dirty commoner. Urien froze, not knowing what to do. While Ella was worriedly calling her brother, Chili pressed the paper to her chest and told the boys not to even think about arguing during the exam. The protagonist calmly extended his hand to the wand, telling his sister that everything was fine. Taking the wand in his hand, the protagonist smiled mentally, saying that thanks to Chris, everyone was now looking at him. Many nobles, including Chris, smiled arrogantly looking at the guy. He extended his hand along with the wand. He sent mana into the wand, intending to become an ideal character that hides power. The wand vibrated from the guy's mana. Suddenly, with the appearance of a huge amount of water, the wand exploded. Urien's eyes and mouth widened in shock at the sight of this. Even Chili and Ella froze in shock at the sight of this. The nobles who had laughed at the guy a moment ago opened their mouths in surprise and screamed. The guy himself smiled nervously at the result. Looking at the destroyed wand, he realized that he was in huge trouble. Tyne stepped forward, surprised by the result. Ella, standing near Chili, called out to her brother. The nobles standing to the side stepped back in horror and tried to understand what just happened. Urien started sweating profusely when someone said that his mana was too strong since the tool exploded. Urien looked at Chris when he started shouting, saying that the problem was in the tool. Chris pointed at the guy and said that this commoner could not destroy a working tool. The nobles smiled again, agreeing with Chris. The protagonist covered his mouth, mentally thanking Chris. Then he looked at the broken tool, trying to understand why it was so weak and broke from a small amount of his power. Looking at the target, the guy mentally said that he can't get caught right away after becoming a character with hidden power. Majez came out onto the balcony again, saying that now they will conduct the last test. The task will be to split into teams of 3 people and enter the forest to kill a magical bear. Its fang was used as evidence. Putting his hands behind his back, Majez said that it didn't matter how good their skills were if they couldn't help defeat the monsters. Ella leaned over and called her brother. Smiling, she told Urian that they had little time left to fulfill their dream, so they should do everything possible to pass it. The protagonist glanced at his sister, saying that they would definitely try. Suddenly, Ella's brooch glowed brightly red when Majez said that they needed to gather together by the color of the glow. Ella covered the glow of the brooch with her hands, seeing the red color. Suddenly, Ricky appeared next to her with the same red glow of the brooch. Bowing his head, the guy along with the princess told Ella to come to them. Chris indignantly shouted when he saw the girl begin to approach the princess's team. The protagonist smiled, seeing that her sister was on a team with strong people. Ella looked back and wished her brother good luck. Urian waved his hand to her, saying goodbye to his sister. A moment later, the guy froze nervously, not understanding why he had no glow. The guy squinted, trying to figure out if he had a team. Suddenly, Rishel approached him with Tian. Their brooches also did not glow. Rishel smiled at the guy, saying that he had been watching him the whole time. The protagonist turned around and stared at Rishel. Tian, her cheeks red from embarrassment, introduced herself. Urian smiled at the couple, saying that they would succeed. At this time, the 2 guys with a purple glow smiled. The team of 3 laughed, saying that black and green had gathered as a team. Rishel and the protagonist froze upon hearing their words. The guy bowed his head when one of the nobles said that this was his 4th attempt to pass the test. Looking at Tian, who bowed her head, the guys called her an abandoned noblewoman. Only the protagonist was not depressed, unlike his partners, who looked away. The guy stared at his partners in surprise, not understanding what they were talking about. Looking closely at the couple who bowed their heads, he realized that the guy had already taken the exam for the 4th time, but he still could not understand what the abandoned noblewoman meant. Urian glanced at the crowd, who were grinning widely as they watched them. The protagonist smiled at his partners, saying that they could pass the test even like this. They stopped being sad and looked at the guy. Rishel grinned when he heard his words. The guy clenched his fists and admiringly told the protagonist that he was not mistaken about him. Rishel's aura sparkled while he told the protagonist that he wanted to adopt his calmness and confidence. The protagonist sweated slightly and became nervous when Rishel told him that he had to gain recognition from others, so they should definitely enter the academy. Tyne pressed her hands to her chest and asked if they could do it for sure, because if she was not mistaken, she failed the magic and sword tests. The protagonist turned his head to the girl after hearing her words. Looking at her, he remembered the tests. The guy's whole face twisted in horror when he realized everything. He realized that the test with the sword, when he hit the target, was a sword test. The competition when he took the wand turned out to be a magic test. The protagonist sweated heavily, realizing that he, too, most likely failed. He involuntarily remembered how his sister, smiling, told him to do everything possible to pass the test. The guy trembled as sweat ran down his face. Unexpectedly, Rishel put his hand to his chest and said that they could still pass. Simultaneously frowning and smiling, he said that he was taking the exam for the 4th time, so he knew that the previous tests could be failed. Adjusting his glasses, Rishel said that the most points are given for hunting monsters. The protagonist was happy to hear his words. Tyne, with her hands down, asked the guy why he was trying to look cool. The events take us to the forest. The protagonist and his team were running away from a bear. After a while, they stopped in another part of the forest. Tyne's legs gave way from fatigue. Urian closed his eyes. For him, killing a bear was not difficult, but he could not hunt while someone was nearby. The guy involuntarily looked at the backs of his comrades. He sighed and closed his eyes again, trying to understand what they needed to do. Rishel, who was standing with his back to the guy, said that if they continued like this, they would not be taken. Tyne bowed her head when Rishel said that although everyone had different circumstances, he could not fail this time either, so they should just pull out the bear's fang. Tyne and Urian looked at the guy at the same time. Adjusting his glasses, the guy said that the test was to defeat the bear and take the fang, but they were too weak. The guy's glasses flashed as he said that in that case they just need to take the fang. Urian approached Rishel and asked if it was possible. Pointing at the bear in front of him, Rishel said that its teeth always stick out, so it was possible. Putting his hand in his inside pocket, Rishel told his comrades to listen to him and then they would definitely pass this task. Smiling widely, the guy said that they were lucky this year because the monster bear is the easiest enemy in this test. Rishel handed the bag to Tyne, asking her to apply it to her body. The girl, looking at the bag, asked what it was. The guy with a smile on his face told the girl that it was deer blood. he would be so carried away by her that he would not notice the loss of the fang. Tyne, understanding the guy's intention, froze in a nervous smile on her face. He scratched the back of his head, saying that he was not very good at running. The guy began to open the bag, saying that they would cope in any case because the bear ignores attacks while eating. Tyne's eyes widened in horror when she heard this. Urian suddenly grabbed Rishel's hand. He pulled his hand to the side. Raising his head, the protagonist asked the boy if he was serious about suggesting the girl die. Rishel looked at the protagonist in confusion. Trying to pull his hand away, he asked Urian if he didn't want to go to school with his sister. A moment later, he pulled his hand out of the boy's grip, saying that without a sacrifice, they would not succeed. Urian froze, unable to say anything. Rishel rose to his feet, saying that they had no choice. Sitting down on the ground again, he told the pair that unlike the nobles, they were not endowed with strong mana from birth. Looking at the frightened girl, Rishel said that it would be good to go through together by sacrificing just one noble, since she was sent to this weak team, it was clear that she was abandoned. Tyne bowed her head, realizing that the boy was right. She remembered the maid who told her that she failed the test again. The girl was always compared to her brother Ricky, which made her always sad. She couldn't help but frown and be sad in her mansion. Tyne closed her eyes, accepting her fate. The protagonist suddenly stood in front of her, saying that every person will have a moment when they shine, and he shouldn't decide for others. The girl opened her mouth in surprise at the boy's words. Rishel gritted his teeth in anger. He suddenly splashed blood on the couple. The blood splashed on the couple's bodies, shocking them. The bear immediately turned around, smelling the blood. It rushed at the couple with its mouth wide open. Tyne stepped back in horror. The protagonist calmly watched the bear approach. His lips stretched into a smile. Tyne glanced at the boy next to her. Seeing him frozen while watching the bear, she realized that he was too weak, and if nothing was done, they would definitely die. Tyne clenched her jaw in anger, deciding to destroy the monster herself. The monster opened its mouth in front of them. All the girl's determination disappeared. She involuntarily lowered her hands. Her entire surroundings seemed to be plunged into darkness. She remembered the maid who called her the shame of the family. Tyne clenched her teeth again, feeling anger. Suddenly, an air barrier appeared. Tyne, concentrating mana in her wand, said that she was also a noblewoman. Many wind swords began to appear near her. The wind swords rushed towards the monster. Seeing this, the girl grinned. Unexpectedly, after the attack, there was not a scratch left on the monster's body. Tyne began to concentrate mana in her wand again, saying that she needed to save at least him. A wind barrier began to form around the protagonist. The girl pointed her wand at him, saying that the landing might be a bit rough. The protagonist raised his hands and looked at the girl. She looked at him and smiled, saying that this fall was better than death. A moment later, she threw the guy up with magic. She remembered how the guy stood in front of her and protected her, saying that every person has a moment when they will shine. As the wind swirled around her, the girl thanked Urian for giving her this courage. A second later, the monster struck her. His red mana rushed towards its target. Tyne began to fall from mana exhaustion. The protagonist managed to catch her at the last moment. Holding the girl in his arms, the guy said that her moment to shine had come. While the bear was looking for them in front of him, the protagonist looked at the forest and said that the bespectacled man ran away because he was afraid of getting hit. The bear turned around, hearing the guy's voice. He growled and immediately attacked him. Urian destroyed the monster's body with one blow. The monster's blood spurted out from its wounds and mouth. The guy smiled widely and decided to play a little joke on Rishel when he returned. The events take us to Rishel. Someone looked at the couple in front of him and asked what they were doing here. A group of guys with black and green brooches stood tensely in front of Ricky. Ricky pointed his sword at them and said that the sword and sticks should only be drawn against monsters. Suddenly, one of the guys frowned and told Ella to come to them and then they will help her pass the exam. Ricky lowered his hand, asking the guy what he meant by that. The guy smiled nervously, saying that they will make all the nobles fail the test, thanks to which they themselves will pass. The commoners glared at Ricky, saying that they all want them to fail, so they can't blame them. Ricky slightly raised the tip of his sword, saying that even if she went over to them, they would not be able to win. The commoner laughed nervously and looked at the boy and said that they would not be the ones to win. Grinning, he said that the monsters would do everything. Ricky, who was staring at the boy, understood everything. Rachel and the others trembled when the boy said that he noticed that there were more commoners this year than before. The princess stepped forward and said that people must know that bear monsters can be attracted by the smell of blood. Pressing her hand to her chest, the princess told Ricky that she wanted to express her regret about this, because the future defenders of humanity were using monsters for such a humiliating purpose. The commoners froze and stopped laughing when they heard her words. The princess turned to the group and ordered Ricky to capture them alive. Frowning, the princess said that they must find out who was using the last part of the exam for their own purposes. The boy rushed forward at great speed. He turned his sword over so as not to kill the guys with a swing of the sword. In an instant, he dealt a couple of blows to three. Having received a blow from the sword, all three began to fall to the ground. Ricky calmly watched this with his own eyes. Rishel gritted his teeth in fear. He and his comrades began to scatter blood. The blood of animals rushed to Ricky. Suddenly, she was enveloped in mana and she stopped in front of the guy. Rishel saw this and screamed in horror. Even his pupil decreased. The blood enveloped in mana began to evaporate. The princess concentrated mana in her finger and told the guy that it would be better for them to surrender. Ella, who was holding the sword, involuntarily looked at the princess. The girl opened her mouth in surprise. Rishel was sweating, experiencing fear and anger at the same time. He straightened up abruptly and screamed, saying that this year was their last chance. The guys angrily looked at Rishel upon hearing his words. The guy himself suddenly wounded his hand, telling his teammates not to give up. The guys saw that he had wounded himself and clenched their fists in rage and determination. The princess calmly watched as the guys spilled their blood. Many bears were attracted by the smell of blood. Ella shuddered when she heard the roar and looked towards the forest. The girl's pupils trembled with fear at the sight of 4 monsters. One of the monsters opened its mouth wide. Ricky rushed forward using a wind spell. In an instant, his blade cut off the heads of all 4 monsters. Rishel raised his head, watching the heads fall. Ella opened her mouth in amazement and froze. Ricky stood up and told the guys that they should not spill blood just because everything went wrong, because they were also citizens of the kingdom. Soon Rishel and his comrades were tied up. Ricky stood next to him and asked what happened to his team. Rishel raised his head and smiled widely when he heard his question. Looking at Ella and Ricky next to him, he said that it was good that they were both here. The mixed-up guy told them that their brother and sister were long dead. The bears probably tore them apart already. Ella screamed in horror when she heard this, while Ricky barely contained his anger. Ricky abruptly ran away when the princess told him that there should have been at least some traces left. Ella wanted to run after him, but the princess called out to her. The girl stopped and asked the princess why she stopped her. Looking angrily at the girl, she said that her younger brother was there. Bowing her head, the princess sadly said that she understood her, but she would only disturb Ricky there. Both girls froze in the clearing after these words were spoken. Looking at the tied-up Rishel, the princess said that if everything was as this guy said, then the place could be flooded with someone's blood, and the monsters would sense it and start gathering. Ella froze, looking at the princess. She closed her eyes, saying that Ricky was skilled enough to deal with all the monsters, but at the same time it would be difficult even for him to protect her. Ella turned away and bowed her head, feeling anger for her weakness. She squeezed the handle of her blade. The events take us to another part of the forest. Ricky ran at full speed. Soon he saw Tyne lying on the ground. The guy's eye widened from what he saw. He braked sharply, starting to slide on the ground. Someone in a helmet turned around, saying that it was not the bespectacled man who came to him. Ricky stood up and said that it turned out that they did not catch everyone who had a black brooch. Then he looked at his lying sister in blood. The guy gritted his teeth and looked angrily at the guy in the helmet. He suddenly rushed forward, wanting to avenge his sister. In an instant, he was above the boy, striking with his sword. Ricky, his eyes wide, thought that someone else was left. Tyne was lying all over with blood. Her brother, getting up, asked how dare he. He struck the masked boy. Their swords clashed with each other. Ricky, opening his eyes, was surprised and thought that he blocked his attack. The masked boy, parrying the attack, asked if it was too dangerous to attack so suddenly, to which Ricky thought that he had a quick reaction. He, opening his mouth, asked if the boy would leave unharmed after wounding his sister. They fought each other, and it was heard that the masked boy could strengthen the sword with magic, and he clarified about his sister. The boy, through the helmet, told him to calm down for a second and listen, that he understood that he could have misunderstood the whole situation. Ricky held the sword uncertainly, and it was heard that the guy did not want to harm her in any way, and he said the word wind. A blue eye appeared through the helmet. A powerful attack occurred. The guy in the helmet, dodging, said that it was dangerous, and his helmet was almost broken. Ricky crouched down next to Tyne and said the spell of the wind shield. He, looking at the light, said that there was a suspicious helmet. His sister was unconscious. The boy in the helmet stood and heard that he did not look like the attackers, to which he thanked him. Ricky, closing his eyes, said that he would introduce himself to acknowledge the boy's amazing movements, which allowed him to dodge 2 of his attacks. He, through a light haze, said his name Ricky, and added that he served the spirit of the wind Vi, the eldest son of the Viscount. The guy in the helmet, throwing the sword behind his back, accepted his words with a grin, and introduced himself as Urien. Ricky slightly opened his mouth and said that if he was not part of the attackers, let him answer the question. Brother Tyne, wide-eyed, asked who did this to his sister. Urien, surprised by the wind, clarified whether it was his sister. It seemed that the protagonist was holding Tyne in his hands. The boy in the helmet looked straight ahead. Ricky, biting his lip, heard that he had to knock him out, and without finishing, asked if they were listening to him. Brother, raising his sword, said that this time he would definitely break his ugly helmet. The protagonist, standing calmly, said that it seemed that the misunderstanding could not be resolved so easily. He, holding the sword in his hand, said that he still needed to find Fangs. The boy in the helmet, running away, shouted that he would talk another time. Ricky, looking at his tracks, thought that he was fast. He, opening his eyes, thought that these were the movements of a knight of average level or higher. Brother Tyne, defending himself, realized that he could anticipate them. He looked at his sword in surprise and thought that his sword was faster. Ricky struck straight at the neck. After the blow, he lowered his head and thought that he had cut it. The boy opened his eyes in bewilderment. Ricky, holding the sword in his hand, wondered where Urian had disappeared to. Brother Tyne, his eyes wide, did not understand where he was. Sweat ran down the boy's face. He was hit from behind and did not understand how it happened. Urian raised his palm and said that it was his residual trace. The Magic Academy appeared, and it was heard that the 29th entrance exam was over. The assistant to the head of the academy, holding a paper in his hands, read out that an incident occurred during which some applicants took advantage of the monster's features and attacked others, but the princess dealt with them and sent royal investigators to investigate. Majez, sitting at his desk, said that everyone tried hard, to which Chili added that the level of the students was very high, and Mr. Jerry, folding his arms, asked how to understand a high level. Mr. raised his hand and said that this year was a complete mess, and clarified whether it was commoners who caused it. The girl angrily opened her mouth and, turning to Jerry, asked him to refrain from such words, adding that the academy does not look at status. The man smiled broadly and said that it was just for show and the Royal Academy of Magic, a place where nobles could do their duty, and clarified about the words of the sage. Chili frowned and shouted at him not to mention her father's words in the context of the school. A loud stop was heard. The head of the academy, smiling, asked to continue the report, to which the exhausted guy agreed. The assistant put one hand to his ear and said that 29 people had passed, and began to talk about the top 10. The students looked at the list that appeared, where the top 10 were. The princess, closing her eyes, heard that she was first place. Ricky, putting his hand on his side, realized that he was second place and thought that Yuri was not here and he could not have failed. Swordsman Jade, throwing his hands back, was in third place and said that his mother would be happy. Jia and Mu were in fourth and fifth place, and the younger one couldn't believe that the older one wasn't first, to which Mu replied that it was a test of individual abilities and together they would have taken first place. Ella, having found out that she took sixth place, opened her mouth wide and thought that her brother would be happy, but she didn't understand where he was. In seventh place was Chris, who bit his fingers, thinking that the commoner was cheating since she overtook him. In eighth place was Reizo, who, with his hands in his pockets, thought why he had to take some kind of tests, and that he would definitely kill someone before returning home. Hina, holding her palms, took ninth place and thought that she could become friends with the princess. In 10th place was Goliath, and he, with his hands in his pockets, thought that the long-haired man had a nasty character and it was better to avoid him. Tyne, with her mouth open, was happy with 24th place. She, wide-eyed, admired her brother for being in second place, but did not understand where Urian was. The protagonist appeared, laughing. The protagonist, still laughing, realized that everything was bad. Sweat was running down his face, and he learned that he had failed. Urian, folding his arms, thought that he had brought a fang, but apparently he had shown himself too weak in the magic and sword tests. Ella, clenching her fingers, called the protagonist and said that she had heard him fall into a trap, adding her worries. She, looking at him, said that she wanted to rush to him, to which the protagonist sheepishly replied that everything was fine and apologized for making her worry. Ella, smiling, heard that she was amazing for taking 6th place, and that there were some advantages for those who made it into the top 10. The satisfied girl smiled and, thanking her, added that she was just lucky and hoped that luck would be on her side next year. Urian, looking at her in surprise, clarified about next year. Ella, putting her hands behind her back, said that she would not apply and would do it next year. The protagonist was sweating, and he thought that they had originally wanted to get in together. The minister's son appeared, grinning and saying that they should both fly out. He laughed with his mouth wide open. Ella and Urian looked at him in bewilderment. Chris, lowering his hands, stopped laughing. Then he again, putting his hands on his side, began to laugh loudly. The protagonist, opening his eyes fiercely, thought that he wanted to beat everything out of him. Chili, leaning on the table, asked him to wait and said that she did not agree with the results. Majez, smiling slightly, said that everything seemed expected to him. The girl, looking at the sword instructor, said that it was not about the top 10, she could not agree with Urian's failure. The assistant, holding the paper in confusion, said that it was Ella's brother from 6th place, and he brought the lower jaw, but he hardly got it himself. Runpy, folding his arms, said that compared to his sister, he did not wield a sword. Chili, unable to restrain herself, turned around and added that the protagonist had great talent. Chris, looking at the main character, laughed loudly again. He, dancing, grinned at Urian. The guy, madly opening his eyes, wanted to hit him. An academy employee, running and holding the paper in his hands, shouted that he had an urgent announcement. The academy students stood and listened to how they would choose another applicant from among the 29 students, and some of them thought that it was not them. Urien, with his mouth slightly open, was surprised that it was about him. The 3 students, wide-eyed, spoke of their dissatisfaction. Ella, happily looking at her brother, congratulated him, and the boy did not believe it. Chili, leaning on the table, asked what was going on, and added that she did not understand how Urien could fail if he had great potential. She looked at the sword instructor and said that not only was there enough magical power to explode the magic device. The protagonist appeared, using magical power, and it was heard that he was able to instantly limit the power, preventing a catastrophe, and he filigree controls his abilities. The boy stood smiling, and it was heard that if they let him go, it would be a huge loss for the kingdom. Mr. Jerry, raising his hand, said that when the bear monster appeared, if Tyne had not pushed him away, they would have died, and added that he had little real experience. Chili, with her head stretched forward, shouted that he earned it at the school, and in the future he would be able to overtake both first and second place. Jerry, with his eyebrows furrowed, asked what kind of love for commoners, and that she really thought that a commoner deserved a place in this school. The girl glared and said that she thought that if anyone did not deserve it, it was Professor Jerry, scolding the teacher for so blatantly discriminating against the student. The assistant, hearing them stop, began to bleed from the ear and listened as Majez said that the magic school was a haven for talented warriors and status did not matter. Chili, hearing how the director trusted her and that she was one of the few heroic magicians of their country, became embarrassed. Jerry looked displeased, hearing how she asked for the student. It would be stupid to ignore his talent. Majez raised the corners of his lips and said that he would use his power to separately accept Urien for training with a magical profile. Frowning, the director added that if he could not show the results expected of him, he would be expelled immediately. The protagonist and his sister jumped happily from what they heard. Ricky raised his lips slightly and said Yuri's name. He raised his hand above the protagonist's head and said that Yuri seemed to be this tall. Urien's eyes widened. He remembered the battle with Ricky at the test with the monster bear and his pupils bulged. The guy looked at him thoughtfully. He remembered how Urien held the sword and how he struck the dummy. The brother and sister looked at Ricky leaving and it was heard that it could not be that he was so important. The protagonist, slightly lowering his head, answered that who knows, and Ella asked what it was. The next day, the academy appeared and it was heard that there were top 10 students and a special student in the advanced class. The protagonist's sister, raising her fist, said that they were here and she was worried, to which her brother replied that she was too tense. The door of the advanced class opened. Urien and Ella went inside. Sarudi and Ricky appeared, sitting at the table, Jet showing her hand to Moo. At the top of the table sat a surprised Jade. Below was Goliath, thinking that this was really the lower class, and Hina arguing what to do. The princess is cool. The brother and sister, looking at all this, did not understand what was happening and thought where to sit. Urien, wide-eyed, was interested in how training is carried out in this world. Since this is the era of sword and magic, everything should be less developed than in the past life. Reizo, keeping his hands in his pocket, asked the protagonist and Ella to move. She turned around and answered of course, and the protagonist thought it was the school bully. Chris stood up from the table and turned to Reizo. The guy, with his mouth slightly open, asked if he had just arrived. Reizo looked at him with fear and asked what was wrong. Chris, with his eyes wide open, said that he should set an example for the low-born students, and he had arrived later than the commoner. With his mouth wide open, the bully called the nobleman a bad name and asked what was wrong with that. Chris stood up from his chair and asked if he was Reizo, the 8th place, and added that for the record, he was the 7th. The boy smirked and told the bully not to be late again. The bully looked at the nobleman with a raised eyebrow. Reizo's pupils narrowed and he asked if Chris thought that being slightly higher in the ranking meant he was stronger. Looking up at the nobleman, the bully said that such a test could in no way judge his abilities and asked if Chris was tired of living. Ella and Urien entered the classroom and, seeing the fight, decided to sit further away. The chandelier-lit classroom could be heard the various exclamations of the students about Reizo and Chris's fight. Jade's cheeks turned pink. Ella's eyes widened and she exclaimed that it was the first time she had ever sat on such soft chairs, to which Urien confirmed that they were comfortable. Jade approached the siblings and sheepishly introduced himself. Ella introduced herself in response, to which Jade laughed and said that there was no need for formalities, and asked if they would be in the same class, to which the girl answered affirmatively. Narrowing his eyes, the magic swordsman said that it was cool to be in the advanced class despite their commoner status, and added that this was probably the first time this had happened since the school was founded, and that it was an honor for him to study with them. The guy suggested that they be friends and not pay attention to their status, to which Ella agreed, and Urien, smiling, noted that the scoundrel Jay was trying very hard. The swordsman turned to the protagonist and asked if he was that Urien, Ella's younger brother. who was enrolled in a special order, to which the protagonist, leaning on his hands, thanked the guy and said that he was not his biological brother. Jade, wide-eyed, looked at Urian. Clenching his fist, the boy said that Ella was excellent with a sword and that she was a great example of a student who fully deserved to be in the advanced class. Jade loomed over the protagonist and said that he couldn't wait to see what Urian was capable of if he was in the advanced class, adding that he hoped the commoner would prove himself. Urian smirked in response. Suddenly, the classroom was filled with flames. The building of the Magic Academy was visible. Urian and Ella walked through the academy grounds, and the brother said that nothing special happened on the first day, to which his sister answered in the affirmative. With wide eyes, the protagonist said that normal classes would start tomorrow, and he was curious about what would happen there. Stopping, Ella called out to her brother and said that they were in a magic school. The girl suggested that they enjoy it before the others got there, and Urian, smirking, agreed. Behind the heroes, two boys appeared, looking at the commoners with surprise, unable to believe that it was true. One of the boys, curious, asked if something had happened and if they really were studying here, and the other said that in his time such a thing was unthinkable, and added that this year the standards were greatly lowered if commoners were studying in the advanced class. Hearing one of the boys say that if he were a year younger, he would also be in the advanced class, Urian smiled and thought that this was the second year, and of course, they would not do without such scum. Putting his hands in his pockets, the boy with blonde hair said that it would be better for the new students to greet them appropriately since they were in the second year. Reaching out her hand, Ella hesitantly greeted the seniors. Frowning, the second year with dark hair told the heroes to take off their clothes. The girl asked the boy with her eyes wide open, and one of them replied that commoners shouldn't wear the same clothes as nobles because it was unacceptable. Grabbing Urian by the vest, the second year yelled that if he said to take off his clothes, then he should do it. He looked at the boy with his mouth wide open. The boy lifted Urian off the ground. Gritting his teeth, he thought that it was hard for him and called the protagonist a scumbag. Smiling, the protagonist looked up. In the distance, someone called the second year's name. Jade appeared behind Sunday. The magic swordsman frowned and said that the school shouldn't discriminate against people based on their status, and the second year was surprised by his appearance. Ella stretched out her hand and called out to her brother, and Urian told her that it was funny. Jade clenched his fists and politely asked Sunby to let the protagonist go, adding that his actions were defaming the school. One of the second years opened his mouth wide and said, "How dare you?" Sunby's eyes turned red and he hit the girl on the head. The boy frowned and said, "You have to respect your elders." Urian's eyes widened in fear and he shouted his sister's name. Ella fell from the blow. The protagonist lowered the corners of his lips and looked up. The boy gritted his teeth in anger. It was heard that he asked the uncultured second year, "How dare you do this?" Sitting on the chair was Hyun, the president of the hero class. The head of the academy thanked her for taking on the advanced class, to which she took a sip and replied that she only did it because she had nothing better to do. Majez smirked and said that Hyun was as straightforward as ever and told her to be more cheerful. As the girl raised her cup to her mouth, he continued that this year's class would be one of the most compelling reasons in the history of the school. Thinking about the leader's words, the girl looked away and asked if he was talking about her brother and sister. Majez raised the corners of his lips and replied that despite the nobles' opposition, they had been admitted in a special order and had taken a place in the advanced class. Remembering how Ella had passed the test, Hyun said that she understood why the girl had been accepted, even though she was a commoner, but she instinctively charged her sword with mana. Sitting at the table, the woman continued that if the student had been an aristocrat, her place would have been guaranteed, to which the man replied that Miss Ella was incredible. Lowering her cup, Hyun was indignant that the same could not be said for her brother. Majez recalled Professor Chili insisting on his feat that he had hidden talent, and continued that unlike his sister, he had failed to show his talent. Looking at the principal sitting at the table, Hyun said that he had nevertheless accepted the boy in a special manner and hinted that it had something to do with that very reason. Gritting his teeth, Majez turned to the teacher and asked if she really thought the school was as it should be. Recalling the students walking around the academy, the man said that this place was supposed to nurture talent regardless of status, but in reality, it was the cornerstone for the children of aristocrats to enter the world. If this continued, it would inevitably lead to the fall of the kingdom. Finishing her tea, Hyun said that since childhood, she had only been taught to fight, and, deciding to take the principal at his word, added that she relied on his judgment, to which he thanked her. The girl crossed her legs and reminded him that she also relied on the reason the leader had mentioned, to which he turned away in confusion. Seeing the students through the window, Hyun said that they were being bullied right under the leader's windows, to which he decided that they needed to be stopped. Lowering her head, the girl stopped Majez and said that it was better to just watch for now. Looking up, Urian became curious to know what the reason was. Jade stood in front of the students and, calling out to Urian, told him to take Ella to the infirmary. Frowning, the magic swordsman shouted that he would take those bastards to the administration. The elders, putting out their hands, were surprised by the insults and said that they were 15. One of them, narrowing his pupils, did not understand what kind of nonsense this was and how the hero had escaped because he did not relax. Bowing his head over his beaten sister, Urien quietly called her. The protagonist remembered that the elder's fist was glowing when he hit his sister. The protagonist realized that when he hit, the elder filled his fist with mana. Urien gritted his teeth and thought that the boy was completely crazy to dare to stand in his way, and added that he would give him a good thrashing, but he cannot show his strength. Jade and Sunbi grabbed each other's hands. With a heavy sigh, the elder thought that the boy was much smaller than him, but looking at his furious face, he realized that he was very strong. Sunbi's teeth clenched and gritted. His eyes turned white, and the elder loudly called out to Nigel, who can use magic. Frowning, his partner held the staff in fear, and Sunbi shouted that the honor of the elders must be restored. Nigel knew that using magic on school grounds was forbidden, but Sunbi interrupted him. With his mouth wide open, Urien told Jade to move away. The swordsman asked why the protagonist hadn't gone to the infirmary yet, and turned around to see that Urien had cast a healing spell. The protagonist told his friend that he had healed his sister and that he would handle the rest himself, and everyone nearby looked at him and were stunned. Ella came to and, sitting on the ground, called out to her brother, to which he asked if she was okay, adding that he had healed her, but that she shouldn't overexert herself. Urien grinned and decided to show everyone the first method of how he had learned to hide his powers. The protagonist's eyes widened, and he looked questioningly at the students. Seeing Nigel kneeling, the protagonist did not understand what was happening to their faces. Hevon closed her eyes and turned to the leader. The girl asked if he had received Urien in a special order, knowing this, to which he, lowering the corners of his lips, remained silent. The students did not understand what it was, and Ella, opening her mouth, quietly called her brother. Jade turned around and asked his friend what he was doing and how Ella had recovered. Gritting his teeth, Urien asked the swordsman again in bewilderment and said that he had cured his sister, to which she again called her brother and reminded him of the healing. Children appeared with a board on which common sense was written, and the boy said that they had not seen each other for a long time, and the girl added that in 2 years they would go to a magic school. A package with the inscription healing appeared, and the children introduced themselves as a wizard and a wounded girl. The paper said that the wizard would use healing magic to heal the wounds, and the boy waved his wand and removed the wounds from the girl's arm. The magic bundle said that depending on one's abilities, the spell could take anywhere from 5 to 15 minutes. A message appeared that, in general, even a priest would need at least 5 minutes. The children waved their hands and turned to the students, asking them not to do something stupid like heal instantly, and said goodbye. A notification appeared that today's episode of Common Sense was over. Urien, with his mouth wide open, shouted that he didn't know that, and asked how come they couldn't heal people instantly. One of the second years stared at the protagonist and said, "What kind of student is this?" Another shouted that the protagonist was a commoner, and Jade said that he never got to show his cool side to Ella. With her mouth slightly open, Hevon began to speak. The wind blew the teacher's cape and she continued that fighting between students was strictly prohibited. Ella asked with wide eyes how she appeared here, and Urien replied that the teacher was watching them. Hyun turned her head and looked at the students. She smirked and thought that there were many interesting students this year. Outside the academy, the teacher could be heard shooing them away and saying that in honor of the opening ceremony, she would pretend that she hadn't seen anything. The students apologized and thanked Hyun, and Sunbi gritted his teeth and decided to get revenge on the kids. Entering a room full of furniture, the heroes exclaimed that this must be their personal room and that there was a bed. Urien smiled widely and told his sister that this was a great dorm. Ella's call was heard through the protagonist's loud laughter. The girl lowered the corners of her lips and said that she had no idea that her brother was so talented, and continued that she had never heard of instantaneous healing. Urien's eyes sparkled, and he said that he didn't even know that it was something incredible. Lowering her hands, the girl said that he would definitely be accepted into some cool place after graduation, and added that she thought that their paths would diverge. Raising his eyebrows, the protagonist addressed his sister affectionately. The protagonist's eyes filled with tears. Smiling widely, Ella exclaimed that she would not lag behind. With wide eyes, the girl said that it was because he was very close, and continued that she was also in the advanced class. Urien heard his sister suggest that they support each other until the very end, to which he, smirking, supported her. The sun's rays fell on the academy building, and they heard someone ask if the boys had a good rest yesterday, and then say that he was the homeroom teacher of the advanced class. Standing in front of the board, the woman said that her name was Hyun, and asked the boys to be friends. With her fist to her mouth, Hina exclaimed that she was a hero, and Goliath said that this was the advanced class. Urien's eyes widened, surprised that she was a hero, and said that it was their homeroom teacher yesterday, to which Ella replied that she knew it. After asking if the beds were soft, Hyun parted her lips and said that she thought they liked their private rooms, and added that these were exclusive rooms for the advanced class. Princess Sarudi and Ricky were sitting nearby and heard that, in other words, the normal students who couldn't get into the advanced class did not have such privileges. Hearing that from today on, delicious food, new uniforms, and excellent equipment would be at their disposal because they were an advanced class, the Je and Mu sisters' eyes widened. Knowing that if they could hold out until the very end, the school would look at them with envy, Ella and Urian were proud of themselves. Pausing in her speech, Hyun raised her finger and said that there was a weeding system. The teacher continued that they were admitted to the advanced class thanks to the entrance exam, but if their performance dropped, they would be transferred to a normal class, to which Jade pursed his lips. Hyun, looking at the anxious students, wondered how many of them would graduate from the advanced class. Urian smiled and exclaimed that he was looking forward to it. The teacher decided to begin the lesson. A flag symbolizing the advanced class was visible. A scale of the number of students by year appeared, and since the evaluation of the advanced class is absolute, the number of students changes every year. In the background of the subject, it was said that, unlike ordinary students, the advanced class receives enormous support. After graduating, a student in the advanced class, such as Jade, Ricky, or Sarudi, is guaranteed a successful career. It seemed like the item was breaking, which means that if they fail, they immediately transfer to the normal class and the pride they gain disappears. For reference, the number of students in the last year of the advanced class was 0. Looking at the enthusiastic Urian, one can wonder if our protagonist will be able to graduate from the advanced class. Drawing chalk on the board, Hyun said that this is the first lesson for students. Urian looked at the board with wide eyes. Chris's eyes narrowed because he understood what it was. After Hyun wrote an example on the board, the whole class realized that it was mathematics. Raising his hand, the noble asked the teacher if he could ask a question, and she allowed him. Raising his eyebrows sadly, Chris asked if they needed mathematics in a magic school and added that he wanted to study magic. Smirking, Hyun asked why he needed magic. The son of the Minister of Internal Affairs muttered that he wanted to become a strong sorcerer like their teacher to help the kingdom, to which she, standing at the board, said that this was a fine answer, but there was a caveat. Hyun looked around the class with red eyes and said that in order to become stronger, the students did not need mana or even magic, and added that they needed knowledge of the world. Sitting at their desks, the class listened to the teacher's speech about how if they had knowledge, they could easily surpass themselves, and Hina, with wide eyes, was surprised by this. A small flame formed on Hyun's finger. She asked the students what they should do to make the fire bigger. Smirking, Chris said that they should use more mana. Suddenly, the flame on the teacher's finger increased. The nobleman was right. Hyun continued to explain how to do it, and Reizo, resting his head on his hand, looked at the confused Chris. Turning to the girl with the bun, the teacher asked what would happen if no more mana was added. Hina's eyes widened, and she became confused and thoughtful. The girl said that other sorcerers should use support spells, and she was wrong. Hyun, continuing to emit flames, told the students that this was one way, but there was a better way to increase the fire without mana. Green streams appeared on the teacher's palm. She stretched out her hands and began to increase the fire with the wind. A moment later, the students looked in horror at the huge flames in the middle of the classroom. Ella and Urian heard that the fire began to grow rapidly when it combined with the wind, and the protagonist realized that this was a combustion reaction. Surrounded by flames, Hyun said that this was knowledge and added that they should not focus only on increasing their mana reserves. The example on the board was illuminated by the rays of the sun. The teacher said that they needed to study and suggested starting with a simple test. The sun's rays were visible through the windows of the academy. The students were doing their work. Hyun stopped the class and suggested checking the answers. Hearing that 3 people got excellent results, Chris bit his finger and admitted that he had guessed 2 answers at random. The teacher said that Sarudi had done the best, and Hina, with her hands over her mouth, said enthusiastically that it was not surprising for a princess. Reizo, hearing that he was second, widened his eyes and asked if only 3 people had everything correct. The guy asked why beads of sweat appeared on Chris's face, and he did not believe that the bully had answered without mistakes. Rising above the confused nobleman, Reizo said not to tell him that Chris had mistakes. The bully mocked the son of the Minister of Internal Affairs, saying that he was a diligent bastard and an aristocrat with an advantage in admission, 7th on the list of the best, to which Chris sighed anxiously. Opening his mouth, Reizo asked if the ranking changed once a month and added that he was not interested in places. The boy smirked and glanced at Chris, telling him to start working hard from tomorrow. The nobleman lowered his head under the table and sighed again. Looking at the confused student, Hyun decided to announce the last one who had done everything. Urian's eyes sparkled when he heard his name. The students turned to look at the commoner, surprised by the result. Ella's eyes widened and she called out to her brother. Urian was smiling. Folding his arms, the protagonist proudly thought that in his past life, he was a student at the Republic High School of the Republic of Korea, suffering from a private education. Looking at the board, he believed that he could easily calculate such an example in his head because it was elementary. Closing his eyes, Urian decided that he would be the best here. Continuing to sit at his desk, the protagonist rejoiced out loud at the result. Gritting his teeth, Jade called out to Urian and said that he would not lose to him. Hyun said that the simple tests were over and raised her hand, adding that she wanted to give the students something. The teacher extended her hand with the gift forward. With the help of magic, the gifts scattered throughout the classroom. Hyun said that this was an advanced class badge and asked the students to attach them to their vests, to which Urian and Ella widened their eyes. The teacher, smiling, said that with the badges, the students have access to everything in the school, such as the best food exclusively prepared for the advanced class. A table appeared, filled with a large number of exclusive dishes. Urian and Ella's mouths were drooling at the sight of the meat. After biting into it, Ella, admiring the advanced class, shouted to her brother that the meat melts in her mouth and added that she wants to be here forever. Licking his fork, the protagonist answered his sister that she can do it, but she needs to try hard for it. Looking at the juicy meat, Ella suggested that her brother work hard to get good grades. Gathering the students in front of her, Hyun asked if the children liked the food and said that there would be a monster hunting lesson. There were trees behind the teacher, and Hyun said that unlike the test in the morning, this lesson would affect their grades, adding that in the worst case, they could be expelled, so they should work hard. Urian's eyes widened and he told his sister that this lesson would affect their grades, to which Ella clenched her fists and replied that she would definitely take first place. Hyun smirked and said that they were still beginners and that they were too young to hunt monsters on their own, saying that she had called the seniors for this lesson. Also known as the joint monster hunting class, two figures appeared in front of the students. The seniors heard Hyun tell the juniors to hunt monsters with them, smiling widely, and one of them added that he missed them very much. The protagonist laughed when he heard that teamwork would be taken into account when calculating the points, and it would be good to get along. The thought that he was finished came into his head. From between the tall trees, one of the seniors could be heard saying that it was nice to meet the arrogant younglings again, and reminding them that teamwork was important. Sticking out his tongue, the boy asked if it was true that their grades would go down if he told Hyun that they disobeyed. Looking at the upset students, the seniors told them not to be afraid, because they were not vindictive, and asked them to remember that they could be either good or bad depending on the actions of the class. With his mouth wide open, Jade turned to Ella and Urian, saying that he hoped that they would listen to the seniors. Frowning, the magic swordsman muttered that although it was very unfair, he had to remain in the advanced class at all costs. Jade clenched his hand into a fist. Raising her hand, Ella firmly supported the boy, and looking at the smirking elders, she wondered how much they would rate them even if they listened to them. Gritting his teeth, Urian muttered that he could not let the mocking elders ruin his grades. Suddenly, the protagonist's eyes widened. The protagonist politely addressed the elders, to which they asked in confusion whether this was good or bad. Frowning, Urian proposed a bet with them. Sweat appeared on the faces of the enraged elders, wondering how a commoner dared to ask them a bet and what this newbie could do. Raising his hand, the protagonist, defending his friends, said that they would show them what they could do. The elder opened his mouth wide and shouted that everything would be as they wanted. The boy picked up a barrel of weapons and threw it towards the students. They looked at the barrel in fear and heard the elder tell them to grab their swords and everything else. Raising their weapons, the elders announced a training fight and said that they would recognize the students if they won. One of them, licking the blade of the sword, said that it was real and they could get hurt by it. The students were surprised and wide-eyed when they heard that the teachers could not tell whether they were hit by a monster or a human. Urian raised his eyebrows and asked worriedly if the elders wanted them to fight with real swords. The elder, hearing the protagonist ask if they would leave him alone if the students defeated them, told them not to be afraid because they were not that bad. A blush appeared on the hero's cheeks. They thanked the elders, and Jade, closing her eyes, said that she would stay in the advanced class. The elders stood with their hands down and heard Ella ask which sword she should take, to which Urian replied that she could take any, and they laughed. Bringing their heads closer to each other, one of them said that the other did not have to hold back. The branches of the leaning trees were visible. The blade of the sword cut through the air. With a scream, one of the elders attacked Ella. Gritting his teeth, the boy looked at her in surprise. Looking at the student, in whose hands the sword was glowing, the elder realized that the commoner had filled the sword with mana. Ella's eyes widened in fear. The boy decided to do the same. The elder struck the commoner on the head, and she realized that she had failed to protect herself because she could not remain calm. Ella looked up at the boy and told herself that she would not fail today. With his mouth wide open, the elder called Nigel and asked him to quickly cast a protective spell. Nigel waved his staff and formed a shield around his friend, casting the super armor spell. Looking away, Jade cast the speed spell. A black magic stream formed. Approaching the frightened Nigel, the student cast another spell, strength. magic appeared from Jade's hand. Attacking Nigel, who was standing among the bamboo, the boy was able to break his staff. The elder looked at the broken staff, his mouth open in fear. Nigel looked excitedly at the student, who had a demonic sword in his hands. Jade smirked, put the sword away, and said that the first thing to do was to deal with the sorcerer. One of the elders, frowning, sighed and could not believe that things had come to this. Holding the sword in front of him, the boy ran towards Urian and said that he would destroy their sorcerer too. Ella rushed towards them and shouted that she would not let this happen. Urian, holding the staff in his hand, heard loud screams. The protagonist's eyes were covered by hair. A smile appeared on the protagonist's face. The space between Urian and the elder was enveloped in magical tongues. The elder boy's pupils narrowed. He realized what was happening. Opening her mouth wide, Ella screamed that he needed to be careful. A monster rose up behind Urian. Putting out a paw, the monster was preparing to strike at the protagonist. The commoner covered her brother with her body, but the monster's blow hit her back. Seeing the claw marks on his sister's back, Urian's eyes widened and he called out to her. Frowning, Jade shouted the girl's name. Straightening his fingers, the boy summoned a demonic sword. Jumping high above the ground, Jade used the sword's second form, a spiral. Gritting his teeth, he struck the monster's head. The beast's head with an open mouth came off. Sitting on the ground, the elder began to scream, seeing the monster's head. The boy's pupils narrowed and he asked in surprise if he really killed the monster with one blow. Urian sat down on the ground next to his wounded sister and asked if she was okay, to which she replied that everything was fine and the wound did not hurt at all. With his mouth wide open, the elder asked in surprise if those who were able to use full instant healing were really the advanced class. The hero sat next to his wounded friend, and Urian told her to take his vest. The elder clenched his teeth angrily. Urian's eyes widened and he looked towards the boy who said that they had passed and the elders would not report them. Was it that easy? The protagonist thought. Frowning, the elder called the protagonist a mud-blooded idiot and promised to tell about him. The angry senior's eyes turned white, shouting at Urian that he shouldn't push his luck, that he wasn't that good, and asking if he could do anything on his own, if he could catch a monster on his own. The protagonist smirked, finding their words logical, since it was true that he was a great addition. A house covered in plants appeared. Hyun, holding a glass in her hands, said that this wasn't originally supposed to be a combined class. The man smirked, saying that everything had suddenly changed, and the woman added that Hyun might not know because it was her first time here, but they did that sometimes. The teacher's red eyes looked straight at them, and she asked if that was allowed. The girl, raising the glass to her mouth, said that teachers also needed a break, and wondered why Hyun was speaking disrespectfully to her, and the man, mockingly, added that the teacher should believe in the second year. Looking at the steam from the glass, Hyun wondered why the theory class had suddenly changed to a monster hunting class. Looking at the other teachers, she continued that they were trying to calm her down. Raising her glass, Hyun doubted the teacher's intentions and asked if her students would get hurt since they had such great second years. They laughed in response and said that the students would not get hurt. Hyun looked away through the loud laughter, and the teacher's intentions became obvious to her. Clutching the glass in her hand, the teacher didn't know what to do with them and why they dared to pester her first-year students. Creating a sound static effect, Hyun wondered whether to praise their courage. The teacher's eyes widened and looked at her in confusion. The teacher took a sip and decided to wait. After all, this was an advanced class. In the forest, the elders' thoughts about Jade and the family using the demonic sword could be heard. When asked if they had made sure there were no mudbloods, the senior opened his mouth and shouted affirmatively that they had only brought him. Jade frowned, wondering what was wrong if they had suddenly called him. Gritting his teeth, the boy opposite him said that the seniors had done their job perfectly and had brought the right student. In front of them, sitting on a stone, was Laryl, a second-year advanced student, who called out to Jade and asked to be allowed to give him advice. The building of the Magic Academy towered over them, and it was said that the second years were now called the Demon's Den because he was the first among them. On the day of the entrance ceremony of the senior year, Laryl, who had taken the entrance exam first, appeared and told everyone to listen to him. To which the other students, waving their hands, asked not to make them laugh because they were also aristocrats and would not listen to him just because he was the first. Last year, there were 10 people in the advanced class until Laryl beat everyone else half to death, piling their mangled bodies into a pile. With their bloody hands pressed together, the 3 who submitted remained in the advanced class, while those who stood firm were sent to the hospital. Now, there are only 4 people in the advanced class, Laryl and 3 other crazy guys, and there is a strict hierarchy among them. Jade asked why the entire second year would be here, with the corners of his lips drooping, to which he heard his name. Laryl closed his eyes and said that before the magic swordsman came, he had heard something about his family. The second year continued that his family used a demonic sword, and that Jade had a great responsibility in his hands, to which Jade looked at him through his hair in confusion. A tear ran down the swordsman's cheek as Laryl asked if it was true that Jade's family would be lost if he failed to graduate from the advanced class. The manor appeared and the sound of what kind of magic tool was heard. The boy, through the shadows, wondered why people who couldn't use the demon sword used mana swords as if it was nothing. He, through the sweat on his face, turned to his father. The magic tools that were becoming popular in the kingdom were visible. It was a magic wand that created water and a sword that released fire. It was heard that they were the demon sword family, which was in decline. The father, sitting at the bar table, called out his son's name. He extended his hand and addressed Jade. The father, taking hold of the boy, shouted that he must graduate from the advanced class, no matter what it took, adding that they must prove that the demon sword family was still alive and well. Continuing to shout at his son, he said that no matter what, if Jade could not graduate from the advanced class, then his mother, brother, sister, and he would die. Laryl appeared, sitting on a rock, saying that he would let him graduate from the advanced class. Jade, wide-eyed, asked again. The second year, looking at the boy, said that now this class was being watched by people of such heights that it was difficult for him to imagine their strength. Laryl, narrowing his eyes, said that they gave them a task and guaranteed that they would not be expelled if they helped them complete it. Jade listened with his mouth slightly open as the senior said that for people like them, graduating from the advanced class was a normal thing and asked if that was true. The second year looked at the boys and answered affirmatively that Jade should go to those commoners and do as he told him. Laryl narrowed his eyes and asked that it was much easier than fighting for a place in the advanced class, and said that he was helping him because his family was going through a hard time. The boy, looking scared, heard that he now had the opportunity to become a worthy son. Urian and Ella, with their mouths slightly open, were worried about Jade. The sister, raising her hand, said that he had not returned for so long that they were starting to worry, and Julian asked where the seniors went. Jade was bleeding from his hand, and he heard him not say that the seniors went to tell the teachers that they were not working well as a team. The boy opened his eye. He began to strike with his sword, and Ella did not see it and responded to her brother. An attack occurred. Urian pushed his sister back. Jade, slightly opening his mouth, asked if this was a bad joke. Did he not think so? The brother and sister were trapped, and the swordsman told Urian to be careful. Swords appeared, and it was heard that there was high voltage between them, and if you touch them, then simple treatment will not help. The protagonist, standing in the cage, asked if Jade did it with the demonic sword, and added that he is capable. The swordsman slightly opened his mouth and, apologizing, told the brother and sister to stay there. He, looking at them with shame, said that the elders said that he can monopolize points. Urian and Ella, with wide eyes, heard that Jade should stay in the advanced class, and for commoners it is normal to fly out. The swordsman, with his pupil bulging, thought that he would let them out when the lesson was over and apologized. A bamboo forest appeared, and he heard what it was doing. Laryl, looking at his bloody fist, said that he thought he clearly asked to cut off their limbs. He, looking down, clarified that Jade was trying to disobey the people above. The swordsman was covered in bruises. He remembered Laryl sitting on a rock and telling him to find his brother and sister and cut off their limbs. Jade, with his eyes wide, thought that it seemed to him that the people above refused to accept the fact that there were commoners in the magic school. The second year, looking at him, said to kill them, and this was their task. Trees were visible, and it was heard that the other teachers could not get here, and the senior thought that the people from above gathered the teachers for this operation. Laryl, leaning on his knees, said that the task must be completed. Jade's face was dripping with sweat and he knew he couldn't let them down. A notification appeared that he had to save his fallen family, and this was his chance to become a good son. Jade was all tormented and he heard his name being called. Laryl pursed his lips and said he didn't understand and asked if he didn't need to graduate from the advanced class. The elder looked at the fallen swordsman and said that he had done so much for the poor commoners, to which the boy replied that they were not poor commoners. Jade raised his head and shouted that it was Ella and Urian. Laryl looked down and asked if he had been enrolled a day or two ago and added that that was enough time to become so close. The swordsman slammed his fist on the ground and said that he wasn't saying that because they were close. Imagining Ella holding a sword, he said that she was talented in wielding it and worthy of being in the advanced class. Lying on the ground, the boy said that Urian was weak and lacked skills in magic. Thinking of a worthy protagonist, he said that the protagonist was smart and would definitely become a wonderful adult who would lead the kingdom to prosperity. Jade, imagining Urian talking to people, added that he also had amazing healing abilities and in the future he would be loved by many and heal many in the kingdom. The swordsman, with his mouth wide open, shouted that they both had a future. Laryl, standing over Jade, listened to him say that they would be more useful than any noble who discriminated against them only because of their status. The elder, with his mouth slightly open, said that there might be some benefit. The second year sat down next to him and said that then Jade's family would be doomed to despair. Laryl, with his brows furrowed, said that disobeying high-ranking nobles was a crime and that it would lead his family to an even faster decline. The swordsman, through the sweat on his face, heard that the naive, innocent brother and sister still knew nothing about this world. It seemed that the brother and sister, happy for Jade, said that they heard that he got into the advanced class and was in 3rd place. The swordsman, putting his hands on them, asked if it was great, to which he received a positive answer. The younger brother, closing his eyes, asked if their father would smile again. Jade, with his mouth slightly open, heard the question of whether the family would be happy again. The guy, hugging his brother and sister, confirmed and told them to believe in him. Sade and Hazel smiled and listened, saying that he would definitely graduate from the advanced class. Laryl extended his hand to the swordsman and said that it was not too late, and let him take his hand. The second year opened his mouth wide and asked what was wrong with prioritizing your family over the future of the kingdom, adding that his brother and sister had done something bad. Jade was covered in blood and heard that no matter how he resisted, the commoners would die today and that the teachers would not save them. Laryl stretched out his hand and told the swordsman to get ready and kill them, and added that he was not angry. It seemed like they were stretching their palms towards each other, and it was heard that they should live like successful aristocrats. Jade hit the elder's hand. The second year, biting his lip, heard him disappear, that the swordsman would never do such a thing. The boy, holding his hand in front of him, said that these were his friends and family and he would protect them all. Laryl narrowed his eyes. He lowered his head and said that Jade would regret it. Laryl sat on a rock and smiled. A brief description of the current situation. The second years from the advanced class came to kill Urian and Ella. Demonic energy began to be drawn out of the boy's hand. Jade fought the second years to protect them. The student began to slowly approach. The swordsman did not want to admit it. The blonde opened his eyes wide. He was strong. Jade looked at the enemy and said that he would fight because he could not allow them to do this. The student's eyes widened. He understood that if he lost, Ella and Urian would be in trouble. The guy said 10 times. He raised his hand and said that he would hit him 10 times and kill the heroes. Jade looked at the enemy and asked if he was really using a short dagger. They ran at him. The guy shuddered and thought about his body in bewilderment. The blonde calmly stabbed the boy with a knife. Jade spat out blood. The villain said that he used to use long swords. He smiled and said that if you use a dagger, you can look at the victim up close. The student threw the swordsman to the ground and said that there were 9 hits left. The other student smiled embarrassedly and said that no matter how many times he saw the ability to restrict movement, he still felt creepy. The gray-haired man looked ahead sullenly and said that they also did not obey at first, but in the end they had no choice. He said that Laryl does not fight. The young man threw the dagger on his shoulder. His friend said that he was beating. The boy said that in 10 seconds he would strike again. Jade grabbed his wounded side. The opponent began to count, and the swordsman thought that at some point he could not move. He waved his hand, releasing the demonic sword under the count. The boy rushed to attack with a black whip. Laryl blocked the attack and said 1. He opened his eyes wide. The student froze. The enemy was behind him and struck with a dagger. Everything repeated again. Jade gritted his teeth. The dagger was pulled out of his back. The psycho smiled and said that he had a great expression on his face. The guy began to writhe on the ground, and the student said that he would count another 10 seconds and began. He looked at the swordsman and counted to 2. Jade jumped up, using the third form of the spear. Black bayonets rushed towards the opponent. The brunette clapped his hands, noting how many spears the hero could create. He said that this year's advanced class is impressive. Jade looked forward in fear. His hand was pierced through by a blade. Laryl raised the dagger above his head. The hero screamed. The psycho looked down and started a new count. The forest, the guy turned to Urian. The brother and sister looked forward. They agreed that the words about the glasses were a lie. The girl clenched her fist and asked if Jade would be okay. She said that the elders were threatening him again. The white-haired one folded his hands together and said that if it were only those 2 idiots, he would be okay, but for some reason. He looked forward and said that he had a bad feeling. Jade fell to his knees. Sunby straightened up at attention. He clenched his teeth and groaned. Laryl approached him and said that if they were going to continue to be cowards, then let them go. He said that they were here to kill. The big guy raised his shoulders and began to apologize. The swordsman was lying face down on the ground. They asked him if he was alive. The blonde walked up to him and said that he was going to kill his brother and sister now, because in the end his attempts to stop him were futile. The psycho looked up and said that his actions were pointless and he brought ruin to his family. He squatted down and asked if the student regretted it. He asked why he was in such a state. Jade stared into space. The psycho asked why his family was created to suffer. Why couldn't he pull himself together? The boy didn't move. The villain mockingly said that he could still save them, but then suggested just killing those commoners. The guy looked at him and said that the duration of the restriction of movements was 5 seconds. Laryl looked down and said that the recharge lasts 10 seconds. He looked angrily and asked what he knew about this. Did he really think that this would change anything? The blonde raised his fist to punch and cursed. The swordsman screamed. Laryl knitted his eyebrows. He thrust the dagger into Jade's hand and asked what on earth Jade was thinking. Why didn't he obey him? The sky and the trees, the psycho asked, didn't he really need to graduate from the advanced class? Would he really let his family fall? The student began to rise. They asked him why he was doing so much for the commoners. The blue-eyed man smiled and repeated the blonde's question. Laurel looked closely at his victim. He repeated the question again. Jade trembled and said that the villain had no real friends. Laurel shuddered. The swordsman said that he could not express in words how pathetic it was. The psycho lowered his gaze. He raised his dagger to strike, frowned, and looked questioningly to the side. His dagger flew out of his hands. Jade knelt down and looked up in shock. He turned around. Urian asked, was Laurel really going to monopolize the points? The hero stood next to him and healed his friend. He asked him to never think about such a thing again. Jade looked at the hero in shock. The villain's assistants looked at the use of healing in surprise. The gray-haired one said that the rumors were true. The blonde frowned at the hero. Urian smiled menacingly and said that the older idiots would not get away with this, especially when it came to the psycho. The boy smiled and said to get ready. Laurel smiled madly. He squeezed the dagger in his hand. He swayed and thought that this idiot had crawled here himself. He ran at the hero and shouted that he would kill him now. Urian looked from under his brows and smiled. He put his hands in his pockets. Who would have thought that he would come here himself? Laurel grimaced and shouted again that he would kill him. Urian looked at the enemy. The cast of the dark sphere began. Jade attacked with a spiral, but the enemy dodged. The psycho looked at him and noted that the swordsman had already restored energy. That's what full instant healing means. The young man looked at him angrily. Urian came up behind him. His friend asked him why he came here. The boy calmly looked ahead. The student shouted that it was dangerous here. Urian went up to his friend and said that he was seriously injured. Jade looked at him in shock. The hero said that he thought he had healed him, but did he really miss something? The blonde smiled. The friend said that he had excellent healing abilities. The boy said that his sister was also in danger. The princesses looked at him in confusion. The swordsman lowered his embarrassed gaze and said thank God. The veins on the villain's forehead bulged. He asked what they were whispering about. He was getting lonely. The student looked at him in fear, and the hero laughed. Sweat was pouring down the boy's face. He could feel that the villain's aura was full of killing intent. He lowered his gaze and told the hero to prepare to run. Urian nervously looked ahead. His friend said that the enemy was more dangerous than he thought, to which the hero said that he had just arrived. Laurel gritted his teeth and asked who said he would let him go. Jade flinched. The psycho used the immobilizing ability again. He gritted his teeth, trying to figure out who it would be. Which of them would be completely immobilized? The blonde ran to attack. The student tried to figure out who would be attacked. The guy flinched. Noting that the enemy was very fast, he summoned a demonic sword and used the shield form. He put it in front of him and looked ahead. He realized that he was immobilized. Laurel nervously flinched and cursed. Urian looked at the shield and asked, was it really a sword? Jade realized that he was immobilized so that the hero would be forced to protect him. The blonde looked at the guy and asked, did he really predict this? He created a shield to protect himself before he was immobilized. The psycho stabbed the swordsman in the stomach with a dagger and told him to watch him writhe. Urian looked ahead. Laurel flinched at the way the hero called him. The boy with the terrifying aura looked at him and said that if he saw him again, he would kill him before he even noticed. The student's face was covered in sweat. He asked himself why he was so scared. Urian sat next to his friend and healed him. The swordsman asked, is it really true that the villain won't attack again? Jade looked ahead tensely. He had no idea what that psycho was planning, but this was their chance to finish him off. Laurel opened his mouth. He called the guys. The blonde looked at them menacingly and said that they had 10 minutes to kill everyone. The henchmen smiled contentedly. They twisted their faces and said that they were waiting for this. Jade looked at them in fear. He forgot. The psycho's eyes bulged and looked ahead. The swordsman didn't know if he could escape from him alone. He looked at the 4 killers. In his mind he said that we weren't even talking about the entire second year of the advanced class. Jade gritted his teeth and began to sweat. He trembled, mentally asking what to do in such a situation. The student frowned. He asked himself to stop thinking about nonsense, because if he just stood there, nothing would change. He bit his lips and began to think about how to escape. Energy was drawn out of his hand. Jade angrily looked forward. He kept telling himself think and repeating it. The hero smiled and told his friend enough. A flash appeared behind the student. The swordsman staggered and moaned questioningly. The boy caught him and said, oh my God. He asked if his friend was okay. The brute stretched his arms and screamed that the boy was so scared that he fainted from fear. The blonde smiled and asked to leave the rest to him and sleep peacefully. The sword stuck in the ground. Ricky said that he was late. The guy stretched his neck and asked, didn't he want to take his teammate? The girls looked at him and said that it was strange. Ella looked ahead with concern and reminded that the hero promised to return soon. She thought that something had happened. Sarity looked down and said clearly she suggested going to look for the boy. There were screams in the forest. The blonde screamed that they had immediately fled. Laurel ran through the forest and said that they needed to find them and kill them. He screamed that they couldn't leave witnesses. The guy looked ahead absent-mindedly and said that scum like a hero. He said that he had run away with someone on his back. The villain frowned and said that they needed to find and kill. Suddenly a man in armor appeared nearby. The student asked who he was. The gray-haired man looked at him angrily and demanded that he get out of the way. He said that they had a task from the authorities. The knight looked at the guys and said wow, he hadn't exercised for a long time. The wind fluttered his cloak. Urien said that he would take the opportunity and warm up. He hoped that the children would not die too quickly. Laryl gritted his teeth and repeated his question. Who is he? Urien looked at the guy and almost said his name. He said that he was a genius swordsman. The trio jumped on the hero to attack. The psycho ordered to kill the guy while he could not move. He said that to say such a thing, you need courage. The blonde looked forward with a grin. Zinkin began to fill his hand with energy. He was a true symbol of strength, capable of destroying stone with his bare hands. Isla smiled. He gave up first. He was a strange brat who liked to kill others. Kelly swung his fist. He was the weakest of the three, but he was a bloodhound who would carry out any task, no matter what it cost them. Laryl smiled madly and thought that they were all great guys who were suitable for him as henchmen. He noted that this strange idiot would slowly and painfully die when they would tear off his limbs one by one. His eyes widened. He asked, is the hero only capable of showing off? Flashes were heard behind him. The student looked back questioningly. 3 of his friends' butts were sticking out of the tree bark. Laryl looked at them and thought about butts. The swordsman took hold of the hilt and said that his immobilization did not work on him. He said enough of these pathetic tricks. The psycho shuddered and asked again. He clenched his jaw and cursed. An ability flew at the hero. He asked the student to listen when someone was talking to him. Urien caught the guy's dagger with 2 fingers and said that he already told him that it would not work. The knight looked at the blade and asked, is this by any chance the only thing he can do? The psycho broke out in a sweat and began a long series of attacks. He looked angrily at the hero and asked how he was going to defeat him without even swinging the blade. The hero easily repelled all the attacks and chuckled. He broke the blade with his fingers. Laryl looked at him in shock. He was asked if he was really the best among the second-year students. Urien looked at him and said that he was a little disappointed and that this could not even be called a warm-up. The blonde clenched his teeth. He smiled nervously. He took out his sword and said that it had been 4 years since he held a long sword in his hands. He ran to attack. The young man asked not to disappoint him again. Laryl smiled and used the ability. Urien looked at him and reminded him that it would not work. The psycho swung and said that the hero believes that this is the only skill he has. The guy ended up behind the knight. His blood spurted. This student was in first place among the second-year students. The hero looked at the inflicted wound. The villain smiled contentedly. Urien asked himself, is it all because he is so fast that he does not catch the eye? A year ago, Laryl was beating up children. Then there was an incident of an attack by an advanced class. The reason why the magic school could not fully hold Laryl accountable for his crime. The verdict of the committee of the Royal Magic School, despite his character flaws, his abilities cannot be ignored, because the magic school is always short of talent, and the blonde had the skills needed by the kingdom. Laryl put his sword on his back and asked, did the hero really think that he could move with his speed? He smiled and said that speed is equal to strength. Urien looked at him. The student noted that he really had tough skin, because he planned to cut off his left arm. The boy looked at the wound. The villain said that he was lucky that he got off with just a cut. The knight coldly looked at his hand and said that this was not his blood. Laryl looked ahead questioningly. There was a large cut on his body. The youth lowered his gaze. His pupils narrowed. He groaned. The student fell to his knees. The hero put his sword away and said that he would not get the warm-up he needed. Laryl grabbed his wound and shouted that he was a valuable asset to the kingdom. Urien looked at him. The boy said that attacking him was an act of aggression against the kingdom. The hero said that it was great, considering the plan to kill the student. The knight froze. He remembered the blonde cutting his friend. Every blow. He remembered the swordsman being beaten. The villain raised his head. The hero slowly approached him, threatening him with an aura. He said that this would not end with his head stuck in a tree, at least not for him. Laryl broke out in a sweat and asked who the hero was. The knight grabbed his sword. He said that he would have to kill him if he said, white hair. The girls and the boy looked around. Sarity asked if everyone felt that aura. Ricky looked away and said that it was Yuri. He was covered in mana. The girl said that it was the one the boy pointed out as the culprit of the incident at the entrance exam. Ricky used the wind and flew forward. Sarity urged her friend. The white-haired man quickly ran forward. He shuddered. Yuri stood in front of the body of the best second-year student. Urien looked at him silently. Ricky descended, addressing the hero. The knight looked at him and asked him to call him by his fictitious name. The boy came closer and asked, could it be that Laryl, the best among the second-year students, could not compare to him? Ricky looked down and said that the boy had such great strength and still planned to kill students. Urien said that he did not kill anyone. The student squeezed the hilt. He summed up that the hero refused to answer and not that it mattered. The wind rose around the boy. He said that he would have to speak soon. The wind hit the hero. He asked, was he really stronger than Laurel? The white-haired man raised his sword and said that if the knight thought he could defeat him again, he should think again. He pointed the sword at him and said that he was using the power of V, the spirit of the wind. The hero looked at him questioningly and asked again. It was not like he was thinking about it. Hersia appeared in his head. She said a warrior, a demon, a dragon, or even a king. She said that the hero can become whatever he wants. Urien looked at the student, noting that there were other species besides humans. Ricky got into a fighting stance, addressing the spirit. The space around the boy began to glow. He asked to grant him power. The knight adjusted his cloak and said that it was impressive. He said that he would even have to get one of the buffs. The boy's eyes flashed. He created ice shards using the X-1000 wind sword. Ricky swung. Ice shards rushed at the hero. Urien looked up. He noted that it had definitely become cooler in here. An explosion was heard. Urien gripped the hilt of the sword, and with one swing, he scattered everything to the sides. The knight spun the sword and said that the student would have to come up with something better. Ricky's sword began to glow. A wall of cold and wind appeared around him. He noted that the hero had let down his guard and now was his chance. He stared ahead, intending to finish the hero off with one blow. A pillar of light struck near the student. Urien said that this is exactly what he was talking about. The warrior looked at the opponent and said, riddle surprise. He said that it seemed like he was here, but it was better to watch the back, so where is he? A beam struck from the sky. The opponent looked forward. Urien hit him with the edge of his palm from behind and said that the answer was this. He said that there was an afterimage in front all this time. Ricky's eyes rolled back. He said that this was a cheap move. The hero raised his hand and said that the white-haired one was better than Laurel. Palace, the joint predator hunting lesson for first-year advanced students, was cancelled. Urien stood. It was because Yuri was the main suspect in the entrance exam incident. The one who used the beasts to attack the nobles appeared and attacked the students again. The man walked up the stairs. Hyun opened the doors. The principal looked at her and smiled. The president looked at him darkly. She hoped that the man was informed. Majez smiled and said that he heard that this incident happened when she was called by the other instructors. Devshuka walked further. She said that she was not allowed to return to class. Majez noted that she was not the type to be locked up. Hyun looked forward tiredly and said that she did not resist. She just did not expect her students to get hurt. The president walked to the principal's desk. She suspected that this incident was staged. She said that someone of high rank who had direct influence on the teachers. The principal smiled and said that this was exactly his thoughts. He also believed that the true mastermind was a high-ranking noble. Hyun looked at him silently. The office was covered in a bunch of flashes. The director looked grimly at his office collapsing. The president said that she would pray. The girl looked at the director and added that he was not involved in this incident. Majez looked up and called her by name. He looked askance and said that she was not the only one who felt insulted because of this. Hyun did not move. The man said that he was also very upset by the fact that the students were seriously injured. The director looked up and swore that he was not involved in anything, but he suspected that the teachers who kept her locked up were like that, so she was currently undergoing a thorough interrogation. Hyun lowered her gaze. Majez said that he would reveal the truth about this incident as soon as possible. The girl asked to look into the second-year advanced class as well. She said that her children were attacked. The hospital, she said that they were currently under observation due to the injuries sustained by Yuri. She said that she would begin her investigation once they were stabilized. The president looked away and asked if the hero could be an imperial spy. The director shifted in his seat and said that they had not confirmed anything yet, but they should not waste time trying to find out his true identity. She introduced the hero and said that he was a threat and might even be hiding in the school, waiting for another chance to strike. Yuri gorged himself on meat. His sister was sitting next to him and eating as well. The girl was giving him suggestions. The blonde boy licked his lips. He thought that now they wouldn't have to worry about being demoted anytime soon. He doubted that they would teach them another dangerous lesson after how many of them had suffered. Chris and Reizo were eating carefully and criticizing the way the poor people ate. Reizo said that Chris was talking with food in his mouth. The red-haired boy glared at the bully and told him to leave. The long-haired boy flinched in fear and said of course. He said that he had made an appointment for the boy to go to the hospital. He advised him to just go and get checked out. Hina looked ahead and said that she heard that they had been attacked as well, but that they looked fine. The guy next to him said that they had fully recovered. The twins were sitting next to each other. Mu looked away and said that she wanted that. Her eyes widened. Jill looked at her sister questioningly. Jade smiled, greeting his friends. The boy passed by the table. He was glad that the heroes were okay. The boy asked if he was feeling better. The swordsman smiled and said that he had fainted, but his body was fine. Ella said that the swordsman must be getting old. The hero's sister came up to him. She heard that the student sacrificed himself to protect them. The girl looked at the senior student anxiously and asked him not to go anywhere alone from now on. She suggested that they always stick together. The boy's cheeks turned red. He was only happy. Jade clenched his fists and agreed to stick together. You are classified what Ella valued. It was him, the lunch menu, and Jade. The swordsman smiled. The hero said that he was just letting him know. The students are in the cafeteria, and the joint lesson on hunting animals has come to an end, and all the first years of the advanced class. The hero laughed, because even including him, everyone managed to take their seats. Several months have passed. The principal looked at the hero and turned to him. He said that if he failed this exam, he would be expelled. Urian smiled sheepishly. He was under threat of expulsion. The students looked at the man. He said that the hero was originally accepted as an honorary student of the magic department on the condition that low grades would lead to expulsion. The hero smiled. Majez was completely confident that he would easily pass this exam. The principal coughed. He asked to let him explain. Everyone frowned at him. He said that it was time for midterm exams. He said the exam would be on hunting for advanced class beasts. The Forest of Endurance. Each of the students would enter it, and if they scored 20 points, they would pass the exam. Reizo looked at the man in shock and asked again. He said that this was a waste of time and energy. The red-haired man asked how dare he talk to the principal like that. Majez laughed and said that was a good question. He said it was time to tell them some very, very important information. The principal introduced the beasts and said that the beasts were divided into a total of 5 classes. Beasts such as wolves, bears, and tigers belong to the first level. He introduced the weapons and said that the beasts in the form of weapons such as swords, bows, and axes belong to the second level. Rain and thunderstorms. The man said that the beasts in the form of natural disasters such as typhoons, earthquakes, and torrential rains belong to the third level. Majez showed the sick and said that the beasts in the form of various diseases such as depression and the like belong to the 4th level, and finally, a single beast of the 5th level. He introduced a dark silhouette and said that it was time. He looked at the students and said that some of them might have already understood what the power of the beasts was. He said that it increased along with their deadly ability to kill people. Urian looked at him in surprise. He said that although the connection with humans itself remains unclear, one thing is certain: these beasts are the enemies of humanity. The bully looked angrily at the principal and asked what this 20 points was. The red-haired man again asked him to stop talking to the principal like that. Majez looked at the student and said that this was another brilliant question. The principal shuddered. He said that the first level is equal to 2 points, the second level is equal to 5 points. The students looked at him questioningly. He was sure that he could omit the details. The guy asked, did the principal really want them to hunt and earn 20 points? The man looked at the students and said that they had 5 days, and for their information, this exam is conducted individually. He ordered to prove to the others that they belong to the advanced class. Urian folded his arms and thought. He mentally asked himself how he was supposed to kill the beasts without revealing his abilities, since the second level beasts were worth 5 points, and if he could just secretly track down 4 of them. The principal was asked. The twins looked at the principal and asked what about the 3rd level. Majez looked at them with satisfaction and said that among the first-year students who asked him this question, she was the 3rd. He said that the 3rd level beasts were worth 20 points. He looked closely at the girl and said that if they encountered a 3rd level beast, they should run away immediately. The instructor looked at the students and said that a 3rd level beast cannot be defeated alone. Runpy and Chili looked at the children. The boy said that in this exam they will not be working with 3rd level beasts. The president frowned at the students and said that this time no one can interfere, not even any beast, not even Yuri, because she will be personally supervising the exam. She smiled. Urian looked at them with confusion. The president told the kids to concentrate on the exam. The boy said that he was getting better and better. The midterm exam was under close attention. Will the hero be able to pass the exam without his true strength being revealed? The blonde smiled nervously. The midterm exam at the Royal Magic School. The director looked at the students from the balcony. He said how many points killing beasts brings, but told them to earn 20 points and then the students will pass the exam. Urian pursed his lips. He knew that the exam would be easy. He imagined the observers who would be watching him. The hero anxiously introduced Huan. The nobleman approached the hero and greeted him. He asked if he knew that this was an individual exam. The boy smiled mockingly and said that in the end all he had was the ability to heal. He asked if the hero could earn 20 points on his own. Ella put her hand on her chest and asked her brother not to worry. She said she would help her brother somehow. Urian smiled and said that all this could work out for the best. The instructor walked down the hallway. Runpy looked ahead and said that he had sent all the students to their assigned places. The director looked away and said that this was excellent work. Chili waved her hand over the magic ball. A student was reflected in it. The woman looked at the man and said that all the magic tools were connected to each other. Majez said that this was good work. He took the ball in his hand. He was curious who would pass the exam first. The boy looked at him and guessed that it would be Her Highness. He said that she had talent beyond her years. Runpy looked at the ball and said, Ricky, this boy also seems exceptional. The instructor looked at him and said that all the first years this year were excellent. Sormini asked, what about their honor student? The professor glanced at him and asked, does the coach mean a commoner? He said that there was no way the hero would be able to take first place. He doubted that the hero would even pass the exam on his own. Chili looked at him worriedly. The man said that the hero would soon realize that he was expelled. The woman said that the boy should stay in their school. Hyun looked into the orb. Jerry said that he hadn't even seen his instant full healing in action. The president said that they just needed to keep watching to see if he would pass the exam or not. Urian stood in the reflection of the orb. The hero smiled lostly. He asked to stop watching him. He looked at the eye hanging in the air in front of him. The boy smiled and said that he would be expelled if he couldn't get 20 points. How could he pass the exam without revealing his true abilities? Urian looked up and asked thoughtfully, "What is the standard of their durability?" The youth released mana from his hand, asking, "Isn't instant full healing an incredible skill in this world?" He put his hand to his mouth. He asked himself, "Does the standard of strength only apply to combat?" At that moment, a huge rat appeared behind the boy. Urian looked up and said that it was very disgusting. The beast opened its mouth and screamed. The blonde looked away boredly. The eye watched him. The boy took out a stick and shot water out of it. Chili jumped up happily. She said that it was his magnificent water attack. Jerry frowned at the ball. The instructor said that she had never seen a student use the wand she made so gracefully. The professor said that it was not bad. Rumpy stood to the side. He noted that the hero had impressive mana. However, in front of the hero stood a large wet rat. The guy said that it was not enough. Urian laughed. He said, "Look how wet you are," as expected. He looked down, thinking that so much power did not bother his heart at all. He remembered how mana poured out of his hand when he was a child. At first, any manifestation of power caused a sharp pain in his heart. The hero looked away. He thought that it was because he tried to exert much more power than he had just now. In other words, the impact of a certain amount of power would not be fatal for him. Two monsters peeked out from behind the trees. They surrounded the child. But he smiled. For him the question was, what exactly is this limit? A bone creature appeared behind the beasts. The boy's eyes widened. The sword beast was looking at him. Its body parts were glowing red. It attacked, accidentally killing one of the rats with the attack. Red slashes flew at the hero. There was an explosion. The observers began to stare at the balls. Dust rose. Urian came out of it, fully healed. Chili clapped her hands, saying that this is it, instant full healing. Jerry looked into the ball and asked, "Did the hero really get a critical hit and come out unharmed?" The student looked ahead and said that this is the second level, so it is 5 points. He asked, "Will everything be okay with Ella?" The forest, the girl and the swordsman looked ahead. The boy asked the girl to be careful. The axe beast was looking at them. The student said that this is the second level. The couple leaned towards each other. The guy offered to deal with him and go look for Urian. The monster raised its blade above itself. Jade guessed that the hero was in a difficult situation. The boy and the girl flinched. Flash, the monster attacked. Jade hit the energy stream. He looked ahead tensely, trying to figure out why the monster was so strong. Ella joined the defense. The student angrily looked ahead and screamed. Jade gritted his teeth. He swung his sword. The monster rose higher. The boy thanked his partner. He said that she helped him repel the attack. Ella said not to mention it because they were friends. The swordsman's cheeks turned red. He asked again. The student said that her hands were still shaking. She looked at her hands with anxiety. She said that the second level beasts are much stronger than the first level beast. She said that if Urian got hit by a second level attack, he could get seriously injured before he had a chance to use healing. She clenched her fist. She looked sternly ahead and suggested to quickly deal with this monster and go look for Urian. Jade looked at her happily. The partners stood in fighting stances and were inspired. The guy assumed that the hero would need their help to earn points. The monster looked at the hero. After a face-to-face clash with a level 2 beast, Ella and Jade gained confidence. They looked forward with enthusiasm. The swordsman thought that the beast was strong, but not invincible. He wanted to see if he could do any damage to it. Soon the couple looked up in shock. The two fell into despair. The elemental monster stood right in front of them with the axe monster. A level 3 hurricane beast appeared. Observers. Urian was reflected in the ball. Everyone was closely watching the exam. Suddenly the ball cracked. Chili shuddered. The director frowned at the broken ball. The report began. A message came that a level 3 beast was spotted in each square. The professor looked ahead. The reporter reported that currently there were a total of 3 level 3 beasts spotted. Majez frowned and said that this was strange. The forest, it was not actually a forest meant for first years, therefore only level 1 and 2 beasts should have appeared. However, today level 3 beasts appeared. The principal threw up his coat. He thought that this was clearly an unusual occurrence. He turned to the observers. Everyone looked at him. The leader ordered them to go to the places where the level 3 beasts were spotted. He looked ahead and said that they must protect the students, who are the future of the kingdom. The hurricane monster raised its hands up and howled. Ella looked at it in shock and asked what was going on. She did not understand what kind of situation this was. Her eyes were wide open, she was thinking about the third level. The beast was walking on the battlefield, the girl could not understand where they should start and how should they attack. Jade shouted angrily, he demanded that Ella concentrate. He smiled and said that the teachers would arrive soon, he asked not to get hit until then. Ella looked at him and said okay. She looked at the monster and thought about her brother, she asked if he was okay. The wind picked up the girl, her body began to rise. The swordsman extended his hand to his partner and told her to grab his hand. The students began to pull their hands towards each other. Jade thrust his sword into the ground for support, he shouted for the girl not to let go no matter what happened. The monster's eye glowed in the smoke around. The swordsman looked away in fear. The blade of a huge axe rushed towards them. The students fell to the ground. Both lay on the grass. The boy asked if the girl was okay. Jade smiled and chuckled. The monsters loomed over him. The guy said that they had one crisis after another. The children looked away angrily. Jade summoned the sword. Ella squeezed the hilt of the sword. The couple took fighting stances. To save themselves, they must break through the axe. Beast raised the blade above its body. The boy looked at it and raised his hand. He put a shield in front of him. He smiled. Everything was as expected. He could block the attack of the axe. The sword sparkled. Ella attacked. She hit the beast. She gritted her teeth. The monster's body began to disintegrate from the blow, but it was not enough to win. Jade ran forward and said that he was fine. The boy stared ahead. The girl asked if it was really Jade. The woman in the dress looked ahead and asked if he really intended to sacrifice himself to protect the family. The son looked at her and told his mother that he was fine. He said if it was for the sake of the family, then he was not afraid at all. The woman looked at him sadly. A drop of excitement ran down the boy's face. His mother said that it was not true. She looked at her son and said that he did not need to sacrifice himself for the sake of the family. His mother's eyes sparkled. She told him to always use his power to protect himself, his comrades, and the citizens, but he didn't need to worry about his family. She said that was their role as wielders of the magic sword. Jade looked forward in shock and his mother shouted. He remembered the fight with Laurel and thought that he really didn't do his best when he fought him. If he had fought seriously, his family would have been destroyed by the high-ranking nobles. But if he hadn't driven Laurel away, he would have lost his friend. The beaten youth looked away. He thought that this was a problem for which he should sacrifice himself. He remembered the hero approaching him and saying that he was in a lot of pain. He remembered Ella, who looked at him with worry. He remembered the little ones who asked their brother not to get hurt. The boy sighed. He used the first form of the magic sword. Ella looked at her partner in shock. She was trying to understand what it was. Her eyes widened. The girl wondered what kind of weapon Jade was using. She didn't see anything at all. The student looked ahead intently. Ella thought he was amazing. Hurricane waved his hand and howled. Ella turned around. The swordsman told her to be careful. The children were thrown into the air. Both looked at the ground below them in shock. It was just the wind. The students were being lifted into the air. It was forcing someone. Ella waved her arms and legs like this to fall. She looked down in fear. She understood that if they fell, they would definitely die. The sister thought about her brother. The couple hung in the air near the ground. The hero stood between them. Ella fell to her knees. Jade hit his head on the ground. Jurian looked ahead happily, trying to understand, could he really see the third level? The swordsman jumped to his feet, not expecting to see the hero. He was glad that he was okay. He said that the teachers were already on their way and they needed to wait until then. The boy looked at the hurricane beast. He asked if it was worth 20 points. The couple looked at him in surprise. The hero suggested that the three of them defeat this monster. Jade opened his mouth and asked, was Urian serious? In his mind, he asked how he could even think about doing this after seeing this. Ella smiled sheepishly. She was ashamed that she was scared. She noted that her brother was a much braver person than her. Urian smiled in anticipation, thinking about 20 points. The beast surrounded the hero. He knew that there was a certain limit to the power that could be used. The sword monster's eyes flashed. The wet rat looked at him. Urian smiled and asked himself, what exactly was this limit? A cracked eye hung in the air. The boy looked at it in surprise. There were shards hanging in the air around the eye. This thing was broken and no one was looking at him right now. The rat attacked from behind. Urian asked what was going on. He sent the monster flying with one blow and told him not to interfere with his thinking. The rat was left without a head. The sword beast looked questioningly at the man. He asked, is there really no pain and no one is watching? The boy put his hand in his pocket and said, in that case, it is not necessary now. He smiled and said, since no one is watching, he cannot conduct an experiment. The monster's eye shone. The man asked, does he understand what he means? Urian opened his mouth and said clearly. He destroyed the monster and said that he was talking to himself. The blonde man stretched his shoulders and sighed, saying that it was refreshing not to worry about being watched. The boy looked in the direction of the scream. The hero turned to the thicket and asked if that was his sister screaming. Chili was fixing the ball. The director approached her and asked her to help him fix it quickly. The instructor looked ahead with excitement. She noted that all the magic tools broke at the same time. Despite the fact that it was level 3, something seemed strange. Her hands emitted light. She noted that the repair was also not going so smoothly. The woman asked what was going on there. The hero looked at the level 3 beast. He asked how about the 3 of them trying to deal with it. Jade knelt down and turned to the hero. The monster sucked in air. He sent a powerful stream at the people. The boy shuddered. Jade was thrown far back. He crashed into a tree. Ella looked at him in fear and screamed. The swordsman staggered. He smiled and said that Urien was amazing as always. He looked ahead and smiled. He said that his healing was perfect. The hero smiled. Jade looked ahead happily. He understood the meaning that Urien put into his words. He jumped to attack and encouraged his partner. The monster looked at the children. The true meaning of the phrase "let's deal with it" was to gather strength and face it head on with the intention of winning. He remembered how they were thrown into the air. It was true, it was impossible to escape from a level 3 beast. Even if they clumsily tried to escape, they might get hurt even more. The students ran to attack. The boy and girl looked ahead enthusiastically. They were going to gather strength and face it with determination while caring for each other. The swordsman mentally asked, was there a meaning? The hero put his hand in his pocket. He looked ahead nervously, realizing that he had made a mistake. The boy turned away from the fighting, realizing that it would be better if they just ran away. He thought about how they could secretly capture him while running and get 20 points. Jade and Ella attacked the beast's legs. The hero tried to figure out how they could handle it in this situation. Ricky looked forward and asked to grant him his power of the wind sword X1000. The sword flew through the rain. Compression occurred. The boy pointed the sword forward. He looked to the side and said shoot. It pierced the hurricane beast. The sword flew in an arc, leaving a hole in the monster's body. Ella and Jade looked up in shock. The boy asked them, did they really face a level 3 beast and did not run away? Ricky intercepted the sword and said that this was an admirable knightly spirit. Ella looked at the white-haired man happily and asked, did he really defeat a level 3 beast? Jade looked at his classmate with displeasure. He asked who the guy thought he was, stealing their victory. He clenched his fist and said that they could have easily defeated him themselves. He demanded not to pretend to be cool in front of Ella. Urien sadly squatted down and menacingly asked why the guy stole their glasses. Ricky calmly looked at them. The hero smiled. The boy said that he would gladly give him the glasses. The young man looked at the student and said that it was not a waste of time to give points to talents that benefit the kingdom. Last year he would have ignored the color black. He introduced Yuri. Ricky looked at him and said that the hero must prove it. He calmly looked at Urien and said that if he showed similar or equivalent abilities, even if just a little, he would immediately give him 20 points. Urien looked at him in surprise, noting that the first years this year were completely different. Ricky thought of a girl with a talent for fencing. Swords, the first special girl mage in. He imagined Urien in a mask and thought of a skilled swordsman. The boy looked at the heroes and noted that if the first years had such talents, he wanted to guide them before they lost their way. The three-faced monster looked at the children and asked if they had really killed a level 3 beast. The students shuddered in horror. The monster raised a pair of hands and said that he did not want to die. The students pointed their weapons at their throats. Urien looked in horror at the blood that spurted out. Everyone healed and looked into the void. The boy angrily turned to the beast. The creature looked at him. The child asked what he was. It raised its hands and said that it had the power to make people kill themselves. He was a level 4 beast, darkness. The student was breathing heavily. The swordsman vomited. Ricky was shaking all over. He asked himself what was going on. His pupil darted. He realized that right now he almost plunged the sword into his neck. Darkness groaned and raised his hands. He had scars on his wrists and neck. Urien put his hand on his belt and asked again the name of the monster. The green-headed one stirred and groaned. He asked, did the child really not commit suicide? The blonde one spread his hands in bewilderment and asked if he really thought that was a normal question. Darkness opened his mouth and said of course. He said that killing yourself in front of him is natural for people, isn't it? Urien grinned. He was addressed as an honorary student. Ricky put his hand on his shoulder and corrected the address to his name. He said that he was convinced of the student's abilities. The guy looked to the side and noted that from self-inflicted wounds to mental ones, everything was healed. He realized that healing a hero is an ability that is absolutely necessary for the kingdom. The student took out his sword. No matter what happened, he was going to protect the hero. Ricky looked forward and called the spirit of V. A pillar of light struck the boy. The monster asked if the boy was under the protection of a great spirit. The student glared at him and asked how dare the monster mention a great spirit. The wind blew the swordsman's cheeks. He noted that this creature could talk. Gloom looked at the man. The student noted that he was a being with intelligence and consciousness, definitely the 4th level. The monster said that it was a simple spirit. Ricky began to sweat. He could not understand why the 4th level was within the kingdom. Gloom suddenly appeared right in front of him and said that he did not want to die. The white-haired man pointed the blade at his throat. Jade and Ella did the same. Blood splashed onto the beast. Urian glared at him menacingly and told him to stop. The monster looked at him in confusion. He turned to the light of healing and said that they were not dead yet and this was not a coincidence or a miracle. Urian hugged his sister. Emrak said that another target appeared. The beast loomed over the hero. He said that he would definitely kill him because he was interfering with their plans. The white-haired man squeezed the hilt and said no. He glared at the enemy and said that he would send him back no matter what. He noted that the hero withstood the attacks of a level 4 monster. He had amazing magic tolerance. The boy looked at the student and asked if he was okay. He said that this was expected of a second ranked. The boy noted an instant full healing even from the attacks of a level 4 beast. Ricky curled his lips and thought that every ability of the hero surpassed the student's abilities and was more like the abilities of a heroic knight. Emrak stretched his ugly hand towards his brother and sister. The second-ranked man screamed. The first form of the demonic sword appeared above the monster. The beast's hand broke. Jade looked ahead tensely and said that this does not work at all. He screamed for the hero to run away. The green hand reached out to the boy. He turned around. Ricky looked ahead and said that there was no need for that. A powerful gust of wind threw the three of them aside. Urian looked at the second one and said that when he thought about it, he was not the same guy. Could it be Tyne's brother? He remembered the fight with the girl and noted that she was also awesome that time. The boy noted that they even looked the same. Darkness looked at the children and chuckled. Ricky froze. The beast asked, "Is that all he can do? Why didn't he run away?" The young man smiled and said that he could never run away from him. His hand clenched the handle. Blood flowed from the monster's eyes. Ricky said that he would buy time. After all, there was a warrior here. The monster chuckled and asked, "Is the man really trying to buy time to join this warrior? After all, he looks like a coward, doesn't he?" The white-haired man could hardly hold back his tears. He was counting the seconds. His hand was shaking. He only needed to wait 3 seconds. The boy raised his head and called out to V. The blue energy dragon flew forward. The monster looked at him. There was an explosion. Smoke rose. The monster asked if the boy knew about it. He waved his hand and said that he had not yet attacked directly. Ricky looked at him in horror. He thought that he was going to die. Runby looked forward. He said that he had just come face to face with a 3rd-level beast, but this opponent was stronger. The instructor picked up the boy and asked, "Is it really darkness in front of him?" The beast turned to him and said that there was no point in answering. The boy looked forward and said wind, super speed. Jade and Ella were lying on the ground. Urian hung in the air, gloomily. He looked menacingly at the battlefield. Butterfly wings emerged from the instructor's back. Light illuminated the clearing. Ricky covered his ears with his hands. He asked himself, could such a sound come from the wind? Gloom grabbed his collar. Forest. Majez looked away. He squinted and turned to Runby. He was called. He looked into the ball. Chili said that something was wrong. She looked into the ball with alarm and said that no matter how many 3rd-level beasts there were, it was impossible for the magic tools to be destroyed all at once and even beyond repair. The woman turned around and said that there was interference in the communication and a stronger enemy had appeared. The director shuddered. He created a magic circle and turned to Hevon, began to check the connection. The man's eyes lit up. He thought about the unexpected appearance of a 3rd-level beast. He looked at the broken magic balls that broke at the same time. The headmaster decided that all this could not be a coincidence. Majez looked forward and said that the beast with such a level of intelligence is the 4th level. His body was covered in lightning. He asked himself, why all this during the exams of the 1st year? Is the target the princess? He decided that whatever it was. The director looked menacingly forward and said not to underestimate him. Chili looked at him with fear. The headmaster said that until the Knight of the Kingdom arrives, he will go to the scene to protect the students. Majez looked sternly forward. Mentally, he asked the princess not to die and asked her to wait. Runbai got into a fighting stance. Darkness adjusted his collar and said maybe, looking at each other like this, he does not think that they are the same. Huge hands reached out to the warrior. The beast told him to know his place. Ricky looked at the guy with fear and screamed. Runbai opened his mouth in surprise. The robe flew into the air. The warrior used the wind sword. A weapon appeared in the air. The boy jumped and struck. A huge hand reached out to him and caught the boy in a fist. The instructor jumped out of the grip. The monster turned its heads. It reached out its hand to the man. The knight made a rounding jerk. He looked at the monster and said that it was too slow level 4. Ricky watched the fight closely. He noted the enormous speed, as expected. Runbai struck. The boy was sure that he could defeat the 4th level. The beast screamed that it did not want to die. The boy was shocked. The youth screamed. The instructor pierced his own leg. He twisted his lips in pain. The student tried to understand why. The warrior realized that the monster's power made people want to commit suicide. He fell to one knee. Gloom bowed his head and asked what happened to his arrogance. Runbai gritted his teeth. These words instantly came to his mind, filling him with despair. The boy looked at the red aura of the monster. His words made him helpless. The instructor bit his lip until it bled. He grabbed the sword and asked why the fourth level, which had been inactive for many years, appeared now. He shouted at himself not to be depressed. Gloom looked at him and said that the man just got hit and began to change his strategy to gather information. The beast raised his broken arm and said that they were going to destroy all the humans. Ricky shouted. He said that they should run. Ryunbai clenched his lips. It was true. His face was covered in sweat. He knew that he had to think wisely, and he did not come to kill the fourth level. The warrior clenched his fist. He told himself that not a single student had died so far. He must quickly return to the kingdom and report the appearance of the fourth level. Gloom flew over the clearing, causing a red light. Everyone grabbed their throats. People opened their mouths, covered in sweat. Three-Faced looked at them with pleasure. He said that it was a beautiful sight. One head looked back. The beast said good night. The hand reached out to the fallen bodies. Tyne looked forward. She pressed the book to her chest and called her brother. Darkness made faces and smiled. A spirit appeared in front of him. He said that she was six-winged. The great spirit of the wind Vi looked into the void. She glanced at the monster and asked again. She asked, is she really his friend? The monster's hand came off. She asked, how dare he not use prefixes? Darkness swayed. He realized that in front of him was the great spirit of the wind Vi. The fairy looked at him. Among the only 4 great spirits in this world, she is the most selfish creature with a disgusting character. Darkness pressed his hand to his chest and said that he was rude to the great spirit and he lacked respect. He looked at her and said that the great spirit who supposedly does not interfere, what is she doing now? Vi looked at him listlessly. The forest, the creatures that control nature and order in this world. They are called the 4 great spirits. Vi looked ahead. Among them, she is the most selfish with a nasty character. Gloom pulled his collar in different directions. He asked what kind of creature is doing here right now. Vi looked at him boredly. She folded her hands together and said that she was only here to negotiate. Gloom looked at her in surprise and asked again. The girl pointed to the bodies behind her. She asked not to kill the 2 behind her instead. Gloom looked at the spirit. She said that she will not interfere. Even if you kill other people in the end, he did not come here to kill these 2, right? The beast looked at the great spirit and said that the one directly involved in maintaining nature is negotiating with him. He pointed to the 2 people and asked, is all this really for them? Vi smiled sheepishly and said that they looked good and she liked beautiful things. The monster looked at her in confusion. She said that it meant that she didn't like him. Darkness turned around and said that originally, when it came to great spirits, they wouldn't interfere directly, right? Vi asked where he heard that. She put her hands together and demanded that he decide quickly, because if he didn't achieve his goal, he would die at her hands or let him agree and leave. The monster looked at the girl, trying to figure out if this was an offer or a threat, but it was obvious to him. The beast looked down. He knew that fighting the great spirit to kill these 2 was not in line with the goal, but she appeared to protect them both. Ricky was lying on the grass. The monster understood that then in the future they would borrow all the power of the great spirit to protect others. He raised his hand, because it would be better if he fought against the great spirit right now and killed them both. Vi lowered her gaze and told him to look at herself. She folded her finger to flick, and a powerful wave rushed towards the beast. Three-Faced flew into pieces. The girl looked at him boredly and asked if he even knew how to negotiate. She said to accept his punishment and die 4 more times. Darkness began to glow and moan. An explosion was heard in the clearing. Forest, Vi said she was negotiating because after all she was a great person. There was a flat cake in the clearing. The girl said that right now she could not destroy it on the spot. The green mass began to move. Darkness restored its body. The monster looked at the spirit and agreed to negotiate because its purpose here must be achieved. Vi looked at it. The beast said to just know that he was making concessions for the sake of his goal. The spirit ordered the monster to quickly disappear. Darkness disappeared instantly. Vi looked ahead and asked, is it really time for the monsters to start moving? She looked down. She became small and hugged Ricky's face. She began to happily say that they hadn't seen each other for a long time. She began to hit him on the ear and tell him to wake up. She wanted to hear his voice. The fairy looked at the boy with care. She said that she was glad that he was safe. Vi looked to the side and said Ryunbai was lying with his back up. He did not move. The fairy said that he still did not use his power. The trees. The forest was filled with an ominous aura. Darkness looked around, trying to understand what kind of humiliation this was. The monster clenched his fists, releasing lightning. He said that they could not waste any more time. They were going to fulfill the purpose of their stay here, and then they would trample the growing saplings. Jade and Ella were lying on the ground. Darkness said that until this unpleasant feeling becomes refreshing. His face was covered in lightning. He said that no one would get out of here alive. A leaf fell on the grass. A powerful green beam hit the ground nearby. The beast looked in that direction questioningly. He opened his mouth, trying to understand what was happening. Jurian looked at him grimly. He opened his mouth and said that he hesitated again, and even when his sister was injured he could not find a way to solve this without revealing his abilities. The beast appeared in front of the boy and said that he did not run away. He looked at him and told him not to worry. Even if he ran away, everyone would die anyway. Three-Faced raised his hands to the sky and told the hero to disappear. He said that all hope here today will turn into despair and fear. Green Hands grabbed the boy by the throat. He asked if he knew what. Gloom lifted him up and said the hands of someone who tries to commit suicide are more desperate than anyone else, right? Urien opened his mouth, his veins bulged. Suddenly, he grabbed the monster's hand. He tore it off and said that the beast always tries to act like it makes others commit suicide. He asked him to stop talking nonsense. Urien looked at the monster darkly. His eyes glowed green. He said the beast can't kill anyone because it is nothing. Gloom suddenly began to cry blood. He released a bunch of huge hands. The hero remembered his sister, who was killing herself. The hands began to clasp the boy. He correctly assessed his strength, and from now on he will not hesitate. Urien's hand was covered in green energy. The blow created a long and deep crater. Level 4 Gloom was destroyed. With the appearance of LV4, who had been hiding for the past few years, the kingdom called an emergency meeting. The kingdom of Reincarnation, the royal capital. King Brehiden sat on the throne. He was reported that there had been no level 4 movements for several years, but then he appeared at the exam grounds of the magic school, threatening the students and teachers. Principal Majez frowned and said that at that time, the teacher and student Ricky, who were at the scene, protected the students from level 4. He stood in the throne room and said that after that, they lost consciousness but were unharmed. It seemed like the Great Spirit V protected them. Viscount Drade looked ahead and said that V probably got into a fierce battle with level 4. The men tensed up when he asked everyone saw the incident, right? Viscount Reyes said that he couldn't even imagine what kind of struggle could have caused the landscape to become like this. He frowned and asked if level 4 had become stronger than before. The past few years its power had been growing in order to destroy humanity. The man raised his eyebrows and said that if a single level 4 could fight a great spirit with such ferocity, humanity had no hope. Zades frowned and told everyone to calm down. He turned around and said that they were standing before His Majesty. The long-haired man opened his mouth and said that although level 4 had become stronger, they had become much stronger. The Viscounts looked at him as he said that the system had become more reliable, the strength of each knight shining even more. Zaya left and put his hand on his sword and said that if they remained vigilant and maintained their current stance, humanity would never yield to such creatures. Brehiden looked forward and said that it was true, the strength of humans lies in their ability to prepare for and deal with crises. Majez bowed when the king told him to find the infiltration route of level 4 and take action. He agreed. The commander bowed when Brehiden said that everyone should be thoroughly prepared to protect the citizens at all times. He confirmed. The man bowed and said that he had another matter he wanted to discuss. The director raised his head and said that every year they hold a friendly competition with the Empire, but he wanted to postpone it this year. The king raised an eyebrow and said that it was an annual event where students compete against Empire students based on skill. The gray-haired man said that this year, due to the alarming movement of monsters, it seemed like they should postpone the competition. Reyes took a step forward and said that this was nonsense. He raised an eyebrow and asked how they could postpone the competition. Did they forget the Empire's recent statement? The statement said that the Empire highly appreciated the kingdom's quick response to protect its citizens from level 4. Monsters were completely incapable of threatening humanity, and humans were overwhelmingly stronger than monsters, so the Empire hoped that the annual friendly competition would proceed as usual. The boy frowned and said that while the Empire, their rival kingdom, was showing such confidence, how could their kingdom show such cowardice? The noble smiled and said that from the Empire's perspective, they had suffered a series of defeats in a row over the past 3 years. They definitely wanted to win the competition this year. The director frowned and said that level 4 monsters were highly intelligent. They would never appear without a reason. Others interrupted him and shouted how other countries, including the Empire, would treat the kingdom. In the future they might lose their dominance in the war against monsters. The king looked at them. Majez replied that they couldn't put the students in danger. The man yelled what exactly was so dangerous about the competition when the kingdom and Empire deployed their forces. Zades thought about it and said that indeed, if the monsters suddenly attacked, they wouldn't be able to rush in recklessly if the knights were deployed. Majez looked ahead and said that because they were overconfident, they were in danger. There was no certainty that only one level 4 beast would appear in the competition. The Viscount raised his eyebrows and asked did that mean that if the monsters appeared, they would lose. Brehiden looked at them and told them to stop. Both sides had valid opinions. He raised his eyebrows and said that without confirming the monster's purpose, holding the event might not be a good idea. The men looked at him as he said that if they refused the competition, the Empire would use their refusal as an excuse to engage in political maneuvers with other nations. The king looked ahead and said that in other words, the kingdom is in a dilemma. In that case, it is better to ask the students directly. The subjects looked at him. The principal raised his head and asked, is it the students? He raised his hand and said that those who fought bravely against the level 4, the teacher Garenbai and the student Ricky should be brought to him. He looked down and said that in addition, the special student of magic Urien should be brought. After a while, the boy looked up. He bowed and thought about what happened while the principal was saying that he brought the teacher and the students. Brahiden looked ahead and asked everyone to raise their heads during this recent crisis with the appearance of the level 4. Their calmness and reaction deserved praise. Thanks to their courage, the peace and stability of the kingdom was preserved. The hero smiled and thought, is this really the king? The nobles whispered, is this guy a student, a commoner? The king looked ahead and said that their rewards would be prepared gradually. He had not called them today only for this reason. A friendly competition with the empire was planned in a few months. Jurian raised his head when the king said that the competition not only strengthened the friendship between the two countries, but was also an important event that attracted the attention of others. Majez stood with his head bowed. Brahiden closed his eyes and said that the truth is that this show was evaluating the strength of each country. The hero raised his eyebrows and wondered if he was being so honest with them when he said that the country that won the competition would get more sponsors and better prospects. The pink-haired man looked ahead and said that their kingdom was considering abandoning the competition this year because of the level 4. The teacher and Ricky were surprised when he said that they did not know if the monsters would appear again. The boy tensed up when Brahiden said that he wanted to hear the opinions of those who had first-hand experience with the level 4. The student remembered the monster. His eyes widened when he was asked what was wrong. He looked pale. Brahiden leaned his head and said that they should not be shy to speak. He asked them to share their honest opinions. The nobles looked at them and asked if they could not speak out of fear. They were directly faced with such a situation. The pride of the magic school collapsed. The hero looked at the king when he said that in this state, it might be better to postpone the competition. He stood silently on his knee. The boy bowed his head and said that he was a special student of magic Urian. He would answer His Majesty's question. He stood with his eyes closed and said that it was a great honor to be invited here and he was sincerely grateful for his praise. The nobles looked at him and frowned. He said that if he was allowed, he would give his opinion regarding the competition. Reyes and Raixiso listened to him when he said that the three of them encountered a level 4 and the monster was strong. Rika's heart skipped a beat. The boy's eyes widened when the hero spoke again. The gray-haired man looked at the king and said that they were never afraid. Instead, they focused on finding ways to overcome this problem. The boy looked at him in shock when he said that if a level 4 appeared in the competition again this year. Urian smiled and said that this time they would show that they can defeat a level 4. The director looked at him in shock. The nobles began to whisper. One of them asked what was wrong with this commoner. The knight smiled. The king opened his mouth. The hero smiled when he laughed and said that it was excellent. Brahiden extended his hand and said that calling them here was the right decision. The boy widened his eyes and thought that the reaction was different from what he expected. The king turned to the hero and said that he was ordering him to become the representative of the kingdom and participate in the competition. The nobles looked at him in shock and said, how could this be? Urian looked at him in shock. Reyes extended his hand and asked the king to reconsider. He frowned and said that the competition was a matter of pride for the kingdom. To make a commoner the representative of the kingdom, he was ashamed of how other countries would perceive them. The director looked at him and said that he was not a commoner, but a special student. The gray-haired man turned pale and asked him to stop these jokes. Ricky opened his mouth and said that Urian could overcome a level 4 attack. He raised his head and said that he had an instant full healing spell. He would play an amazing role in this competition. Urian looked at him in shock and thought, why was he suddenly acting like this? Ricky's raised his head and said that instant full healing was impossible. He frowned and said that healing technically meant regeneration. The man said that it was about helping with regeneration to speed up healing, not directly healing wounds or illnesses. The boy looked at him in shock. He thought so that's why people were so surprised when he said that therefore instant healing was theoretically impossible. It was probably illusion magic that made them not feel pain. Ricky frowned and said that it wasn't that. A hand appeared in front of him. The principal stood in front of the student and said that the magic he knew was not the entire world. Ricky shuddered in shock. The man looked ahead and asked why they don't demonstrate it to prove instant full healing with their eyes. Reyes looked at him and said it was impossible. Manjez looked at the hero and asked if he could do it. He agreed and thought, how did it end like this? The boy smiled and thought he was just trying to help for a moment. What happened? He closed his eyes and said instant healing was possible. The nobles looked at him in shock and asked if it was really true. The castle was in the mountains. Zaides said that 4 years ago he got a scar on the battlefield. He showed it and said that it was originally twice as big. He looked at Urian and said that he had been receiving treatment for the past few years, but the scar never completely healed. If his full healing was real, it should completely heal right. The director looked ahead and said to wait a minute. He held out his hand and said that Urian's healing was the ability to heal wounds, not scars. Reyes gritted his teeth and asked if he was suggesting they hurt anyone here. Raixiso looked ahead and said that a scar was also a wound. If it was really instant full healing, it would heal. The director looked at him and asked how dare he. Urian asked them to let him try. He smiled and wondered if he could heal the scar too. He was curious. Manjez looked at him and called out his name. The boy extended his hand and offered to begin. A green glow poured out of his hands. Zades looked at his hand in shock. His face twisted and he screamed. The man opened his mouth and said that it was like the skin of a 3-year-old child. The nobles looked at him in shock. The king smiled. The brunette looked at his hands in shock. They asked him if the scar really disappeared. How could a commoner do such magic? He grabbed his throat and thought that it was not only the scar, even the sore throat that was like a cold was gone. He said that it was not an illusion. The man frowned and said that instant full healing was definitely real. Zaya left and looked ahead and said that this was not just a surprise, but a revolution. He frowned and said that if it was used on the battlefield or in everyday life, it would have remarkable effects. Moreover, if they could commercialize healing. Brahiden frowned when the knight said that it would greatly advance medical technology. The hero raised his eyebrows happily and thought that it worked on scars too. Reyes raised his eyebrows and asked how many times he could use it a day. Jurian turned around and said about 3 times. The man raised his eyebrows in shock. He raised his eyebrows and asked if it could also heal the scars on his skin. The nobles frowned and shouted that he had been too rough lately. This magic wasn't just for his skin. Ricky smiled and said that was to be expected from Urian. The king looked ahead and told everyone to calm down. He said that thus the students' magical abilities had been proven. He frowned and said that he was qualified to represent their kingdom and he was still young. The headmaster bowed when he told him that before his abilities could be displayed in the kingdom, he would at least have to graduate from the magic school, and until then the headmaster would support him. The hero bowed when he was addressed. Brahiden frowned and said to represent the kingdom in the upcoming competition and contribute to the kingdom's development. The boy smiled and said that he accepted His Majesty's order. He thought that somehow the situation had become a bit tense. His eyes widened. The king looked at him and asked him to be friends with his daughter. The boy smiled and agreed. The next day, Chris raised his eyebrows and said that it was unbelievable. He was appointed as a representative member of the first year due to his ability. Urian smiled and said that he didn't even know what happened. The girl said that she was proud of him. His friend said that his healing deserved recognition. The nobleman gritted his teeth. He walked up to the hero and said that he couldn't put his pride on the line and agree to this. He had to defeat him first. Jade frowned and said that His Majesty had acknowledged him. Urian smiled and agreed. His friends looked at him in shock. Chris looked ahead and said that he couldn't acknowledge him. They had to duel. Their classmates were watching them as the red-haired boy said that if he lost to him, he would have to step down as a representative. The boy smiled and said that it was a sudden fight. His friends cheered for the hero. Hina looked ahead worriedly and wondered if it was okay that they weren't stopping them. She was beaming with happiness inside that the princess was next to her. She looked ahead and asked if everything was okay since the teacher was here too. The woman smiled and told them to get ready. Urian looked at her. He thought, is it okay for the teacher to do this? Sarity raised her eyebrows and thought, did he get her father's approval? She would keep an eye on him. The boy smiled. Magic school. The brunette raised her finger and said that the fight would be conducted according to the rules of the magic school. It would be conducted within the framework of not hurting each other. Is this okay with both of them? Chris raised his eyebrows and said that it seemed so. He smiled and that if it weren't for the magic school, he could have been seriously hurt. Urian raised his eyebrows and said that he was really persistent. Huan moved her hand away and said that the concept of the fight was like this. She took the coin and said that they would need to move the coins. The hero looked ahead and asked what that meant. The teacher said that the winning conditions in moving the coin is to move the coin to the opponent's side and hold it there for 5 seconds to win. In the infographic, the person moved the coin. He exclaimed that he won. His opponent said that if it stopped for 5 seconds, the game is over, and if the coin ended up on his side, it's a loss. The hero held the coin with magic and said that if the coin moves only with. He said that if the coin goes out of the ring, it's a loss. The guy raised his eyebrows and said that it seems easier than expected. His friend replied that it may seem easy at first glance. The girl smiled and said that basically they need stronger magic than his opponent to move the coin. Recklessly releasing excessive amounts of energy and failing to control it will result in immediate disqualification. Jade looked up and said that the opponent can intentionally reduce their power halfway through to achieve an out-of-bounds situation. The princess looked ahead and said that from strength to control it all depends on strategy. It's simple, but there are many things to consider in this match. The redhead raised her eyebrows. Chris licked his lips and said that he had long wanted to crush him. Urian smiled and told him to try if he could. He pulled out his wand and said that thanks to this he could experiment during the midterms. The redhead smiled and thought that there was no need to rush. He looked ahead and thought that making quick decisions was the wrong strategy. There was an aura around the coin. The nobleman thought that right after the match started, he would cover the coin with his magic so that it could not be touched. He imagined Urian getting nervous. Chris began to accumulate energy. He imagined how he would fix the position of the coin with strong magic on this guy's side and then enjoy his puzzled expression. The boy imagined how his opponent would cry. The redhead looked ahead and thought that he was about to experience the worst 5 seconds. The boys smiled when the teacher told them to get ready. The nobleman smiled when the teacher told him to start. He said to know your place as a hero. The boys looked ahead in shock and asked if he was really pressing with force. Anyone would do the same against a commoner. The brunette widened his eyes and said that relatively a commoner should have weaker magic. Chris gritted his teeth. He spread his hands and asked why the coin was on his side. Urian smiled. The teacher looked ahead and said that she was checking for readiness to stop, starting the countdown. The girl smiled and said that he was fast and accurate. Her sister raised an eyebrow and said that he was not as good as her, but quite impressive. The princess looked ahead in shock. Chris gritted his teeth and thought that the coin was heavy as a mountain, an extraordinary amount of magic. He remembered the entrance exam and thought that he felt the same now as then. The boy frowned and said that in relation to this commoner, he could not lose. The coin moved. The girl widened her eyes and said that the coin was moving. The hero's friend was worried, but the boy calmed her down. Ricky laughed and asked if Urian was moving the coin. The redhead frowned and asked what he was doing. He looked ahead in confusion. The boy opened his mouth and asked what kind of message was this. Urian covered his mouth and said that it did not matter. Chris gritted his teeth when the teacher said she was starting the countdown. He cringed and screamed. His teeth were grinding. The boy looked ahead and said he was an idiot. A powerful beam of energy hit the floor. The boy's eyes rolled back. The girls looked ahead in shock and one of them said, "Is this really a magical rampage?" The boy blocked the girl with his body and told her to hold on to him. The teacher looked at him in shock. She screamed for everyone to be careful, there could be a big explosion. The hero smiled and said that Chris was still the best. He assumed so. An invisible hand appeared from the darkness. It broke the thread. Jurian smiled. The redhead's magic evaporated. The teacher looked at them in shock. The princess opened her mouth and asked, "Is this really a magical rampage?" Stopped. Chris stood with his mouth open. Hersia smiled. She covered her mouth and called out to the hero. The goddess smiled and said that he finally realized what she was talking about, his power limits. The boy smiled. After a while, the boy looked ahead and asked what happened. Was this something that Chris planned? There was an aura around him. The students said that a special student had curbed the magic rampage. The girl pressed her hand to herself and said that it was impossible. The power of the magic rampage was much stronger and unstable. She widened her eyes and said that the power of the magic rampage was much stronger and unstable to suppress it alone like this. Urian smiled. He did not look up and thought that when he first took the test he failed to control his power. At that time there was someone who noticed it, but his heart did not burst. Today the same thing happened. Then was the heart bursting a lie? He thought that if he used great power, the heart would burst. The boy thought that the moment his power was revealed, his heart would burst and he would die. Urian thought that his power would be revealed, his heart would break. The standard of strength was clear. He turned and asked Garcia if this could be the standard of a hero's power. The goddess smiled. She raised her hand and said that he finally understood. She looked down and said that he was right. She meant exactly that. When someone manifests a power greater than a hero's, their heart would break and they would die. The woman looked down and said that this world was a world of chaos. Garcia said that humans, demons, monsters, dragons, etc. existed in one small world. She opened her mouth and said that they were precariously supported by many ecosystems. When the human side gained great power, the balance of the world would collapse. Garcia was thinking of a hero when she said that. She looked down and said that his power would bring peace, an incredibly powerful being who must walk a lonely path. Let him bring peace with this power. Chris suddenly came to life when Urian cast a healing spell on him. He opened his eyes. The teacher looked at him and asked if he would admit defeat. Rezo said that he was a loser, trash, he should die. The redhead raised his eyebrows and asked what happened to the duel. Urian laughed with his friends. Chris gritted his teeth. He hit the floor. The boy lowered his head and said that the competition was an important event for the kingdom's pride. That's why the result was more important than status. He raised his eyebrows and said that it was his defeat by a special student. Hyun smiled. She turned away and said that people should know how to admit defeat, only then can they grow. The boy cried. She told him that it was a good duel. The hero smiled and thanked him, thinking that thanks to him, he knew the standard of his strength. School. Hyun smiled and said that it was time to sum up. A friendly competition with the Empire was confirmed. 10 students from the schools that participate in the traditional competitive event were participating. She smiled and said that she would now announce the 5 representative participants who would participate in the friendly competition as the first-year representatives. The hero smiled when she called his name. The woman said that his healing ability extends to level 4 attacks in the hero area. This power would definitely play a significant role in group battles. The princess closed her eyes when her name was called. The teacher said that she was undoubtedly the best first-year student. She excels in all aspects that are suitable for a representative. Ricky smiled and thought that Urian had expended a huge amount of magic. How strong must he be to use this healing ability 3 times? Hyun said that he has outstanding abilities under the auspices of a great spirit. There is no first-year student who can defeat Ricky in close combat. The teacher then introduced the twins Xia and Muv. She said that although each of them has excellent abilities, when their powers are combined, they are truly the strongest. Hyun raised her eyebrows and said that these were the 5 who would be the first-year representatives. The chosen ones stood in a line. Reizo opened his mouth and said that he didn't care. He raised his eyebrows and asked what the selection criteria was. He frowned and said that he was stronger than these guys. The woman smiled and said that she thought they were curious. She raised her eyebrows and said that if she put it in one sentence, there were no selection criteria. The students looked at her when she said that except for Urian, the other 4 in the midterm directly defeated level 3. The boy raised his eyebrows in shock and thought about what this meant. His eyes widened. He thought that except for the princess and Rika, he didn't know about the others. Xia and Muv smiled and said that it was simple. He was joking about him being stronger than them. The teacher looked straight at her and said that originally they would have set similar criteria to choose the representatives. The woman looked ahead and said that beating a level 3 freshman is something that doesn't need to be compared to any grades. It's such an exceptional achievement. The guy sat there dissatisfied. He thought that so far the only time a first-year student had defeated a level 3 was the current student council president, Deus. The gray-haired man looked forward and asked if they had defeated a level 3. Was it possible at their age? The red-haired woman looked at them tensely. She clenched her fist and thought that she would become stronger and would definitely be on his side because she was his senior. Urian raised his eyebrows and said that even when he looked at it, the design seemed a bit old-fashioned. The girl walked up to him and called out to him. She smiled and asked if he wanted to be her partner. Her sister looked at her in shock. The hero's sister looked at her in annoyance. The white-haired woman looked at the boy and said that with his ability, they could become the strongest and invincible. Urian looked at her in shock when she said that if he wanted, she would make him a noble by marrying him. Wouldn't that be great? The girl's eyes widened when he asked what she was talking about. The hero raised his eyebrows and said that he didn't like it. Marriage is something you do to the one you love. What a child she is. The girl looked at him in shock. Xia headbutted the guy. The girl opened her mouth and said not to insult her sister. The white-haired girl smiled and said that marriage is something you do to the one you love. She forgot something important. Xia turned around in confusion. The teacher had already changed and said that the explanation was over, so they needed to pack their things. They were leaving right now. The girl raised her eyebrows and asked where they were going. The brunette smiled and said that they were going to the Empire. They were originally supposed to leave this morning, but they got delayed a bit watching an interesting match. Urian smiled and asked if that was true. Wasn't things moving too fast? After a while, the girl smiled and said wow. They arrived at the Empire. Ella smiled and said that she smelled something delicious. Jade blushed and thought that he had such an opportunity. Hyun looked ahead and said that the representatives had something to do first, so they should follow her. The rest of the children, they should go to the Empire first, and from there Jai will guide them. Jade smiled and thought that he was going on a date with Ella in the Empire without Urian. He was so glad that he was not chosen as a representative. This was a chance to get closer. He walked up to the girl and asked if she had ever tried grilled clams. The boy raised his eyebrows and said that the Empire is famous for seafood. Did she know? It was incredibly delicious. Before they unite, should they go quickly try something? The girl's mouth started to water. She asked if this was okay. He smiled and said that it wouldn't take long. He wanted to treat her. Chris came up behind them and said that clams are good. But this body wants shrimp. They should try grilled shrimp instead. The red-haired girl leaned over and asked again. He asked what kind of reaction was that? Had he never tried them? Jade hid his anger and thought that now that Urian was gone, this strange guy had intervened. The boy interrupted and said that he knew where they cooked grilled king crab, which was tastier than shrimp. The girl smiled. The guy looked at her and said that this dish suited her dignified image. He was treating her. Chris interrupted the conversation and said that he loved king crab. They could go there right now. Jade looked at the red-haired man and said that only 2 people could go there. Why didn't he go with someone else? The nobleman grabbed his forehead and asked if there was anything he couldn't do. He said that he would try to convince the owner. Reizo put his hands in his pocket and said that it was too noisy. Hina looked back and said that they would go forward. The guy looked after them and said that acting alone in a foreign country was too frivolous. The swordsman prayed for the noble to leave too. He looked to the side questioningly. Someone asked why these uncultured people were making a noise. 3 students approached them. The leader asked if they were really from the kingdom. Jade was surprised. He realized that their uniform belonged to the Imperial Magic Academy, which meant that they were Imperial students. The Imperials approached the heroes and noticed that they were from the elite class. They noticed a black brooch. The bespectacled man smiled and asked if it was true that the kingdom lacked talent this year. His friend said that the kingdom really went downhill since it accepted commoners into the elite class. Jade glared at them and asked them not to speak rashly. He said that Ella was far superior to them. The red-haired man smiled and asked, "Does a student dare to say that a commoner is better than them?" He said that they are an elite class of the Imperial Magic Academy, first-year students. Ertl, Jeddik, and Baru stood in ostentatious poses, introduced themselves and named their places. The heroes looked at them embarrassedly. Baru smiled contentedly. The swordsman noted that he took third place. Could he really be one of the representatives in a friendly competition? Chris looked ahead and told a lie. He winked and said that a moron like him could not possibly be part of the outstanding Imperial elite. Ella and Jade began to laugh. The Imperials looked at the red-haired man indignantly and asked him to repeat what he said. The third place said that as expected, the inhabitants of an uncivilized kingdom do not have penetrating eyes. Ertl and Jeddik ran to attack on the order of the third. The boys jumped and swung their fists. They shouted, "Feel the power of the Empire." Ella leaned forward seriously and said that she could handle it alone. The redhead folded his arms. He didn't want to admit it, but was it because of the fight with that guy this morning? He said that they looked too frivolous. The girl dealt one blow to the mockers. The Four Eyes boy began to fall back. He said that it was too fast. Ella smiled and said that Jeddik was too slow and weak. Was he really from the elite class? Baru gritted his teeth and cursed. He said that this was a disgrace to the Empire. He summoned two swords and said that he would show them everything properly. But the first form of the demonic sword appeared above his head. The student looked up in shock. The swordsman said that if this was a duel, then they would accept it. Jade looked menacingly at the Imperials. He said that if they crossed the line, then they should be prepared. Baru trembled with fear. He did not understand what kind of magic it was. He looked at the young man and asked why he was not with the representative participants. The boy and the girl looked at each other questioningly. Ella was covered in fire with anger. The student said that they have many outstanding friends. The girl said that they will not lose. The Imperial looked at the heroes in amazement. Mentally, he asked who said that the kingdom lacks talent. He told himself that this is an absolute lie. The boy shuddered with fear. A female voice asked what she just saw. The student looked at Baru. She asked if he was really scared. Ryusei, the first place of the course, looked at him with hostility. She said that the students of the Great Empire are scared of the kingdom. The three friends shuddered. They said that it was not about that and they were not scared. The girl clenched her fist, filling with energy. She said that demonstrating the shame of the Empire, they will pay for it. A powerful red beam shot at the students. The boys screamed in fear. Jade used his shield and blocked the attack. Baru opened his eyes. The swordsman stood in front of him. The Imperial asked why he was here. The boy angrily looked forward and said that it was too much. He said that if he had not blocked this attack, it would not have ended with only injuries. The stones on the girl's bandage flashed. She asked what the boy was talking about. She asked if he seriously deluded himself that he blocked her attack. She said that it was just a warm-up. Ryusei began to store up energy and said that the real attack would come now. Jade covered himself from the bright light. He said that everything was getting out of control. Ryusei crouched down to prepare for the attack and then shouted that it was a real attack. Jade covered his face with his hand, saying that the power was getting out of control. However, the boy created a purple shield in front of him. A powerful red aura was emanating from Ryusei's hand. Chris fixed his hair and closed one eye, saying that he couldn't completely block an attack of this level. Chris's yellow aura appeared around Jade's shield. Ryusei's eyes widened in surprise, and she herself asked if Jade was saying that she could somehow stop an attack of this level. A bright red flash appeared as Ryusei struck with magic power. Jade's eyes widened in fear. However, the red ball passed him by. Jade looked up in horror, thinking that he couldn't handle this attack. His shield broke with one blow. The people around him looked on and discussed Ryusei fighting someone. Ryusei stood in a fighting stance, gathering energy, and Jade sat on the ground in front of her. She looked at him madly and said that those who brought shame to the Empire would only face despair. Jade raised his eyebrows in fear because that projectile was very close. In an instant, the aura around Ryusei's hand almost disappeared. The girl opened her eyes in surprise and wondered if her magic power had disappeared. Ricky appeared and, with his mouth slightly open, said the word wind. Ricky stood on the hilt of a sword stuck in the ground, and Ryusei missed and hit the sword with a blow. Ricky lowered his head and told her to step back. A hurricane appeared and Ryusei was forced to jump back. She slid back some distance, but she was only interested in who it was. She raised her head and asked in surprise about what had just made her magic power disappear. Ricky looked at her calmly and said that it was him. However, she raised her eyebrows in surprise and told him not to joke like that. It couldn't be someone like him. In front of Ryusei's face, small green aura particles were flying in the air, and Ryusei said that it was a more powerful and massive magic power. In the distance, Urien was standing. He was looking at the girl, and he was surrounded by a green aura. Ryusei opened her mouth wide because she was shocked and screamed that it was Urien. Ryusei again assumed a fighting stance and began to scream for Urien to not stand still and come out to fight, but Hyun was already standing behind her. Ryusei began to sweat heavily because Hyun said that she also liked watching fights. Hyun placed her hand on the girl's head and said that the real showdown would be in a friendly competition, and as a teacher, she couldn't pretend not to see the current argument between the participants. While Hyun still had her hand on Rusei's head, the other one was shocked and wondered when the teacher had managed to sneak up from behind. Then, she and Rusei ran away. The girl turned around and said that they would see each other in a friendly competition and there would be no mercy then. Urian helped Jade up by giving him his hand, and Ricky calmly watched the opponents. Jade smiled, holding Urian's hand. He remembered how the magic power around Rusei's fist disappeared in an instant. Chris's yellow aura was also suppressed. When the youth stood on the battlefield, the aura around him weakened greatly in an instant. Jade widened his eyes in surprise and wondered if Urian had eliminated the explosion of magic power. Urian looked down at Jade with a smile. Meanwhile, Ricky's sword was damaged. Ricky raised his eyebrows in surprise when he saw his sword. He remembered the moment when Rusei struck the sword. Standing in front of the sword, Ricky thought that it was probably a normal strike without magic power and it destroyed his sword. Ricky turned around a little to address Urian, who was standing behind him, and then said that they cannot let their guard down in this competition. The action moves to the luxurious exchange hall. There are 5 representatives of the first years of the Royal School of Magic. Also there is Baru, who is looking at the first years out of the corner of his eye and wondering if they are stronger than that guy with the magic sword. Urian smiled and drooled because he saw delicious food. A brunette named Deus approached Princess Sarut and said that he was glad to see her after a long time. Princess Saruta happily raised her head and asked him not to be shy and to talk casually because she was not a princess now but a student. Deus smiled and laughed, saying that she had grown up. Meanwhile, Mu and Urian stood aside and the girl said that Deus took first place in the Royal Magic School overall, and he was also the only outstanding student of the 3 years, and Urian at that moment only laughed at Deus's hairstyle, which, according to him, looked like a 3-pointed spear. Hyun came up and asked with a smile if everyone was here. There was only one Deus in the 3rd year. The 4 students who looked very excited were from the 2nd year. 5 students, including the protagonist, were from the 1st year. Holding her hands behind her back and looking at them, Hyun said that all 10 representatives were here. Deus came up to her and said that they had not seen each other for a long time, and she replied that she had high hopes for him. Suddenly, everything went dark and Hyun said that the event was about to begin. Rusei calmly looked ahead as the host welcomed the guests from the various countries. Standing on the stairs was Professor Kizar from the Imperial Academy. He opened his eyes and frowned as he said that for the past 7 years, the Empire and Kingdom had held a friendly competition every year, which not only strengthened the friendship between the 2 countries, but also served as an important event for the students from each country to learn from each other and grow. Kizar smiled and said that given that the kingdom had been overrun by monsters, it seemed like there was nothing for the students from the Empire to learn from this year. He raised his hands and shouted for them not to worry about the honored guests from the other countries, as their empire had the power to withstand a level 5 attack. Majez frowned in displeasure as Kizar spoke about how from this event to future battles with monsters, their empire would take the lead in protecting everyone. Suddenly, the red-haired Professor Jerry came on stage and said that through this competition, the students from both countries would learn from each other to build friendships. Kizar bowed to the principal and thanked him because the principal said that it was a great speech. The guy suddenly narrowed his eyes angrily and looked away, saying that his speech had definitely dealt a blow to the kingdom. Moreover, he hoped that outstanding talents would be able to emerge from each country. Jerry held up 2 fingers and said that today they all came here knowing 2 things. He held up 1 finger and said that these were the outstanding students of the kingdom who had successfully passed the 4th level on their own. Ricky closed his eyes and Urian smiled awkwardly, because Jerry said that this achievement would go down in history, once again proving the greatness of the kingdom. Jerry smiled madly and held up his middle finger, saying that the Empire was currently suffering a series of losses in 3 matches against their kingdom. Jerry looked away, narrowing his eyes, and said that if the Empire could learn even a little bit about the magic of their great kingdom through this friendly competition, the Empire would definitely have a great magic academy. Majez started clapping, and Chili smiled and said that Jerry still had a bad temper, since the professor had wished for this friendly match to be a realization that in order to protect others, they must first become strong. The chandeliers lit up again, and Jerry said that this was the end of the kingdom's speech, and the competition itself would be in 2 days. Jurian raised his hand and ran forward, shouting about what food he would eat, since Heaven had said that since the boring speeches were over, it was time to eat. One student with a bandage on his forehead looked down in disappointment, lowering his head. He opened his mouth, and with great excitement and sweat, he told Professor Heaven that he was worried. The woman turned around and listened as the boy said that the elite 2nd year class was currently in the hospital after being attacked by the villain Yurisu, and that they had become representatives because of that. He lowered his eyes in shame and said that they were afraid that they might become a nuisance. The gray-haired boy standing next to him said that the Empire was in the midst of a 3-game losing streak in a friendly competition, but he said that they were definitely going to win this year, so he didn't even know what kind of unfair tricks they had prepared. The gray-haired boy lowered his head and said that at this point in time, since the 4th level had appeared, there was no reason to hold a competition. Urien turned around and asked while chewing his food, didn't that mean they just had to win? The 2 second-year boys widened their eyes in surprise. Princess Sarity closed her eyes and said that it was true, and Ricky looked away and said that they would never lose even if they played unfairly. The 2 sisters Moo and Ja smiled and said that it sounded funny. The second years opened their mouths in surprise and looked at them. Hyun smiled and said that a person's strength does not come from their position or status, but from their essence. She looked at the boy with the bandage still smiling and said that it does not matter whether they are an elite class or they hold this position because they are outstanding. The boy with the bandage on his forehead looked down and his face looked very sad because Hyun said that they are members and not a substitute for the elite class, and she also said that she believes in their outstanding members. The boy closed his eyes and began to cry, thanking her for such words. The sunlight shone on the arena where the 8th friendly magic competition was about to begin. Hyun and Deo stood next to each other as the announcer shouted the start of the 8th magic competition. Nuzag frowned and said Deo's name. Hyun looked at Deos and spoke to him as well. The boy walked forward and smiled while Hyun stood behind him and asked him if he knew that he would die if he lost. A pink aura began to surround the boy and he said that he never lost. The headmaster of the Imperial Magic School, Lervan, turned to his protege Nuzag and said that Deos was undoubtedly a strong opponent, but in his current state, Nuzag had a good chance against him. Nuzag walked forward while flexing his wrists. The 2 opponents met each other's gazes directly. The green-haired girl announcer happily announced that the friendly competition would consist of a total of 3 rounds, and the school that won 2 matches would be the overall winner, so the first match was very important. Chili beamed with joy and remarked that it was very intense, but Majez smiled calmly and asked that it was probably her first time watching the competition. Majez looked down and asked if she knew why they had been beating the Empire for the past 3 years. Chili looked at him excitedly out of the corner of her eye and asked if it was because their students were strong. However, Majez looked down and said that it was because Deos was born in their kingdom. Deos, standing in the arena, extended his hand and said that this year it seemed like they had met again. Nuzag clenched his fists and replied that he had become even stronger since last year. Nuzag held his hand out in front of him and it started to sparkle with different colors, and the guy said that after today, Deos would not forget his name. An incredible aura began to rage around Nuzag, because the guy began to cast magic on himself that increased the user's capabilities. Nuzag's nose started to bleed, and this is because magic amplification is usually limited to 5 amplifications, but if the subject receives more amplifications, the organum cannot cope with it. Chili blushed and took a step forward, saying that she wanted to see it up close, but Majez frowned and said that it was an 8-fold amplification, which is a huge number. However, Majez narrowed his eyes. Deos calmly smiled and looked at his opponent and said that he saw that Nuzag did not want Deos to forget his name. A black scythe appeared in his hand, and he himself was enveloped in a purple aura. Nuzag frowned and said with concern that the Reaper's scythe cuts through magic itself, so if this fight dragged on, depleting his magic would be his downfall. Nuzag took a stance as if he was going to run, and then said that he should end this with 1 blow. Ricky and Urien were surprised by this stance. Mu looked at them, because they were wondering what kind of stance this was. Lervan smiled with his eyes closed, thinking that the guys from the kingdom were probably surprised like him. Nuzag stood in front of Lervan and showed him the charge stance. Nuzag, who took the stance, emitted a weak aura and said that Deos was so strong that in the past 2 years, even Nuzag had no chance against him. Lervan looked at him with a frown and started to say that this year would be different, because 8 power-ups would be able to defeat Deos. Nuzag had even more of an aura coming from him, and he asked if he would definitely be able to defeat Deos. Lervan opened his mouth in excitement. He then frowned deeply and thought that 8 power-ups were certainly powerful magic, and therefore even Deos would not be able to escape unscathed after a direct hit. And here was Lervan standing right now in the arena, thinking about how they did not have enough time to hit the enemy directly. Nuzag had a truly impressive aura coming from him, and Lervan thought that 5 or more power-ups would certainly increase the power, but his body could not handle the strain. The director frowned excitedly and thought that after putting in a lot of effort to achieve this, Nuzag was now able to handle 8 power-ups in 30 seconds, which in itself was an amazing achievement. At that moment, Deus looked at him darkly with his eyes shining with a purple aura. Lervan stood there and thought about the fact that within 30 seconds, Nuzag could strike. But suddenly, Lervan opened his mouth in surprise and raised his eyebrows because Nuzag said 5 seconds. Standing in a charging pose, Nuzag said that with the pose he had developed, he could reach Deus in 5 seconds. The guy had already begun to slowly lift his hands off the ground, preparing to make a dash. Lervin opened his mouth in shock as Nuzag's aura enveloped him. The director opened his eyes in excitement and happily exclaimed that Nuzag had come up with a plan for this moment. The man closed his eyes and calmed down, and then told Deus not to even think about dodging the charge that Nuzag had developed to destroy him. Nuzag was still standing in a fighting stance, preparing the charge. He looked down with a frown as the colorful aura raged around him, thinking that the stance he had developed was the best stance for running at maximum speed, and with 8 enhancements, his destructive power was equal to or greater than the hero. Nuzag ran at Deus. Deus swung and said that he also wanted to finish this quickly. Majez watched the fight from above and said that Nuzag used his strength to crouch and jump, and with the body enhancement and maximum cute, it was a truly terrifying technique. Majez frowned and said that, however, this was not the best opponent for Nuzag. Suddenly, the boy opened his eyes wide because he was shocked. Deus struck with his Reaper scythe. Nuzag was cut in half. Lervin's eyes widened in horror and he began to scream. However, Deus, holding the scythe behind him, asked the director not to worry. Nuzag was kneeling unconscious, and Deus told Lervin not to worry because he only cut magic. The aura around Deus dissipated and his cape dissolved because he was declared the winner of the first match. Deus smiled, looking at Nuzag, and said that it was a good match. Sometime later, Lervin stood in the office, where he was scolded for the fact that Nuzag lost, although they were counting on his new technique. In the operations room of the friendly competition of the Imperial team, 3 men were sitting and they were all cursing that it was a shame, because the match time was less than 30 seconds, which, according to them, is a sign of the coach's incompetence. The brunette man grinned and exclaimed that they must win this year, because a 4th defeat in a row is unacceptable. The bald old man said that while the kingdom was being invaded by monsters, while they were under suspicion from other countries, at that time the Empire should take the initiative. Dervin looked at this with his eyebrows raised pitifully, and the old men were talking about how the ace of the magic school, a 3rd-year student, was defeated in less than 30 seconds. Lervin lowered his eyebrows, but he was sweating, tense, and thinking about how Deus really was a being that could not be reached no matter how hard he tried. Lervin opened his mouth and hesitantly said that they, the Empire, would win the remaining matches of the 1st and 2nd years. He frowned angrily and said that the real competition was starting. The bald old man spoke about how if they lost this friendly competition, the blame would not only fall on Lervin. Hyun was holding a paper in her hand and was saying that there were 1st and 2nd year matches left, so they just needed to win one of them. Hyun smiled and said that they shouldn't let this chance fall into the hands of the juniors. There were 4 seniors standing in front of her. One of them, the one with the bandage, was looking forward with a determined frown and a serious expression. There was a bloody boy kneeling in front of Laryl, and Laryl was saying that if there was anyone who wanted to challenge him, they should stand up and come to him. The boy with the bandage on his forehead was also bleeding and was lying unconscious on the floor, while Laryl was saying that if that happened, he would now dominate the elite class. However, now he clenched his fist, thinking that he had sworn not to run away since that day last year, but yesterday he showed his weak side again. His eyes were glittering, and he thought that this was an opportunity, this was his chance to be reborn. Wool and the guy with the bandage on his forehead locked eyes. Wool looked at him with raised eyebrows, disdainful, and then asked where Laryl was, then called them trash that he didn't have time to play with. The upperclassman with the bandage frowned, and the blonde upperclassman standing behind him opened his eyes in surprise and said that Wool looked really angry. The upperclassman with the bandage frowned and opened his mouth wide, and said loudly that Laryl was busy, having fun with Wool's mom. Wool raised his eyebrows and grinned evilly, asking if his opponent was joking. The upperclassman smiled, clenching his fists in front of him, while Wool said that he would kill him. Chili and Majez were watching the match from the kingdom's side, and from the Empire's side, 3 men were watching the match. Also watching was Hyun and her 1st-year students. The green-haired commentator was happily wondering if the Empire would be able to win the remaining 2 matches or if it would be a clear victory for the kingdom. There were spectators in the stands, shouting happily, while the commentator said that the 2nd match would decide the fate of the friendly competition. The upperclassman with the headband looked forward with his head down. Wool was also looking at his opponent, but he was very dissatisfied. Sadness was visible on his face. He bared his teeth and said with disdain that now that he was watching, this upperclassman did not even have an elite course badge. Wool's eyes glowed with a blue aura and he repeated again for them to call Laryl. A purple-blue aura emanated from him, directed at the opponents. The 2 upperclassmen behind the boy with the eye patch closed their eyes in tension, as this magic was very strong. The eyes of the boy with the eye patch glowed yellow, and he himself resolutely exclaimed that they will not retreat since they are here as representatives. The 3 upperclassmen looked at him with excitement and fear. The red-haired girl put her hand to her mouth and said with a smile that it was very funny, and the 2 other Imperial upperclassmen said that their opponents were scared. Wool raised his eyebrows and remembered that they were told to win as brutally and mercilessly as possible and that this was the moment when outstanding skills were needed, but Wool said that he was going to do it anyway. The 3 Imperial upperclassmen had scars on their faces. Wool also had a scar on his face. He remembered the moment when the dagger appeared in front of his face. Laeral waved his hand and blood gushed out, which is the reason why all the second years have scars on their faces. Laeral opened his mouth wide and began to shout happily about how they must be very happy to see the dagger up close, while the others shouted that the match was already over and asked him to stop. Vol frowned in disappointment and opened his mouth, saying that they spent a year honing their skills to get revenge on Laeral, but now they have to fight these bugs, not him. The 4 second years picked up their weapons and got into fighting stances, preparing to fight, protecting the mage standing behind them as much as possible. A blue aura emanated from Vol. He asked if they were really going to fight these kids. An aura appeared around Vol's legs and he began to move. In an instant, he was right in front of the green-haired mage. All the second years turned around in shock. Wool, with his back to them, said that he had been preparing for a whole year to defeat Laeral, because he could not wash away the humiliation he had suffered last year until he dealt with it with his own hands. They swung his sword at Wool, but he, emitting a blue aura, said that bugs like them could not stop him. In an instant, 3 second years fell to the ground. The boy with a bandage on his forehead lay on the ground, almost unconscious, wondering how he had managed to hit him. However, he angrily clenched his teeth and bared his teeth. The boy immediately knelt down and shouted at his comrades to not get distracted and to be careful of the enemy's attack. With his back to them, Wool asked if they were really second years like him, since their level did not match. The 3 stood up, and the captain knelt down. The green-haired mage turned to Elul and surprised him by saying that no one was attacking him. The mage suddenly realized and opened his mouth wide in surprise, wondering how the guy was so close. He remembered the attack and said that he instinctively distanced himself and that was why he was not hit. Elul opened his mouth wide in surprise, realizing that Vol had a skill that allowed him to attack people who were close. The 3 Imperial second years were talking about how they wanted to fight, but they were not allowed to because it was the order of the principal. Vol looked forward as they talked about how he, as the leader of the team, would defeat the kingdom alone. Elul's eyes glowed yellow. He said that this match would end in their victory while kneeling with his sword in his hands. The 2 second years opened their mouths in surprise. Elul took a step back, thinking that he didn't know why, but this guy was fighting alone, which could be their chance to win. Elul bared his teeth and shouted that there was only one opponent and that he had a specialty of attacking at close range. The 3 second years smiled happily, because Elul ordered them to prepare formation number 3 and also said that the enemy's weakness was long-range attacks. Vol turned around and asked if they really thought he was weak against long-range attacks. Vol pointed his thumb at himself and said that he would not counterattack for 30 seconds, so they should try to defeat him in that time. Elul and his classmate bared their teeth and tensed up, wondering if this was a trap. However, the mage immediately began casting a spell and shouted for them to quickly attack Vol. The 3 of them rushed at him with their swords, and the mage stood behind him and attacked from afar, but Vol still stood still even when they were very close. He stood still, and the moment the 3 heroes were in the air, he said that time was up. That magic immediately appeared around his hand. With it, he defeated the 3 of them at once. The green-haired mage began to shout excitedly. However, Vol was behind him in an instant and said that the mage should worry about himself now than about those bugs. The mage's eyes widened in shock and looked away, wondering when Vol had managed to get there. A moment later, he was sent flying back by his opponent's strike. Chili opened her mouth excitedly and said that there was a big difference in skills. Majez raised his eyebrows sadly and said that in the end, this was the difference between a normal class and an elite class. Chili turned around excitedly and asked him if it was okay to continue the match like this, since their students would only get hurt even more. Majez looked down and said that their trainer was Hevon, so they should trust her judgment. Hevon stood quietly and watched the fight. Even up close, her eyes showed no emotion. Wool's fists were already bloody. He punched Elul in the face and blood gushed out of the boy's mouth. His fists were sparkling with purple and blue aura. In an instant, he landed several blows on Elul and threw him back. The boy's face was covered in blood, and he himself almost lost consciousness, groaning in pain. Elul was kneeling with his face on the floor, and Wool, raising his bloody fist, said that now they must have realized it for sure. Holding his bloody fist in front of him, Wool grinned and said that no matter how hard the likes of them tried, they could not surpass the elite course. Elul was still lying face down on the floor as Wool screamed that they were like bugs, they should crawl on the ground and beg for mercy. Lying face down in a pool of his own blood, Elul said that he understood this. Vol raised his eyebrows in shock and opened his eyes, as Elul said that he knew very well that he was like a bug. No matter how hard he tried, he knew better than anyone that he would never make it into the elite course. Putting his hands on the ground and raising his head, Elul said that everyone watching this match would probably mock him, wondering why he was picking a fight he couldn't win since they already knew he had no chance and no one cared about him. He raised his head and, with his eyes wide open, screamed that he would not give in anyway. Ella remembered lying unconscious and then said that the him that had once run in fear no longer existed. The butterfly emerged from the cocoon and Ella exclaimed that he was evolving, because if he ran away now, he would have to live as a weak person again. Ella screamed, his eyes bulging, that he would not run away anymore. However, Vol immediately hit the young man in the face. The young man flew back from the blow, and Vol said that in that case, Ella would have to die. The second year bounced off the ground several times. A lot of dust rose into the air. However, Ella stood on his feet. His eyes were hidden and his face was covered in blood, but he still shouted that he would never give up. Vol looked at him calmly, asking if Ella really wanted this. He clenched his fist and an aura appeared around it. Vol quickly approached him and as his punch was flying, the Imperial second year said that he would then break Ella's legs so that he would never be able to stand up again. But suddenly the aura around his fist disappeared and he stopped the punch. It turned out that Urien stood in front of Vol. The second year raised his eyebrows and asked who he was and whether he also wanted to lose his legs. Urien looked at him with a calm smile and said nothing. Vol raised the corners of his eyebrows and asked if the boy also wanted to lose his legs. To this, Urien smiled calmly. The bloody boy looked up, full of horror, asking about the special student. Lurven frowned and told the second year to stop. All of his victims were revealed to be unconscious, and it appeared that this match was over. The man clenched his hand into a fist. He lowered his hand, signaling the end of the match. The phrase about the Empire winning the second match was heard. Vol turned around, saying that the boy was just lucky. The boy, laughing, put his hands behind his head and noted the amazing magic control of their captain. The green-haired boy's pupils narrowed in shock, and he said that even if the opponent was rural, the captain would have won. Vol looked at his bloody hand, thinking about how he couldn't control his magic. A question was asked about what was going on. Ella worriedly pressed her hand to her chest, drawing attention to the unexpectedness of Urien's action. Jade smiled in surprise, realizing that he was not mistaken. He remembered the moment with the boy's clenched fist, and it turned out that his magic dissipated in an instant. His face began to sweat as he realized that Urien could perform an instant magic nullification, and he began to laugh. The phrase was said about the boy's skills being beyond common sense. The red-haired man looked up when he was addressed, noticing that he did not run away until the very end. Urien turned his head towards him, saying that it was truly impressive. The boy's mouth just fell open in surprise. He was kneeling in the middle of the field, remembering that he had not done anything. Suddenly, tears welled up in his eyes as he realized that for the first time in his life, he had not run away. At that, his head fell forward. The next moment, he fainted. Urien looked around in surprise as the people around him wondered how the guys from the Empire could allow students to fight like that. He just smiled at that. His hand reached forward. The boy knelt down on one knee, approaching the red-haired man. The man with the monocle sweated with worry and asked what the student was trying to do. Urien looked at him questioningly, saying that he wanted to heal his comrade. In response, the man frowned and forbade him. The hero froze in one position, looking at him, and it turned out that his healing had a limited number of uses. He raised his eyebrows, noting that if he did not heal the guy now, there could be side effects. He was called out with a shout. The man pointed to the side, saying that this place was not created for students to heal each other. Doctors immediately ran to the student when Urien was told to hand him over to the medical team. The wounded began to be healed while they were floating in the air. The young men watched worriedly, and the girl even covered her mouth with her hand. Ricky watched emotionlessly. The twins calmly looked away. Sarity only confidently looked forward. Hyun, in turn, crossed her arms over her chest. Her eyes glowed red. The students were unconscious, covered in healing magic. One of the doctors held a shining staff and noted that the healing was not going well and the patients were in critical condition. The other doctor just frowned, telling everyone to stop helping and move the wounded. A drop of sweat broke out from worry when he said that the Empire had become much stronger this year. He suddenly moved his hand to the side when Urien approached him and asked if he was a representative of the kingdom. The man opened his mouth in surprise, saying that they were still being treated and the young man needed to prepare for the match. The plump man sweated in horror as he addressed the student. The hero, on the other hand, looked straight ahead, saying that he promised to use his power to help those he wanted to save. The man opened his mouth, screaming. The doctor turned away, closing his eyes as Urien reached out to the patients and began healing. The doctor with the mustache looked at what was happening in shock. The young men who had come to were looking at themselves in bewilderment, and it turned out that all the patients had been cured. The man swung his fist at his colleague, believing that he had done his job incorrectly. The girl's heel hit the ground. Sarity winked at Urien, saying that she would have been disappointed in him if he hadn't done that. Mu approached the young man and, smiling, offered him to be hers. Ricky only closed his eyes in relief. The young men stood in a line, and the girl continued to talk about Urian being hers. Reyes desperately clenched his hands into fists, telling the young man to listen to him. Suddenly, Havon pushed him. Turning around, she apologized and noted that this place was tiny. She flashed her red eyes, telling the man to get out of here because only officials and representatives were allowed here. Reyes fell to the ground in fear, stating that if they lost this time, the responsibility would lie with Hewan. To this, the woman only smiled, telling him to do whatever he wanted, and asked the Empire if they could start now. The announcer held the microphone in her hands and hesitated. A cry rang out that this was a provocation from the kingdom. The spectators clenched their fists in displeasure. Lurven frowned tensely, addressing Hewan. Ryusei desperately raised his eyebrows, stating that the Empire was not running away. One person took a step forward. He touched the ground with his hand. The representatives of the Empire's magic school smiled, indicating their readiness. Baru awkwardly looked away, hoping that the coach would not be angry with him. Ohm clenched his fists in joy, believing that this was the perfect healing and they should win and capture them. Jin lowered his head, saying that it was impressive, but that commoner only knew how to heal. Pointing his finger at Ricky, Habai declared that he was a dead man. Ryusei raised his eyebrows with a piercing gaze, saying that if they could not prove the Empire's bravery, everyone would die by his hands. The phrase was heard that the Empire responded to the kingdom's provocation. People sat in the stands, watching, and the question arose as to whether the next match would start so soon. The doctor placed his hand on the red-haired man's shoulder, intending to lead him away from here. The boy, on the other hand, looked down sadly. His mouth dropped open in surprise when his teammates asked him to leave the rest to them. A smile blossomed on his face. His cloak fluttered in the wind as he told them to fight. The blonde smiled widely, noting to Hyun that the third round would begin now. The dark-skinned man looked ahead, realizing that this match would decide who would win. The girl raised the corners of her eyebrows tensely, saying that there was no doubt about their victory if they looked at it from the standpoint of strength alone, but she was worried about the Empire's intentions. The man thought about it, agreeing with her. A phrase was said about their worries being unnecessary. Hyun put her hand on her waist, saying that the Empire was currently going through 3 years of losing to them, so they insisted on a friendly match to wash away this humiliation. It turned out that they would try to win this match by any means necessary. Urian smiled determinedly while the others stood behind him, and the woman told them to just win like usual. The talk turned to the 8th friendly match. The boy's eyes confidently sparkled green, and the start of the final round was announced. The announcer, holding the microphone in her hands, said that they had reached the final match, and the school that won this round would be the winner of the 8th friendly match. The team from the kingdom appeared. Opposite them stood the Empire team, and it was heard that the fight between the two rivals would end today. Fans were visible, and the commentator was saying that the 8th friendly competition of the first year 5-on-5 would begin now. Ryusei, with her mouth slightly open, confirmed that he would not be able to escape this time. The protagonist, putting his finger to his mouth, asked if it was him. Ailes choked and held his chin. The commentator, looking at the Secretary General in surprise, listened as he introduced himself and greeted the esteemed VIP guests. Ailes, holding the microphone to his mouth, said that the competition this year was as fierce as last year, and all this was thanks to the excellent participants from each school. He, raising his hand high, said that therefore, for the players who compete in such fierce and exciting games, their secretary will add a special rule to the final match. Chili's eyes widened as she asked what the special rule was and what they meant by suddenly changing the rules of the game at the last minute. Majez narrowed his eyes and asked if they had come up with this because they were losing, and added about the Empire. Hyun stood there quietly, thinking that the first year 5-on-5 match was nothing more than a continuation of the second year 3-on-3, and that there was no fun in watching it. The protagonist appeared, looking at a tall tower. Light fell on the structure, and the announcer's words could be heard that the goal of their newly prepared 5-on-5 match was to draw a sword at the top of the tower. Ailes, holding his hand behind his back, explained that the tower was divided into a total of 5 rooms, and each room would house 1 player from the Empire and 1 from the Kingdom. Group A, namely 1 student from the Empire and 1 from the Kingdom, introduced themselves. The winner would go up. Ailes, with his mouth slightly open, said that to sum it up, the student who wins on the lower floor can go upstairs, and the more teammates go upstairs, the more advantages they will have in trying to seize the sword. Coach Sormini, raising his hands, objected and added that this was a rule that was not announced in advance. He, with his mouth wide open, said that the group from the kingdom was made up of participants who specialized in team competitions, but due to the suddenly added rule, it turned into an individual match, and this match was unfair. Lurven, with his eyes closed, said that their participants were chosen in a similar way, but the Empire will follow the instructions of the Secretariat, who prepared something interesting. The green-haired boy, looking at Coach Sormini and Hyun, said that he will not accept any objections. This is the decision of the Secretariat. The teacher of the royal school, slightly opening her mouth, called the participants of the empire and asked if they planned and prepared the competition. The girl, holding her hand on her hip, said that they would start the game because her little ones would not run away. The spectators were delighted with her. The stands shouted, and the voice of the commentator was heard, that then the 8th friendly competition would begin right now. The guy in the blue jacket, slightly opening his mouth, said that let the game begin, and let the players enter the tower. Jin and Ryusei looked straight ahead. Saruti and Urien directed their gaze at the opponents. The participants entered the tower. The situation room for the Empire competition appeared, and a call to the director was heard that the players of the Empire and the Kingdom entered the tower. The mustachioed man gritted his teeth and said that it was good, unless their victory was half achieved, adding that these guys from the Kingdom formed a team strictly focused on team competition. Urien, who can only use healing, and the sisters, who only become stronger when they join forces, showed up. The coach of the Great Empire, raising his hands, shouted that compared to them, the Great Empire team was beautiful and only consisted of players with good individual compatibility. It was heard that let the Kingdom participants fight hard in the individual competition arena. The corridor of the tower was visible. Urien stretched out his hand. He, blocking the rays of the sun, said that it was bright and did not understand where he was. The protagonist, looking at the man in front, asked if he was his opponent. Baru showed up, and a notification appeared that he was against Urien. Saruti, slightly opening her mouth, said that everyone entered together, but they were scattered, which means that this is the lower level of the tower. The girl looked at her ally and asked if she could defeat him here, would she be able to go upstairs. Ryusei, with one eye wide open, asked whether she could defeat him, and added that he was so overconfident. Surachi, raising her hand, asked which of them was overconfident. A notification appeared for Ryusei versus Surachi. Jia, closing her eyes, laughed and said that she was sad being away from her sister. Ham, smiling, chuckled and said that his toy had arrived. He, holding out his index finger, said that he was going to pull out all her hair and she would be like him. Jia stood calmly and said that her sister should wait a little. First she would scold this pathetic person, and then she would come right away. The younger sister was against Ham. Jin, bending down, said that, as he had calculated, his opponent was Mu, and that the probability of his twin brother losing to his twin was 0. A notification appeared for Jin versus Mu. The elder sister yawned and chuckled, asking why the group competition had suddenly turned into an individual competition, and added that it didn't really matter. There was a large chandelier hanging inside the tower, and it was heard that it was more spacious than he thought. Ricky, standing still, asked if there was a new space connected to the tower. Hebai, sticking out his tongue, called the swordsman names and shouted for him to die. Brother Tyne looked at the opponent with shame. He looked to the side and said, they said that they would win if they pulled out the sword, but he didn't understand where the door leading up was. Hebai, squinting his eyebrows menacingly, asked why he was ignored. He held his sides and said that it was true, simply because Ricky had received the protection of a great spirit, and clarified that he thought he owned the world. The swordsman picked up the sword. He slashed at Hebai. Ricky's hair flew up and he said that it had become noisy here and his opponent was unworthy. The red-haired guy stretched his hand up. He stuck out his tongue and started laughing. Ricky's eyes widened and he was confused. He looked at his wind sword and didn't understand why it had melted. Hebai, blazing in the fire, started grinning and said that he was not the only one who had received the protection of the Great Spirit. He winked and added that his body had received the protection of Al, the Great Spirit of Fire, and suggested that they have some fun. A notification appeared. Hebai was against Ricky. The swordsman calmly looked at his opponent and said that he was a loser. The trainer of the Great Empire, gritting his teeth, choked. He opened his mouth wide and said that they would start with 3 claps, to which the assistants complied and added that they should look at those panicked people from the kingdom. One of the assistants listened while clapping his hands that there was nothing they could do to prevent the first-year team competition from turning into an individual match, to which he replied that it was as expected, wondering how many times he would brag about the same thing. The coach, blushing slightly, said that now if the students of the Empire were to rise to the top, the kingdom would be very humiliated, and grinned as he worried about them. Words came out that the Empire's only strategy to win the first-year match. The principal of the Imperial School bit his lips, thinking that this year's friendly competition would definitely be decided in the first-year match, and as expected, his analysis was correct. The papers with the data of the kingdom's students were shown, and Lurvin said that they had planted a spy in there in advance to analyze all the first years of the kingdom. The principal continued that the strengths and weaknesses of each player had been analyzed to create a winning strategy based on the data. Lurvin, with his mouth slightly open, thought that they could criticize him for being a coward as much as they wanted, but their empire would still win. The commentator, shouting into the microphone, asked for everyone's attention and said that a player was already on his way up. The director of the Imperial School, gritting his teeth, wondered how fast and who it could be, because according to the analysis, the people who would win the fastest were twin brothers. He, through the sweat on his face, assumed that it was the older brother, Jin. Lervan, introducing the brothers, reasoned that Jin's style was to win immediately, without any mercy, but on the other hand, the younger brother was one of those who enjoyed slow and brutal victories, who was the #1 player. The door at the top of the tower appeared. It creaked open. Jurian stuck his head out from behind the door. He frowned and looked around. The protagonist, closing the door, said that he got here too quickly and he would come later. There was no one on the roof of the tower. Lervan was shocked with his mouth wide open. The principal of the Imperial School was looking at the paper and saying that his opponent was Urian, a common special student, and they said that he could use healing 3 times a day, but he had already used up 1 after the second-year match, so he had 2 left. Lervan said with his mouth wide open that the ability itself was certainly great, but the match would be individual, so his healing would be useless. He looked at Baru and said that his mission was to completely subjugate the commoner, since instant full healing would be a problematic skill. The principal added that since his opponent was a commoner, the mission would be easy. Baru said with his mouth slightly open that the principal could ignore him because he was a commoner, but he would never let his guard down. He drew his sword and said that since he was a representative, he would acknowledge him and face him with all his strength. Urian, looking towards the enemy, said that he had been on fire from the very beginning, and it was burdensome, let them fight gradually. Baru, raising his weapon, refused and added that he wanted to at least take 3rd place. He, raising his heel, said that if he did not finish quickly, he would end up in last place. The protagonist held his chin and said that it was true, wondering if they needed to go up, right. The protagonist, wide-eyed, shouted that it was true, and 3rd place was fine, and it was not too flashy. Jurian, thoughtfully looking at his opponent, asked if it was too early to go up now. Baru, bringing his swords to each other, shouted that it was not at all. He, glaring at the protagonist, said that they thought that even if they had to fight them separately, they could tie or win. Frowning slightly, Baru said that the difference between an empire and a kingdom was that there was a huge difference in strategy. Urian stood still and listened as his friends were already victims of their strategy and were possibly seriously injured. The opponent opened his mouth menacingly and said that they were so arrogant and their empire had accepted defeat and learned from the past, adding that by doing so they would improve even more. The protagonist clenched his fist and thanked him for the explanation and clarified that if he went out now, he would be in 3rd place, right. The top of the tower appeared and it was heard that the player who took 1st place, Urian, was from the kingdom, but why did he come back? Lervan narrowed his eyes and asked if Baru had stopped him and added that it scared him. The director of the Imperial School said through sweat on his face that they could not relax their vigilance towards the kingdom and should act according to the plan. Jin stood with his eyes closed. He lowered his lower lip and called Mu and said that they, the twins, had already been fully analyzed. Mu stood quietly and listened that they were the twin monsters of the kingdom, and it was said that when the 2 of them were born, they killed their mother and sealed their magic powers. The older sister, with her mouth slightly open, listened to the end that in order to use their magic power, the 2 of them must stick together and asked that they had thoroughly conducted their research. Jin, stretching his head forward, replied that compared to them, the twins, they were much better. His hand was in a pink aura. A fierce look from one of the twins appeared. Ham appeared a blue aura on his hand, and he said that his brother was using his power, and he felt it, the power was transferred to him. It became clear that their power was common, even if they were far apart. Ham, smiling, asked if the boys had anything like that, right. He raised his strong hand. Jin, squeezing his fingers, felt his brother's power. He said, crying, that the moment the game began, their difference was confirmed. Hebai, sticking out his tongue, laughed loudly and asked to do it again. Ricky made a strike with his sword. The opponent, smiling widely, said that he was fast, as expected. Brother Tyne, holding the broken sword in his hands, heard that none of his attacks worked. His eyes widened. Ricky looked at the melted sword. Hebai, raising his leg, laughed and said that he was so confident in himself before, and adding, asked that he never thought that he would lose, right. The opponent, swinging his leg, made an attack and mockingly said what defeat tastes like. Ricky, tucking his hand, used the wind shield. The wind and the flames approached each other. The flames began to break through the shield. Brother Tyne opened his eyes in bewilderment. He was all on fire, and Hebai, mockingly, said that the wind could not stop the fire. The opponent bit his tongue and said that the fire was amplified by the wind and he would never be able to defeat it. Chili looked worried and said that she was more nervous because they did not know what was happening down below and added that Urian had gone back thinking that something might have happened. Majez narrowed his eyes and said that due to the suddenly changed rules, their students were probably fighting down below at a disadvantage. He furrowed his brows and felt that he should immediately stop the match and prepare a complaint. Looking at Huan, he added that when he saw that confident expression, all such thoughts would disappear. The royal school teacher smiled and said that now they, the little ones, could slowly start winning. A powerful flame was visible. Ricky was visible in it. Hebai laughed with his mouth wide open and said to fight harder. Brother Tyne took out the wind sword. The opponent narrowed his eyes. He, seeing how Ricky was attacking him, said that he really had no brains. Hebai's fiery hand appeared. He straightened his shoulders and shouted that this time he would melt everything. First the sword, then the body and bones, and this was the maximum firepower of 200%. Ricky, opening his mouth, said that venom should give him strength. The opponent, smiling, chuckled at him and said that no matter how strong the wind was, this fire could not be extinguished. The swordsman's eye lit up and he dealt many blows. Hebai, through the sweat on his face, did not understand why his fire went out. He, biting his lower lip, asked why his fire was not burning. The red-haired guy imagined how he looked at his father and said that he had become a representative player. The father, raising a glass to his mouth, listened to his son prove that their fire family was the best. He, sitting on a chair, said that there was no need to prove. The father, clutching his head, shouted that even if Hebai tried something like that, they would never do it, they would never be able to defeat the wind. He, still clutching his hair, said that among the 4 great spirits, those who give people strength are fire and wind. His eyes widened. The father shouted that the greatest of them was wind, and that the great spirit of fire did not like them. Hebai looked at him sadly and listened to how he had failed, that their blood was not loved. The boy, with his mouth slightly open, thought that his father had always served the great spirit of fire and honed his strength. Then, 3 years ago, he experienced despair and began to drink every day. Hebai, opening his jaw, realized that this was despair. Ricky, holding his sword over his opponent's head, asked what he was doing. The swordsman, narrowing his eyes, said that he would melt his bones, let him try. Jin's flying fist appeared. Mu jumped back from the blow. She, looking forward, said to herself that she dodged. There was strong magic in the tower hall. The elder sister slid across the floor. She, smirking, said that it was a useful striking force. Jin, biting his lower lip, clarified whether it was useful, and added that he thought that she had not yet fully understood the situation. He, lowering his fist, said that she could not even use her power, and added that he wondered how long she could be so carefree. The opponent, narrowing his eyes, said that she would not last long, and that everything was going according to plan. Mu, raising her palm to her mouth, asked that he was the type to always act according to plan, adding that he was boring and apparently not popular. The girl, widening her eyes, thought that the individual match was becoming a little annoying, and should she do this? Jin, walking towards Mu, asked that she thought that she was popular. The older sister, looking at him, replied that it was not only his hair, but he also did not have eyes to see. The door to them began to open. Urien, looking at them, was surprised and said that he was lost. The protagonist, holding the door, asked if anyone knew where his room was. Mu's cheeks turned red and she was shocked by the protagonist. Jin clenched his hand into a fist. Pink magic formed around his hand. The guy became curious. Walking towards the enemy, he asked if she was acting so carefree, then what kind of expression would the girl have when she cried and begged him for mercy? To which Mu, wide-eyed, saw the magical power in both of the guy's hands and thought that this was a rather useful ability. Light appeared from the open door. The protagonist appeared behind the student's battle and said that he was lost. With her mouth wide open, Mu shouted the protagonist's name and Jin was confused. Raising his eyebrows, the guy from the Empire thought it was that guy, the social student, and called out loudly for Baru. Jin wondered how Baru could lose to a guy who only uses healing, to which Urien, with his mouth slightly open, asked if anyone knew where his room was. Frowning, the protagonist wondered if it was against the rules that he came here because he was lost. Putting her hand to her mouth, the girl called out to Urien in confusion. Mu's cheeks turned pink. The girl remembered her sister asking her if she knew about the prince on a white horse. Mu asked her sister if he was from the Empire, to which she, staring at the book, answered in the negative and added that he was a person who appears and helps you when you are in trouble. Mu turned her head and asked if he was strong. Sitting on the chair, she said that instead of being strong, he recklessly does everything he can to protect the person he loves. Raising an eyebrow, the older sister thought that he meant a stupid person and that it was difficult to understand. The younger sister, with her mouth slightly open, said that it was brave to try to protect the one he loved. The white-haired prince pointed his finger at the girl and suggested that since this was the case, they could go out together, adding that she would go ahead. Gritting his teeth, Jin said that it was an insignificant variable and continued that everything would go according to plan in the end. Lowering his hands with magic, the boy said that he just needed to beat them up. Ham smiled thoughtfully and called out to his brother. Sitting on his defeated opponent, the boy said that he understood that his brother wanted to end it quickly. Frowning angrily, Ham said that he wanted to play for a while, adding that he thought his brother wanted to end it quickly. Jin's face was covered in bruises. A boy surrounded by blue magic appeared, and then another one with pink magic around him. Ham narrowed his eyes. Jin frowned. The skin on the brothers' heads tightened. It became clear that they had one heart and one body. Taking his hand, Jin took over his brother's power and exclaimed that the time he could maintain this state was 2 minutes and 22 seconds. Opening his eyes, the boy said that as planned, he would finish them both off. A notification appeared stating that they would maintain unity for 2 minutes and 22 seconds, during which time the twins would become invincible. Raising his hand, Jurian said in surprise that this meant he could join this battle, adding that he had been told that it was not against the rules. Clenching his hand into a fist, Jurian began releasing green magical streams. Jin stood in the middle of the room. The boy looked at the protagonist with his mouth slightly open. His eyes closed again, and Jin sighed, saying that his magical power. White hair appeared. Ryusei, her eyes wide, said that it sounded like everyone was fighting fiercely, and suggested getting down to business. Sarity lowered her eyelids and replied that she was thinking the same thing. Opening her eyes, the princess thought that Ryusei from the Empire was evaluating her as such. Looking at the girl near the door, she continued that it was a talent that appeared once in 100 years. When her opponent clenched her hand into a fist, Sarity wondered what her ability was. Interrupting her opponent, Ryusei said that it was a greeting and struck the princess with her hand. Lowering the corners of her lips, Sarity realized that this was Ryusei's special ability, and that she was attacking with an explosion of Jigiri's magical power. A bright explosion occurred in the room. A blurry silhouette appeared. The princess raised her magic finger. Pointing her finger at her opponent, the girl decided that magic could be easily blocked. Ryusei put her hand forward and asked Sarity what she was going to do after graduation. The princess's finger was pink, and she asked her interlocutor again. Ryusei opened her mouth wide and told her that she was a member of the royal family, and asked again what kind of life she was going to live after graduating. When Surachi heard her say that she was going to spend her days tending to the flowers in the castle, she pressed her lips together and remained silent. Clenching her hand into a fist, Ryusei said that the princess didn't even need to graduate with honors, and added that since she was a member of the royal family, her life would definitely be easy. Surachi widened her eyes and replied that her rival was right, and added that she wasn't the eldest daughter and had a younger brother who would inherit the throne. The girl pointed a magical finger at Ryusei and said that she wouldn't need her to graduate with honors if she was still her past self who looked like a houseplant. The princess said that she also welcomed her opponent, to which Ryusei's mouth opened in surprise. A large stream of magic from the princess threw her opponent into the wall. A moment later, Ryusei was sitting in a hole in the wall. Opening her mouth, the girl said what it was. There was magic on Sarity's finger. A moment later, the magic disappeared. Frowning, the princess said that she would use this power to save the world. Ryusei jumped off the wall. Raising her fist, the girl asked whether to save the world. Ryusei prepared to strike and said that Sarity should try to survive for this, and she added, opening her mouth wide, that or survive this attack. A magical explosion occurred. The princess pointed her magic finger in front of her. The tower shook from the explosion. Ailes, gritting his teeth, choked. Grinning, he thought about Ryusei being gentler and added that the tower was supported by his magic. Sweat appeared on the secretary's face and he exclaimed that if the girl had attacked with all her power, the tower would have already collapsed. Ailes thought that at this rate he would fall before the tower did. Jin frowned and muttered that everything was going according to plan. Mu lifted the boy off the ground while he quietly said that it was a very insignificant variable and asked where Urien went, to which he replied that they should go up and ask the girl to stop hitting Jin and follow the protagonist. Leaving their opponent, the heroes headed for the exit. Mu asked if Urien knew how to go up, to which he hesitantly replied that if they kept walking, they would be able to find the way. A message appeared that after this, Urien and Mu got lost together. Clenching his hand into a fist, Lurven shouted that the heroes were cheating and added that it was impossible for the kingdom's students to get out first. The director was heard complaining that this was definitely some kind of unfair play and that this match should be declared invalid. The second and third place winners, Ricky and Juk, came out of the tower. Hearing that Lurven thought the game was unfair, Ricky opened his mouth and said that it was a sudden change in the rules. A magic sword was revealed. Looking at the staff of the Imperial Magic School who were surrounding the sword, Ricky realized that it was to stop them from drawing the sword. One of the staff members, hiding his eyes under his bangs, said that it was not a sudden change in the rules and added that originally the sword could only be drawn if the group leader arrived. Hearing that drawing the sword without the participation of the leader was grounds for disqualification, Ricky looked away and said that this was why he was staying put. The Imperial staff member stood with his hands behind his back and heard Ricky say that he didn't think he could listen to this nonsense anymore. With her head down, she thought that her sister had not yet gotten up, and she said to herself that she wanted to see her soon, and wondered if it was true that her sister had also won by using this. With the corners of his lips down, Ricky wondered if Urien had come, and continued that it would not take long for the protagonist to defeat the opponent. With his eyes closed, he wondered, more importantly, how long he would have to play along with the Empire in their games. Opening his eyes, Ricky noticed that teacher Huan was starting to get angry. The teacher spread her arms out to the sides, hearing the shouts that the kingdom had won and that the Empire was being called dirty. Huan opened her mouth in alarm. Raising his eyebrows, Ricky called out to the teacher. The boy turned his gaze to the sky. The student looked at the sky full of clouds and wondered what Hyun had seen and what had caused her to make such an expression. Hyun's eyes widened as she said that this was the 4th level. The door to the room opened slightly. Urian and Mu found themselves in the room where Jin was lying. The protagonist asked how they could return to where they started, to which the girl put her hand to her head and sighed. A notification appeared that the two were lost. Mu's pupils dilated as she asked how long they had been walking, adding that her legs were starting to hurt. Hearing the girl's question about whether the way up was really that difficult, Urian smiled and said that they would find a way up this time. Mu rested her head on the protagonist's shoulder and said that she didn't mind if they stayed together, and asked if it was true that their friends would be at a disadvantage up there. Urian's lips turned down as he answered in the affirmative, adding that they were probably the only ones left down there. Turning away from her ally, Mu said that if more players from the Empire went up, it would be hard for her little sister, and exclaimed that her little sister had definitely gone up. Smiling, the girl suggested that they split up here, and asked if it was true that at least one of them would definitely go up. A bright star appeared. Ryusei thrust her fist forward. The girl opened her mouth in surprise and told the princess that she was good at running away. Smiling, Sarudi replied that her opponent was too obvious in her attacks. The princess lowered the corners of her lips, thinking that such power without the use of any equipment would be impossible to block without a barrier. Raising her hand, Ryusei asked why the princess didn't stop dodging and start fighting, and added that she wanted to end it quickly since she felt like they were the only ones left down there. Lowering her hands, Sarudi asked if it was really quiet here. Raising her magic finger, the girl shouted that she agreed to end this quickly. Opening her mouth wide, Ryusei exclaimed that the princess was going to quit again. Frowning, the princess said that it was not a throw and added that it was telekinesis. Ryusei's body was engulfed in magical chains, to which she exclaimed that her body. Touching her palms, the princess shouted that she would now crush her opponent. The chains twisted Ryusei's arms and she, realizing what it was, asked if this was a divine blessing. Ryusei, pulling her leg back, prepared to attack. The girl broke the magical chains with a magical attack. Sarudi's eyes widened as she thought about how her opponent did it not with a fist, but with a foot from such a position. Raising her eyebrows, the girl realized that there was no time to dodge. Raising her hand to her neck, Ryusei thoughtfully said that she could now move. Pink magical streams enveloped the room. Putting her hand to her cheek, Ryusei began to speak in surprise. The girl asked how the princess was able to stop her attack, seeing a magical sphere forming around Sarudi. Ryusei opened her eyes wide and said that with that level of barrier, the princess wouldn't be able to block her attack, and asked if it was because of the blessing. Cavemen appeared, and it was said that in the past, humans were very weak. Magical monsters appeared in the cave, and it was explained that although civilization had developed thanks to unique abilities, humans were still too weak compared to other races. A hand with magic was seen, and it was said that back then, God, who loved humans, bestowed power on one person, filling his fingers with power. A notice was shown that this power was considered a blessing from God and was passed down from generation to this day. The princess held up her middle finger, and it was said that it took terrible luck to receive God's middle finger. A light appeared near Ryusei's feet and she said that her legs suddenly buckled, adding that it was indeed that power. The girl said that then, before the princess used this blessing, she would strike and jump over Sarudi. The princess widened her eyes and thought that it was very fast, and decided that it was time to use weaken. Sarudi's thumb was filled with magic. Using the divine blessing of control, the princess shouted that her opponent was caught. Ryusei looked at her in confusion. Sarudi dodged her opponent's strike. Gritting her teeth, the princess said that it was so close and inconvenient. Sarudi used the divine blessing of telekinesis, and Ryusei, who was floating in the air, looked down questioningly. The magic dissipated, the girl began to fall. The princess lowered her head down. Sarudi remembered her brother, who was against the school of magic, and said that she was a princess and there was no need for this. Frowning, the princess said that she uses this power to save people. Ryusei, lying on the shards, said that the princess received this power and got out of the greenhouse. The girl appeared in the hole in the wall again and said that she did too. Putting her hand to her mouth, Ryusei said that it was because she had this power, and added that she was thrown from a warm world into a cold one. Kneeling, the girl continued that this is why she curses this power. A red aura formed around Ryusei's hand, and she told the other girl that she wished she was as weak as she was. Raising her hand, Sarudi said that she would not fall for such a cheap provocation. The princess's little finger was filled with magic, and she offered her rival to see it. Ryusei pressed her lips together, looking forward. Light was visible from the open doors. Rays of sunlight fell on the floor. Ryusei turned her head and said that it looked like some idiot had gotten lost, and added who could it be. The girl opened her mouth. Princess Sarudi's eyes widened. A monster with a hole in its head appeared in the room. The 4th level monster said that it would kill them as soon as they made a sound or moved. A moment ago, teacher Hyun was looking up with her mouth wide open. She noticed the 4th level before everyone else, but she couldn't move. Ricky, with his mouth slightly open, managed to call out to the teacher, and soon after, the sky above the student darkened from an unknown magical power. Confused, Ricky lowered his eyes and heard that the magical power was somewhat unpleasant and prevented everyone from thinking normally. The tower was enveloped in an unpleasant magical power, and it was said that at this time, the stadium was the quietest in history. Finally, 3 level 4 monsters appeared in the place where the magic was most concentrated. Traces of purple magic appeared. The monsters stood in a circle of hands. The thought was voiced that 3 level 4 monsters had appeared in the sky during the competition. The young people opened their mouths in shock. The girl and Ailes raised their eyebrows in surprise. The spectators sweated in horror. It turned out that even when the monsters were quite far away, people instinctively became nervous. Hyun opened her red eyes, and it was reported that 2 minutes had passed since she recognized the 4th level. The monsters were hovering above the ground, and it was said that they had already reached the top of the tower. Ricky's mouth opened in surprise. Sweat ran down his face, but not a word came out. A drop fell from the boy's chin. One of the monsters was standing behind him, and it turned out that the first to move was the 4th level disease. Jill looked at them with her eyes wide open in shock. The monster turned away, walking on. Ricky raised the corners of his eyebrows in shock. The disease entered through the open door. After that, the gate closed. The young men looked after the monster in fear, noticing that it had entered. Hyun landed, leaning her hand on the floor. She resolutely opened her eyes. Dae's name was called. The boy stood there, looking up. He, in a stupor, called out to the teacher. Suddenly, Daeus took a step to the side. Suddenly, he jumped up. The boy immediately headed for the shining door. Hyun looked away, deciding to leave it to Daeus. She dropped to one knee, slammed her fist on the ground, and declared that she would stand on this side. A smiling girl with a staff appeared next to her. The woman raised her eyebrows in surprise. She looked at the guest, who turned out to be Nellie from the heroes group. The green-eyed woman smiled widely, unable to believe that she was seeing Hyun like this again, and asked if the lady remembered her. Hyun raised her eyebrows in shock, saying that she could not forget her. Nellie sat on her knees, closing her eyes, and asked why the woman killed them. Hyun's eyes widened in horror as she was asked why she abandoned them. The girl's face began to melt, and it turned out that she was the only one in their group that she trusted. Her skin began to blur more and more. Nellie turned into a monster, asking why she had to be like this. Hyun looked at her with raised eyebrows, and was told that it was her fault and that she had ruined their entire group. She looked down while they wished her death. Without looking up, the woman said that depression was still playing its disgusting games. The surrounding area was filled with cracks. A monster emerged from the debris. Its foot left the ground. Clutching her jacket, Depression noticed that Hyun was able to withstand mental attacks well. She tilted her head, saying that her arms and leg had been cut off, and guessed that the woman was not happy to meet her former comrade. Hyun opened her mouth, but said nothing. Suddenly, her eyes glowed. The monster began to laugh, suggesting that they leave things as they were, since they did not come to fight. Depression raised her hands, telling everyone not to make any movements for 5 minutes. A ring of hands formed behind Plague when the conversation turned to what would happen if they disobeyed. One hand began to detach. She let go of the one in front. Suddenly, the fingers pinched the skin of the hand next to it. A small virus appeared. With its hands raised, the monster declared that they would kill everyone. The hand flew near Plague, holding the virus. Hyun's eyes glowed red indifferently, thinking that they were trying to restrict her movements by holding those around her hostage, and noticed that the monster's movements were quite planned. Ricky sweated in fear, talking about the 4th level. Suddenly, he clenched his teeth. Looking ahead, he asked Vi for help. A blue-haired girl appeared. She, resting her chin on her hand, said that she made a deal last time. Vi closed her eyes, saying that she could not interfere. Here, the disease, smiling, asked which of the young people was the princess. They opened their eyes in shock when it turned out that the enemy did not see the difference between them. Ryusei, sweating all over with fear, declared that she was the princess. The disease turned its head in her direction after asking what would happen if she said that. Smiling widely, the monster noticed that the pests were lying like breathing. The lady pursed her lips when she heard the phrase about the disease, never knowing if it was a lie. Sarity frowned, thinking it was the 4th level after noticing the instinctive feeling of fear. She looked away, realizing that the monster was here because of the princess. Her face darkened when she thought that if he didn't need them alive, he would have killed them first, so he needed the princess alive. Ryusei smiled slyly, suggesting that the monster go find out who the princess was and then come back. She frowned, saying that they would wait very quietly. The disease stared into space with its black eyes. It tilted its head, saying that it was a good idea. The monster clenched its fingers, deciding to cut both young men in half and take half of each with it. The boy's eyes widened in shock. Sarity turned a questioning look to Ryusei when she was called. She stood in front of her, saying that she would give her a choice. Without turning around, the lady suggested the first option, that is, to join forces, throw back the monster and run away. Sarity looked away when she was offered to use her rival as bait and run away, which had a higher chance of success. Suddenly, the third option was voiced. The girl calmly raised her eyebrows, deciding to reveal her identity and let Ryusei run away alone. The lady lowered her head and said that it was not an option. To this, Sarity smiled resolutely, stating that there was no other way out for her. Ryusei raised her eyebrows, summing up. The two young people stood in front of the monster, and a temporary truce was declared. The young man reached for the door handle. He entered the room. Urien raised his eyebrows indifferently, realizing that everything was as he thought. A long luxurious corridor appeared before him, and it turned out that at some point this place turned into a labyrinth. The same labyrinth appeared, and it was said that it was as if to prevent him from entering some of the rooms. Urien stared ahead tensely, saying that this made him want to go there even more. Suddenly, he grinned, wondering if he should go and find the others. Plague with a ring of hands hovered above the ground. Ailes frowned, not understanding what was happening. He looked down worriedly, wondering why the monsters had invaded when he was the director, but they had not been quiet before either. Beads of sweat appeared on his face, and the thought sounded that they needed to get rid of the tower immediately and take action with the knights. The large building was ablaze with purple fire, and it was known that the power over the tower had been taken away by the monsters. Plague, with her head down, watched the people. Disease put her hand forward, repeating her plan. Suddenly, the floor collapsed after using 4th level magic. The monster's power was directed at the young people. Sarity's eyes widened in shock, realizing that they were being attacked by magical power. A question was asked about what kind of power it was. A couple of explosions occurred. Ryusei's legs glowed red as she pushed off the ground. She immediately picked the girl up in her arms. Frowning decisively, the lady asked her to begin. At this, Sarity touched her brooch, agreeing. A divine blessing, weakening, was cast. The disease smiled, surrounded by a purple magical aura, and assumed that this was magic that reduced strength. The monster extended his hand forward, asking if the girl thought that this would stop him. Sarity looked at him with a frown and noticed his magic. Ryusei appeared behind her, swinging her fist, and it turned out that this was not only reducing strength. The lady's eye lit up yellow when it came to talking about 7 magical attacks. Magic power was directed straight at the monster. Suddenly, an explosion occurred. The disease pointed its finger forward. Then it directed it to the side. Magic was acting on Ryusei's lowered hand. She looked down in surprise. Her hand was completely blue, and it turned out that she did not feel it. Magic flared up from the side of the monster. Telekinesis was used. Sarity ran to her partner, asking if she was okay. The lady looked down, stating that losing at least one arm was natural in the fight against the 4th level. Suddenly, a hole in the wall appeared, and it turned out that they had made an exit as planned. Sarity looked at Ryusei when she began to talk about the impossibility. She raised her eyebrows, and it turned out that victory was impossible, and the probability of survival was not 100%. The girl looked at her sadly when the phrase was said that this plan must be carried out correctly the first time. A door appeared, and it turned out that they needed to create a hole in the wall, and after the appearance of the 4th level, changes occurred in the tower. Light appeared behind the door, and it became known that dark magic surrounded this door and wall, so they probably would not be able to open it with normal methods. Ryusei looked ahead, stating that they would have to make a new one. She held her injured arm, saying that if they passed through this hole, they would be able to get out, and now they should move on to the second part of the plan. Suddenly, the lady was surprised when blood gushed out from her nose and mouth. Sarity's eyes widened as the same thing happened to her. The monster raised a finger. It came up behind them. Ryusei's eyes widened in shock, and it turned out that the creatures were born for the purpose of killing humans. Smiling, the disease told them not to dare to look for a way to survive in front of him. A tower surrounded by a cube of dark magic appeared. The innocent people were sweating in terror. On the other side, those watching widened their eyes in fear. The man frowned, noticing the overwhelming fear, and realized that it was a mental magical barrier. He calmly looked ahead, realizing that they were surrounded by a barrier and its purpose was probably to hold the people hostage. Hyun clenched her fist as the thought came up that the monsters were trying to restrict her movements. The girl looked at her, wondering about the creature's purpose. A memory of disease entering the door came up. Sia's pupils narrowed in shock, and the thought came up that their target was below. Ricky frowned, concluding that the monsters had stopped the teacher in order to get to the princess. He clenched his jaw, realizing that the enemies were holding other people hostage. The boy knelt with his head down, saying that there was something more important than these lives right now. Hyun kept looking forward, and it seemed like it was time to make a wise decision. Ricky closed his eyes, declaring that he was willing to die for the kingdom. Smiling, the woman asked if the student thought she was an incompetent teacher. The boy's eyes widened in surprise. He looked at Hyun as she waved her hand. Depression stood with her hands up, declaring that the woman was one of those who had abandoned her comrades before. The phrase was heard that her selfish actions would cost the lives of the people around her. Menacingly flashing red eyes, Huan ordered her to stop because she was already evil enough. After that, the monster silently looked ahead. Suddenly, its head was cut off. Part of the body fell to the ground, and the woman called out for the next victim. Plague was flying in the air, watching. It did not move, being unperturbed. Depression took its head, noticing the amount of energy Huan had used and that she was a pest who was once called a hero. The monster put the head back, declaring that the woman had become very weak. Its mouth was open intimidatingly, and it began to talk about the other people here. The hovering hand held the virus, and it turned out that everyone would face death. The thought of the 4th level, Plague, was heard. Suddenly, the virus began to emit energy. It was about a creature that only wanted the end of humanity. The monster looked ahead calmly. It turned out that it was born to kill as quickly and as much as possible. Huan looked away with a fiery gaze, saying that if the monster was going to kill someone in front of her, it should have at least taken a level 5 with it. Suddenly, Depression and Plague were pierced by magical power. Their bodies were torn apart in midair. The young men raised their eyebrows in surprise as the lighting changed. Then, they looked up in shock. Sia's pupils narrowed in shock. Huan calmly closed her eyes. Ricky's eyes widened in surprise, realizing the former hero's strength. Suddenly, the woman's nose started bleeding. The boy raised the corners of his eyebrows, calling out to her in concern. Huan's eyes began to close. Depression, with her head thrown back, was smiling. It began to laugh, noticing the woman's strength. Suddenly, the monsters' bodies were restored when it turned out that there was no way to destroy them. Jill looked up in shock, realizing that it was instant regeneration. Heaven wiped the blood with her sleeve, thinking that it was stupid that the monsters thought that she couldn't kill them. Plague glared, calling her stupid in response because she should be thinking about something else. The hand still had the virus between its fingers. It was said that Heaven should think about how to make them kill less. Then the hand ejected the virus. It began to fall towards the tower. Suddenly, Sarudi's eyes widened in shock, realizing that she was having trouble breathing. She raised the corners of her eyebrows, thinking that she had problems with her respiratory system. Her body began to tremble and become colder. The girl raised her eyebrows, noticing problems with her heart. The monster pointed a finger at itself. It looked ahead with an empty gaze. Ryusei sweated, and it turned out that the 4th level attack was not used to kill them. The thought came out that if the monster had fought seriously, they would have already been dead. Ryusei held her hand, believing that the only reason they were still alive was because she had been ordered to bring the princess back alive. She raised her eyebrows, suggesting that her partner changed the plan before the monster figured out the princess's identity and decided to give one reason why she should sacrifice herself and let Surachi live. The monster stood motionless, looking ahead, and it turned out that the probability of both of them surviving against a level 4 was 0. Surachi only gritted her teeth at this. She appeared as a small girl, clenching her hands into fists in admiration. Her brother walked towards her, receiving thanks from her, and asked if his sister was back on the training field today. The girl smiled widely, stating that she was jealous of the boy, but he did not understand her feelings. It turned out that her brother wanted to rest for a few days. Surachi, looking at him with admiration, asked what he learned today. Her eyes sparkled when she said that she wanted to grow up and learn it too. The boy just closed his eyes, telling her to stop talking nonsense. The girl raised her eyebrows in surprise when it was revealed that she didn't have to learn all of these things. Her brother walked away towards the bathroom. The maid stood behind Sarudi, addressing her. She raised the corners of her eyebrows, informing her that the prince was very tired right now. The girl, without turning her head, asked if everyone would treat her differently if she got good grades at the Magic Academy. Sarudi lowered her head, crying, and stated that she didn't like being kept in the castle forever. Tears streamed down her face when it turned out that she didn't want to be called a flower in a greenhouse. Melissa also began to cry. She walked up to the princess, confident that she could live the way she wanted. The woman hugged her from behind, telling her to keep trying. Here was a girl clutching her dress, looking up when it was revealed that she could not go to magic school. She raised her eyebrows in surprise, bewilderment. The king, sitting on the throne, stated that she had no reason to attend magic school. Instead, she should go to a school where she could study the principles of peace and the liberal arts. Looking confidently at her father, Sarudi stated that she wanted to protect their people with her own hands. To this, the man only looked down at her, informing her that his daughter could not save the people. A bead of sweat appeared on Sarudi's face from the strain, and she assumed that it was because she was a girl. The king's eyes flashed indifferently. The girl's eyes widened in surprise when it was revealed that she was weak, and if she went into battle, there would definitely be casualties because of her. She stared at her father, open-mouthed, while he argued that saving people did not always involve using physical force. Her eyebrows were raised in surprise, and the phrase that a strong monarchy and good governance, the development of a strong country is also important to protect its people, was heard. The girl's words about not wanting to be a flower in a greenhouse were repeated. Here she put her hand forward, charged with magic, and it became known that God had once answered her. Sarity frowned, thinking that no one should sacrifice someone. The thought of God's blessing sounded. The girl held her hands filled with magic together. She frowned resolutely, remembering that 2 years ago, thanks to the blessing, she was able to get out of the greenhouse. The empty eyes of the monster appeared. Sarity lowered her finger, declaring that she would protect everyone herself and use telekinesis. Disease pointed his finger at himself as he was surrounded by magical power. The girl frowned, thinking that she planned to crush him on the floor, but he was heavy. She gritted her teeth. Control was applied. Sarity's hand filled with energy again, and she commanded the monster to lie down flat on the ground. The creature shook, but it did not move. Suddenly, it dropped to one knee. Ryusei's mouth fell open in shock. The disease bowed its head, clenching its hands into fists. The girl steadfastly held one hand with the other. She frowned, realizing her current level of power. The thought sounded that at this rate, there would be no casualties. The monster's pupil appeared when it realized who the princess was. Sarity's eyes widened in shock. Ryusei waved her hand, commanding her partner to move away from her. The disease showed 2 fingers. He pointed them at his eyes. Suddenly, blood gushed from the girl's eyes. The young men's faces were bloody, and they could not see anything. The monster moved from its place, speaking of the hand that received God's blessing. Smiling widely, he told the princess to give him her hand. Ryusei put her hands forward, asking the creature to move away from her. The monster pointed at her head, believing that the lady had injured her brain. Then her head tilted, and a sound of pain was heard. Sarity stood motionless with her eyes closed. Sweating from the effort, she asked her partner to answer her. Suddenly, the monster was right in front of her. The girl lowered her head, remembering her father's words about how there would be casualties if she fought. She spread her fingers, thinking about what would have happened if she had not tried to get out of the greenhouse. Ryusei lay unconscious on the floor, and the thought of Sarity's possible lack of dreams was voiced. It was said that she wanted to be acknowledged. The monster smiled mercilessly, saying that it did not matter what they tried to do because death did not change anything. Tears flowed from the girl's eyes. It turned out that there was only darkness in front of her. Suddenly, a light appeared. Suddenly, Sarity's eyes widened. She looked up in surprise at the one who noticed that she was all alone. Urien smiled at her, telling her that Sarity was an amazing princess. The girl raised her eyebrows in amazement. Then her eyes widened in surprise, and questions were asked about how the young man got here and what happened to the monster. To this, Urien only turned around, grinning. He looked up, and the disappearing body of the creature appeared. Luxurious chandeliers illuminated the room. Urien happily ran forward, thinking that he was walking through a labyrinth for the first time in his life. The protagonist smiled and thought that it seemed to be a rather complicated labyrinth, and therefore it would take some time to get out. In the distance, he saw a purple glow and realized that it was magical power. Urien smiled widely and thought that he himself would check what exactly was hidden in this place. He punched a hole in the wall and walked into the room. He lowered his eyebrows and looked ahead, then wondered what this was. The diseased monster turned around. A purple aura began to emanate from it and said that another pest had entered here. The monster smiled widely, thinking that no one should have entered this room. Urien stood in front of the princess, who was covered in blood. He raised his eyebrows in excitement when he saw her. The diseased monster stood behind the protagonist and pointed at the hole in his forehead, while Urien wondered if Sarity had passed out. The monster then pointed at the protagonist, while the protagonist said that it seemed like a lot had happened here. The monster then pointed at its eyes. Urien turned around and asked if the monster had created the labyrinth just for this purpose. A purple aura enveloped the monster because Urien said in disappointment that he thought something was going on here and ran here. The monster raised its fist and was about to hit Urien, who stood with his arms crossed and his eyes closed, wondering if it was really necessary to create a labyrinth. Suddenly, the protagonist dealt a powerful blow to the monster. A green aura filled the room. Urien looked ahead and wondered where this guy came from. The protagonist looked at the remains of the monster, namely the legs, and said that all level 4 monsters are very ugly. He then looked at Sarity as well as Ryusei, who was lying behind him. Sarity opened her eyes and was surrounded by a green aura because the protagonist healed her. She opened her mouth wide in surprise and began to ask the protagonist about how he got here and what happened to that monster. Ryusei squatted and examined herself with her eyes wide open. The girl smiled and said that all the wounds inflicted by the level 4 were healed in an instant, which was amazing. Ryusei held her hand out in front of her and said that she knew he was the strongest, but Urien smiled awkwardly and said that he was just a commoner. Sarity looked at herself in surprise, as this was her first time experiencing Urien's healing, while Ryusei shouted that the protagonist would not deceive her. The princess was still looking at her hand and thought that she had seen it several times, but she did not imagine that it felt like this. She opened her mouth in surprise as she realized how many people Urien could save with this ability. She remembered Emperor Brehiden saying that it was not necessary to use physical force to save people. The girl lowered her head and thought that Urien had truly earned her father's approval. Suddenly, Urien turned around and spoke to her. The protagonist smiled and looked at her, saying that she was amazing for standing up to a level 4 all by herself. Sarity's mouth dropped open in surprise. The girl blushed and started making awkward sounds of excitement. Urien smiled awkwardly and wondered if he had praised her too suddenly, since he had suddenly received too much attention that he hadn't even noticed. Ryusei approached the princess from behind and asked if the god's blessing was okay. A purple aura was coming from the princess's hands and the girl said that it was okay. Ryusei looked at her and said that the 4th level's goal was the god's blessing. He could have taken it by simply reaching out his hand, but for some reason he didn't do that. Urien smiled awkwardly and looked at them out of the corner of his eye and said that maybe he had a different goal. The 3 of them stood there and Urien said that in any case, it was a miracle that the 4th level probably thought they were dead and left, and then they should leave before he came back. Ryusei opened her mouth and spoke about how they should go through the hole the protagonist made then. There was a huge hole in the wall with a bright light coming out of it. The girl opened her mouth in shock and wondered what kind of big hole it was since she had to use a magic attack 7 times to make even a small hole. Urien opened his mouth and sweated in shock since he realized from the girl's words that it wasn't just an ordinary wall. Ryusei raised her hand. She suddenly hit her head, thinking that she had gone crazy for a second. She bared her teeth and began to think that when she thought about it, she realized that she had actually died once since if she hadn't been healed, she would have definitely died. Ryusei's eyes opened even more in shock since she knew that it wasn't the end since the 4th level had simply hidden instead of disappearing. Holding her hand on her head, the girl wondered why she was so calm. She looked at the huge hole in the wall and thought that there were probably more monsters like that left. Ryusei had her back to the protagonist while Sarity asked the protagonist how he got there, to which he replied that he was just walking and saw the hole. The girl's eyes were wide open in surprise. Sarity put her hand to her mouth and said that this meant that the 4th level had left before this, meaning that Urien was very lucky that he had not encountered a high-level monster. Ryusei put her hand on the protagonist's shoulder. He turned around and asked her what was wrong, but at the same time, he wondered if she realized that he had broken the wall. Ryusei, with her mouth open in surprise, said that she realized that it was because of the healing that Urien had. She started shaking his shoulder and yelling that it was normal for her and the princess to panic, because looking him in the eye and talking to him, being able to make plans without fear, was not normal. Ryusei furiously started asking him if he understood what a great thing he had done. Surachi looked at them with her eyes wide open. She opened her mouth and wondered if even the fear had disappeared. Surachi opened her eyes wide and said that not only the physical injuries, but also the psychological injuries had been healed. Suddenly, Ryusei turned around and started yelling at the princess very excitedly. Behind Surachi was a monster. The girl realized this and her eyes widened in fear as the monster told her not to even think about resisting him. The monster smiled and looked at her, saying that no matter how hard they resisted, the monster's plan would work without a single mistake. Then he extended his hand, covered in aura, towards her and said that in the end their efforts were futile and so they should realize it. Ryusei immediately ran towards the princess. The girl frowned angrily and began to scream, realizing that she was too slow. The monster was about to touch Saruti's shoulder. A light aura was shining behind Saruti, and a purple aura was shining around the 4th level. The girl, with her mouth open in fear, looked at the monster, but suddenly all the aura around it disappeared. The veins on the monster's head bulged, because it became furious and began to talk about the pest Urien getting in the way again. Urien clenched his fist in front of himself, because he was using a technique that suppresses the enemy's magic. He remembered how he hit the monster. Urien smiled silently, thinking that he was afraid that the tower would break, so he lightly hit the monster, but it quickly recovered. Ryusei was already behind Surachi and was ready to attack, as she was emitting an impressive red aura. The monster smiled madly and said that her pathetic attack would not work. However, the red aura around Ryusei continued to grow stronger. One of the girl's eyes turned red and her pupils glowed yellow. The red aura flew towards the monster. A sphere of red aura appeared. The girls jumped back and Surachi said that it was an impressive attack. Ryusei closed one eye and said that it really was. However, the monster stood there as if nothing had happened. Both girls smiled, and Ryusei said that she was ashamed, as she had just used all her power, but she was unable to harm him, much less scratch him. But the princess replied that she did not need to be ashamed, as the girls were about equal in strength. Saruti frowned, but at the same time smiled and said that she meant that even though they were both trying their best, there was no way to defeat a level 4. Ryusei lowered her head and said that this monster was on another level. Even if they rushed at it with the determination to die, they would not even be able to touch the collar of its clothes, So in order to survive, they needed something that matched its power. The princess turned around and narrowed her eyes and then said that, for example, a healing that would make a level 4 attack look like it never happened. Ryusei also narrowed her eyes and said that they could also use a neutralizer that would completely remove its power. The corners of Urian's lips lifted up because he was suddenly told that it was his turn to act. Once the monster made this gesture by extending its finger, the victim's body would be destroyed. The monster stood still after such an attack, and so the girls were surprised that nothing happened to it after Ryusei's attack. In the darkness, a green light was shining faintly. The protagonist thought about how people who are cornered find hope even in despair. And then again, the monster stands in front of the princess with his hand outstretched. Sarity was enveloped in a green aura and healed by Urian's ability. Ryusei closed one eye and said that the protagonist deprived the 4th level monster of magic power and even healed the girl's wounds, and therefore his power is their only hope right now. Sarity smiled and looked forward, thinking that the monster's strength is determined by its ability to kill people, but on the other hand, Urian has the ability to heal people, and then this is a chance. Ryusei raised her hand and shouted for the special student to prepare an attack spell, but the protagonist asked her again and said that he does not have anything like that. The princess took out her magic wand and said that she would lend it to him, and also said that the wand could withstand Urian's magic power. A purple aura began to appear, and the monster asked the protagonist in an offended and angry tone about how he dared to interfere again. The monster was smiling, but the veins on his head were bulging from the tension. Ryusei got into a fighting stance and began to gather energy into a fist, telling the protagonist to just gather his magic power and attack. A pink aura appeared around Sarity's hand, and the girl said that it was understandable that Urian did not want to do this, considering that this was his first time, but she stated that she believed in the protagonist since he was talented. The monster stood in the distance, and the protagonist stood behind the girls, who had taken fighting stances. Urian closed his eyes and frowned, wondering why he was suddenly attracting so much attention, since he was just a lost student. Suddenly, he opened his eyes and thought decisively that there was nothing he could do, so he would have to do it. He began to gather energy in his magic wand and it glowed green. Ryusei smiled and turned around, saying that they would succeed. Princess Sarity was also smiling. The monster pointed at them and told them not to be so arrogant. He frowned and exclaimed that no matter how hard they tried, the situation would not change. Everything around him darkened. Sarity pointed her finger down and lowered her hand, shouting at the monster to lower his hand. The chains created by the princess's ability bound the monster's hand. The monster, surrounded by darkness, smiled and said that they were only delaying the inevitable. The monster slowly began to raise his hand, saying that he would take away all the power she had wasted. The princess smiled as she asked the monster if he was afraid of God's wrath, dreaming of the power given to humans by God. The monster raised his hand to his neck and said that for humans they may be gods, but for monsters they are simply the root of all evil. The girl frowned as she saw that the monster could already move its arms and she could no longer stop it with her ability. Ryusei, who was standing to the side, told the princess that it was enough, but Sarity jokingly replied that she could hold out for 3 more days. Ryusei's eyes lit up yellow and she exclaimed that the princess could leave it to her and Urian. She swung her red fist and said that it was time. The protagonist stood behind her. He controlled the magic with a magic wand that emitted a green aura. The protagonist frowned and made a dissatisfied face as the girl exclaimed for him to give them a sip of amazing magic, but Urian was worried. Urian was smiling, but inside he was completely different. His goal in life after reincarnation was to live a full life, but now there was no other choice but to use offensive magic. The protagonist's eyes were glowing green as he thought that if he did well now, there was a high chance that his hard work might be in vain. Ryusei turned around in shock, her mouth hanging open. The princess also turned around and was horrified. Urian held a magic sphere above him. Contrary to the two people's expectations, the protagonist had cast a completely lousy attack spell. He threw the sphere towards the monster, knowing that his original magic power was meant to be a powerful life. Urian smiled as he looked at the magic sphere he had just thrown, and also thought that before he came to this world, when he played dodgeball, he had dreamed of surviving until the end and being active, but he always quit the game early on and was unable to play until the end. The green ball was small and emitted a light glow. It was created from the protagonist's regrets, namely, playing dodgeball. The magic ball hit the monster's face. Urian clenched his fist and cried out happily that it had hit. Everything was foggy, but the protagonist looked at the monster and realized that the power control was perfect and the 4th level was still fine. The youth narrowed his eyes, realizing that now the final moment was coming. He suddenly grabbed his head and, opening his eyes wide, began to shout that this was all that happened, but it was so bad that he did not even know what to say. Holding his head, he smiled slyly and raised his eyebrows, realizing that thanks to this, his life was safe. He looked at the two girls standing in front of him and thought that if he was disappointed in anything, it was that the two people who thought well of him were disappointed, but it could not be helped if Urien wanted to live. Suddenly, Sarudi opened her eyes wide from the realization that it was a sphere. She remembered what this sphere looked like and realized that this was the appearance of a perfect sphere. The girl imagined a wheel, an apple, and a crystal ball, thinking that even the best craftsman in the kingdom had not yet created a perfect sphere. She closed her mouth and began to sweat from excitement, thinking that humanity's technical capabilities did not yet allow for the creation of a perfect sphere. The princess turned around and looked at the hero, her mouth wide open, wondering if Urien had made this sphere with magic. Sarudi imagined water, because the nature of magic power is such that it is essentially like water. It always flows without stopping, it exists constantly in a constantly free and non-standard state. The image of this green sphere appeared in her mind again, and she thought that there was no point in turning such magic power into a sphere. Sarudi opened her mouth in shock, thinking that Urien had simply grabbed and thrown her. Ryusei sweated profusely from excitement and looked ahead. The girl's eyes were wide open, and she thought about how Urien's special attack magic was like a child throwing a ball. The sphere was on the monster's face. It was just motionless right in front of his face. However, it suddenly blew off his head. The sphere bounced off and fell to the ground. Ryusei smiled, thinking about how the protagonist blew off the head of a level 4 monster, and she thought that he could only cast healing spells. Urien handed over the magic wand and said that he was returning it to the princess, while contrary to expectations, the two girls thought more highly of Urien. The young man looked to the side at Ryusei and told the girl to take the princess and run away immediately. The monster grabbed the protagonist's head. He slammed him incredibly hard against the wall. There was a huge explosion and a lot of dust rose up. Ryusei opened her eyes wide in shock. The princess was also terrified. A huge hole was created in the wall from the blow. The monster looked at its hand while its head was being regenerated, and the protagonist thought that, as expected, one attack was not enough to defeat the 4th level. Sarudi opened her mouth in worry for Urien. The boy was lying in the rubble and did not move. The girl's eyes widened in fear, but suddenly, Ryusei picked up the princess in her arms and began to run with her. One of the girl's eyes was burning, and she ran forward, thinking that she should take the princess and run. The monster turned around and told them not to get their hopes up just because of some tricks. He raised his finger. The girl ran towards the hole in the wall, holding the princess in her arms. The monster turned to them and said that he had a motto that said never give up. Ryusei was still running excitedly, and the monster was talking about how his motto also said that they should find a way to live longer, using the people around them to survive. Urien's leg began to move, and the monster was talking about how a dead pest is a good pest, and also how they should use people, throw them away, and repeat. A green light was visible in the darkness. The monster was talking about living, desperately and diligently searching for hope until the very end. His hand began to emit a glow, and he said that they should beg him for death because it was their only salvation. The monster narrowed his eyes because Urien spoke, saying that the dodgeball game was just a joke. Behind the monster, the protagonist's green aura shone incredibly brightly. Urien was wearing armor and appeared right in front of the monster in an instant, and also said that the day before was not a real attack because he had really attacked just now. Lowering his head, the protagonist told the monster to try to survive this. Green lines were glowing on the monster's body. It shattered into many small pieces. The room also suffered from the protagonist's blow. A green aura burst out of the temple. A moment later, it struck somewhere in the distance as a powerful pillar. The hero turned around and wondered if that was a little rough. Only the feet remained from the 4th level, so there would be no recovery this time. The action is transferred, the plague monster stands, and a purple aura rages around him. Blood flowed from the monster's mouth. The depression monster raised his hands and was surprised, because Plague said that disease was dead, because he seemed to have fallen into the zone of the explosion that had just occurred. The monster lowered his head and said that the barrier was also almost broken, but fortunately he withstood it but received some damage. Depression frowned with displeasure and asked in bewilderment that this explosion was really created with God's blessing. Plague lowered his head and said that he thought it was another force. He lowered his hand, which emitted a purple aura, and then raised his head and said that it was really unpleasant. Plague frowned very angrily and said that now they no longer need to leave the hostages alive. Heaven stood in front of them, holding a fiery sword in her hands. The hall, illuminated by luxurious chandeliers, shook from such an explosion. Deus grabbed his head, thinking that the tower was collapsing. He held his hands above his head and looked around, but nothing happened. The guy removed his hands from his head and wondered if this was the work of the 4th level, because the lower floor turned into a complex labyrinth. He raised one eyebrow and looked to the side, thinking that due to the explosion that happened earlier, he can guess the approximate location. In the distance, he felt and saw a green glow. Deus began to run towards this glow. An aura and a cape appeared around him. He began to cut through the walls with his death scythe to reach the target as quickly as possible. The boy ran forward, holding the scythe in his hands, and thought that nothing could stop him. But suddenly he opened his mouth in horror. The boy raised his head. He felt great fear. The figure of Urien in armor hung over him and frightened him, and he could not understand what kind of huge all-consuming magical power it was. Deus opened his mouth wide and began to sweat heavily, because he could not breathe normally since the magical power of the protagonist fettered the air. Urien looked at him and asked why the third-year student was below. Deus immediately attacked him with a scythe. The boy bared his teeth and shouted that the fourth-level monster must die. He swung his scythe and an aura raged around him, but the protagonist managed to jump back and told Deus to calm down for a while. The third year was enveloped in an aura. He was furious. Urien jumped back again and asked if Deus was so scared that he did not want to talk. The third year swung his scythe again and left a trail of aura. Urien held a sword in his hands and said in surprise that this was the very scythe that could cut magic power. The protagonist lowered his head and wondered if he would be hurt after this. The blow flew at him, but nothing happened. Deus jumped up and swung his scythe. The protagonist raised his head and said that it was not worth getting hit a second time. Suddenly, he cut Deus, and the guy himself opened his eyes wide in shock. The walls behind him were also cut. The third-year student sweated heavily and passed out, and his magic began to fade. Urien swung his sword and asked if this was how Deus did it, cutting through magic power. The protagonist looked at him and said that it only reduced the power. Deus placed his hand on the ground. He knelt down on one knee and asked the protagonist what he was going to do with the princess. In response, Urien looked at him and asked how Deus thought he knew the fourth-level plan. The third-year student opened his mouth in surprise and asked him who he was if not a monster. The boy's eyes widened in surprise and began to think that such a level of magic and swordsmanship could not belong to one of their first years, so Deus assumed that it was an imperial student. Urien lowered his head and said that it did not matter because he was not a monster anyway. The third-year student sat with his mouth open. He raised his head and opened his mouth wider, thinking that no first year would be able to block his attack and defeat him. Urien, standing with swords in his hands, said that if Deus was looking for the princess, then he should go back. But the third year at that moment was thinking that he was sure that Urien was younger than him because of his voice and physical form. Deus tilted his head and wondered in shock that this young man was really younger, but stronger than him. Urien lowered his head and asked the third year in surprise, because he again began to claim that the protagonist was a monster. Deus again summoned his scythe and cape, and then said that in front of him was a monster disguised as a student who was meant to distract him. Urien calmly looked at him, asking if he really thought he looked like a student. The third year grinned viciously and shouted at the protagonist to take off his helmet to prove that he was not a monster. However, Urien still looked at him calmly, asking why he was so angry. Deus got into a fighting stance while thinking that for a moment he actually believed in the possibility that Urien was not a monster, but he immediately stopped thinking about it. Deus' eyes were glowing, and his only desire was to kill the protagonist with his special move at full power. A dark aura enveloped the entire room. The third year swung his scythe. The projectile flew straight at the protagonist, who seemed to be in no hurry to run away. Looking closely at the projectile, Urien said that as he said earlier, it was not worth getting hit a second time. After some time, Deus opened his eyes. He was lying on the ground with his face on the floor. Not far from him sat the protagonist, who asked if the third year had calmed down. Deus got up on all fours in excitement, but Urien said that if he was a real monster, the guy would already be dead. The third year frowned and apologized for what seemed to be a momentary mistake. Urien pointed to the side and said that the princess had gone in that direction, so he should go after her. Kneeling, Deus said that the protagonist should also leave because there was a level 4 monster wandering around, but Urien replied that he had killed it. Lowering his head, the protagonist repeated once again that he had killed a level 4. Deus opened his mouth wide and raised his eyebrows in shock. His face was covered in sweat, and he himself could not believe it. His eyes widened in surprise as he thought about how no matter how strong the protagonist was, level 4 was, so to speak, the maximum strength of monsters. Deus clenched his fist and asked if the protagonist had a sword-shaped crest on his hands or any other part of his body. Urien sat on the floor and calmly replied that he had nothing like that. Deus tilted his head and asked the protagonist to think about it more carefully, because usually this crest appears on the back of the hand, but it can also appear on other parts of the body, but Urien again replied that he did not have anything like that. Then the third year frowned and looked closely at the protagonist. Deus sat directly in front of the protagonist, and then asked if he was by any chance a hero. Urien widened his eyes in surprise, but this was hidden by the mask. And here is the very same sword-shaped crest that appears on the body of a person chosen as a hero. After such a crest appears, the person immediately becomes a hero and inherits the power of the previous hero. If the hero loses his power, it is necessary to immediately select the next hero, who will inherit the crest along with the power of the previous hero. Deus frowned, looking at the floor, and said that after the former hero, Hyun lost her power of a hero. They were unable to select a new hero. The third year was kneeling down, explaining that if things were normal, a new hero would be chosen in a week at the most, but now people have to fight monsters without a hero. The boy looked at the protagonist and said that this is why he believes that the protagonist can become a hero, because in order to have such a level of strength in a generation where there is no hero, in his opinion, one must have the crest of a hero on their body. Deus looked at him while kneeling and offered to let him strip so that they could look for the crest together, but the protagonist unfortunately refused the offer. Urian stood up from the floor and said that he was not a hero anyway, so he said that the third year should go and look for one somewhere else. Deus looked at him with raised eyebrows and said that if that was the case, then he wanted to know the protagonist's name last. Urian lowered his head and said that his name was Yuri Seomkun. Deus opened his mouth in surprise and asked him again. The boy looked at him with narrowed eyes and wondered why he was here. The protagonist turned around and said that he would probably go, but Deus called after him to stop and asked where he was going. Urian turned his head and said that he was going to achieve his dreams. At this time, Hyun was still fighting. The depression monster attacked her with its hands. However, the girl managed to block the attack with her sword. The sword cut one of the monster's hands. The fourth level frowned. Then, he immediately removed his hands from Hyun. A red glow emanated from the girl's eyes. She asked if the monster didn't say that this was a full-scale battle. Calmly standing up and looking at the monster, who was some distance in front of her, she asked if a full-scale battle meant running away for them. The dark-haired girl looked at Hyun and thought that she was really strong, even in front of a fourth-level opponent. The girl's eyes widened in surprise and she thought that she would also like to fight alongside Hyun, but she knew that she would only get in her way. The depression monster looked at her and told her not to be so confident, because they were not finished yet. Everything around her suddenly changed color and the monster was shocked. Hyun quickly approached and attacked the monster. Depression was cut in half. The girl looked at him while he thought that there was no point in keeping his distance from her. The monster imagined Hyun against the backdrop of the universe and thought that among all the heroes, she had the best ability. She could interfere with space and time. An apple was lying on the ground. The apple rolled down. After falling in front of a tree, it rolled for about 10 seconds and then was stopped by a rock. Usually, the apple we see stops after rolling down a bit. However, in Hyun's glowing eyes, the apple can interfere with space and time. It probably looks like one long apple. Hyun was standing in front of a tree, holding a sword in her hands. She was still standing in front of the tree, and a cut had appeared on the apple, meaning that if she slashed the tree with the sword, it would be like hitting an apple. The monster was making horrible faces as it thought that no one had fully understood this until today, because she was the only one who had encountered the level 5 called time, so she was definitely a threat to the monsters. Nellie stood in front of Hyun and said that she didn't want to die, but at that moment, the monster decided that it had to kill her no matter what. Hyun's eyes widened. The monster frowned and used the rupture skill. A purple aura enveloped the surrounding area. Suddenly, two people appeared in front of the monster and he said that he wanted to ask the girl something. Hyun turned around in horror because the monster said that if she did something reckless, they would both die, so she just had to answer his question. The monster held the two people by the shoulders and said that in front of him stood one young and one old man. Turning his attention to the young guy, Depression said that this man killed a person when he was young, but after paying for his sins, he lives hard for his family. Depression then turned his attention to the old man and said that this man dedicated his entire life to the country and saved countless people, but his time is running out. Hyun's eyes widened madly in shock, because the monster said that she could only save one, so he asked her who she would choose, the young criminal or the old hero. The girl's eyes looked crazy. The monster opened his mouth and said that she knew something very well. He killed them by squeezing their heads and said that she could not save anyone. Hyun stood calmly holding her sword while Depression said that in this place, everyone would die just like her former comrades. The girl turned away and the monster looked at her and thought that she would suffer and regret. Two headless bodies fell to the ground and the monster thought that she would destroy herself by blaming. Blood came out of the monster's eyes and he thought that in the end, she would be the one to kill her. Blood came out of the mouth of one of the people. The others looked at him in horror and he put his hand to his mouth. Suddenly, the others also began to bleed from their mouths. They began to fall to the ground and cough up a lot of blood. Ja and Ricky opened their mouths in surprise. Ricky looked ahead and raised his eyebrows in surprise, wondering what was happening. Ja also looked around and was shocked because one by one, everyone was dying. A monster appeared, wearing a mask. Plague was enveloped in a purple aura. Hyun silently looked at the floor. She stood there holding a sword in her hands, and Plague began to talk about how she, a former hero, was always proud of being strong. The monster Depression made a dissatisfied face and said that for him, it was almost impossible to kill her, but he could easily kill everyone else. The people were lying on the ground in pools of their own blood. Depression raised his hands and shouted that it was also impossible for him to kill them, since now that she had lost all of her hero power, she could not kill them. Jia and Ricky looked forward in shock, their mouths open, because the monster said that Hyun was unable to save these people without killing the 4th level monsters. Depression seemed to glow and raised one hand, saying that he would give her one chance. Hyun's eyes widened in shock as the monster told her to cut off her right arm with the sword, and if she did that, they would leave this place immediately and also let the rest of the people live. He looked at her carefully, narrowing his eyes, and told her that she was Hyun's former hero, who had always been proud of herself. The girl looked down, and the monster said that this was the last chance he was giving her out of respect. Hyun gripped the hilt of the sword, and Depression continued to talk about how they still hated her, but they respected her abilities and efforts. Hyun stood with her head down, and the monster told her not to reject his words and to look him in the eye, because she could neither kill the monsters nor save the people. There was a barrier around the building, so according to the monster, no hero could break through the barrier and get here, and so the only way Hyun could save these people was if she made a deal with the monster. The girl still stood with her head down, and the monster said that she could save them all by sacrificing only one of her arms, and he believed that the former hero would never abandon the people he could save. Depression then raised his hands and looked at her with his mouth open. Ricky raised his eyebrows in worry, sweat coming out on his face because he was worried about the teacher. Hyun stood with her back to him, a red aura starting to emanate from her. Her hair started to become electrified, and she herself said that it irritated her, that even knowing that it would be dangerous, they were having a friendly confrontation because of a policy plan by adults who could do nothing in an emergency. The monster looked at her with his mouth open, thinking that she was just going crazy, while Hyun continued to say that she hated those who used people as hostages and threatened others. She gripped the hilt of her sword tightly. A crazy aura was emanating from her. Hyun began to scream that she was also annoyed by herself, who could not even display her abilities due to this threat. Everything around the monster changed color and it began to scream that this was pointless. Immediately, a long-range sword attack from Hyun flew at it. The monster looked at this bright energy and thought that it had barely managed to distance itself from it, but it was still a very powerful ability. Hyun stood in a fighting stance, holding a sword in her hands, from which a yellow glow emanated. The monster fell to the ground, thinking that her attack was holding back her emotions. Depression fell to the ground and called out to Plague, saying that Hyun was now in her weakest state. The monster raised its head and began to scream that it was time to eliminate all humans, creating a nightmare for the former hero who rejected their last mercy. Suddenly, something fell to the ground behind the Depression monster. It suddenly calmed down and opened its eyes wide. Plague's severed head was lying on the floor. Depression and Plague were lying next to each other, bleeding. Urian landed on one leg. Standing on one leg and throwing his sword over his shoulder, he sighed in relief. The protagonist raised his head and, looking at Hyun, asked if he had arrived on time. The girl opened her eyes wide in surprise and looked at him without looking away. Depression, whose eyes were bleeding, said that she respected her opponent and considered her the most dangerous person even without the power of a hero, but what makes her human will break her one day. Plague rose into the air above the tower. A purple haze hovered around him. The monster said that today people will be able to see one of the most terrible incidents in history. The protagonist appeared behind him and noticed that there was a very beautiful landscape from here. The monster turned around, not understanding how it managed to appear behind him. Urian raised his hand, asking him to wait a little and said that he had seen him somewhere before. The plague doctor turned to him and confirmed this, calling himself a living despair. The boy raised his index finger and asked if this was the mosquito monster in front of him. Plague's eyes flashed and he said that of the two of them, only the enemy looked like a mosquito. The boy grabbed his mask and remembered that this was the mosquito's weakness. The nose of the doctor's mask bent, the student laughed. The blazing plague said that people always put on courage before parting with their lives. The monster was indignant that the enemy continued to irritate him for no reason. At that moment the protagonist cut off his head from his shoulders. The severed body parts of the monsters lay on the snow-white floor. Hevon's eyes widened in shock and asked what it was. Urian landed on the tower and asked if he made it in time. Ricky's mouth opened in shock. She was surprised that this man had just defeated a level 4 monster. The girl frowned and realized that this was the same Yuri. Deus landed behind her. The boy looked up and said that he had dealt with the situation below and that the 4th level disease was dead. Jurian put his sword on his shoulder and decided that he had arrived just in time. People were bleeding from the mouth. The plague-infected boys fell to the ground. The academy students raised a barrier in front of them to protect themselves from the dark magic. The boy's green eyes flashed. Looking ahead, the boy realized that there were many more victims than expected and asked what the former hero thought about it. The woman stared at him in horror. An upperclassman approached her and tried to convince her. The teacher looked down and said that the man was right. Deus frowned piteously. The student, whose cloak fluttered in the wind, said that they could talk about it later and explained that the boy needed to do something right now. An eye lit up under his helmet. The protagonist asked him to go to the place where the spectators were and cut the magical power of the people who were coughing. The upperclassman frowned and asked if he really needed to harm the audience. Urien looked at him and explained that it was an attack that caused problems in the respiratory system, meaning it was a broad-spectrum magic spell that caused infection, so they had to quarantine people with symptoms and focus on treatment. Hyun's mouth dropped open in fear when she heard that this had become impossible due to the previous magic attacks, so they would have to remove the infected people's magic power because that was the best option available at the moment. The girl, covered in cold sweat, asked the hero to stop and asked how he knew all these details. Her pupils narrowed. She noticed that the stranger knew everything, from the cause of the disease to its treatment, as well as all the attacks of the 4th level disease. The boy lowered the sword and barely audibly said that he had experienced this before. The guy, engulfed in dark energy, asked if it was important now and asked them to hurry because now they needed to save people. Plague appeared behind him. The student said that he needed to deal with the enemy. Ricky opened his mouth in fear and said that the 4th level reincarnated too quickly. Depression stood on her hands and screamed that this was not the end. Her body was struck by a sword strike. The girl's glowing eyes flashed and urged the enemy not to lose vigilance until the very end. The sword cut off the arms and half of the monster's body. Giant hands held viruses above the ground. They snapped their fingers and shot the disease forward. The viruses fell on the fortress. Someone cut them with a sword. The viruses exploded in the air before reaching the ground. Plague asked how the enemy dared to do this. The glow reflected in his lenses. The protagonist swung his sword and asked the enemy not to be a coward, stop spreading the disease and fight fairly. With glowing eyes, Urien proposed to engage in a one-on-one battle against him. The students' mouths dropped in shock. Ricky could not believe that they would fight one-on-one, just shouted that this was too reckless and that it was suicide. Deus frowned and decided that he should be ready to help this man at the right time. After all, this was a reckless act for someone who was not even a hero. The young man closed his eyes and thought that he wanted to confirm his real abilities since he managed to kill a level 4 monster. The woman looked away. Plague looked forward and was indignant that the enemy made him feel extremely awkward, even though he did not understand the language they were speaking. An explosion of purple energy appeared around him. The sun was shining above the city. The 4th level plague was first discovered 95 years ago in the city of Palton, where nearly 6 million people lived. The monster was hovering in the sky. Sitting on the throne, Hasses, who was an outstanding ruler at the time, immediately gave the order to kill the monster that polluted the clear sky and burn its body so that no trace would remain. Bloody corpses were lying on the streets. Thanks to the clear instructions of the king and the excellent skills of his subordinates, the situation was quickly resolved and he managed to stop the destruction of the entire city in no time. A bright energy was burning around the plague doctor. Almost the entire population of Palton became his victims. This was the most serious damage he had caused in history. Ja and Ricky closed their eyes under the pressure of the energy. The severed hands gathered together. Everyone was wondering what would happen if such a 4th level that had the power to kill everyone directed all its power at one person. Deus opened his mouth in fear and noticed that the hands were joining together. Hevon's eyes widened and she screamed that it was too dangerous. Depression's hand flew into the air. The monster smirked and called the former hero to look at it, promising to kill her students if she looked down on him again. The girl gave her a menacing look. The giant hand was enveloped in dark energy. Plague, standing underneath it, explained that the death of one, which could kill everyone, was a force that could kill at least 10 billion people. The protagonist looked forward and called the mosquito too noisy. The monster repeated its words again, its lenses turning white. The hand spread its fingers and moved towards its opponent. Jurian stood motionless and thought as he looked at it. Suddenly, the boy raised his hand. He held out 2 fingers in front of his hand and decided to play rock, paper, scissors with it. The monster looked at him from under its hat, not understanding what was happening. The scissors cut the arm in half. The pieces flew in different directions. The blow reached its owner. A huge amount of energy flew out of the plague doctor's wound. His body was cut lengthwise. The boy raised 2 fingers and declared his victory. Hevon raised her eyebrows in surprise. Ja and Ricky's eyes widened in shock. Deus opened his mouth in horror and asked if this man had really killed a level 4 with one blow. The student showed the scissors with his hand. The protagonist narrowed his eyes and grinned. The girl looked at him in bewilderment and realized that he had managed to defeat the disease that had the worst track record in human history. Looking ahead, Urien continued to laugh. The knight swung his sword and said that the barrier had begun to collapse, so they needed to move. Depression rose from the floor and called out to his comrade. The woman approached him. The teacher lowered her sword and assumed that the enemy was feeling depressed because he had failed to kill her. The monster smirked and confirmed it, thinking that the enemy felt the same way because he missed the chance to meet his dead comrades. Hevon looked down and said that it was indeed so. The boy glanced at her. Someone shouted that the people were in serious condition and that everyone needed to isolate the patients and stop the infection. The corpses of the people were covered with blankets. Deus raised his scythe and said that he would cut off the contaminating magic power. The man was scared because he thought it was a grim reaper. The mages surrounded Depression and chained him up to prevent him from recovering. The boy looked back when someone called out to him. The girl approached him, wanting to thank him. She looked up and said that she would not forgive him for messing with her students if things were as usual. The woman decided to pretend that she did not notice. The student looked away and said that he came at the right time. The heroes looked at each other. The protagonist was outraged by the behavior of the teacher, who could defeat them alone, but for some reason hides her power. Hyun opened her mouth in surprise. The girl smiled and thanked the stranger for his words, even if he meant something completely different. The woman lowered her gaze and thought that she could continue on her way, protecting everything she had. Urian turned away and said that he would not ask about the reason why she hid her powers, because he was exactly the same. Looking after him, the teacher explained that she also wanted to ask him about something, and promised to side with him in court if she heard an answer to her question. The boy looked back and said that he did not plan to go to court and just wanted to disappear. Hyun, with sparkling eyes, said that she did not want to let him go so easily, even though he helped her. The boy climbed the fortress wall. The student waved his hand and asked his friend not to forget about it. The knights approached the girl. The protagonist called himself a hero and said that he wanted to continue being one in the near future. His eye shone. Urian called himself an absolute being. The boy asked people to never forget him and turned into a whirlwind. The woman's eyes widened in fear. The knights behind her were discussing the mysterious stranger. Red energy appeared around the teacher. The next second, Hyun closed her eyes and wondered if she should let that man go this time too. The girl looked up and asked who he was. There were stone fragments on the ground. Someone laughed and lifted one of them. The boy raised the stone above his head and was glad that everything went according to plan. He smiled widely and thought that thanks to this, his life as a person who hides his strength is simply perfect. In the past, the student raised the sphere, being the weakest student, for whom even an attack spell did not work. The masked protagonist raised 2 fingers, being the hero who saved everyone from a dangerous situation. Imagining himself next to his other personality, Urian thought that even though others looked down on him, it was much better for him to act from the shadows. The boy threw a rock into the air and decided to camouflage himself and wait for someone to come and save him. A piece of debris pinned him to the ground. His leg was sticking out from under the rock. The boy raised his other leg and hoped that they were visible. 2 weeks later, clouds were floating in the sky. The monster invasion incident was over. The tower was almost destroyed, the friendly competition was cancelled, and many casualties were discovered during the match. However, even after all that had happened, the citizens of the empire were happy. Someone raised a glass of beer and praised His Majesty and the state that remains the hope of humanity. The locals drank and had fun because the unexpected incident that could have led to the destruction of the empire was successfully resolved. Habai opened his mouth to eat a piece of meat. Sitting at the table, the young man said that it felt like a celebration even after so many people were injured. Baru looked up and explained that they had never encountered a level 4 before, so they had no idea how serious the situation actually was. The first year rolled his eyes and agreed that it was similar to before. Ryusei and Riki were sitting at an empty table. The people who had encountered danger gave off a completely different atmosphere. Habai stuck out his tongue and asked why the people from the kingdom were still in the empire. His comrade explained that they still had something to do. The young man narrowed his eyes in displeasure and asked if his classmate hadn't encountered a level 4. The protagonist happily stuffed his cheeks with meat. Ella pushed a plate of ribs towards him and offered him to eat that too. Smiling, the girl said that she heard that his brother was crushed by a rock due to a level 4 and was glad that he was okay. Urian raised his eyebrows and said that he was also glad that she was okay and thought to himself that he had been distracted from the conversation by eating. Looking down, the boy explained that he was unable to do anything and said that he had tried to use an attack spell, but it was too difficult. Picking up their forks, the girl said that everything was fine and asked her friend not to blame himself for this and to continue to gain energy. The boys happily ate their lunch since it was free food, and the boy thought that he had managed to create an image of himself as the weakest student. Habai narrowed his eyes angrily and said that they were so simple because they were commoners. The boy raised his eyebrows and envied his friend who was fighting a commoner. Baru flinched in fear when the first year asked if it was easy for him to win. The boy smiled nervously and answered yes, but thought to himself that he had lost completely and didn't even remember losing. The boy thought that it would be a shame if anyone knew about his defeat. Ryusei approached him. The girl's eyes widened and she told him that she was worried that her classmate might have been seriously injured, since the first one to reach the top was a special student. Habai's mouth dropped open in shock and he asked if his classmate had really lost to a commoner. Baru broke out in a cold sweat and tried to deny it. The girl gave him a disbelieving look and asked what she was talking about, and explained that the kingdom's greatest power was actually the special student. The boy's eyes widened in horror when she told him how the protagonist had taken off a level 4's head with his magic power, and her friend had been perfectly fine after fighting such a person. The boy confirmed this with a stern frown and stated that his comrade had no idea how strong this special student was. The boy placed his hand on the table and asked if this person was really considered the greatest power in the kingdom. Clutching his stomach, he laughed and said that this was the first time he heard his friend joke. Recalling the documents with information about Urian, the first-year student explained that this student was an ordinary orphan and a commoner, judging from his dossier from the preliminary investigation. The girl looked down. Hebai asked how she could joke about this child being the greatest power in the kingdom with such a serious expression. Raising her eyebrows, the student explained that their classmate had deliberately hidden his power to lull them into a false sense of security, and suggested that he had some reason for not using his power. Ryusei placed her hand on the table. She sat down on the bench and stated that they were lied to about the special student only being able to heal. The girl frowned and said that she had seen it with her own eyes. In the past, the protagonist had taken off the head of a level 4 monster with his incredible magic power. The boy opened his mouth in shock and refused to believe it. The girl grabbed her head and added that after the attack, Urian said that he could only heal. The boys were sitting under an umbrella, and the first year asked what kind of stupid excuse that was. The student looked down and explained that the boy had deliberately lied about only being able to heal, and that he was trying to hide his offensive magic power. Baru put his hand to his chin and suggested that this was the secret magic power that the kingdom was researching in order to use its destructive level in wars. Turning to him, Ryusei said that she had been worried about him precisely because of this, and was glad that he was okay even though his opponent was a special student. The boy opened his mouth in surprise when his friend said that she was very proud of him. The boy frowned and explained that he had fought with all his might and that his opponent had also been momentarily confused, and he thought to himself that it was a lie since he didn't even remember fainting. Hebai narrowed his eyes and asked if there was a reason why he was ranked 3rd. The boy furrowed his brows and asked who would win the match if his girlfriend fought a special student. The girl looked at him in surprise when the first year said that her true strength without the headband was greater than even Deus's, since it was a talent that only appeared once every 100 years. The girl looked up and said that she wouldn't have lasted 10 minutes against that man. Hebai stood up from the table and asked if he was that strong. The maids were discussing something behind his back. The student put her hands to her chest and added that she wouldn't be able to last even 3 minutes if the match was held without following the rules that protect the students and they had to fight on the battlefield. The boy's mouth dropped open in shock. Smirking, Baru suggested that they would have lost if the team match had gone as planned and asked if they should be grateful to the monsters that caused the competition to be cancelled. Putting her hand on the table, Ryusei asked her friends to pretend they didn't know anything and said that a special student should have a good reason to hide their power. The first year agreed and thought that he could get into big trouble if he got involved in this for no reason. The protagonist held a stick in his mouth. The girl's eyes widened in fear when Urian noticed her and was glad that they met again. The boys looked at him in horror. The boy said that he was glad that his classmate was okay. The girl said the same thing, smiling nervously, and explained that she was going to formally thank him in the morning since she was able to save the princess thanks to him. The guy smiled and was glad that everyone was safe now. The student glanced around the dining table and asked what his comrades were talking about. The guys opened their mouths in fear, and the student explained that they were just eating and not talking about anything. The protagonist bit into a caramel strawberry and thought about it. Urian heard someone scream and turned around. The man fell to the ground. A local sat down next to him and asked what was happening to him. The passerby's eyes widened and asked why his friend drank so much if he had seizures after drinking alcohol. The stranger helped his comrade to get up and asked the people to call a doctor. The man was spitting blood. He needed urgent first aid. The boy took the strawberry out of his mouth. The passerby tried to drive him away, but the boy sat down on the ground and used healing magic. Green particles shimmered around the passerby. He opened his eyes and stopped coughing up blood. The stranger smiled happily and asked to bring him more drinks because the great kingdom had won. The guys widened their eyes in horror. Baru noticed that the dying man came to his senses in an instant. Hebai assumed that it was high-level healing magic. Ryusei opened her mouth in shock when the student was glad that he could at least use healing. The passersby began to fight. The protagonist said that he would not have been assigned to the elite class if he could not heal others. Looking at his hand, Urian said that a mage should at least be able to use attack magic and called himself pathetic. The girl sweated and decided that her classmate was testing her. The boy smiled happily when Ella said that he definitely had talent and that he would succeed. He thought that everything was going as well as possible. The joyful citizens were walking through the square of the Bahan Kingdom. A girl stood by the window and watched them glorify the emperor. Raising her eyebrows, the blonde asked if this wasn't a funny situation and was surprised that the locals were in a mood to celebrate when the city had just been invaded by monsters. Squinting, Xylefton explained that if they only saw the results, then it could be said that it was a victory for humanity, and suggested that the emperor had created this atmosphere for the sake of the citizens' peace of mind. The woman smiled and found it funny. Looking down, she called the emperor quite stupid and stated that there would have been no casualties if she had been used instead of the imperial army. The man crossed his arms as the girl explained that if that were the case, they wouldn't have to deceive people and protect them from something like this. The title of immortal was only given to 4 people in the kingdom. Spring Secret smiled and asked why she wasn't sent to fight a mere level 4 monster. The knight looked up and guessed that they thought the imperial army would be able to stop it, and that they couldn't predict that 3 monsters would appear at once. The blonde looked away and thought that Hyun couldn't do anything at such a crucial moment. The woman's eyes sparkled and asked if her colleague had any information about that unknown masked hero, who was rumored to be even stronger than Hyun. Xylefton lowered his eyebrows indifferently and informed them that they didn't know anything about him yet. His yellow eyes glowed as the man explained that they didn't know if that person was an ally or an enemy. The closed doors were decorated with gold. The monster invasion incident this time could also be called the most shocking event in human history. The well-developed city where all this happened was on the coast. The 4th level monsters were standing one after another. This problem could not be hushed up and said that strong monsters had simply appeared. After all, many people already knew that they could appear in the center of the city at any time. A woman was playing with children on the lawn. This world still can't even accurately predict the weather, so in the current situation, there is no way to know how and where the enemies will appear, so people held an emergency meeting about this incident. The Global Unified Defense Council gathered at the round table. Jenny smiled and thanked everyone for attending this meeting. Brahiden frowned and explained that humanity was currently in a crisis, so they must work together to overcome it. Armin raised his eyebrows and suggested praying before discussing this situation. Mouth wide open, Munich stated that this was an emergency situation, as there had been many civilian casualties, and hoped that the host emperor would ensure that the meeting was a success. The monarch raised his hand and suggested that the meeting begin after they had decided on the direction it would take, since right now they were here as representatives of all of humanity. The king looked away as his colleague explained that the future of humanity would change greatly depending on their decision, since they could no longer ignore the problem that was related to the existence of monsters that threatened civilization. The Pope of the Holy Church closed his eyes and said that it was all in the name of God. The ruler of Bahan had decided to hold this meeting in order to do everything possible for the peace and well-being of all of humanity. Someone raised their hand. The president of the Federal Republic frowned and decided to say something. The brunette opened his mouth wide and declared that they were declaring war. The council members sat at a round table. The man explained that the empire and the kingdom were 2 great powers. He raised his eyebrows and said that humanity can no longer prevent the invasion of monsters. Jenny smirked when his colleague said that they were wondering about the reasons for taking over the 4th level when the monsters could invade in the near future. Munich looked forward sternly and stated that this was why their free country was declaring war. His blue eyes lit up. The president suggested focusing on attacks to prevent the monsters from attacking civilians. The king frowned and asked if he thought the best defense was a good offense. Armin smiled. Raising his eyebrows, the emperor agreed with these words and said that if they could protect the citizens in this way, then other countries including the empire would support them with their troops. Sitting at the table, the blonde man said that they currently did not have a hero. Munich sat across from him. The man explained that attacking monsters without a hero was meaningless because talented soldiers would die in vain to protect the people, and then they really would not be able to stop the invasion of monsters. Sitting in a chair, Brahiden explained that a few years ago, a man who was called the greatest warrior of all time failed to kill a level 5 monster. A chandelier hung above the table. The king doubted how much ordinary soldiers could do. The Holy Father clapped his hands. He smiled and said that in times like these, they needed to pray. The brunette closed his eyes and explained that the only way to protect humanity from monsters was to simply wait for divine mercy. Imagining primitive humans in a cave, Armin invited his colleagues to think about their long history and stated that humans have always been weak and have always lived in conditions where they were threatened by other races. A bright energy enveloped his hands. Every time something bad happened, God protected the humans by giving them a hero and a blessing. The Holy Father smiled widely and concluded that they had no choice but to spend the day praying to God to regain the strength of a hero. Munich frowned and asked if the reason why the hero hadn't shown up yet was because they hadn't prayed enough. The president widened his eyes and wondered if God would be upset and take his power back if they hadn't prayed enough. The priest opened his mouth wide and asked what he meant. Jenny slammed the table. The emperor looked up and hoped that they would both put aside their personal feelings for the sake of humanity, at least because this meeting should be a smooth one. Armin gritted his teeth in displeasure. The man apologized for his blasphemy. Munich looked ahead. The Free Federal Republic was a country that had abolished the class system and was based mainly on science. The king narrowed his eyes and thought that this was too tiring because his colleagues weren't on the best terms with each other. Raising his eyebrows, the blonde man decided to tell the real reason why they were gathered here today and said that humanity had fallen into a huge trap. Jenny frowned menacingly and explained that the monsters that invaded the empire and the kingdom did not appear overnight. Sitting nearby, Brahiden asked him to elaborate. The emperor raised his hand and stated that there was one thing they had learned from this incident. He narrowed his eyes and said that the monsters had a purpose. The king's eyes widened in horror when he heard that this purpose was the divine blessing of Princess Sarudi. A monster appeared on the lawn. The man asked his colleagues to recall how the first level 4 monster came to the kingdom, and said that the first time it appeared was during the midterm exams for the first-year students. The monsters towered over the city. This time they arrived during the first-year team competition. Leaning forward, the blonde man deduced that the monsters knew where the princess was in advance, and explained that during the exams and competitions, when the monsters appeared, the students would run away. This way the monsters wanted as few people as possible to remain around the princess. Munich opened his mouth in surprise and suggested that there was an information leak. Brahiden's eyes widened in shock. Armin looked away and stated that there was a spy who had betrayed humanity. The president raised his eyebrows in fear and asked how a human could pass information to monsters. The Holy Father closed his eyes and suggested that it was not a human and that the monster was currently in human form and hiding among them. Jenny looked at the king and said that they had managed to find out who the spy was. The man frowned sternly and stated that an unknown person named Yuri had betrayed humanity. The rest of the council members looked at him in amazement, not believing their ears. The emperor raised his hand and said that his colleague knew very well when his daughter had first been threatened. Brahiden looked down and remembered that the princess had been threatened during the entrance ceremony. The blonde man confirmed this with a frown and added that according to the information he had received, Yuri had threatened the students during the competition and the princess using monsters during the ceremony, but due to his failure, the 4th level monsters had intervened. Munich opened his mouth wide and said that according to rumors, the unknown person was a hero who had helped defeat one of the monsters. Jenny frowned sternly and asked his colleagues to think carefully. Ryuse had been holding the princess in her arms during the incident on the lower floors of the academy. The Imperial Army soldiers were standing at the barrier. The emperor tilted his head and asked if Yuri really was a hero who could defeat a 4th level, then why did he need to hide? Armin opened his mouth and explained that according to rumors, the unknown person's strength was completely different. The Holy Father's blue eyes flashed and concluded that this was not a human and was indignant that he had called himself absolute, since only a god was absolute. Brahiden looked away and thought that this was a country where people believed that those who were given power by God could be considered superior. The man closed his eyes and explained that Yuri had threatened humanity, and therefore God's mercy would get rid of him. Jenny looked at him and decided that he had nothing to worry about if God came forward. The brunette suggested moving on to the next topic of the meeting. Armin opened his eyes and stated that they must not allow the blessing given to them by God to be taken away from them. The Holy Father raised his hands and said that this was why the princess should be under the protection of their empire of holy mercy. The king frowned when the man promised her the best living conditions. The monarch looked at his colleague in disbelief. The man blushed from the feelings that were stirring in him. Closing his eyes, Brahiden thanked him for the offer and declined, stating that his daughter would be kept in the castle under 24-hour guard. The brunette closed his eyes and asked him to send the student Urian to their seminary as an exchange student. Remembering how the boy healed the soldiers, Armin explained that his healing ability was amazing and suggested that it was another skill that the god gave him. The heroes sat at a round table. The Holy Father asked a colleague to send them a boy so they could test it. The king replied that they would think about it at an internal meeting. A slight haze hung in the darkness. Many opinions were expressed during the 3 days of the meeting. The members of the council came to the decision to officially cancel the competition, assign guards to the princess, get rid of Yuri, and organize the World Allied forces to fight monsters. 7 days later, Alspret, holding a parchment in his hands, announced that the student was chosen for his outstanding talent to serve in the army of the Allied forces created to defeat evil. The protagonist's mouth fell open in confusion. Standing before him, the recruitment officer explained that he would be required to undergo training as a reserve soldier for the next 2 weeks. Urian asked what kind of situation it was that required conscripting children into soldiers. The Duke closed his eyes and explained that it was for the purpose of identifying and training young talents and that he would not actually be sent to the battlefield. The man tore up the parchment and stated that the student would never be conscripted as a reserve soldier. Alspret looked away and said that the World Allied Forces were created to protect the future of humanity and that it was an organization that only the best talents could join. The boy raised his eyebrows in surprise. The recruitment officer looked down and stated that the student was clearly not suitable for it. A brooch was shining on the student's collar. The Duke turned away and stated that he would report that the entry was cancelled due to lack of talent. The man only heard gratitude in response and looked around in shock, wondering if the student did not regret it. The protagonist grinned and thought that he would not join the World Allied Forces so as not to attract unnecessary attention to himself. Armin stood by the window in the temple. A knight came to him. Alspert squinted and said that recommending a commoner to the World Allied Forces was too much. While one baby was lying in a cradle, the other was lying on the ground, according to the employee of the recruitment department. The higher the status of a person, the more magical power he has, and vice versa, because magical power is a gift from God. Energy was concentrated in the man's hands. In other words, status is given to people directly by God. Looking out the window, the Holy Father asked his colleague to stop. He smiled and explained that this cadet was different from other commoners. The man looked down and thought about a complete and instantaneous healing. The child waved his hand at the adult. The magicians were diligently working on their research. The brunette waved his hand in response and said that the healing demonstrated by the student completely changed what they were studying. Armin raised his hand and said that if it was a normal healing, it was magic that was centuries ahead of theirs, and that humanity had already experienced this several times before. The Holy Father smiled and said that the hero's appearance and Blessing's appearance were like a miracle because now there was a full instant healing. The Duke's mouth dropped open in shock. The man came down the steps towards him. The brunette put his hands on his comrade's shoulders and said that they should make Urien a citizen of their blessed nation because all the gifts of the gods should belong to them. Alspert looked at him in surprise. The priest asked him to enroll the student in the Allied forces for God's sake. Squinting, the recruitment officer decided not to allow himself to agree with His Holiness and not take the boy into the army if he was not up to the task. The sun was setting behind the mansion. The protagonist smiled happily and asked the man not to take him into the army. The Duke's mouth dropped open in shock and he was surprised that the student didn't care. Jurien ran away. Alspert tried to stop him. Raising his hand, the recruitment officer asked why the student didn't want to join the army and if he understood what it meant to be chosen for the World Allied Forces. The boy looked back and wondered what it was. The boy closed his eyes and explained that he knew his place and knew that such a person was not suitable for such a thing. The man watched him in horror. The Duke smiled and thought that he was wrong about him. He looked up and thought that the student, faced with the position that everyone dreamed of, kept his composure even after hearing such insulting words as entry cancelled due to lack of talent. The student ran away, with magic that was centuries ahead of its time and a deep composure that was not influenced by emotions. Their capabilities were truly different. Alspert realized that this cadet was truly chosen by God himself to preserve humanity. The man took a step forward. A group of boys approached the palace. It was the day of joining the training camp of the World Allied Forces. Kieran saluted and said that the joining ceremony would be held in this mansion. The young man, born in a great empire and serving in the World Allied Forces, smiled. The instructor crossed his arms and smirked. His role was to nurture talents that would lead humanity. Sekraz watched the recruits from the window. Spring Secret smiled. She was Kieran's boss. The girl raised her eyebrows and wondered what it was like to be chosen for the World Allied Forces and how one could look at it with such disdain. The protagonist gritted his teeth in displeasure. Urien narrowed his eyes and wondered what brought him here in the first place. The gate opened in front of him. The boy mentally wondered if this place was only meant for the best of the best. Imagining Chris winking at him, the boy decided that it started after their fight, in which he wanted to know his level of strength. The student entered the building and sighed, deciding to get kicked out of here. The protagonist looked up. Suddenly, his eyes widened. In front of him was a spacious hall with luxurious chandeliers. Chefs stood in front of tables with exquisite food. A man held a huge ham in his hands. On one of the tables lay a roasted pig. Urien approached his classmates and thought that this was a banquet. The boy raised his eyebrows in surprise. Someone greeted the guests, who are the future of humanity. Kitsotes raised his glass and introduced himself as the one in charge of conducting their training. The commander, standing on the stairs, introduced himself as the commander of the Holy Knights from the nation of God's grace. The boy looked away and thought that this man was about the same level as Huon. The man, shrouded in a bright aura, explained that they would put their safety above all else and that anyone who posed a threat would be punished in the name of God. Putting his hand to his chin, the student thought that his teacher was very good and guessed that she was one of the strongest of humanity if she had the strength to stand shoulder to shoulder with the commander. Smiling, the brunette explained that the training would last for 2 weeks and hoped that the cadets would take it as a simple social meeting. Nuzag and his friend exchanged glances when Kitsotes called the guys talents that would one day save humanity and become comrades who would save each other on the battlefield. The commander raised his hand. The Holy Knight raised his glass and asked the guests to enjoy the banquet. The man smiled widely and proposed to drink to peace and to all of humanity. The cooks were busy with the food on the tables. Soon, mountains of empty plates appeared on the tablecloth. The protagonist happily began to eat. Someone called out to him, and Urien looked up in surprise. Ruse approached him and said that she knew he would be assigned here too. The girl smiled and explained that the dishes here were prepared in real time by famous chefs from different countries. The boy picked up a ham and explained that he wanted to leave early, but the food was too good. The girl's mouth dropped open in surprise. Looking down, she realized that her classmate had gotten into a dream situation just for the sake of delicious food, and guessed that being truly strong did not mean being tied to any position. The stranger approached her and recognized her as a cadet from the Empire. Shinchin put his hand on his chest and introduced himself, saying that it was an honor to meet a genius who appeared once in 100 years. The student ignored him and did not even turn to look at him. Ruse closed her eyes and declared that she was not interested in the weak. The young man smiled and asked who the person next to her was. The boy looked back and introduced himself to him. Walking up to him, the cadet realized that he was the special student. Raising his hand, the blonde man invited the girl to join them, saying that there were even more delicious dishes on their table. The protagonist raised his eyebrows and declared that he wanted to go with them as well. Shinchin held his hand out in front of him and asked how a commoner who was shunned by a god could ask him for such a thing. Urien smiled nervously. The boy hoped that he would maintain an image befitting his status. Looking at the girl, the cadet explained that while compassion for the weak was a necessary character trait for the strong, this place only gathered the best of the best. The blonde smiled widely and added that in the future, each of them would achieve success in different fields. Shinchin looked down and stated that wasting his precious time on a commoner was too much. Putting his hand to his chest, the boy called his acquaintance to follow him and promised to introduce her to his friends. The student reminded him of his words about compassion. Looking back, Ruse explained that she completely lacked this aspect, and said that she felt the same interest in him and his friends as a newborn child does in magic. The cadet looked at her in surprise and asked what that meant. He smiled nervously and assumed that his new acquaintance lacked insight despite her natural talent. The blonde looked at the boy eating the meat and asked if she thought he was worse than such a commoner. The girl closed her eyes and said that it was his own choice whether to communicate with him or not. The girl looked up and said that a scoundrel could lose his head if he let his guard down. Raising his hand to his mouth, Shinchin promised to be more careful and said that he could not afford to lose such a beautiful head. The fork pierced a piece of meat. The student put it in his mouth and asked why everyone was just talking and leaving the food untouched. Deciding to eat with pleasure, the protagonist pierced another piece of meat with his fork. Someone did the same. Urien looked up in surprise. The stranger looked at him in confusion. With a quick movement of his hand, he tore out the piece of meat. The boy opened his mouth in disappointment. The young man ate the cutlet with pride. The boy thought that something was wrong with him and skewered another piece of meat on his fork. The student closed his eyes and brought it to his mouth. At the same moment, another cadet took his cutlet away from him. The heroes stood on opposite sides of the table. The protagonist's eyes widened in amazement. The stranger chewed his food. Urien watched him in horror. The young man raised his eyebrows and said that it was not really that tasty. The boy looked at his empty fork. His body began to tremble. The cadet stuck his fork into the last cutlet. The boy watched it carefully. His classmate brought the cutlet to his mouth to eat it. The student looked down and released his power by 5%. The stranger put the fork in his mouth. Suddenly, his pupils narrowed. The young man took out the fork and realized that it was empty. The cutlet was in the hands of the protagonist. He took a bite and looked at his competitor. The cadet frowned sadly. Urien handed him the bitten-off piece of meat. His classmate looked at the cutlet that had fallen on the plate in horror. The boy's eyes were smoky. The stranger's blue eyes lit up. He furiously skewered the cutlet on his fork. The young man quickly sent it to his mouth. In that same second, the fork was in his mouth. The guy smiled and said that he should eat more vegetables. The cadet's tongue turned out to be green onions. The student happily closed his eyes and declared that the meat here was actually very tasty. His classmate held the greens on his tongue, not wanting to swallow them. Suddenly, his hairpin began to glow. A blue aura appeared around his body. The protagonist licked his lips. Someone raised their hand. The stranger hit his comrade on the back of the head and asked if he was really that stupid. The child scratched his head. The cadet shouted that his skill was not perfect yet and could destroy a building, so it should only be used when he really needed the power. Johnny bowed his head and explained that he needed the power to eat meat. Arini closed his eyes and said that there was a lot of meat on the other tables as well. His friend raised his eyebrows and said that the most delicious meat was the one that could be taken from the strong. Urien smiled happily. Watching from the side, the blonde man noticed that when insignificant people raised their voices, it spoiled the atmosphere of the party. The youth gritted his teeth and asked if this was really about them. Standing at another table, the cadet apologized and decided that the obvious truth was not even worth saying out loud. The boys stared at him when they were called low-born commoners. Shinchin closed his eyes and expressed his dismay at the fact that a commoner ascended to the throne and destroyed the divine order. Lightning flashed around the child. Johnny, surrounded by a dark aura, said that their president was a more outstanding person than anyone else and asked his classmate not to say such words just because he had a mouth. Putting his hand in front of him, Arini expressed his concern that the people of the nation of God's grace would never make progress and would quickly fall if they sat idly by waiting for their master. Grinning, the youth apologized and explained that he was simply worried about those people who could do nothing but pray to God. The blonde opened his mouth in shock and was outraged by his disrespectful behavior. The boys bumped their foreheads and began to curse. Sekraz smiled. Spring Secret pointed at the students and asked to assign them to the first squad. Ryusei looked forward in surprise. Shinchin raised his eyebrows in confusion. Arini frowned suspiciously. Johnny narrowed his eyes indifferently. The protagonist opened his mouth in amazement. The child looked down and realized that the person in front of him was an immortal hero. Urien asked what it meant. His classmate frowned tensely and explained that it was a title created by the emperor, and that a hero's duty was to work for the benefit of all mankind regardless of their country. The youth lowered his eyelids and added that from a diplomatic point of view, a country that has a hero has an advantage. The previous hero was Huon of the kingdom. Jenny smiled and explained that the 4 immortal heroes were stronger than normal. In order to avoid diplomatic inconvenience, the empire created an immortal who was equal to a hero. The servant approached the captain and said that it was not yet time for initiation. Kitsodi smiled and asked what his comrade was going to do with these young soldiers. The girl smirked and said that these 5 would be assigned to the first squad. Standing on the balcony, the woman said that she would train them personally. The students were excited by this statement. The commander closed his eyes and decided that no one could object to her decision. The man asked his colleague to be gentle. The woman raised her eyebrows and said that it would depend on how the young soldiers showed themselves. There was a tree growing in the meadow. The first squad gathered in front of their trainer. Sekraz announced that she would be training them for the next 2 weeks and suggested getting straight to the point. Spring Secret smiled broadly and decided to choose the squad leader. Arini raised his eyebrows in surprise. His friend asked if this meant that they would choose the strongest of them. The girl smirked and explained that for the next 2 weeks, the first squad needed to remember that the strong become winners and the weak become losers. She cast a stern look at the boys and said that there was no place for losers here. The protagonist's eyes widened in surprise. The woman explained that their goal was to gather geniuses from different countries and develop teamwork, so the intensity of the training would be moderate and they did not plan to expel anyone. Winking, the coach decided that it would be too boring and promised to make sure that the extra ones were weeded out. Sekraz narrowed her eyes slyly and announced that the test to select the squad leader would begin right now. Urien smiled nervously and hoped that it would not be a mortal duel. Shinchin grinned slyly and laughed. The young man looked at Ryusei and declared that the leader would be chosen from the aristocrats. Raising his fist, he added that the leader would be the strongest of them, and said that his strength exceeded her skills. The cadet closed his eyes and explained that he wanted to avoid unnecessary quarrels and asked if his ally agreed. The girl turned to her classmate and asked if he wanted to become a commander. The boy raised his eyebrows and called himself too weak for that. The girl smiled and doubted it. Arini closed his eyes and said that if it was a question of the strongest, then none of them could become a commander. The soldier looked away and said that his friend was the strongest of them. Sekraz smiled broadly and called the boys funny. She raised her eyebrows and explained that they would not have to fight each other. Spring Secret narrowed her eyes and added that she would choose the commander herself, because dividing people by nation and status was forbidden since they would become comrades in the future. The members of the first squad stood in a row. The girl raised her baton and suggested that they simply spar to choose a commander. Arini raised his eyebrows and asked what that meant. The woman smiled and explained that she didn't know who they were or what their strengths were, but she would figure it out when they crossed swords. The trainer held out a staff and said that they would choose a squad leader after the sparring match. Shinchin's eyes widened in shock when he realized that they would have to fight an immortal hero. Someone stepped forward. Johnny adjusted his gloves and said that he would go first. Sekraz put her hand on her belt and asked him not to be afraid, because this was just a simple test. The boy took out a device and said that he was not afraid at all. The boy spun the weapon in his hand. It straightened out and turned into a blade. At the end of it was a chainsaw. The cadet raised the weapon in front of him. Spring Secret put her staff on her shoulder and realized that the student had a portable sword. She extended her hand forward and suggested that they begin the first stage. The girl kicked off the ground with her foot. The child was able to block her first attack. Their weapons clashed in battle. The woman smiled broadly. Johnny looked at her indifferently. The heroes held their weapons in front of them, not allowing the enemy to even move. The chainsaw cut through the flower petals. The trainer's mouth dropped open in surprise. She had to jump back. The immortal hero leaned forward and guessed that if they continued, she would have been cut in half. She was amazed by the strength of the blade, which did not look very sharp. The boy raised his eyebrows and explained that sharpness was not the only thing that mattered. Sekraz narrowed her eyes slyly and asked if this was what the Federal Republic called science. Arini smirked. The young man looked up and declared that the transition from magic to knowledge would soon become the standard of strength. Spring's secret rushed forward and decided to begin the second stage. The boy frowned and thought that she had become even faster. Her eyes lit up. The girl appeared behind her opponent. At that moment, the cadet turned around and blocked her attack. He thought that it was not only the speed but also the strength. The woman was behind him again. The powerful blow generated a wave of red energy. The student gritted his teeth and managed to stay on his feet. The trainer's body exuded incredible energy. A drop of sweat rolled down Johnny's cheek. A leaf fell from the tree. The immortal hero hit the boy on the head with her staff and invited the next candidate. The boy, opening his mouth in surprise, asked her to stop and said that he had not yet shown half of his true skills. Sekras closed her eyes and reminded her that this was just a simple test, so the student should save his true skills for next time. Arini smirked. The young man narrowed his eyes slyly and declared that he would show his abilities, despite the fact that they were weaker than his comrades. The cadet raised his sword in front of him. The first stage began. During the next stage, he gritted his teeth in displeasure. At the third stage, the soldier opened his mouth in rage and screamed. Already at the fourth stage, Spring's secret touched his head with her staff. The student lowered the corners of his lips in disappointment and thought that starting from the third stage, it was impossible to follow her movements. Johnny frowned in disappointment. His comrade wondered how he managed to get to the fifth stage. Shinchin covered his mouth with his hand and laughed, calling their fight cute. The guy summoned fire in his hand and called his classmates to look closely at the power of magic that the god had granted. Already at the fourth stage, the girl touched him with her staff and asked him to return to his place. Standing with his back to him, Arini said that he saw his true level. The young man grinned and said that, apparently, the god loved everyone equally. The blonde angrily pursed his lips and wished to kill his classmate. The woman waved her staff and called the only girl in the squad. Ryusei looked up tensely. The trainer placed her hand on the ground and asked her to get ready. The girl parried her blows for 4 stages. During the 5th stage, the immortal hero jumped into the air. The student looked down. Suddenly, her eye, which had been hidden under the bandage all this time, lit up. A powerful explosion was heard. The guys from the Federal Republic opened their mouths in shock. Sekras smiled widely and asked if her eye was cursed. The cadet was clutching a clot of energy in her hand. A strong red aura hovered around her. Spring's secret raised her eyebrows in fear and asked what it was. Arini frowned and asked if their classmate had reacted to the 5th stage. Johnny said that he could have gone to the 100th stage if he had used his engine. The woman raised a burning staff and said that the 6th stage is where the abilities of a high-ranking knight begin. A bright flame flared up around her. Ryusei's eyes lit up. The protagonist smiled widely and thought that it looked quite interesting. The rivals, engulfed in energy, prepared for battle. The guys from the Federal Republic opened their mouths, discussing their fight. Shinchin raised his eyebrows and asked if this was the highest record so far. The coach spread her arms and announced the beginning of the 6th stage. A clot of red energy was burning in the girl's hand. Suddenly, a flower rod appeared right in front of her face. At the same time, the girl jumped back, but the opponent was behind her. The blonde man's eyes widened in shock and asked if their teacher had doubled. Frowning, Arini explained that she attacked with incredible speed, so she was able to attack, instantly move to another point and attack again. The immortal hero rushed towards the stunned opponent. Her elbow caught fire. The student was able to block the blow with her hand. Johnny narrowed his eyes and asked if she had managed to react. Sekras smiled and asked how she had managed to block the 6th stage. She narrowed her eyes slyly and thought that this student had the ability of an advanced knight. Ryusei had a purple aura burning around her. The Spring secret was looking forward to the moment when she grew up. The protagonist smiled and thought that it was not bad. The woman placed the staff on her shoulder and said that the student could stop, since it would be difficult to continue with such an arm. The girl lowered her arm, which seemed to be dislocated. The trainer closed her eyes and said that she even had to use a little of her power, despite the fact that this was just a simple test. The girl looked up and addressed her by name. Frowning, the immortal hero asked to be called instructor and promised to make sure to control her powers better next time. The student lowered the corners of her lips and addressed her again. Ryusei summoned a clot of energy in her hand and asked her to begin the 7th stage. Sekras froze in place, confused. Remembering how she had to escape with the princess in her arms, the girl thought that she was tired of running away from the strong. The girl engulfed in flames used an absolute magic strike. Spring's secret opened her mouth wide and asked her to stop. The woman smiled and stated that she would get unnecessary injuries if she did not stop right now. The student's face was covered in sweat. The coach promised to give her another chance next time. Ryusei took a step forward. The protagonist looked at her and praised her for her excellent work. The girl opened her mouth and sighed. She looked down and asked the special student to show her true strength. Her hair covered her eyes. The girl thought that she still lacked courage. Urien smiled and asked her to call him by his name. Suddenly, the student's eyes widened. The immortal hero saw the boy running and concluded that he was the last candidate. Shinchin laughed so hard that he choked. He raised his hand to his mouth and said that he shouldn't have laughed, but he couldn't even hold back his laughter. Squinting, the blonde thought that his competitor would fail in the first stage and decided that the gap was too big, so he would have to recommend him for expulsion. The boy raised his eyebrows and said that he forgot to bring his magic wand. Sekras frowned and asked if he would really refuse to take the test. Refuting this, the student raised an ordinary stick and said that he would use this. The boys froze in surprise. Shinchin laughed and called him a crazy commoner. Spring Secret smiled and found this interesting. Raising the staff, she said that she liked it and suggested that they begin the final test. In the forest next to the training field, there were fir trees. 2 stages had already passed. The students were watching the fight with tension. When the 4th stage passed, their mouths opened in shock. During the 5th stage, the protagonist blocked a girl's attack. The young man's eyes widened and said that this could not be. Ryusei smiled and said that this was to be expected from her comrade. The woman raised her eyebrows and noticed that her student was blocking even false attacks without much effort. Urien blocked her attack with a branch again and looked up. Smiling, he thought that he intended to end at the 2nd stage, but the girl asked him to show his strength. The boy turned down the corners of his lips and wondered why she asked him to do this, since he had failed to use offensive magic at the academy. Looking ahead, the boy decided that she was impressed by his healing magic and remembered that this test was not about attacking, but about blocking a blow. With her red eyes flashing, the trainer asked how the student dared to be distracted at a time like this. The immortal hero rushed forward and announced the beginning of the 6th stage. The student dodged her attack and said that he had been lacking concentration lately. A red haze appeared in front of his hand. He managed to clench it into a fist. Sekras saw her magic coming from the flower dissipate. The girl's eyes widened in shock and asked what happened. Shinchin opened his mouth in fear and asked what it meant. Ryusei smiled and explained that the instantaneous magic nullification had destroyed the 4th level magic power. The boys raised their eyebrows in surprise. Arini asked if the teacher's magic power had simply disappeared. Johnny said that it was more like it had been erased. The boy, covered in cold sweat, shouted that it was simply impossible. His pupils narrowed. The soldier explained that energy could be absorbed or reduced to 0, but not erased because it was against the laws of nature. The cadet wondered if his classmates were so stupid that this did not shock them. The blonde bit his thumb. The child raised his eyebrows and decided that their country needed a person who had a unique skill that was impossible in theory. The coach turned around and was surprised that someone could go to the 7th stage. The protagonist smiled and asked if this was really so surprising. The heroes stood in a clearing surrounded by columns. The 7th stage began. Clouds of dust appeared around the opponents. A circle of green energy appeared on the battlefield. At the same time, a powerful explosion was heard. A strong gust of wind from the shockwave fell on the boys. Urien was able to block the blow of the 7th stage. Johnny frowned and noticed that his weapon was broken. The boy was holding a broken branch in his hands. Sekras smirked. She put her hand on her belt and declared that the test was over. Spring Secret confidently looked forward and decided to announce the squad leader. Upon hearing the result, the child frowned and explained that he was careless, so he did not go beyond the 5th stage. Arini looked away and said that he could have shown a better result, but he thought that among such monsters this was normal. Shinchin frowned in disappointment and said that only God knew his true strength. Ryusei closed her eyes and thought that she hadn't even made it to the 7th stage and decided that she needed to get stronger. The boy's mouth dropped open in surprise and asked if there was anything special about him making it to the 7th stage, since it was probably quite common. The woman smiled widely and said that she appreciated the efforts of everyone who had participated in this surprise test. The boys folded their hands behind their backs as she prepared to announce the results. The boy from the Federal Republic dropped his mouth open in surprise when he heard his name. The blonde boy frowned angrily and complained that the selection criteria were too strange, since he was only a 4th stage. Shinchin put his hand to his chest and recommended that they appoint a girl who had reached the 6th stage as commander. Johnny raised his eyebrows and reminded them that they had someone who had reached the 7th stage. The coach lowered the corners of her lips and explained that the commander must be someone who can lead and take responsibility without putting the squad in danger. The immortal hero lowered her gaze and added that a strong but stupid leader will simply lead the team to destruction. Sekras put her hand on her belt and said that when they crossed swords, Arini seemed the most suitable candidate for the role of commander. The sun illuminated the spruce forest. Spring Secret announced that training was over for today and asked the students to go rest. The protagonist looked after her and was glad that he was not chosen as the commander. Ryusei smiled and thanked her friend. Urien replied that he was just lucky. Approaching him, the young man called this sight amazing and said that he was proud to be on the same team with such a person. His friend narrowed his eyes indifferently and declared that his strength was stronger than his allies. After pushing him aside, the commander asked his comrade to ignore him and explained that he had an excessive tendency to be competitive and the guys said goodbye. The boy smiled widely and thought that their company was rather noisy. Shinchin angrily clenched his teeth. The young man looked at his teammate and declared that he would recognize him since they would be undergoing the same training together. The guy frowned in confusion and explained that it was just luck. The blonde turned away and said that it was impossible to pass this test by relying only on luck. The student silently watched him go. The protagonist opened his mouth in shock and thought that everything had not gone according to plan. Clouds gathered over the city. Urian sat on the edge of the bed. The boy put his hand on the bedspread and was glad that this bed was so soft and that he could be alone. The guy lay on his back and thought that the food here was very tasty. Closing his eyes, he realized that even his sister was getting bad grades and decided that he would have to continue training. The student raised his eyebrows and wanted to spend some time with his sister when he returned, but he had no time to rest. There was a fire burning near the weapon racks. Someone ran forward. The first squad ran across the training field. The protagonist shouted that they had time to relax. Sekras put her hand to her mouth and asked for their last lap. Shinchin was so tired that his eyes turned white. He felt like his heart was about to explode. There were outposts near the fortress wall. Standing on a dais, Spring Secret allowed the students to stop and announced that the morning endurance training was over. Smiling, the girl praised everyone for their work and asked the commander to take care of the rest since she had to go to a meeting. The young man wiped his sweat with his hand and asked why mages needed to do endurance training. Looking down at him, Arini called him weak and asked if he didn't know where his magic power came from. The boy narrowed his eyes and replied that magic power came from the blood, so its quantity and quality depended on basic stamina and nutrition. The blonde pursed his lips in displeasure. Johnny raised his eyebrows and asked if this wasn't a great exercise. Looking at the group of people in the distance, the boy asked if they were the only ones doing this. The guys from the other squad were drinking wine. Ryusei realized that only their squad was training. The protagonist frowned in annoyance and reminded that even Kitsori said that they should think of this as a social event. Arini narrowed his eyes and called it very strange. Someone suggested that they stop training and start having fun. The young man raised his eyebrows and explained that if the purpose of this training was to select talents, then 2 weeks was too much. Looking ahead indifferently, his friend assumed that they had a different objective, and figured that a kingdom and empire that had been invaded by monsters would not gather geniuses from all over the world for just a 2-week social event. Urian lowered his hands and asked what their objective could be. Shinchin called his words just a cheap theory. Ryusei lowered her gaze and thought about what the kingdom and empire wanted. A bright light illuminated the cathedral. Kitsori smiled and reported that the target had successfully completed the entrance ceremony and was currently in the first unit. Armin opened his mouth and thanked him. Closing his eyes, the Holy Father corrected his comrade and called the target a blessing, explaining that someone might misunderstand them. The commander bowed and asked for forgiveness. As the man descended the steps, he explained that they needed to take full control of this training, stating that they had lost more than they wanted and needed to bring a blessing to their country. The Holy Knight bowed before him and agreed with him. He looked down. Suddenly, the warrior looked forward. The brunette bit his lower lip tensely. Armin opened his mouth wide and asked how his colleague was going to present this, since the original plan was to place the target in the third squad. Kitsori's gritted his teeth in fear as the Holy Father stated that their plan was falling apart. Frowning furiously, the man said that his comrade had no idea what to do when he had a blessing from God in front of him, and asked if he was a child of Satan who thought they didn't need it. Guiltily lowering his head, the commander promised to fix this and stated that they absolutely needed a blessing. The brunette looked at him in surprise when the Holy Knight explained that it was not such a big deal that Spruce was in the first squad since she was also assigned to the first squad. Armin put his hand to his chin and wondered who he was talking about. The Holy Father understood and smiled widely. His blue eyes lit up as he realized that he was talking about the youngest member of the Holy Sword Corps. Arini raised his eyebrows in surprise and asked if she was in their squad too. The stranger smiled and explained that she was unable to attend the induction ceremony due to circumstances. Mabel looked up and introduced herself. Her red eyes were smoky. People in white robes appeared. They were representatives of a secret special organization. Armin looked down and thought that humans were not perfect and that they were not enough to follow God's dreams of utopia. The Holy Father looked at his hand and decided that they could not find happiness without getting their hands dirty. A blue aura appeared around the robed man, a secret organization hiding from God and dirtying their hands in the name of humanity. The youngest agent smiled widely and introduced herself to her new comrades. Arini looked at her and concluded that she was now with us. Johnny frowned and said that it bothered him. The protagonist opened his mouth wide and offered to make her run in circles since she came straight from endurance training. Shinchin put his hand on his belt and said that he had never heard the newcomer's name. The girl folded her hand in front of her and identified herself as a commoner and explained that she attended a normal school that specialized in theory. The girl closed her eyes and said that it was a great honor for her to be on the same team as them. The young man held his hand out in front of him and shouted that commoners who were rejected by God were sent to such schools. Neba's eyes widened in surprise and asked what he was talking about. The blonde frowned and said that there were only 2 nobles in the first squad and that they could not accept another commoner. He turned around and asked the commander to send her away. Barini narrowed his eyes and asked if he had such authority. Johnny, covered in a blue aura, said that a newcomer must pass an entrance test to join the first squad. The boy approached her and said that he would help her with this as the strongest. The boy tilted his head and noticed that she was giving off a threatening aura. Smiling, the girl decided to show herself and asked her comrade to take care of her during the test. Urian picked up the popcorn and thought that this would be a fun fight to watch. The young man placed his hand on his comrade's shoulder, scratching the back of his head. The commander said that he could not ignore the opinions of the squad members and asked Ryusei to conduct this test. The cadet's eyes widened in surprise and said that he wanted to do it personally. The student threw it over his shoulder and said that his friend did not want to conduct a test, but simply wanted to fight. Barini smiled and explained that the point of the test was to determine the opponent's level, so their friend would handle it properly. The girl clenched the flash into her fist and suggested starting with a greeting. Maeba's eyes widened in fear. Johnny looked around and asked if this was not an ordinary fight. The people at the banquet table asked what the noise was, and the boy, eating popcorn, called it an impressive sight. A cloud of smoke appeared on the battlefield. The girl raised her index finger and said that it was close. Smiling, the agent said that she was able to repel the attack and asked if she managed to pass the test. The student clenched her fist and replied that it was not bad. A flash appeared in her hand. Ryusei reminded that it was not an attack, but just a greeting. The commander frowned and realized that the situation was getting out of control. Johnny was indignant that he was not allowed to conduct this test. Maba looked away and thought that her target was already close. The protagonist stuffed his cheeks with popcorn and asked if the fight was already over. The girl pursed her lips and wondered if this was a new divine blessing. Suddenly, a flash flashed in front of her face. Shinchin clenched his fist and declared that it was a perfect hit. Urian raised his eyebrows and thought that his friend had definitely become stronger. The girl lowered her hand and said that it was an attack. Suddenly, her eyes became round. Reflecting the blow with her elbow, the agent said that her opponent attacked too suddenly and asked again if she managed to pass the test. The guys were delighted. Arini narrowed his eyes and thought that for a moment it seemed to him that the newcomer missed the attack. At that moment, a flame flashed in front of her face. Neba didn't lose her composure and deflected it with her hand. Raising his eyebrows, the young man decided that her body had reacted on its own and said that the test was over. The commander lowered his hands and apologized for this cruel joke, because they had no right to test her at all. The girl closed her eyes and replied that everything was fine. She smiled widely and asked if her ally could attack me in earnest. The student was standing on the training field. The agent recognized her by the eye patch. At that moment, the newcomer appeared next to her and asked her to show that very genius power that everyone was talking about. Ryusei jumped back, dodging the attack, and declared that the test was already over. The girl lowered the corners of her lips and called further fighting reckless. Neba opened her mouth in surprise. Dark energy gathered around her. The student's pupils narrowed in horror. Johnny raised his eyebrows in shock. Arini opened his mouth in fear. Shinchin's face broke out in cold sweat. The cadet jumped forward to attack. The girl smiled. A powerful explosion was heard on the training ground. Ryusei's eyes widened in surprise. The protagonist stood between the two rivals. The girl looked at him tensely. A dark aura appeared in front of her a moment ago, and she felt a strong thirst for blood. Her body instinctively moved forward. A flame ignited in her fist. The agent put her hand on the ground. Her crazy eyes were burning. The newcomer did not even plan to defend herself. Neba was lying on the ground, blood spreading around her. The student's mouth opened in fear. She flinched when Urian said that watching the battle was fun, and reminded them that if someone got hurt, they would be in trouble. The boy's mouth opened. Turning to the new recruit, he called her a joker. The girl closed her eyes and explained that she thought they liked this kind of joke too and asked if it was too much. The agent smirked, thinking that all her bones had been broken a second ago and thought that it was an instant healing. The boy puffed out his cheeks and looked at her questioningly, licking her lips. The newbie remembered that she had to kill him and decided to strike when the target was off guard so that he would not have a chance to recover. The student leaned towards her and asked if she was having trouble standing up since the healing should have worked. The newbie blushed and thought that her target was too close. Raising his eyebrows in surprise, Shinchin wondered what had happened and realized that the commoner had lost immediately after arriving at the academy. Johnny gritted his teeth and asked if his comrade had seen what had happened. A sweat-drenched Arini realized that this was healing, not regeneration, and said that this was the second skill that could not be explained. The young man put his hand to his head and explained that he thought this man belonged to a more advanced nation. The boy raised his eyebrows and suggested that they investigate further. Looking at her hand, Mabel realized that she had experienced the powers of a divine blessing. Her red eyes lit up, and the girl decided to track how long it took to use this ability. The protagonist approached her and asked why she did not get up. Urian saw the blush on her face and asked if she still had pain. That same night, deep in the forest, there was a house. The hatch was slightly open. The stairs led to the basement. Torches hanging on the wall illuminated the room. The man in the robe frowned menacingly. The members of the secret organization were sitting at the table. One of them pressed the radio telegraph and said that his colleague's actions today were reckless. The agent looked down and explained that she did it to find out if the target possessed a true blessing. Tapping the device, the girl said that as a result of these actions, the skill of full instant healing was confirmed. The masked man looked down and approved of her actions. Pressing the lever, the unknown said that she was perfect for this mission. The stranger looked up and warned that impulsive actions were forbidden, despite good intentions. Mabel lowered her head when the leader asked her to coordinate her every action with him. They sat opposite each other. The man in the robe decided that his subordinate must show her loyalty with actions, not words, otherwise she would be suspended. The girl agreed. The unknown raised his hand and sighed heavily. He placed 2 potions on the table. Tapping out words in Morse code, the stranger informed her that an internal competition was scheduled for the next 2 days. The stranger looked ahead and asked his subordinate to give the target a red potion when she was exhausted. The vial rolled across the table towards the agent. The masked man looked up and explained that it was an aphrodisiac made from illegal substances and infused with magical power. Neba's eyes widened in shock as the secret society member asked her to impregnate the target so that she could become a citizen of their kingdom. The girl looked down and agreed. Turning his head, the stranger wished her luck and asked her to give the target a blue potion if anything went wrong. The vial of poison emitted a blue aura. Depression was imprisoned in a dungeon. The stranger explained that the poison was made from a piece of level 4 disease and depression's fresh blood. The man in the robe frowned and added that when a blessing died, its power was passed on to the next generation, so it was best to kill Jurian and wait for the blessing to be reborn. Pressing the radio telegraph, the stranger reported that the mission should be successful in 2 days. The crescent moon shone above the house. The agent lowered the corners of her lips and sighed heavily. Sitting up in bed, the recruit thought that the god's followers always made her deal with such situations. There were 2 vials on the windowsill. Mabel lowered her head and realized that she had to either give birth to a child or kill her comrade. Clutching the blanket in her hand, the girl thought that she did not have any evil feelings towards him and decided that she could not marry right now. Her red eyes shone. The agent decided to kill him as quickly and neatly as possible. The next day, clouds floated above the greenhouse. On the table there was a plate with sliced meat. The protagonist took the plate and concluded that their squad would be the only ones training today. Urian put the plate on the table and decided to eat well. Arini noticed that he had a big appetite. Johnny immediately grabbed the ham from his friend's plate. The boy shamed him for stealing. He frowned and asked what his problem was. Suddenly, the boy looked away. The student noticed the girls at the table and thought that his friend had become quite popular. Ryusei was standing next to the other students and talking to them. The guys looked at her. The young man said that since the girl demonstrated high-level attacks, she had many fans. Closing his eyes, Shinchin said that she had always been a star and explained that everyone wanted to befriend or at least talk to a genius who appears once in 100 years. The protagonist opened his mouth in surprise and asked if the newcomer had not demonstrated a high level of strength. The young man smiled and assumed it was a joke and asked who would want to be friends with a commoner in a place full of geniuses who would become influential figures. Jurian sat at the table next to the new recruit and said that eating together was much more enjoyable. The boy's eyes widened in shock and he asked how it was that his meat had disappeared so quickly. Johnny thanked him for the treat. Sitting alone, Maba asked her teammate not to look at her with pity because such kindness made her feel uneasy. The girl raised an eyebrow and explained that she was used to being alone and did not want to tie herself to unnecessary ties. The boy looked at her in amazement. The agent reminded him that they would have nothing to do with each other once the training was over. Sekras opened the door and called for the first squad to gather because it was time for magic training. Arina's mouth opened wide and asked his friends to gather. His comrade was indignant that he was not allowed to eat properly. The blonde smiled and said that he shouldn't do that. The student frowned in displeasure and said that he hadn't even had time to touch his food. The sun was shining on the green furs. The protagonist gritted his teeth and said that he would eat a triple portion for dinner. Johnny offered him to have a snack and come back. The commander asked him not to joke. Spring Secret put her hand on her belt and noticed the addition to the team. Closing her eyes, Maba apologized for being late and said that it was a great honor for her to train with such a person. Grinning, the woman said that Kitsotes used his captain's authority to send her to this squad and said that she had not managed to find out much information about the newcomer. The girl smiled widely and explained that there was no information about such a pathetic person like her. The coach closed her eyes in hope that the recruit would not hold up the squad. Looking at the fighters, the immortal hero announced that it was time for magic training and asked if all of them wanted to train. The boys widened their eyes in surprise when Sekra said that she had deliberately taken them away in the middle of their meal. Spring Secret clapped her hands and asked her colleague to show them something. Urian's mouth dropped open in shock. The cook brought out a huge piece of meat onto the lawn. The woman smiled and explained that this was not ordinary meat, but premium meat that was only available to the very rich people in the empire. The chef who prepared it smiled widely. Ramobai frowned and expressed indignation at being sent to a training camp with food that only high-ranking officials ate. Raising her eyebrows, the trainer explained that the students needed an incentive to continue training, which could be too tiring due to its intensity, so the reward for completing the training would be this incredible meat. The boy's eyes widened and he asked if only the richest people could eat this amazing meat. The immortal hero raised her finger and said that the students would have to open a chest inside the room to win. The chest was bound with magical chains, and to open it, they had to unlock its complex mechanism. With her eyes sparkling, Sekra said that the method of opening it was up to the students and that they could do whatever they wanted with it. The boys looked forward with interest. Johnny decided to give it his all. Shinchin suggested that his mana would help him cope. The protagonist, with lightning running through his body, thought that only the richest people in the empire could try this meat. Urian, covered in a green aura, realized that it was time to show himself and release 50% of his power. Spring Secret lowered her hands and asked the students to open the chest in 3 minutes using any of the available methods. The reward for completing the task was a huge piece of roasted meat lying on the table. The boy grabbed his friends by the shoulders and asked them to step aside. The starving boy stepped forward and wanted to go first. The woman closed her eyes and asked the squad leader to go first. Arini furrowed his brows and agreed. His friend asked if they should wait somewhere else. The student gritted his teeth in displeasure and said that he wanted to go first. Rusei calmed him down, saying that his turn would soon come. Kyron looked back when the boss asked him if everything was ready. The heroes approached a wooden house next to which the instructor was standing. The young man narrowed his eyes and assumed that they were in a hurry to build this house for training. The trainer took hold of the door handle and invited the student inside. The commander entered the house. He opened his mouth in surprise. In front of him on the table lay a chest. Arini raised his hand and thought that it looked like an ordinary chest. A blue aura swirled around the box. The boy reached out his hand to it. Frowning tensely, the young man realized that there was a triple locking system in use and thought that in that case all the locks would have to be open at the same time. Watching him from around the corner, the immortal hero reported that a minute had already passed. The chest, for some unknown reason, began to shake. Sekra smiled and said that 2 minutes had passed. The commander clenched his teeth and realized that he did not have much time. The chest began to shake even more violently. Cold sweat ran down the soldier's face. He placed his hand on the lid of the box. Spring Secret raised her eyebrows and said that there were 30 seconds left in the test. Arini tore off the lid of the chest. The boy looked at her and realized that he had broken the box. The woman bowed her head and praised him for opening the chest. The boy asked if he would receive a reward for this, and at that moment a plate of meat appeared in front of him. The protagonist stuck his tongue out of his mouth in delight. Urian ran up to his comrade, wanting to taste the meat. Shinchin, who was standing nearby, was surprised that such a luxurious table and chairs were brought to such a forest. The commander, covered in sweat, thought that he felt hungry just from the smell of this meat. The exquisite dish sparkled on the plate. The cadet thought that all his body organs wanted this meat. He picked up a fork and knife. Arini pierced a piece of meat with a fork. The boy brought it to his open mouth. Suddenly his cheeks turned red. The boy said that he had never tasted anything so delicious. The boy opened his mouth wide and screamed in indignation. Hearing the student's excited cry, Ramobai smiled and said that behind the imperial palace there was a meadow that ordinary people did not have access to. Cows and pigs ran around the pen. Since the emperor greatly valued cooking, the cooks treated the ingredients with love and devotion, which were considered the best in the whole world. Raising her eyebrows, Rusei asked if this was one of the dishes that His Majesty ate, and was surprised that the trainer brought such unusual ingredients to the training ground. The young man lowered his head and sighed heavily. The commander wiped his mouth and said that he ate it all so quickly that he did not even realize. The soldier smiled widely and shouted that this meat was very tasty. The protagonist widened his eyes in horror and said that now it was his turn because he wanted to train. Johnny raised his eyebrows and said that his friend used the power of the engine. Arini got up from the table. The boy looked back and warned that his comrade was forbidden to use it because its engine was still imperfect. The boy looked away in displeasure when the youth explained that even with 3 devices it was difficult to cope with such power, so the engine should only be used in case of emergency. Putting her hands on her hips, Sekres was glad that the student liked the dish from the best chef of the empire and decided to call the next test subject. Hearing that it would be Ryusei, Urien opened his mouth in shock. Spring Secret closed her eyes and asked him to wait his turn. At the edge of the forest there was a dilapidated house. The girl was standing next to a chest. 1 minute had already passed. Her eyes widened in fear. The student hit the chest with all her might and finished the task in just 1 minute and 13 seconds. The soldier closed her eyes and opened her mouth to taste the meat. The woman announced that Johnny would go next. The boy sweated with impatience. The cadet managed to open the chest in one go after 1 minute had passed. He put a piece of meat in his mouth and said that it was quite tasty, although there was not much of it. Shinchin was supposed to go next. The guy clenched his teeth in irritation and decided that the coach was doing it on purpose. The surprised blonde was able to open the glowing chest in 2 minutes and 24 seconds. The young man picked up a fork and knife and said that one must eat with elegance. Tears welled up in the student's eyes when Mabel was invited next. The girl put her hand to the chest and decided to use her skill. A click was heard between the lid and the chest itself. The girl's eyes widened and noticed that there was actually a 4-fold security system used here. Standing next to the table, the agent thought that all this looked quite complicated, but in truth, the chest could be opened very easily. 1 minute had passed. The brunette waved her finger and the chest opened. She managed to complete the task in 2 minutes. There was a steak and vegetables on the plate. Neba blushed with admiration. The boys gathered at the table. Arini asked her teammate to eat while the meat was still hot. The girl closed her eyes and asked if she could wrap it up to go, explaining that she couldn't eat outside. The immortal hero gave her permission. Shinchin looked away and said that it wasn't worth it. Sekres smiled and said that they had one last student left. The protagonist frowned in displeasure when Spring Secret called him to follow her. The heroes approached a wooden house. The woman said that the chest was inside. Looking after the student, the coach called out to her comrade. The immortal hero gave him a crazy look and asked him not to tell anything about what would happen next, to smile, watch the situation and run if danger appeared. Chiron put his fist to his chest and said that he understood everything. Urien entered the house. Sekres asked if he was ready and reminded him that he needed to open the chest to get the delicious meat. The boy looked back and asked if this was the same chest. Spring Secret closed her eyes and confirmed it and warned him that he only had 3 minutes to open it. The boy looked down. The girl's eyes lit up. The dilapidated house was deep in the forest. In the past, the student had fought with his teacher. On the very first day, his abilities did not match the level of a cadet. The woman smirked and thought that there were many suspicious points in his biography, from his origin to his incredible skills. The chest emitted a bright glow. The trainer thought that this test would reveal all the secrets of the student. The protagonist's mouth fell open in surprise. At this time, Chiron was waiting outside. The immortal hero stood behind her student and watched him. Looking down, Urien realized that he would reveal his powers if he opened the chest right now, and decided to open it in 2.5 minutes. The boy raised his eyebrows and thought that this chest looked a little strange. A golden haze hovered around him. The boy realized that he had never felt such a magical power. Raising his hand, the student realized that this power was even more unpleasant than that of a level 4 monster, and convinced himself that everything would be fine. The cadet brought his hand to the chest and decided that it was time to have some fun. Sekres saw a green aura in front of her. The protagonist raised his hands above the chest. 1 minute passed. Urien's eyes widened in surprise and he felt something strange. The chest was engulfed in energy, but there was no gap in it. Gritting his teeth, the boy wondered how they did this and thought that he should take this a little more seriously. Squinting, Spring Secret reported that 2 minutes had passed and asked why the first special student in the kingdom couldn't just open the chest. The boy frowned menacingly when the girl said that everyone else could do it. The aura around the chest became even thicker. 2.5 minutes had passed. The student opened his mouth wide. He shouted that it was annoying and summoned a green flash. Waves of green energy rushed towards the box. The cadet saw the spark and grabbed his head. Sweat appeared on his tense face. The protagonist realized that this was not an ordinary chest because all his magic was reflected. Urien clenched his fist angrily and thought about his meat when the woman said that he had 20 seconds left. She smirked and said that there were 10 seconds left. The boy spread his arms and asked her to wait. The trainer began the countdown. The boy angrily clenched his teeth. Bright energy appeared in his hand. He stood silently in place when there were already 2 seconds left. The immortal hero frowned in disappointment and decided that she was wrong about him. Sekres lowered her gaze and realized that this student was no better than the other guys and would not be able to open the chest. Closing her eyes, Spring Secret assumed that he was just lucky on the first day and ended the countdown. The student cried out that he could do it, and the girl's eyes widened in shock. There was an open chest on the table. The cadet declared that he could eat the best meat in the world. The woman ran up to him and asked what that meant. The coach's mouth dropped open in surprise. There was a bundle in the chest. The immortal hero stared at it in fear. Suddenly, she looked back. She looked dumbfounded. Kirin was calmly waiting at the door of the house. Green fir trees flew past. There was a mansion in the large square. The blue sky was reflected in its high windows. Kitsotes looked away. The man frowned. The commander looked away. Sekras smiled and asked where he got that. Spring Secret raised her index finger. The room was enveloped in blue light. The protagonist looked back and noticed the barrier. The girl approached the table and called out to her student. Without turning around, she told him that the first hero left 3 chests to his descendants after his death. Jurian's mouth widened in amazement. Looking ahead, the woman explained that each chest was protected by a special spell that even the descendants of the first hero could not overcome. The boy raised his eyebrows in fear and asked what she was talking about. There was a parchment in the box. The trainer added that the descendants believed that it was too early to open the chests and stored them in different countries. The immortal hero picked up the chest and stated that it was one of them. The boy opened his mouth in shock and asked if that was true. Ryusei opened her mouth slightly. The girl looked away and said that their friend was late. Shinchin raised his fist to his mouth and confirmed this and suggested that he had failed because the task was too difficult for him. The boy smirked and stated that he would have been sweating in his place. The student's face was dripping with sweat and he asked if he had really managed to do something that was impossible. The cadet's eyes widened and he asked if he was stronger than the hero himself. Taking the package in her hands, Sekras said that he shouldn't be proud of it and explained that she had known in advance that it didn't take much strength to open the chest. The Spring Secret opened the parchment and the protagonist thought that he was very lucky. Urian raised an eyebrow and asked why he was required to open a national treasure. The girl looked at the paper and opened her mouth in fear. The boy stood behind her and did not understand what was going on. The woman rolled up the parchment and said that she was interested in this chest. The boy's eyes widened in shock, not understanding what she was talking about. The trainer slammed the chest shut and asked him not to think about such trifles. Putting her hand on the student's shoulder, the immortal hero explained that the most important thing was that the chest was open and suggested that it was great to be able to open the box when no one else could. The student looked at her and said that this was not something to just celebrate. Sekras smiled widely and asked the student not to tell anyone about it. She raised her eyebrows and told him that the first hero had left a message that the person who opened the chest should receive. The cadet's mouth opened in surprise and asked what the message was. The protagonist backed away and asked if he could just leave. Urian smiled nervously and explained that it was not normal for a commoner to be involved in something like this. Spring Secret widened her eyes and refused him, saying that for her, this was a real blessing. There was a chest on the table. The fact that it was opened was probably the will of the first hero. The girl explained that it could not be opened by force. The boy looked away and thought that he did just that. Standing by the table, the woman added that the hero's power, which is considered a gift from God, is actually inherited magic left by the first hero. The boy's mouth dropped open in amazement. The trainer explained that this power belongs to the hero himself and is passed down to his descendants. She looked back and said that it was written in the scroll that this power cannot be passed down beyond the 5th generation. Looking ahead, the immortal hero explained that 4 years ago, this woman made everyone kill a level 5 monster and concluded that the hero's power will soon disappear. The bright sun shone above the castle. Hyun pursed her lips. The teacher looked away. She was the last heir to the hero's power. Kirin stood in the meadow with his hands behind his back. He smirked and thought that it was obvious that everything was over. Standing in the middle of an empty clearing, the man thought that the little house had disappeared. The hero's cheeks turned pink and he thought that no, or rather, the barrier spell made it seem like the little house had disappeared and that he couldn't hear or see the little house that was clearly there, and then said that as expected of Circus, she was amazing. Kirin stood next to the rock and thought shyly that he should continue to smile. He should be alert and watchful. It was said that 4 years ago, the operation to eliminate the level 5 began under the leadership of the hero Hyun in a magical forest where a group of heroes were sitting around a fire. A member of the hero's group, Circus, frowned and shouted at Hyun that she was being careless. Looking at the woman sitting on the log, the girl said that everyone was very tired and added that now that the level 5 had escaped, they should stop the operation and return. Pointing to the exhausted knights, Service continued that not everyone had the strength of a hero like Hevon. Kine sat near a tree and said that 20 members of the hero's party and 40 ordinary knights participated in this operation, and out of a total of 60 people, 4 members of the hero's party and 23 knights died. Looking down sadly, Nellie said that it was not as they expected since level 5 was very strong. Hevon lowered her head and said that this operation could not be stopped, and added that right now, level 5 was cornered, and that the heroes must catch up and kill level 5 before it came to its senses. Service clenched her fists and shouted that they should only do what was necessary, and added that even when Hevon led them on a mission to destroy level 5, the heroes followed her without question. With her mouth wide open, the hero's team member said that it was not this time, and continued that if the heroes pursued the 5th level in this state, they would definitely all die. The 2 tired knights continued to sit on the ground. With her hair covering her eyes, Heaven said that if they did not kill the 5th level now, it would become a problem for humanity in the future. Sitting on a log, the woman continued to say that if the heroes did so now, the sacrifices of their friends and knights would be in vain, and their precious families would suffer even more damage. Frowning, Service asked why she was in such a hurry, and added that they still had plenty of time, and Heaven already knew the rest. Raising her hand to the box, Service said that the hero's power would soon disappear. Hearing the girl's words about the hero's power, Urien widened his eyes and asked if she knew Heaven's teacher. Wrapping her arm around the protagonist, Service asked him not to tell anyone, to which the protagonist responded approvingly and thought that he really did not want to get involved. After that, Urien sat at the table and enjoyed the highest quality meat. With her hand on the box, Service asked the protagonist if it was true that Hyun was his teacher. With a grin, the girl continued that she could say that they were former comrades. While hugging Urien, Service said that in any case, what happened today should remain between them, and added that she still does not know what to do with this reality. Enthusiastic sighs were heard near the building. With his hands on the table, Urien said that it was so delicious. Smiling, Arini turned to Ginny and said that today's training brought him great satisfaction, and added that yesterday he felt it was a little unfair that only they trained. Urien sighed, smiling, and said that if he could only eat that meat again, he would die happy right now, to which Ruse asked what they would do for tomorrow's training. The boy said tomorrow, opening his mouth wide. Leaning on a chair, he asked the protagonist if they should fight the 2nd squad. Urien's eyes widened, and he exclaimed loudly, and realized who was in front of him. Placing his hand on the table, the boy with bangs told the protagonist that they hadn't seen each other for a long time, and asked if it was true that this was the first time they had spoken like this. Raising a finger, the protagonist anxiously replied that it was true. The interlocutor sighed, and, raising his eyebrows, asked if Urien still knew his name. The boy said that he was from the elite class of the magic school, a first-year rank 10 student, and his name was Goliath, to which the protagonist smirked and replied that of course he was Goliath, adding that he knew everyone here. Raising his eyebrows, Goliath said that he wasn't worth being compared to the others, and continued that he didn't think he belonged here. Opening his mouth, Urien replied that that wasn't entirely true, and added that the fact that Goliath was here meant that his younger brother was here too. Leaning on the table, the boy with bangs said that it was unfortunate that his brother wasn't here, and added that among the first-year students, he and Urien were chosen as young soldiers, along with Hina and Reizo. Taking a strawberry in her hand, the Sorachi fangirl sighed and wondered why she had to be in a place like this where there was no princess. Reizo raised his eyebrows and asked if they were done for the day, and continued that they had not trained since they were accepted and did they really want to die. Goliath said that there were only 4 of them, to which Urien widened his eyes and said that was it. The protagonist laid down on the table and asked what the selection criteria were, and added that if they chose a commoner like him, then they should have chosen Ella too. Goliath raised his hand and said that he thought the protagonist had done well enough to be chosen, and continued that on the contrary, he did not know why he and Hina were chosen since they were not in a friendly competition and did not do anything. Goliath put his fist to his mouth and said to Reizo that he was quite funny. Reizo bared his teeth and denied this and said that he was the strongest and that the heroes had no chance of defeating him. Looking at the boys with white hair, Reizo said that if only a level 3 had appeared in the midterms, but added that no, he would still be able to win even if he went to a friendly competition and fought a level 4. Clenching his hand into a fist, the bully shouted that it was because he was strong, and continued that it was simply because the teachers had not seen his performance that they did not choose him. Pointing his fist at the boys, Reizo shouted that he would show how strong he was, to which they worriedly asked what he was doing. Grinning, Goliath said that Reizo was not originally chosen, but since it was reported that he defeated them, it seemed like his courage was appreciated. Urien smiled and said that the bully was simply crazy, and Ruse said that they would be fighting the 2nd squad tomorrow and asked who was in the 2nd squad. A boy appeared and said that it was them. Deus appeared, introducing himself as the commander of the 2nd squad. Newsag was visible, he told Deus not to go too far. Hina approached Goliath, they were members of the 2nd squad. The member of the 2nd squad, Reizo, lowered the corners of his lips, said that he had no plans, so he would return to the room, and added that if they bothered him, he would kill them. A hand appeared, saying that this was true. Laryl appeared, he told the protagonist that he was stern, although he was a junior. Urien, with wide eyes, said the name of the 2nd year. Gritting his teeth, the senior exclaimed in surprise, and asked the protagonist if he looked like his friend. The guy's eyes noticeably shrank. Calling out to Laryl, Deus lowered the corners of his lips and told him not to dare raise his voice anymore. Beads of sweat appeared on Laryl's face. Johnny turned around and looked at the guys with an exclamation. Laryl clenched his fist and responded approvingly. The boy stood up next to the table and apologized. Urien gaped, surprised that Laryl apologized. Deus walked up to the table and said that Laryl almost beat up Urien in the past, causing Rusei to think indignantly about the older boy's words. The third-year boy lowered his eyebrows and said that he still couldn't forgive that incident, adding that it seemed like Laryl was hypnotized at the time. The protagonist widened his eyes and asked the older boy again. Recalling Laryl lying on the ground, Deus said that he attacked Urien and was then hospitalized. Thinking about the second-year boy lying in front of the doctor, Deus continued that during his treatment, Laryl realized that his memory at that time had become inaccurate, adding that after further examination, they found out that he was under the influence of hallucinations. Raising his eyebrows, Laryl said that it was an unpleasant feeling and that killing just one person wouldn't be enough, adding that all he could think about that day was that he had to kill everyone. Closing his eyes, Deus said that the class that day was originally about theory, but it suddenly turned into a monster hunting class. The hairpins on Johnny's hair began to glow. A stream of blue magic flew past Deus. Johnny, surrounded by his magic, told Deus to stop telling boring stories. Putting a weapon on his hand, the boy offered the third year to fight if he wanted to stay alive. Deus' hair grew a ponytail and he asked if this was a new weapon from the Free Republic, adding that it was funny. Johnny smiled widely, hearing that he was offered to try this weapon. With her mouth wide open, Rusei asked if Laryl wanted to beat up Urien. Walking up to him, the girl asked again if this was a weak rat. Closing his eyes, Laryl said that he did not argue, adding that he decided to live a righteous life. The boy took a knife in his hand and, calling the girl names, shouted at her to listen to him. Suddenly, a fight began. Johnny pointed the weapon at Deus. Clenching her hands into fists, Rusei stood in front of Laryl. Raising an eyebrow, Nuzeg yelled at Deus not to do that and added that the match was tomorrow. Deus smirked and apologized and said that he was not the type to back down from a fight. Arini, with his mouth wide open, asked Johnny what he was doing and told him to put his gun away and turn off the engine. Putting his hand on his gun, Johnny told him not to worry and added that it wouldn't take long. Frowning, Arini exclaimed loudly and said that his partner still hadn't gotten over his habit of picking fights with someone strong. Rusei, raising an eyebrow, called out to Laryl and said that she heard that he single-handedly defeated all of their students in the competition last year. The boy, raising an eyebrow, yelled at the girl that he was Mr. Laryl to her and asked her to show some respect. Goliath smiled and said that it looked like the two were going to fight, to which Hina said that they were so pathetic and that she missed the princess. Urien widened his eyes and wondered why they were already fighting if the match was tomorrow and continued that he hoped that he wouldn't get into trouble for this either. Johnny stood with his weapon in his hands and it became clear that the hair clip increased mana and the device compressed mana and released it. Putting his hand to his chin, Deus asked if the opponent was using technology to compensate for the lack of mana, then added that it was impressive. Johnny pointed the charged weapon at his opponent. The boy fired a shot. Looking at the projectile flying, Deus said that it was science. Holding his hand to his mouth, he said that he now understood why the teacher emphasized the importance of knowledge. However, the purple magic of the death scythe appeared behind Johnny. Deus held the death scythe in his hands and said that no amount of technology could defeat raw talent. Looking at his opponent from under his forehead, Laryl said that he didn't know much about her either. The boy turned to Rusei and asked her to remind him what she was called, adding that wasn't she a genius that appeared once in a century, to which the girl raised her eyebrows in surprise. Pulling her hand with the red magic flow back, Rusei said that she would start with a greeting. Opening her mouth wide, Laryl called out to the girl and asked if she knew how he managed to stay in school despite all the trouble he caused. The second-year student's eyes noticeably shrank. A magical glow appeared around Rusei. The boy kicked the girl in the leg. Rusei fell from the blow, and Laryl said that it was because he was a genius. Looking down at his fallen opponent, the second-year student said that he wondered if the girl would have been given the same title if she had been born in the kingdom. With his mouth wide open, Arini shouted Johnny's name. Deus turned his head and told Arini not to worry, as he had only reduced Johnny's mana, adding that he hadn't taken him seriously either. Deus raised his eyebrows and said that the match would be tomorrow, continuing that it was just a small introduction. With his mouth wide open, Arini shouted at Johnny not to do that. The glow of the boy's hair clip flashed in front of his opponent's face. Turning away from Deus, Johnny said that the hair clip did not increase mana, adding that it was a device that reduced it. Deus glanced at his opponent in alarm as he heard him tell him that he was right because it was usually used as a booster, but he was born with much more mana than others, adding that without this device, using mana puts a serious strain on his body, causing the boy to realize that Johnny's strength was growing exponentially. The boy could be heard saying that his opponent had mentioned his talent and asked to be allowed to show him his true power, causing Laryl to turn around when he saw a blue magical glow. Opening his mouth, the boy thought that Johnny looked quite dangerous and continued that he was sure that everything would be fine. Hearing his opponent say that she didn't fully understand yet, Lara looked down questioningly. Ryusei, leaning on her hands, said that it seemed like the boy was channeling magic through his eyes and overloading his opponent's brain, adding that he had knocked her down before she even realized what was happening. Lara looked at the girl with indignation and asked if it made a difference that she had figured out his skills. Ryusei lowered her head and said that it did not matter and began to speak. The girl's eye under the eye patch glowed and she said that she wished she was as weak as the enemy. Surrounded by a magical glow, Lara smirked. The hairpin on Johnny's hair glowed brightly. Deus' eyes emitted a blue glow. A man burst into the room and asked what was going on. He saw the heroes about to fight. The man opened his mouth wide and asked if they were okay, adding that he thought there was some kind of fight going on. Deus smirked and asked him again and said that there was no way, then added that maybe they got a little carried away since it had been so long since the heroes last met. The man said that he understood everything and asked the heroes not to overexert themselves since the competition would be held tomorrow, to which Deus replied with a grin that of course. A sound was heard and Deus turned his gaze and told the man who entered that he was just in time. Hearing his name, Urien clenched his hand into a fist and said that he did not want to get into trouble. Ryusei called out to Urien and Lara looked at his hands and asked what just happened to his mana. Nuzag opened his mouth wide and said that so that was what the infamous mana reset was, and Goliath added that it would be quite difficult to resist. Looking at Johnny, Deus said that it was a shame since things were just starting to get interesting and continued that unfortunately, they would have to put off the rest until tomorrow. Frowning, Johnny told his opponent that he was lucky that it was over and added that no one would stop him tomorrow, so Deus needed to be prepared. Deus smiled as he looked at his opponent. The members of the second squad were about to leave, and Deus said that he was looking forward to it. Jurian looked at them, and watching the second squad appear, start a fight, and then leave made him think. Raising his eyebrows, the protagonist thought that this is what happens when kids get power, they start fighting without thinking, and a message appeared saying that Jurian has matured a little. Clenching his hand into a fist, Arini yelled at Johnny and said that he should stop causing trouble, because if it weren't for Jurian, everything could have turned into trouble. Johnny, putting his hand to his face, told the other person that he had been feeling this for a while, and continued that Jurian was much stronger than they imagined. With wide eyes, the protagonist looked ahead and heard a member of the second squad say that he didn't think they needed to worry about the competition, and that Jurian was the strongest ally, and Arini yelled at Johnny not to change the subject. Maba appeared, thinking about how they were all only children, and continued that she supposed it was to be expected. Maba recalled how the Holy Sword ordered her to make the target drink a red potion after the competition. Raising her eyebrows, she thought about how she would eliminate the target once the competition was over and how she refused to conceive a child with an aphrodisiac. Looking at Urien, who had flowers near him, Maba heard him ask what she was thinking about. Smiling, the protagonist asked if she was nervous about tomorrow, to which she said that he didn't have to worry since their party had become stronger. Putting her hands to her face, Maba worriedly thought that the protagonist was too close. A silhouette appeared behind Urien and Maba. Ella came through the door, calling out to her brother, saying that she came to see him. The protagonist smiled widely and shouted his sister's name in excitement. Circus said that she had no idea that there was such a place under the palace, turning down the corners of her lips. Standing in front of the cage, the girl thought that this was where the fourth level of depression was. Circus grinned and said that she came because she had a question, adding that since the monster did not die of old age, she thought that he might know the first hero. A monster appeared, chained. The boys, joyfully clasping their hands, saw their brother. Urien, his mouth wide open, was glad to see them. Ella, hugging the boys, said that she had brought them and she was allowed to take these two with her on an excursion. The protagonist, sitting at the table, said that it was great and he was glad to see them again. The boys, running up to their brother, said that the uniform suited him and were glad that he was now a soldier, to which the protagonist asked if they were impressive. Ella, looking at Urien, asked if he had trained in the morning and if he was tired, adding that the initiation hours were scheduled for tomorrow morning, but these two were impatient to see each other. The protagonist, his mouth wide open, told her not to worry, he was fine. The protagonist's eyes widened and he asked how the boys were doing at school, if everything was okay. Ella smiled and replied that things had been a bit gloomy at school lately. Urien's sister introduced Saruti and said that the princess and Mrs. Huon were currently in the palace. The campus guards showed up and the girl continued that security had been tightened in the campus. The protagonist covered his mouth and replied that it was a bit harsh. The boy opened his eyes and thought of Saruti. The princess held her hand and the protagonist said that it seemed like she was trying really hard to get out of the palace and that it was a shame that things had turned out this way. Ella happily looked at her brother and said that it was a shame, she also wanted to train with him. Urien turned his head and told her not to worry, it would only last for 2 weeks and added that they could train together as soon as he was free. The girl, holding her hand to her mouth, grinned and said that he shouldn't react like that and not to worry, she wouldn't let it upset her. Ella, with her mouth wide open, asked her brother to come back safe and sound, adding that he always puts himself at risk for others. The protagonist, throwing his hand back, answered her hesitantly. His sister, holding out her finger, told him to promise her on his little fingers and that he would come back safe and sound. Jurian, raising his hand, agreed with his sister and thought that she was truly worried about him. The brother and sister held out their little fingers to each other, and Ella said that he better keep his promise or she would be very disappointed, to which the protagonist replied that he promised. The girl and the protagonist, standing in bewilderment, heard someone say to get out. Jurian, turning his head, said that it scared him, and he didn't know there were other people here. The protagonist, approaching the corner of the door, asked if they had quarreled. Neva was screaming behind the door. Her parents, sitting at the table, asked her to just listen. The girl, opening her mouth wide, exclaimed that they did not understand anything and should forget about it. She slammed the table and said that they should not look for her anymore. The father, holding out his hand, asked her to wait. Urian, his eyes wide, called Miba. The protagonist, watching her leave, asked what happened. The girl, looking angrily, did not pay attention. The protagonist, opening his mouth, called her name. The guy abruptly changed his gaze. Sausages were lying on the table. The next day, the dining room appeared. Urian, holding a plate in his hands, was surprised. He looked at the empty hall and said that there was no one here, and realized that it was visiting hours. The protagonist put the plate on the table and said that he thought this meant the whole hall was at their disposal. Neba, looking at him, asked why he sat there since there were many empty seats. Urian, eating meat, answered because food tastes better when there is someone in company. The protagonist, holding a piece of meat, asked what happened and added that it seemed like her family wanted to talk to her more. Neba, closing her eyes, answered that she was already annoyed that they called her, but they continued to chat about meaningless things, so she left. Urian, looking at the piece of meat, thought. The girl had a fork in her hands and she heard them say that the meat was delicious. The protagonist chewed the meat and, introducing it, said that this was meat from magic training, and he wondered why she packed it and asked if she wanted to give it to her parents. Neba, leaning towards the plate, heard that she was a good person, to which she asked her to shut up. Urian looked at her sweetly. The girl opened her mouth and realized something. She, resting her head on her hand, said that it seemed like he had a good time and asked who came to see him. The protagonist, finishing a piece of meat, said that they were his only family. Neba, sitting opposite him, asked about his only family, and Urian answered that he grew up in an orphanage, so they were the closest thing he had, something like a family. The girl, widening her eyes, repeated the word family. She opened her mouth slightly. The protagonist, fiercely gnawing on the meat, asked her. He, looking at her, asked if she had eaten yet, to which she said his name. Neba, smiling, said that they would see each other later. Sitting at the table, Urian answered that of course they would see each other. The girl left the dining room. She, raising her eyebrows, remembered the protagonist's words that they said that the meat was delicious and was glad about it. Neba, hearing the snap of fingers, was alarmed. She, opening her eyes, heard a question about how she, the agent, enjoyed spending time with her family and that it had been a long time since she last saw them. The girl sharply turned her head. She, through the sweat on her face, clarified what happened. The sacred sword looked in her direction and said that the plans had changed and that she should not talk, but just listen. Neba, lowering her eyebrows, listened to the plan to conceive a child was cancelled. She, hearing that she needed to eliminate the target during the competition, stood in bewilderment. The bound sword, looking at the girl, told her to immediately get rid of the red potion and let her use another one to eliminate him. He, moving his fingers, added that the target can only use his healing ability 3 times a day and she must come up with a plan. Neba, looking at the water, heard that she needed to kill Urian during the competition. She opened her mouth and said that it was perfect, she was going to kill him anyway. Neba narrowed her eyes. The protagonist lowered the corners of his lips. He said that it was lovely while eating the meat, that weirdo wouldn't try to steal his food anymore, and a notification appeared that the two were in completely different states of mind. Later, Kitsotes opened his mouth wide and shouted, "Attention first squad, second squad, they are starting the team competition." Second squad leader Deus, smiling slightly, said that they would see what happens. First squad leader Irini, lowering his eyebrows, said that he already had a feeling that this would be a complete mess. Second squad member Nuzak, looking ahead, thought that it didn't look like there was anyone in the first squad who could withstand his 8-fold boost. Second squad member Ryusei showed up. Second squad member Reizo grabbed first squad member Johnny and yelled at him to repeat himself, to which he replied that he wasn't interested in him and that he looked weak. Second squad member Laryl asked him with his mouth slightly open why he was picking a fight. He was a terrible person, and Goliath thought that he wasn't one to talk either. Second squad member Hina said under a tree that she didn't want to do this, but wanted to see the princess. First squad member Maeba's eyes widened. first squad member, Urien flexed his arms and asked if this was a competition between the squads. The assassination target smiled and thought that this was a great opportunity to show how weak he was. Kitsotes said with his hands behind his back that it looked like everyone was here and that they were starting the team competition. Deus asked if this would be fun, boring guy, smiling, to which the boy replied that he was Nuzek. Urien opened his mouth and asked where Miss Sekras was, and received a reply from Ryusei that he was probably following his whims as usual. Shinchin raised his upper lip and asked if Mr. Kitsotes himself would be watching them, adding that this was his chance to prove himself. Mr. Kitsotes looked at the participants and said that the rules of the competition were simple. A map of the task was shown, and it was said that each player would start from a certain point and must make their way to the center of the forest. Little Urien and Ryusei stretched out their arms and their tops, and it was said that the squad that first destroyed the stone pillars located in the center would win. Kitsotes opened his mouth wide and said that the pillars were specially reinforced, and it would take at least 3 people to destroy them. Goliath, with his eyes closed, asked if it was 3 people and added that it must mean they didn't expect all 6 members to make it, to which Hina replied that she didn't want to do that, and Nuzek said that it looked like there might be traps, and Deus added, or they might run into an enemy team. Barini lowered his eyebrows and thought that if they could gather a group of 3 people before they reached the center, their chances of winning would increase dramatically. He, standing next to Johnny, turned to him and said that they would be able to make their way through the forest, and they would take advantage of that. Johnny, in a blue aura, suggested meeting at the center. His eyes were shining. Arini, with sweat on his face, answered positively and thought that it didn't matter. Urien, warming up, said that it looked like they would have to get to the center first and that it would be fun. Looking at the protagonist, Ryusei thought that he would definitely get to the center, and he should also do his best, and the protagonist thought that he would see how he could achieve his removal. Shinchin, holding his chin, laughingly said that it was finally time to show what he was capable of. Meiba, looking towards the forest, heard that she should try her best not to humiliate them. She looked worried. Deus was enveloped in a golden aura. He, with his mouth slightly open, thought and said that it looked like this was his starting point. Through the tree branches, he asked which way led to the center. The guy, seeing his opponent, asked if she knew. Ryusei's eye lit up. Deus was pleased with the fight. Shinchin, opening his mouth wide, laughing, shouted that they should watch and feel despair. He, waving the flame, said that they should see the all-consuming power granted by God. Smoke from the fire was visible. Hina, saving Goliath, said that he almost burned the lady's delicate skin. How dare he? To which the guy replied that his opponent was much stronger than he seemed. The guys, looking at Shinchin, said that they did not want to fight and would he allow them to go their own way, and the opponent, mockingly, said that of course not. He heard that she was studying in an elite class, let her show what she is capable of, and the girl said that for high scores on tests, not because they are good at fighting. Hina and Goliath watched and listened to Shinchin as he mocked them, and they didn't understand what was wrong with him or what to do. The enemy, holding out his hands, told them to stop thinking about running and turn around, and added that they were both nobles chosen by God. The banged one, with sweat on his face, assumed that he would be weak because he reminded him of Chris, but he was stronger than expected, and even with Hina, he was not sure that he would win. Nuzak, with his mouth slightly open, said that it was good that there were others here, asking how he could get to the center. Hina and Goliath turned around and shouted that he was on time. Shinchin stood with his hands in front of him. He, with his eyebrows lowered, contentedly suggested that everyone calm down and go to the center together. Johnny, with his pupils slightly open, said that it was a disappointment. The participants looked at each other. Laurel and Rezo stood together, and it was clear that these guys were weak. Johnny widened his eyes and said that he would rather face Urien instead, to which Arini replied that the protagonist was in their party. Sweat was running down his cheek, and he thought that it was bad, and it was good that he found Johnny. Looking at the opponents who were surrounded by an aura, Arini added that these guys were strong. A flash appeared behind his head, and he realized that he had 2 options, fight or run. The guy, lowering his eyebrows, began to make calculations. Raising his finger up, Arini shouted that the calculations were complete and let his ally choose. Looking at the thoughtful Johnny, he thought that if he decided to fight, they would win, and if he decided to run, they would cope. The opponents, looking at the guys leaving, shouted that they were not interested in weaklings, and Johnny decided that they should go to the center. Arini, raising the corners of his lips, realized that this was the second option. Laurel ran up to the guys. Arini looked at him and wondered where he was going. Johnny widened his eyes. The second-year student, with his mouth slightly open, did not say that he could leave. Urien appeared with his pupils wide open. He, looking at the trees, asked if he was the only one here, adding, "What a pity." The protagonist, putting his hand on his forehead, decided to see which way the center was. The protagonist turned around, hearing his name called. He, widening his eyes, was very surprised. Urien saw Meiba. Her face was covered in blood. The protagonist ran up to her and asked what happened. The girl, sitting on the ground, said that a guy in a helmet attacked her. The protagonist, with his mouth wide open, was shocked. Maba, looking at him, asked him to heal her. Urian sat on one leg and used healing. The girl was covered in a green glow. Putting his hand on his knee, the protagonist said that it was good that she was not hurt too badly, to which Maba thanked him. The girl, trying to get up, heard a question about what attacked her and answered that it was a guy in a helmet. Urian, smiling, heard that she managed to escape and the instructors were now dealing with him and clarified whether it was true. Extending a finger, Maba said that he needed to get out of here. There was a shelter behind the house, let him go there. The girl, running away, shouted that she would check if there was anyone else there. The protagonist, standing in place, was perplexed. He, looking at her, asked himself if the guy was in a helmet. Urian's eyes widened, not understanding what was happening. The man in the white suit struck the protagonist. His blade broke. The protagonist turned around. The man stretched his arm back, thinking that he had failed to sneak up on him unnoticed, and his blade shattered into pieces, wondering if he had used mana to protect his body. Urian turned to him, asking what she was doing, hadn't she just left? Under the mask was Maba. Maba ducked and began to shout that she was Yuri Seong-kun. However, the protagonist smirked and asked her what she was talking about. Maba pulled out her blades, while the protagonist wondered out loud that she might look and sound different, but she was simply using camouflage magic. Urian's mouth dropped open in shock, because for the first time, he realized that camouflage magic existed. His eyes were wide open, wondering why he was wearing that costume and making his voice sound strange. Maba immediately approached him and struck him. She was trembling as she stood in front of him. Urian caught the blade and said that he realized that she wasn't bluffing the day they met, and he also said that he knew that it took strength to unleash such a strong bloodlust. Urian smiled and asked her to stop this prank. The girl's eyes widened in surprise. Maba then looked at him and asked if he thought she was playing with him. The protagonist tilted his head and asked if he wasn't. Meanwhile, Deus was standing in front of someone who had a red aura. Terran struck with his scythe. He smiled and said that she was very strong and no wonder she was called a genius. Ryusei stood in front of him, holding her fist in front of her. The girl looked at the fist and said that she used to despise this power. Deus put the scythe behind his shoulder as Ryusei spoke about how it drove a wedge between her and her mother, and the more she used the power, the more it seemed to be taking over her. Ryusei's fist was glowing, and she was speaking about how all she could do was concentrate the power and throw it, but she decided that she would not run away anymore. Ryusei looked at her fist and said that she was going to use the power. Deus' mouth fell open in surprise. He frowned and sighed heavily. Suddenly, a man in armor shouted at them to stop. He waved his hand and shouted for them to follow him immediately and evacuate, as the competition had been suspended. Deus looked at him and asked what was going on. The scene shifted to a hut where two guards were standing. Shinmi, one of the knights, was looking ahead and speaking about how they were currently being attacked by Yuri Seong-kun. Johnny and Arini looked at the knight who announced that the competition was suspended and that they would be standing by. All four boys looked at him, wondering if Yuri Seong-kun was here. Arini raised his head with a frown. He stood in front of Shinmi, thanking him for evacuating them so quickly. Arini narrowed his eyes and asked if Yuri Seong-kun had been spotted at the edge of the forest. Shinmi frowned and replied that it was true. The boy then extended his hands forward and said that as the squad leader, he was worried about the safety of his other comrades. However, Shinmi began to say that there was no need to worry since the rest of the cadets were supposed to be evacuated by the other knights. Arini lowered his head and said that he was impressed by how quickly it was done. Suddenly, his eyes lit up and the boy said that it sounded very ineffective. He imagined a map of the area in his head and said that if Yuri Seong-kun appeared at the edge of the forest, it would be more reasonable to gather everyone in the center and evacuate immediately. Arini extended his hand and asked if it would not be more reasonable to gather everyone in one place. Shinmi frowned in displeasure. He then looked at the youth and began to talk about how there was no guarantee that there was not another enemy hiding in the center of the forest, and it was also safer for each cadet to stay in the nearby guarded area until Yuri Seong-kun was neutralized. Arini looked at him and said that he understood everything now, and so the four of them stood in silence, their heads down. The red-haired youth looked at Johnny and said that something didn't add up, since their top priority should be ensuring the safety of the cadets. Reizo and Laryl looked away while Arini said that it would have been wiser for the knights to ensure safe passage and gather all the cadets in one place, rather than leaving them at the edge of the forest where the attacker was spotted. Reizo looked away and said that they had separated the cadets on purpose. Johnny calmly looked ahead, saying that it was probably related to the true purpose of this training camp. Reizo crossed his arms and asked if Johnny was saying that this training camp was not set up to train the cadets. Arini put his hand to his chin and said that hypothetically, their goal could be to target one of the cadets in this competition. Laryl looked at them and said that it would explain why the guards split the cadets up, since if one of the cadets went missing when they were all together, they would search for them, but since they didn't know who else was there, it was the perfect opportunity to finish someone off without being noticed. Shinmi suddenly yelled angrily at them to be quiet, since this was truly an emergency. Arini turned towards Shinmi, who was currently yelling that if they didn't keep quiet, there would be consequences for all of them. However, Laurel smiled and said that it seemed like they had touched a nerve. The boy tilted his head slightly and said that reasoning wouldn't get them anywhere, so they needed to make a decision on whether or not to confirm their suspicions. The cadet looked up and said that he was against it, by the way, but thought it would be quite interesting if one of the cadets died. Reizo smiled and said that disobeying the knightly order would guarantee expulsion. Arini looked away out of the corner of his eye while Reizo said that it was a great shame, so he had to choose wisely. The boy narrowed his eyes. Suddenly, he remembered Sekres, who said that Arini had the makings of a leader because the squad leader should be someone who can take responsibility until the very end. The boy lowered his head and said that he would not let down those who believed in him, but they did not have to go with him. Arini looked forward and said that he was going to protect his comrades. Instantly, all three cadets hit Shinmi. Arini opened his mouth, stunned. Ginny, looking forward, said that for him, revealing the truth was more important than pride. Reizo opened his eyes and said that he came here after defeating the knight, and since he was bored, he would come with them. Laurel lowered his head and said that he was going to kill Yuri Seon-kun this time. The sun was shining on the forest. Meiba attacked the protagonist. Suddenly, he grabbed her hand. She looked at her hand. Urien looked down and said that if this was not a prank, then they should just talk about it. A pillar of green energy shot into the sky. The camouflage magic dissipated and Meiba's true face became visible. The girl looked at him and said that she did not know that his mana zero could lead to such a result. The protagonist smiled happily and said that camouflage magic is still magic in the end, but if you think about it, it is not that impressive. They stood in the middle of the field. Meiba asked the protagonist to let go of her hand, since it was already painful, and the protagonist said that he would only let go if she promised to talk. Urien lowered his head and said that he did not understand it, because she was not the kind of person who would do such a thing, but suddenly the girl said that he did not know anything about her. She frowned and shouted at him to stop acting like that. Urien raised his eyebrows in surprise. He let go of her hand. Suddenly, another agent appeared behind the girl. A man in a red suit stood behind a tree and told her that this was her chance to kill the protagonist. The day before, these 4 level 4 monsters that no one had seen for many years suddenly appeared, causing unrest among humanity. In the office, there was a round table and 4 people who had gathered to confront the monsters. However, contrary to the intended purpose, something questionable was happening in the training camp. Urien stood in front of Meiba. They both looked at each other and Urien said that they needed to talk, because she was not the kind of person who would do such a thing. The girl frowned. Then she closed her eyes. Pointing her hand downwards, she asked if he could come closer. Urien looked at her silently. He walked towards her. The protagonist lowered his head. Suddenly, she stabbed him in the stomach with a spear. The guy looked at the wound in surprise. Blue poison had already begun to penetrate his body. The protagonist, surprisingly, was still looking at the wound, thinking that something was penetrating his body. Suddenly, he began to cough up blood. Sweat appeared on his face because he realized that it was poison. Looking at him, Meiba said that he knew nothing about her because this is what she had been doing all her life. The guy immediately jumped back. He frowned, thinking that this poison was really very strong. The girl ran towards him. She began to attack him. Urien put his hand in front of him. He caught the girl's blow, which surprised her. Closing one eye, the protagonist said that she seemed not ready to talk yet. Meiba opened her eyes wide in surprise. A beam of green energy hit the sky. However, the girl managed to jump back. She looked ahead and said that Urien had used it. There was a small green aura around Urien, so the girl realized that he had just used instant full heal. The protagonist looked down and said that he would make her talk to him. However, the girl looked at him and thought that so far everything was going according to plan, because first she had injured herself so that he would heal her. Then she used one of the 2 spears that she had coated with a potion to make the protagonist use healing. The girl looked at him, thinking that now he could only heal one more time. She took out the 2nd spear and said that she would not feel any remorse. Urien put his hands in front of him, preparing for battle. In the forest there was a lonely hut. Kitsotes smiled and, turning to Armin, reported that the operation was going according to plan. The 4 men sat at the table and Kitsotes continued to talk about how the members of the 1st and 2nd squads were separated while Meiba and the other 2 agents were eliminating the target. Armin looked at him and said that he hoped that no one would interfere with them, and Kitsotes replied that the cadets and instructors from other countries were stationed further away. The man turned around and said that he was talking about Sekres. Kitsotes looked at him and said that Sekres was currently in the Empire, so there would be no problem with her. And Armin smiled and said that this woman really does whatever she wants, and since they don't know when she will return, they should make sure that today's operation is a success. The captain of the Sacred Swords intervened and said that he was right. Armin narrowed his eyes and asked if they were sure that this operation would bring them a blessing. Old man Magnus replied that it was absolutely right. He narrowed his eyes and said that their god had spoken that if they killed the target today, this blessing would be given to their holy people. Armin smiled and said that everything was done in the name of God and for the people he loved. Kitsotes looked at him and said that he was worried about one thing, however. He then looked at the captain of the Holy Swords and said that he heard from the instructors that Agent Maba was getting quite close to the target, so he hoped that it would not cause any problems. The captain of the Holy Swords looked at him and said that it would not be a problem, because Agent Maba would not betray them. He lowered his head and said that she could not betray them. Armin left. He smiled slyly and said that she was a very good girl. And now Maba was still fighting against the protagonist. She was looking forward. She was the youngest of the Holy Swords born into an ordinary family. Her parents held her in their arms and rejoiced, saying that she was their greatest treasure. Maba grew up under the watchful eye of her loving parents. A ladybug was crawling on the floor. The girl's mother raised her hands and wondered where the bug had come from. Maba looked at it carefully. She reached out her hands to the bug. Maba picked it up, but her mother started screaming that she needed to get rid of it because it was dirty. The girl's mother gaped in surprise. Maba turned around and said that it was not dirty because it was another precious life given to them by their god. Maba's mother raised her eyebrows as if she was worried. Then she immediately hugged her daughter and told her what a good girl she was. Her mother closed her eyes and said that she would do everything in her power to protect her kind heart. She had an image of Maba laughing in her head as she said that she prayed that the girl would always stay as good as she was. Maba opened her mouth and said that she couldn't hurt even an insect back then, but she had to get her hands dirty. She was strangling Urian. He was already unconscious. Someone had placed a hand on his chest. The red agent crouched down and said that the target's heart had stopped beating, meaning that she had strangled the protagonist before he could heal. The girl sat silently as the red agent said that they said that she couldn't hurt even an insect, but she had no problem taking someone's life. The red agent lowered his head and said that the competition would be cancelled due to the attack, and that she and Urian would be reported as casualties. The protagonist lay dead on the ground. Maba lowered her head and said that she knew that she had to keep a low profile for a while now. She stood silently. The girl remembered how Jurian smiled while looking at her. The red agent sat next to Jurian and then said that the protagonist recognized her. The girl's eyes widened in horror. The red agent looked at her and said that when an agent's identity was compromised, he had to be eliminated, but they owed the success of this operation to her. Suddenly, her mother's body fell in front of her, and the red agent said that they would settle the matter by only taking her mother's life. The girl looked down in shock. The yellow agent was massaging his shoulder, complaining that she was heavy. The yellow agent lowered his head and said that Maba should be grateful, because it was his idea to take her mother's life, not the girl herself. Maba was still looking down, and the red agent was screaming at her to leave immediately, because disobeying orders would be punishable by death. The girl looked at her mother's corpse and could not believe it. The red agent frowned and told her to act like a member of the Holy Sword's order and not to let something as trivial as her mother's death upset her. Maba started crying, but she was also furious. A powerful aura enveloped her. Jurian was lying on the ground, thinking that his emotions were running high. The agent immediately grabbed her face. He slammed her head into the ground. Holding his fist in the air, the agent told her to act like a member of the Holy Sword's order and not to get angry over something as trivial as her mother's death, since she chose this path herself. The girl looked at him with an evil grin. The action is transferred to the past. The kitten is sitting in place. Maba saw it and immediately ran towards it. The girl turned around and told her parents that everything was fine since she was friends with this kitten. Then she raised her head since someone approached her. In front of her were several men who asked her name. The girl's father put his hand on his chest and asked if they needed anything. The soldier looked down and said that this girl really had a lot of mana for a commoner. The girl's father opened his mouth in shock, because the soldier said that magic was a gift given to nobles by their god, and a commoner could not have a lot of mana. The man turned around and said that this girl was a witch, and therefore she needed to be burned. Maba's father raised his hands and started yelling at them. The soldier looked at him and started yelling that a commoner could not have that much mana, which meant that this girl was a witch. Maba was holding a kitten in her arms and did not know what to do. The men picked up torches and were about to burn her. The girl looked up. The girl's mother hugged her and cried, and Maba at that moment saw her parents' sadness for the first time in her life. She opened her eyes wide in shock. The soldier lowered his head when the girl said that she was not a witch. Maba, her eyes wide open, asked them to give her a chance to prove that she was not a witch. The soldier's mouth fell open in horror. He lowered his head and started screaming for them to burn her. However, suddenly someone put a hand on his shoulder. Armin, with his hand on his shoulder, said that this girl was lovely. He looked at her with his blue eyes and said that he would give her a chance to prove that she was not a witch. The girl's parents cried and thanked him. Armin turned around and told her to follow him, taking this kitten with her. They arrived somewhere and Maba happily exclaimed that she would do anything to prove that she was not a witch and to make her parents happy. Armin smiled and said that she was a very good girl, but then he immediately ordered her to kill this kitten. The kitten was sitting on the table and Armin pointed at it and said that this kitten belonged to a witch. The girl looked at it in horror. The kitten meowed sweetly and looked at the girl. She opened her eyes even wider in horror. Armin looked at her with blue eyes and said that she was a witch after all. The girl stood silently in place. She grabbed her dress with her hands. The kitten continued to meow, but after a while, blood spilled. And now, in the present, Maba says that she did not choose this path. The yellow agent scratched the back of his head and said that she should be silent, since they might not notice this as a simple mistake if she left everything as it was. Jurian was still lying on the ground. Maba's mother was also lying on the ground. The girl was still lying in this crater, asking why they brought her mother here. The yellow agent lowered his head and said that he thought that she would want to see her in her last moments of life since she loved her. Maba opened her eyes wide. The yellow agent scratched his head and laughed, saying that he was just joking. There was no real reason, he just did it for fun. The girl closed her eyes and thought about how she got her hands dirty because she couldn't stand to see her parents sad. Her parents stood in front of her and said that they just wanted her to be happy. Maba looked at them, almost crying. An aura appeared around the girl and she started talking about how she didn't join them for God or for humanity. She was behind the red agent in an instant. The red agent turned around, wondering when she had done it. Her eyes were shining and she was screaming that it was all for her family. The red agent also had an aura coming from him as he talked about how she was breaking the rules by disobeying orders. Something glowed in the sky and the man said that she would be brought to justice immediately. A yellow cross glowed in the sky. Maba looked at him and thought about how her family's misfortune was that they couldn't let her go. And then this powerful attack fell on her, filling everything around her with light. The girl lost consciousness and began to fall. However, Urian smiled and said something. The guy caught her and said that he knew she wasn't the type of person who could do something like that. Maba was unconscious, but Urian said that she did it for her family. The red agent screamed in surprise that he made sure that his heart had stopped beating. Urian turned around and asked if they really thought that he would die just because his heart stopped. The yellow agent immediately took out a dagger and shouted that he would complete the mission. Urian's eyes lit up and he told them to get out of here. He attacked him with his technique, emitting a green aura. The yellow agent began to fly in different directions. The red agent was shocked. Maba and her mother were lying on the ground unconscious. Urian smiled and said that Maba's mother was fine, but she was a hair away from the point where he could no longer heal her. The red agent watched from the side. In an instant, Urian was in front of him and touched him, saying that they had crossed the line first. A bright green light began to illuminate his face. In an instant, this agent's entire torso was destroyed. The red agent began to fall. However, Urian said the word and healed him. The agent clutched his heart and screamed, sitting on the ground. The protagonist ordered him to stand up. The protagonist raised a finger and said that he had just begun. The captain of the Holy Swords looked at the hero and asked why he had healed him. He thought that it was a very high-level illusion. He frowned and said that it did not last very long. The air around him became electrified. He asked if this was all he could do. The hero looked away. He looked at the man and suggested that they talk somewhere else. The earth began to tilt. The captain of the Holy Swords leaned over and shouted, "Why is the earth moving on its own? Is God angry?" Urian chuckled and asked what he was talking about. He just changed their location, that's all. They are not that far away, so he should not be afraid. The captain of the Holy Swords frowned and told him to watch his language. Maba opened her eyes. She stood up and asked what happened. The girl looked down with concern. She listened to the brunette's heart. Her eyes widened. The girl thought that she was alive. Maba leaned over her mother and called her. She froze when someone called her. The agent of the Holy Sword stood by the tree and said that the target escaped. He frowned and asked if her mother was alive, so the target healed her just before she died. The girl jumped into a fighting stance. The man raised a finger and told her to prove her faith in God by killing her mother. Maba frowned and told him to shut up. He shouldn't try to take her mother's life just because he lost his. The guy didn't move and turned to her. He told her to think rationally. This is an order from the holy people. Even if it takes time, the result will be the same either way. He looked at the girl and said that if she somehow miraculously defeated him here, the Holy Swords will still destroy her entire bloodline. She better think about it. Turning away from the Holy Swords means turning away from God. Maba opened her mouth and said that she never liked how much he talked. She swung her fist. The agent frowned and said that he respected her. More agents appeared behind him. The main one said that it was time for her to meet their god. The brunette frowned and thought that there were 5 holy swords here. The men walked towards her. The girl thought that the holy swords were an elite secret unit of the Holy Kingdom, where all agents had the abilities of an advanced knight or higher. Maba frowned and thought that Urian trusted her until the very end, even though he knew that she had betrayed him. She closed her eyes. Her eyes glowed red. The agents doubled over in pain. The commander told them to pull themselves together, otherwise they would fall under her hypnosis. He thought that the reason Maba was able to join the Holy Swords at the age of 10 was not only because of her huge reserves of mana. Her powerful bloodlust drove people to hallucinations. The brunette exuded an ominous aura. The agents shouted that she was a witch, a demon, and was going to kill them all. The man clenched his jaw and said that when a person is faced with an absurdly strong bloodlust, their mind begins to hallucinate in an attempt to understand what is happening. The girl took a step forward and thought that she had 2 minutes for each. She rushed forward and thought that she would destroy them all in 10 minutes and help Urian. One of the agents became ill. The guy ran next to him and said that her talents were hallucinations and poison. Such incredible powers were wasted on a commoner. Maba was lying on the ground. She thought that it was impossible to face the sacred swords alone. The agent frowned and said that she was a stubborn girl, but he respected her. She managed to neutralize 2 agents alone. She clenched her fist when he said that it was a pity that she was not born an aristocrat. Maba crawled to her mother and said that Urian gave her this chance. The man blocked her way with his foot and told her not to worry. He frowned and said that he would join her in hell. The agent raised his sword over her. The girl looked at her mother in fear. Suddenly Sekraz appeared. She said, "Enough, this girl is her student." The man frowned when she said that if he touched her, he would die. His henchmen became worried. They said that she was an immortal. The guy turned around and said that he thought she was in the Empire. The blonde looked at him and said, "What are the Holy Kingdom's special forces doing here?" The agents became wary. Their leader told them to stop. The 2 ran forward while he shouted at them not to try to attack her. The girl calmly looked at them and thought that knights are divided into ranks. Mid-level knights make up 70% of all knights. Advanced knights alone wield the power of an entire squad, and very rarely do you find someone who has the power of an entire knightly order. They are called hero knights. The sun appeared above the goddess. She thought that throughout history, less than 60 people have ever reached this rank. The girl smiled and said, "April." A beam began to appear from the flower above her head. The agents looked at her as she summoned a leaf. Suddenly, they were cut in half. The knight frowned. Sekraz approached her student and asked if she was okay. Maba raised her eyebrows and said that Urian was in danger. The blonde opened her eyes and said that she would tell her all the details later. She would go save Urian. The agent smiled, laughed, and said that it was too late and they were fools. The girl looked at him as he said that she should know the power of agents who wear red. The man frowned and said that he was once a hero knight. If he allowed, he would tell him something interesting. Urian frowned. The captain of the Holy Swords looked at him and said that the sound was always late. The boy opened his eyes in shock. The girls looked up in shock. Sekraz turned around and said that was a very powerful lightning magic. Is Rakel the former second in command of the Holy Knights? The brunette grabbed her head and screamed. She cried and said that Urian can no longer use his power. She deceived him. It is her fault. The goddess approached her and told her to calm down. The guy she knows is not weak enough to lose. The agent looked at them and said that his body should have turned to ashes. He should have been destroyed beyond recognition. Even if he somehow survived, his life would be worse than death. He frowned and said that not to mention that he healed her and her mother before getting closer, he would not be able to heal himself properly. The man spread his arms and said that his death was inevitable after being hit by that light. A beam of light flew towards him. It was approaching. The air became electrified. The man lowered his hands and said that it was so merciless. He was already dead, but there would be nothing left of him. Right in front of him fell the head of his leader. The agent looked at it and thought that all that came back was just the head of the chief. Lightning appeared above the man's head. He said that he wanted to tell him something interesting. The sound was always late. Urian was wary. Lightning struck the ground. The Holy Sword frowned and thought that no one could create lightning properly. The goddess of fire, water, or wind taught their magic, and it developed greatly, but the man in white created a ball of magic and said that with such power, he reached this position. The smoke cleared. The hero asked if this was lightning magic. He thought about it and asked if lightning shouldn't be more shocking. The feeling should be exactly like this. The boy frowned and said that it was just flashy and explosive. It was just bright and noisy magic. A dark aura pressed on the commander. He raised his finger up and summoned the weapons of the Lord of Thunder. A thunder hammer, an axe, and a sword appeared. The man frowned and said that these were the 3 weapons of the Thunder Lord. When they were combined, they would shine even brighter. The weapons combined and shone brighter. Urian looked at this picture and said that it was amazing. He closed his eyes and asked if it was harmful to his eyesight. A golden beam illuminated him. The Holy Sword of the Thunder Lord appeared in the sky. The captain of the Holy Swords frowned and shouted at him to disappear from this world. The boy covered his face with his hand and asked what kind of lightning magic was this. It was just blinding magic. He raised his hand up and told the sword to disappear. The boy busily put his hand on his side and said that now he could finally open his eyes. The man looked at him in shock and asked if this was an illusion. Urian turned around and said that he had deceived him by saying that it was lightning magic, but using blinding magic was dangerous. Magic appeared in his hands and he said that lightning was something like this. His opponent's chin trembled. He stretched his head forward and said that Maba is a cruel killer with countless victims. She has only shown him her best side for the past few days and won his heart. His power is a gift from God, but he uses this power to protect a cruel killer. Urien looked at him worriedly and asked why he was suddenly saying this. The man clenched his fist and said that he would personally cancel the mission to kill him if he used his power in the name of justice. The boy opened his mouth and said that Maba got her hands dirty for the sake of her family. He remembered the time when he was little, and the girl's past was similar to his own. The knight opened his eyes. The hero charged the magic ball into the enemy's head and said that he would use his power for those he wants to protect. The agent was kneeling and asking, is this really his boss? Maba looked forward in shock. Sekraz looked at her and said that she had a few questions. Is she really from the Order of the Holy Swords? The girl lowered her gaze and confirmed. The goddess raised her eyebrows and asked was her goal to eliminate Urien. Her eyes widened when her student confirmed it. The blonde moved to kneel down and asked, then what about her? Was she the type to fulfill her mission or the type to be guided by personal feelings? The girl lowered her eyes. Then she frowned and said that she wanted to save Urien. Sekraz studied her with her eyes. She smiled and offered to summarize the situation. Firstly, the Order of the Holy Swords is trying to kill Urien, a young soldier, here in the training camp. The woman frowned and said that secondly, this was a carefully planned operation. The Holy Sword Order is a secret organization that obeys the Holy Kingdom, and the Holy Kingdom has complete control over this training camp. There is something fishy here. The goddess stood up and said that firstly, they are going to save Urien. They will listen to the Holy Kingdom's excuse later. The knight extended his hand and asked her to stop. Even boss, the hero knight was in such a position. What happened at the place where the target ran away? Even if she starts to act, the target is likely already dead. The woman looked at him and said that she agreed that something happened there, but she believed that Urien was still alive. Suddenly, her gaze became terrifying and she asked, or maybe he wants to stop her. The dark aura pressed on the knight. He thought about what was going on. If she went there, the Order's plan would collapse. The boy opened his mouth and called out to Sekraz. He said that he heard that she stole meat from the Imperial kitchen. The redhead frowned and said that that was why they had to keep an eye on her. Maba opened her eyes in shock and thought that these people were immortals. Solanter frowned and said that he was already busy enough. Morin raised his eyebrows and said that Sekraz could not leave this place. The goddess raised her eyebrows and asked if the Empire was interfering. An ominous aura appeared around her. She said that she understood everything. The Holy Kingdom was able to do this because the Empire supported them. The blonde put her hand on her hip and asked what kind of deal the Empire made with the Holy Kingdom. Solanter replied that he did not know. Morin looked at her in surprise and said that she was right. The Empire supports the Holy Kingdom, but they do not know the details. The red-haired asked did he really decide to tell everything. The boy raised his eyebrows and told her to stay here with them. They do not want to hurt her. The agent turned around and addressed the immortals. He told them to kill Sekraz and help them with Urien. Suddenly, he was frozen. Mabel looked at him tensely and thought that this was powerful ice magic. It was able to freeze everything in an instant. This was the power of a hero. Morin squeezed the ball in his hands and told him not to speak thoughtlessly. Sekraz was his comrade. She looked forward seriously and turned to her student. She turned around and told her to go and protect Urien. She would take responsibility for her mother and these people. Right now she was the only one who could save him. The brunette looked at her and said that she understood her. The blonde smiled. She raised her hand and shouted if they could leave her alone. The red-haired man replied that he shouldn't. Morin looked ahead and said that it was okay. They were only ordered to stop her. His partner was indignant. Could they really let her go? The blonde smiled and said that she would rely on her then. Mabel ran ahead. Solanter looked after her and said that she really left. The boy replied that it was okay. Nothing would change anyway. The red-haired man looked at him and said that it wasn't that. He was saying that this child didn't need to go to certain death. The leader of the Sacred Swords Order began to act. The blonde frowned and thought that this meant that he had come. The head of the Sacred Ball hero was lying on the grass. The boy said that the leader had surpassed the knight hero who uses lightning magic. Unofficially, he is the strongest in the Holy Kingdom. There was an ominous aura around him. The man looked ahead and frowned. He looked at the stranger and asked who he was. There was a small house in the forest. Armin frowned and asked what all the commotion was about. A knight ran into the room and shouted that the Thunder Lord's sacred sword was spotted in the middle of the forest. The knight turned around. The nobleman asked what that meant. The man in the suit raised his head and said that the Thunder Lord's sacred sword was a calamity-level magic that Agent Rakel could only use once every 4 years. He usually couldn't use it without his permission. The guy looked at the brunette and said that I used this magic with you, which means the task is complete. The knight imagined what the battle might look like and said that the Thunder Lord's sacred sword appeared in the sky. It was clearly aimed at the target, but it disappeared before it could touch the ground. The sun was shining brightly. The leader of the knights turned around and asked how such a huge magic could disappear. The priest said that only a god could do such an impossible thing. Kitsotes turned around and said that something seemed to have happened there. Armin hit him with all his might. He bit his lip and screamed, "What do you mean something happened? What could have happened there? What happened there?" The man grabbed the poor guy. He hit him in the head and said that they collaborated with the fools from the Empire to gain control of this training camp. He confirmed that it was true. The king remembered the competition and said that despite the emergence of the 4th level, the Empire stubbornly insisted on holding the competition. As a result, influential people died. In order to avoid responsibility, the Emperor made Yuri Seonkan a traitor to humanity. The blonde frowned. Armin said that it was a stupid political scheme, but they supported it, so all the blame was placed on the monsters. This is exactly what we did not talk about in the final part of the meeting. The 8th friendly competition is officially cancelled. The reason is the monster. The brunette put him in his place and asked if he thinks that they sided with the Empire just so that they would be in their debt. He is wrong. The man pressed himself against his subordinate and said that it was to bestow the power of the Jurian blessing upon their people. They pressed eyeballs together. The man said that now that such a golden opportunity had presented itself, did he know what was going on there? The knight looked at him and said that Agent Rakel had used the Thunder Lord's holy sword without his permission, which meant that something had happened. He looked gloomy and said that was why he would go and personally take care of the target. The king turned around and said that he was counting on him. Kitsotes frowned and told them to wait. It was dangerous to go there alone if something happened to the leader of the Holy Swords. Armin punched him and said that nothing would happen there because he was stronger than him. The sun shone brightly over the forest. The leader of the Holy Swords looked at the stranger and asked who he was. The man did not move and said that he was wearing the same outfit. Is that really the fashion now? The knight looked at him and asked if he had met someone dressed like him. If so, how did he survive? He reached for the ball and said that he had killed him. The leader of the sacred balls frowned and asked if he had really killed him. Then he was the incident. He spread his arms out to the sides and said that he would erase him from this world and summoned an angel bottle. The man looked at the sky. Long ago people wanted to be closer to God. He looked at the sun and said that God must be in heaven. The brunette approached his friends and said that angels see God. That is why they smile every day. People envied angels. They kidnapped a little angel and said that God would come down from heaven to find him. People locked the child in a bottle. The man frowned and thought that for more than 300 years, the blood and tears of angels in the bottles became a curse. He said that those who use the angel bottle, a national level magic equipment, will suffer eternal torment. It is a suitable magic tool for the head of the sacred swords. Sounds came from the bottle. Suddenly, a drop flew out. The knight waved his hand and called out an angel tear. It flew forward rapidly. The blow hit the unknown person directly. A gloomy aura emanated from him. The leader of the sacred swords frowned and said that the incident was dealt with. Now only the target remains. His opponent looked at him and said that the poor angel, it would be better for him to just let him go. He struck with magic. The angel bottle split in half. The two halves split apart. An angel flew out from there. The warrior hunched over and said that this is a national level magic tool. The stranger threw the sword over his shoulders and said that this poison is not the same. He remembered how Maeva's poison injured him. He thought that the poison was strong enough. The hero looked at the man and asked what the poison that the girl with buns on her head used was made of. It was much stronger than this. The leader healed his wounds and said that he must be Yuri Seonkan. He frowned and said that he was a traitor to humanity and a warrior skilled enough to defeat level 4 alone. The knight clenched his fist and said that he had super accelerated accumulation speed of small ones, full enhancement. He shot at the enemy. He constantly dodged his blows. The man prepared a new blow and said that everything his hand touches will be erased. He lunged and hit a tree. The hero looked at him and said that indeed it is so. Everything this fist touches disappears. There was a gaping hole in the tree trunk. The knight braced himself for another blow and asked, he let his guard down just now, didn't he? He fired with all his might. The man frowned and said that what he blocked was just a magic tool. He didn't block it. Thick smoke rose. The man in the suit said that he let his guard down and now there was no trace of him. The smoke cleared and the hero stood unharmed. The man looked at him, not understanding why this happened. His head dropped. Then he looked away. The knight imagined a possible way for him to survive. He concluded that he dodged the attack and used the dust to hide. He said that he was definitely a little different from the other small fry. The hero attacked him when he said that he could at least show a few tricks, saying that these were his words. The guy swung his sword. A green light lit up. A huge flow of energy engulfed the knight. The hero looked at him and said that he was a little different from the other small fry and could show a few tricks. The head of the sacred swords put up a defense. Then he fell to his knees. He screamed as blood spurted out. The man raised his head. He began to crawl away and asked him to wait. The man in the suit extended his hand and asked him to wait. He replied to stop wasting time and come here. He still had a lot to do. The knight frowned and asked why he suddenly interfered. Is he trying to destroy the holy nation? The warrior looked at him and said that he was not the one who attacked him. The reason he came here was to protest. His opponent was being pressed by the dark aura. The knight extended his hand, trying to save himself. The hero's eyes lit up and he said that he thought he would become a hero if he destroyed the 4th level, but they made him a traitor to humanity. From Yuri Seonkane, a green pillar of energy suddenly rose. The eyes of the cool warrior bulged. The warrior pulled out his sword and said that there is someone in this forest who is from the top. He must take him. He has many questions to ask. The girl ran forward, thinking about the words of the mentor, that right now she is the only one who can save Urien. She frowned and thought that the light was coming from that side. The knights looked at her in shock and said, "Why is she here?" Neba took out a soldier with one blow. His colleague ran and shouted at the girl to stop. She turned her head in his direction and said that every second counts. An ominous aura appeared around her. She told him to move. The man opened his eyes wide and screamed. His comrade smiled and said that they were very noisy. The defensive support unit approached them and asked what was going on. Was this commotion really caused by one soldier's child? The brunette frowned and thought that this man was a defense officer. He smiled and asked if she had really defeated 2 knights on her own. Should he praise her for her bravery or punish her for disobeying orders? The man rushed forward. Maeba's eyes widened in fear. The knight grabbed her and asked what she was doing here. Was she ignoring their terms to protect the enemy? He smiled and said that if she was just walking around here, they were not obligated to protect her. She should return to the house immediately. Didn't she know that there were terrible enemies in the forest? The girl's eyes lit up and she screamed at him to let her go. He pulled back in shock. Suddenly his vision swam. The man threw his head back. Liquid erupted from his mouth. He looked around. Then the knight felt even worse. He fell to his knees. The brunette said that this was a waste of time. Neba frowned and thought that she could not waste any more time. She remembered the agent leaning towards her and asking if she thought the target was still alive. The knight looked at her and said that she knew he was weak enough that he couldn't instantly heal fully anymore because she had tricked him. The man reminded her that even with the last heal, he couldn't fully recover because he used it to save her and her mother. The agent appeared behind the girl and said that the one pursuing the target was Rakel. An ominous aura appeared around him and he said that the target was already dead. Another agent looked at the brunette and said that at this rate, her father would die right now too. Neba slapped herself in the face. She looked ahead and told herself to calm down. The girl frowned and thought that the fact that the red man's head fell from the sky meant the following. A new monster appeared in front of Urien. It would have survived if it used the chaos to its advantage. She ran forward and thought that the monster that could take the red man's head must be level 4 or a commander. The brunette ran forward and thought that she hoped that the one who appeared in front of the hero was only level 4. The commander of the Holy Knights was too dangerous. She prayed to Urien to just stay alive. The head of the order touched the ground. He, more dangerous than the 4th level and the unofficial number 1 of the Holy Kingdom, he was running right now, on all fours with the hero on his back, who was hurrying him. The captain ran, breathing heavily and asking himself, why is he running like a beast? Urien looked at the back of the captain's head and said that he was running too slow. He said that he would go alone, to which the man shouted that he would run faster. The captain looked around, asking himself why the hero appeared right now. He thought that the rumors that the knight alone defeated the 4th level were true. Urien folded his hands together. The head of the order silently called him a despicable monster. He understood that they could not let him get to dad. The boy bowed his head and said if the dog did not behave obediently, he would kill him. The man was indignant to himself, realizing that he had been seen through. The hero remembered how the wounded girl said that the enemy had appeared. He thought that the one who tried to kill him with Maba was trying to put all the blame on Yuri. His eyes lit up. He said that this was quite disgusting. The captain shuddered with fear. He galloped faster. While the boy was thinking why they were branding Yuri as a traitor to humanity, the man decided that he would just behave properly. Mentally, Urien said that if the people did not come up with a convincing excuse, then he would punish them. The head of the order jumped far ahead. The warrior demanded to run faster. In the middle of the forest there was a house. The man asked what kind of situation this was. The heroes stood together. Reizo said that he would lead the attack. The knights looked at them. They ordered them to go inside. After all, this is an order. The men asked, do the children really want to be expelled and punished? The red-haired one frowned. He said that he could not obey, and as the squad leader, he was going to protect the members of his squad. The mustachioed one laughed. He said that this was a pretty brave act. He asked, was it really he who put that guy down? The knocked out knight was lying on the floor and groaning. Reizo approached the soldier and said that it was his doing. The mustachioed one laughed and said that the spirit of the youth can be envied. With a smile on his face, he hit the guy and called him a brat. The man clenched his fist, accumulating energy in it. He said that they will grow up and understand everything, but for now he asked them to stay put. The commander turned and shouted. He asked the soldier why he was resorting to violence. The men laughed and asked, didn't the guys use violence first? His eyes lit up. He said that children can't leave anyway. He said not to underestimate a knight who has undergone professional training. Reizo froze with his head thrown back. He asked if he would really be like that when he grew up. The bully suddenly hit the knight with his forehead and shouted that he didn't want to grow old. The abrasion on the mustachioed man's forehead began to smoke. He began to fall, wanting to ask how. Reizo scratched his smoking forehead. He said that even if he grew up, he would not be as weak as him. The trio looked at him listlessly. Johnny called the guy thick-headed. Laurel just grinned. The commander was covered in sweat. In his head he asked to wait a minute. He said that the knight's attack should have been a serious blow. He asked himself if this guy was too strong. Reizo grabbed his subordinate by the helmet and asked if he would really try to stop him. The knight began to ask to save him. Johnny sighed and said that everything was so settled here. He suggested Irini to see where that flash of light came from. He had a feeling it would be fun. Meanwhile, in the church house, a subordinate shouted that he had news for the Pope. The Holy Father looked at the knight and asked if it was good news. The knight straightened up and said that the commander of the Holy Knights had disappeared. Armin grimaced furiously. Kitsotes said that it was dangerous to go alone, but the knight had not finished his report yet. His Holiness hit the commander after saying that the national magical artifact Angel Bottle had been destroyed, and the commander of the Holy Knights had disappeared after a battle with the enemy. The cardinal began to sweat. He asked what was going on. It should have been a simple mission to assassinate the target. Armin looked at the commander's battered face. He asked what kind of fool would challenge them. The knight looked at them and said that the fool's name was Yuri. The Holy Father turned around and asked again. He tensed up and asked if this was the same Yuri who defeated the 4th level alone. Kitsotes jumped up and asked if the hero was really that strong. He even defeated the commander of the Holy Knights. The cardinal slammed the table, calling for the Pope, while the others were discussing how such a strong man came here. The old man's face twisted. He said that they must kill the hero at any cost. Armin walked forward solemnly. The cardinal said that the Almighty had just spoken to him. He called Yuri a demon and an enemy of humanity. The Holy Father bit his lip. The cardinal said that they must kill the hero today so that the blessings would return to humanity. The knight commander stood up from his chair and said that he objected. He sweated and said that if most of the rumors about the hero were true, then he was strong enough to defeat even the leader of the Holy Swords Order by himself. Considering that the Swords Order was already shaken, then a fight with that guy could cause them irreparable damage. The old man's face twisted. He demanded that the man not blaspheme. He raised his hand and said that he had just heard the word of God and Urian must be killed. The cardinal turned to his father and asked if he understood this. He said that from the reappearance of the 4th level to the appearance of the hero and even the new blessing of humanity by him, a glow appeared behind the old man. He said that he knew about them even before they appeared because he hears the voice of God. Armin smiled nervously. He said that he never doubted the cardinal, but his eyes flashed. He said the old man had aimed at Jurian today. He said to look at what had happened to them. He reminded them that they had said that the gray-haired man had followed God's words that day, so how had things turned out like this? He said that God would not have put them in such danger. The cardinal pulled his hand towards himself and gently addressed his holiness. He trembled and asked if his father had trembled in the face of Satan's temptation. He screamed that God had commanded him to be killed no matter what. His fist flew at the man and asked how dare he disobey God's holy word. The commander of the knights caught the cardinal's hand and said enough. He said that even if he was a cardinal, he could not stand aside when he attacked the Pope in his presence. The knight looked away tiredly and thought that this was a complete mess, while the old man demanded that he be released and say that he himself would destroy Satan and follow God's will. Armin opened his mouth and screamed. His eyes glowed blue. He suggested using the Immortals' help. Fortunately, there were 3 of them here. He introduced the Immortals and said that the Empire, more than anyone, needed to attack Jurian and they would demand help. The Immortals would definitely provide it to them immediately. Sindri straightened up. The Pope turned to him and ordered him to make efforts to block the information. Because it was not a long story, let him deal with it in one breath. Armin turned his head and said that if what was happening here leaked out, it would cause significant damage to the Holy Kingdom. He demanded that everything possible be done to block the information. An ominous aura reached out to the man. He asked what His Holiness meant. Armin opened his eyes wide and said that it was not a long or complicated story, so he understood everything. He said that even if there were casualties, nothing happening here should be allowed to leak out. The bird looked forward. A flock of pigeons flew over the trees. They looked small from the side. One of the pigeons landed on the knight's shoulder. He said that new orders had come in. The birds disappeared from the shoulders of the men. The soldier asked if this could be an order to retreat. The knight said that they had sent quite a few soldiers there, so they should have enough time to capture the intruders. The guy laughed and said that it was time for an after-work drink. The knights flinched. The brunette said that the order that had just come in, he had heard it wrong. The third knight ran up to the guys and called them. He asked if they heard the order. Shinjo turned around worriedly and said that Ori had heard it clearly too. The order demanded that all the children of the soldiers in the forest be killed. Shinjo grabbed his helmet and asked if their job was not to protect children, why were they ordered to kill them? The mustachioed man looked down and said that this was an order from Dad and that it must be the will of God. His pupils narrowed. The man mentally wondered if the higher-ups had foreseen this would happen, so that was why only knights from the Holy Kingdom were participating in this mission. His friend hugged him and said that he had a child about the same age as the soldiers' children, and she was incredibly cute. The soldiers were trembling, and the brunette knew that Shinchin was not married yet, so he would not understand. But he asked him to listen. He said that the child was an angel in his heart, a place of peace, and he could never kill any of them. The knight raised his hands. He demanded that they stop and asked what was the point of them arguing among themselves. Mabel was approaching them from the bushes. She noticed the people ahead. She realized that they were a reconnaissance group, so it was not only a defense unit. The knights turned around. They were a reconnaissance group of the World Allied Forces Army, the first search unit. It was a combat unit, and these people were definitely not easy opponents. Shinji looked at the girl with confusion and asked what she was doing here. Mabel looked up at them and said that as they could see, she was injured and heading to the medical center. The guy trembled and asked why she came out of the bushes. The agent was confused. They pointed out to her that she had deviated from the usual route. She walked forward and said that she was lost. The man's hand lit up. The agent was hit by a pillar of justice. Shinji screamed. Shinchin held his hand outstretched. His friend asked him what he had done, to which the blonde said that a small sacrifice was inevitable. A red thread passed through each soldier. Their faces began to turn blue, and foam poured from their mouths. Knights and combat units were formidable opponents. Mabel ran forward. The Order of the Sacred Swords was an even more dangerous and cruel structure. The girl stood out for her genius talents even among the members of the Order. Arini opened his mouth and said that it was a great move. The girl looked at him questioningly. The guy said that she managed to defeat 3 knights of the World Allied Forces Army, and all at once, he said that she definitely deserved to be here. The agent looked at him coldly and said thank you for the compliment. She said that she would go further because he preferred to act alone rather than in a team. The team of heroes entered the clearing. Reizo asked if there were any more knights. Arini asked where the girl was heading. Reizo's hanging hair was grabbed while Maba said that she planned to go to shelter. Johnny pulled the guy to him. He said that solo actions are prohibited. The leader of the group asked the agent, who told her that the forest was dangerous. The blue-haired and the bully exchanged glances, and Maba said that one knight told her about it during the battle of the squads, and his words only confirmed it. The guy frowned and said that she was not the only one who fought the knights. He said that they also had a battle on the way here. His eyes lit up. He said that the knights were definitely trying to kill them. Maba stopped. The leader asked if she was suggesting that they go to the shelter the knights had created. He noticed that something didn't add up. Maba looked away and asked if the red-haired man always jumped to conclusions. She said that she was leaving anyway. A guy appeared in the clearing and asked the girl to wait. He said that he couldn't let her go. He threw his braid over his shoulder and asked the girl's name, and then demanded that she tell them everything she knew. Arini raised her hand. He said that they were not stupid either and had already figured out most of it. He said that they were not here to interrogate her. The team surrounded the agent. The leader said that they could even help her. After all, they were all outstanding talents from different countries. The black-haired girl looked away and said okay, it would take less time to explain than to fight. Ryusei calmly watched the girl. Maba looked at her feet pitifully and asked for help. The wind swayed the fir trees. The boy said that the knights were planning to kill the hero, believing that his instant full healing was a new blessing. Arini put his hand to his chin. He said that killing Urien today would mean that a child with the ability of instant full healing would be born in the Holy Kingdom. Johnny found it hard to believe. He asked how they could prove that a child with such a blessing would be born. The guy with the tail looked at them and said that the Holy Sword Order was amazing. He said that meeting a secret organization that he only heard about from his master and seeing such young members of the order was amazing. Laryl chuckled and said that this entire training base was created just to kill a commoner. He remarked that this was not such an unusual situation. Reizo's mouth dropped open. He had a feeling that he had become a secondary character and he didn't like it. He ran forward. Ryusei grabbed him abruptly and told him to calm down. Her fist glowed red. She said that after all, he was here to kill Urien, right? The bully raised an eyebrow and said that she was also a victim and her entire family was taken hostage. How could they trust her? Maba gritted her teeth. She was asked if she was trying to distance them in order to kill the hero. Wasn't that so? Above in the clearing there was a view of the cliffs. The girl screamed that the healing that was used 3 times because of her lie and the magic power spent to protect her mother, not to mention the leader of the order, could be at the scene. On top of the cliff, if you look closely, there was someone. Ryusei at this time screamed that it was unfair. The hero was sitting on the captain of the Sacred Swords, and the white-haired girl screamed that if Urien was in perfect condition, she would never be able to kill him. The hero said that he would go there first. The captain asked what he saw there. Ryusei and Reizo were pressing each other. The girl looked at the agent and asked if she was trying to get rid of them to kill the hero. Mabel looked at her and said that if she was lying, then let him kill her. She said that now is not the time for arguing. Ryusei's eye lit up. She said that even if it was true, if something happened to the hero, she would kill her. Reizo looked at the blood on his palm. The guy with the size suggested going further. He assumed that Urien was probably where that light appeared. Trees flew past his eyes. The guy caught up with Maba and turned to her. He asked what was in the direction where Urien disappeared. Maba looked down. She assumed that the captain of the Sacred Sword Order was there. The young man sweated. He thought so. Urien was important not only for the kingdom, but for all of humanity. He looked ahead tiredly and thought that it was too late to save the hero, because he had already used the healing that he could only use 3 times a day and fell into a trap. Maba rushed forward, and the warrior thought that the hero had probably lost most of his magic and the captain of the order was there. Should they really go there? Ryusei caught up with the guy. He shuddered and demanded that everyone stop. Laurel looked ahead in horror. Barini and Johnny froze in shock. Reizo smiled nervously and asked what was this. Urien in a suit was looking at them. An ominous magic was emanating from him. The leader looked at him and said that they met Yuri again. Ryusei shuddered and asked them to wait. Maba looked ahead gloomily. The white-haired girl said that the rumor of Yuri's appearance was a lie, aimed at killing Urien, but why was he in the forest? The girl's face was dripping with sweat. She demanded that Maba explain herself. She asked if everything she said was really a lie. Maba opened her mouth and said shut up. She looked up sadly and said that right now she was the most annoyed. The captain summoned the Scythe of Death. Johnny's hairpin began to glow. He said that this was Yuri, the traitor of humanity. The knight's eyes sparkled. He said that everyone seemed so lively. He asked if they really wanted to fight him. A huge flow of mana began to emanate from him. The agent trembled and said that it was hard to breathe. Marini gritted his teeth and said that if someone like that betrayed them, then what hope could humanity have? Laurel looked at the hero anxiously and cursed. Sweat was pouring down the leader's face. He said that he would buy them some time. He ordered the others to flee. He walked forward and said that he had fought the hero before and even if they all attacked at once, they would not be able to defeat him. Ryusei glared at the commander and said that they should fight. She said that Urien was already nearby. The hero looked at them and said that he was not going to fight. He was heading to protest and accidentally ran into them. The blonde waved her hand and told her not to make her laugh. She ran towards the enemy and asked if he really expected her to believe such an obvious lie. If he was here to protest, then why was he in this forest? This is not a normal route. The knight didn't move. He said that there was a separate reason for this, but of course it wasn't. Arini grabbed the girl by the hand. She demanded from Urien to tell what the reason was. The guy told her to calm down. After all, a warrior of his strength would not move without a reason. The hero looked at him silently. The red-haired one assumed that Urien had to act secretly. After all of humanity was against him. The hero said something like that. Arini sweated, thinking about the warrior. He thankfully noted that he had no intention of killing them. He looked at the enemy of humanity and asked where he was going and where he wanted to make a protest and what kind of protest was this. Urien turned and said that he had no reason to answer and that he would be asking the questions here. His eyes lit up. He asked if the team was trying to block his way. Arini shuddered. He thought that from the hero's point of view, they were delaying him. He shouted that they were not trying to stop them. Urien's eyes flashed and he said that these were certainly nice words, but everyone stared at him. The hero said that they weren't very interesting and that kid he met before coming here could only heal, but at least he tried to stop him. Maba and Ryusei flinched. The Imperial clenched her teeth. She clenched her glowing fist and cursed. The captain blocked her path and told her to calm down. He frowned and looked ahead and asked if the warrior killed Urien. The knight looked up and said that he actually saved him. He said that this weakling who can't do anything except heal, a kid with absolutely no real fighting ability, is safe. Ryusei opened her mouth in shock. Maba did the same. The hero quoted his own made-up words. The brunette fell to her knees. Reizo asked if she was okay. The warrior said that the hero was so weak that he left him alive. Tears appeared in the corners of her eyes. She said thank God. Ryusei looked ahead. She laughed and said that as expected, Urien does not run away from strong opponents because he is the bravest in the world. Urien looked at her and said that that guy really was the weakest person he had ever seen. The warrior turned to the leader. He asked if he had seen anyone with a red symbol on his mask. The hero asked if he meant the one who used blinding attacks. Reizo and Maba froze. Urien said that he killed him. The girl shuddered. She asked if the warrior had met anyone with a black symbol. Her eyes widened. She said that the captain of the Sacred Swords Order is dangerous and if he finds out that the red one failed the mission. The hero looked at her questioningly and asked again. He said that he rides it well. The agent looked at him in confusion and asked what the warrior meant. Urien said that was enough. He said that as long as they didn't interfere, everything was fine. His eyes lit up. He said that he couldn't waste any more time and if they were looking for the weakest child in the world, he was hiding well, avoiding the knights who surrounded him. He said that their search could put him in even more danger. Urien disappeared from the clearing. The leader and the blonde screamed. They began to ask where the hero went and in what direction. The girl noted that it looked like he just disappeared. Arini looked ahead sullenly and said that their movement could put Urien in danger and if he hid and recovered, then they might only hinder him. Johnny looked down and said that the hero had brains. He was a cunning guy. He asked what kind of protest was this. The tree stood quietly by the cliff. The bird was sitting on the captain's hand. He used transmission magic, and the bird disappeared. The man smiled through his mask and said that it was good. Urien appeared on his head and asked what he was laughing at. The captain immediately got down on all fours. The hero said that the task was more or less completed. He looked at the man and said let's go, and said that they were moving on to the final part. In the forest there was a small house. Kitsotes nodded when he was addressed. Armin looked down and said that although he sometimes made fun of him, deep down he always thought of him as an important figure. He put his hand on the captain's shoulder and said that he was his main shield and he believed in him. Kitsotes screamed and said that he would protect his holiness even at the cost of his life. The man smiled and said okay. He offered to meet the worst man in human history. The hero destroyed the wall of the house. He sat on the captain's back and asked if they already knew he was coming. A hole appeared in the wall of the house. Urien looked forward and chuckled. He was imprisoned in a sphere. The warrior said they already knew. The priests looked at the stranger. Armin asked if it was Yuri. He noticed that he was using the captain as a horse. The captain said to be careful. He assumed that the hero was able to use a powerful mental attack that could control even the captain of the order. His gaze became serious. He said that dragging the captain of the order like this was great impudence. The old man screamed and demanded that the high priests immediately destroy Satan. The Holy Father smiled and asked the cardinal to calm down. He asked if the enemy was not trapped by the strongest barrier. The captain jumped out of the barrier. He said to get out now, and the wounds he inflicted on him have long since healed. Kitsotes hugged the warrior and said welcome back. He said that their power had only doubled. The man in white looked forward. The commander said that he was impressed by how he broke away from such a mental attack. The man asked what he was talking about. A magic circle appeared near the Pope's mouth. He addressed the traitor of humanity and officially declared that his actions here were an attack on the Holy Kingdom blessed by God. Urien looked at him silently. His Holiness said that if he did not leave this place immediately, he would incur the wrath of God. The hero asked him not to be so harsh. He was only here to protest. His eyes flashed. He asked if the Pope was the most important person here. Armin shuddered. His pupil trembled and suddenly turned green. He asked for what reason Yuri became a traitor to humanity. The commander looked at him in fear. The Holy Father said that it was because the Emperor of the Bahan Empire personally asked for it, and many honored guests from different countries died during the 8th competition, and despite the appearance of the 4th levels, the Empire decided to hold the competition. Kitsotes shuddered, thinking that the Pope himself, who was resistant to mental attacks, came under attack. The hero looked at the priests. Armin said that they tried to remove responsibility for the victims from themselves, declaring Yuri an enemy of humanity. Urien clicked and said that this was a predictable story. Armin came out of a trance and screamed. His Holiness was asked if everything was okay. The cardinal ordered not to succumb to the tricks of Satan. The Pope raised his hand and screamed that Yuri attacked them. He waved his hand and ordered him to be executed immediately. He ordered the activation of the sacred barrier. Energy began to fly around the hero. An expansion of space occurred. The guy was enveloped in a magical dome. A circle appeared under his feet. Kitsotes pointed his hand forward and shouted that the activation of the sacred barrier was complete. It was sealed. He ordered the holy arrows to be prepared. The sorcerers took out their glowing bows. Armin put his hands together and said magic recharge, increase divine power and overcome barriers. The archers pulled their arrows. The cardinal was covered in a dark aura. He used magic exhaustion, fear of death and overcome resistance. A dark aura appeared around the hero. He said that it was very creepy. The commander grimaced and shouted fire. The priests released the bowstring. The arrows pierced the barrier. Urien spread his arms wide. The arrows pierced it. Threads appeared from the arrows, creating a large pattern. Since ancient times there was a reason why humanity, considered so weak, has not died out until now. Rock carvings depicted ancient times. The whole reason was that they excelled in hunting, using the strength and magic granted by the god. The monster on the wall was placed in a dome. People were hunting enemies that were much stronger, larger, more resilient and scarier, more powerful and resilient than themselves with high success rates. The sphere around the hero began to collapse. The cardinal said that arrows easily penetrate the solid barrier, incapacitating the target, and the barrier destroys all body tissue inside. Trapped in the barrier, a person will not be able to get out until death. The man opened his mouth and said that this strategy and magic of their achievements, which they have been developing since God gave them power, he shouted that one should not underestimate humanity. He shouted that the hero is a monster. The cardinal approached his holiness and said that they successfully completed the complete sealing of Yuri. The Pope said that this is excellent. He smiled and said that from now on this territory is declared a zone prohibited for access by outsiders. He walked up to the sphere and ordered the arrows to be fired 7 times a day and the sacred barrier to be charged 3 times a day. He assigned a cardinal to oversee this supervision. Orphan put his hands behind his back contentedly and said that they would hold this barrier for 7 days, and after 7 days this monster might not die, but it would not be in the best shape. The priest smiled madly and said that they would then use brainwashing magic and make the hero their loyal dog. His strength would be unrivaled and even greater than that of a hero or an immortal. Kitsotes looked happily at the barrier and said that this was the end of the matter. The captain asked when the immortal empires would arrive. The commander turned and said that they had requested backup, so they should arrive soon. He asked if the captain was worried about stealth. The warrior said that was not the case, they should cooperate until they completely subjugated the hero. The man smiled maliciously and asked what he was talking about. Had he not yet recovered from the mental attack? The order captain shouted that there was no way they could seal Urien with such a low-level spell. Kitsotes shuddered in fear. The boy extended his hand forward while the order captain shouted that they should just drop everything and run from here. He clenched his fist and released green lightning. They enveloped the space of the house. Orphan screamed. The cardinal screamed Satan. Kitsotes opened his mouth and said that he had never seen anything like this. Blue magic circles and a huge circle appeared in the air. Urien looked ahead gloomily, filling the space with his magic. He was interested in 3 things. First, why was Yuri a traitor to humanity? Second, who was this high-ranking person who ordered to kill him using Laurel? Third, did the person try to kill him again, this time using Maba? The Holy Pope screamed and demanded that the cardinal activate the national magic weapon, the Heavenly Warrior. The old man took out a golden key. It was a national-level artifact. A monster broke out of the cross. He opened his mouth and roared. It was a heavenly warrior. Purple circles appeared in the air. Urien looked at him darkly and said, Seraphim, he is too blinding. He took out his sword. The sword of the apocalypse looked to the side. Its blade cut through the darkness. A black hole was spinning in space. An angel was glowing in the distant darkness, and below was their battlefield. Tears poured from Orphan's eyes. He looked forward in shock. The entire house was destroyed. The man asked what they were facing. Urien stood in the passage and said that the answers to the 3 questions that interested him. He grabbed the cardinal by the face. He walked up to him and said that they were inside the old man. He trembled and screamed Satan and spoke the word of God. His eyes darted. He screamed the name of the hero. Suddenly the pupil began to fill with yellow. He menacingly ordered to kill them. Urien looked at him darkly and said, wow. Black smoke began to fly out of the cardinal's body. The hero looked at him and asked who he was. A strange voice said about a creature going to death because of his own stupidity and desires. The angel-faced boy was sitting in the lotus position. He said that he guarantees the completion of this path, a level 5 human. He stood up and looked at the people. Orphan looked at him in horror and asked, did the old man really become a monster? Kitsotes took out his sword and said that he would try to buy time for his holiness. He ordered to immediately go to a safe place. The Pope was shaking and asking how he could run away. He said that he wanted to slap him. Sweat was running down his face, from the tips of his hair to the tips of his toes. Every cell of his body felt death. The man smiled and looked at him. This creature, without a doubt, was death itself. The commander raised an eyebrow and asked, is the 5th level human really? He said that it was a lie. He said that there is only one 5th level and this is time. The creature's eye sparkled. He asked if this was the holy sword of the Holy Knight Commander. He said that it was indeed a beautiful sword. The man shuddered. The monster said that if it was not the holy sword, he would probably wet himself like a scared dog. The boy sat down relaxed. He said that the source of all the information they know is him. Orphan looked into the void and asked what the beast meant by this. The boy smiled and said that how did they know that it was a level 4 monster they encountered? Wasn't it he himself who called it the 4th level? He said that the levels they used to refer to monsters were made up by him. The saint swayed. This revelation was truly shocking. His eyes trembled. He wondered why they didn't find this strange. A level was supposed to be a term used to classify monsters by humans, but the monsters themselves called themselves that. The boy looked at the humans who found this irrational thing so natural in a frightening way. Orphan looked at the commander and said that all the information humanity knows about monsters was obtained from the monsters themselves. The man smiled and said that father wasn't that stupid. He said that there was information that he wasn't told, right? The man sweated all over. He wondered, since when did monsters manipulate humanity? Only information about monsters, or was there something else? The beast's eye was burning. He said that there must be other truths too. Urien looked at him and said that he was not interested in all this. What he wanted to know was why he was targeting the weakest boy in the world. The monster looked at him silently. The hero asked why he was made out to be a traitor to humanity. Was it all him? The man suddenly appeared in front of the hero. He smiled menacingly and said yes, from the kingdom and the empire to the smallest states. He said that they were all under his control. He raised his hand and said that he was one and he was everything. Just as stupid people are everywhere, so he was everywhere. The man fired a beam. The beam began to destroy everything around him. The monster smiled youthfully. A bright light engulfed everything around him. The beast looked ahead. There was a wasteland around him. He said that humans had finally found their most beautiful form. He smiled and said that this was the form that suited them the most, the form of nothingness. His eyes frowned. Urian grimaced. The boy told him that he was indeed a fast beast. Armin trembled and said the name of the traitor to humanity. The people sat behind the hero. They asked why he saved them. They tried to kill him. Jurian turned around and said that it was not that he did not like them, he just liked man even less. The priests began to cry. The warrior's green eyes flashed. The monster looked at him calmly. Blood began to spray out of the hero. The men shuddered and screamed in unison. Satan looked at his hand. He stood up and said that it was his poison. The monster stood in front. He frowned at the guy and said that he was quite confident on his feet and, it seemed, he did not have the power left by the first hero. He frowned and said that it was unpleasant. It was like watching an insect twitch even after spraying poison. A staff appeared in his hand. He said the embodiment of greed and stupidity. He told the hero to meet his predicted end. The staff began to shine. The men trembled. The warrior was under pressure. Darkness appeared near the monster. He screamed devilishly, Apocalypse number 3. The warrior began to retreat. He asked, "Is this really oil?" Oil enveloped the priests. They did not understand what it was. Armin looked down and screamed that this was the hand of death and the enemy's strength was simply stunning. The commander began to cough. He said that the sky was covered with clouds. He was told that it was a poisonous fog and he needed to be careful. Sweat poured down the man's face. The greenery withered throughout the forest. The sky was covered with dark clouds. The earth was dying. The Holy Father looked at the sky in horror and asked, "Is this really the future that was predicted for them?" He began to ask why. This is the world given by God. Tears began to appear in the corners of his eyes. He screamed that they believed in God. He prayed to be saved from this hell. The commander fell to his knees. The Holy Father was enveloped in a poisonous fog. He shouted, "Please." The monster smiled and said that God had abandoned them. A nuclear warhead was falling from the sky. Apocalypse number 4 was coming. The man looked up and asked what was this. Urian looked at the villain and said the sword of the apocalypse. A black hole swirled in space. The Holy Father looked forward in fear. He stood up and said that the world that God gave them was wiped off the face of the earth. The hero walked past the surprised villain and told him not to summon items like missiles in the world of swords and magic. More importantly, he asked if a beast could use future technology. The boy followed the hero's gaze and asked how dare he used the sword of destruction. A green beam flashed on the battlefield. The man's body began to tear apart. Armin looked at this in horror and shouted that Yuri had surpassed level 5. The beast pointed the remaining eye at the hero and said that he was noisy. The priest began to support Satan. The monster restored the body. He said that Urian had a rather strange power. He frowned and asked, "Is the guy not from this world?" The hero silently looked at him. The villain guessed that he was sent by the goddess Hersia. The angel face smiled and asked, "Is this the woman who sent the hero here?" Urian looked questioningly at the enemy and asked, "Is this the one who does not listen to the end?" He put his hand on his chest and said that his power was given by the goddess Hersia. The priest shuddered. Armin gritted his teeth and asked himself, why did not he understand this before? Urian began to show off in the mind of the Pope. He thought that powerful magical swordsmanship, suppressing even the 5th level without the power of a hero, refined and charismatic, this is exactly the kind of figure humanity should strive for. The man looked into the void and shouted that Yuri was the messenger of the gods, the hope and future of humanity. The commander was shaking all over. He asked if they had really attacked the messenger of the gods. He shouted that they had committed a terrible sin. Armin began to cry and say God. He wanted to beg for mercy. The beast laughed and said that Hersia was truly a stupid and greedy goddess. He sat down in front of the hero, relaxed, and said that this woman was a supporter of the apocalypse who wanted the end of this world. He said a poor man who was exploited by her desires. He asked if the guy was trying to save people only to strive for destruction. Urian looked gloomily at the enemy. He said that he was not here to save people or wish for their destruction. He did not come here for such a banal reason. The light reflected from the helmet. The hero said that he came to enjoy the hidden life, full of power. The angel sweated, laughed, and said that this was stupid. Urian loomed over him and said that he would tell him a secret. He said that it meant that he would protect everything he wanted to protect. The man smirked and noted how arrogant the guy was. He asked if he could save not only people but also monsters. Urian looked at the enemy and asked if he really wanted him to save him too. He said that it was nothing impossible, and if he acted like a cute little puppy he would consider saving him. The villain glared at the guy. He said that he seemed to be having fun. He asked if the hero really thought he had won because he had repelled that pathetic attack. Two powerful auras collided with each other. The energies touched the Holy Father. He felt like he was going to die now, being in the same space with them. The man hit the warrior on the helmet with his staff. He smiled. The sky suddenly became bright and clear. The boy's severed head looked at him. Urian stood aside with a dagger in his hand. He used an ice sword. The weapon began to evaporate. The blonde's pupils narrowed. He asked how Hersia could send such a creature. How dare she talk about balance? He shouted that the man she loved would surely be destroyed by their god. Feathers fell on the goddess's head. She calmly opened her eyes. The hero looked down. The villain demanded not to be so overconfident, because no matter how hard he tried, his destruction was inevitable. The boy's head evaporated. He said that the hero's power and the hero's party were sacrificed to seal the time of the 5th level, but his resurrection was just around the corner. He asked to greet his destruction joyfully. In the end, he called humans vile pests. The head turned into gold dust. The men looked at it in shock. Urien turned to them. The Holy Father shouted that the hero defeated the 5th level. The boy said that it did not look like he was killed. Eyes flashed under the mask. He reminded that the beast said that it was everywhere and its main body could be hidden. The Trinity fell into line, while the hero wondered that the monster could even be among people. Armin looked at the ground. Urien asked what they were doing. The man called the hero a messenger of the gods and said that they had committed an unforgivable sin. The commander looked at the ground. He said that they were deceived by the enemies of humanity, and they tried to harm Mr. Yuri. The father began to beg to be allowed to atone for his guilt before their death. The captain raised his head and shouted, "Let the death of these two free the messenger from disappointment in humanity." The priests glanced at him. Urien pointed at them and demanded that they stop all this. As he had already said, he is not a messenger of God. The guy looked at them and said that he was not on anyone's side, and the power he received was to protect those he wanted to protect, and in fact, he had already killed people. Armin raised his head and said clearly. He sweated again and said that those who did evil would face judgment, but those who did good would receive blessings from heaven. He said that the position expressed by the Lord exactly corresponded to the will of the gods. The commander looked tensely at the Holy Father. He said that they had done evil. Armin pointed the dagger at the throat. He shouted the terrible judgment. Kitsotes pointed the knife at the stomach. He said that they would follow him. He shouted endless glory to their god and humanity. The captain frowned and shouted glory to humanity. Jurien waved his finger. The dagger in the man's hands crumbled. The hero said not to use death as a way to escape. He said that people must be held accountable for the sins they have committed. The commander and captain looked at the sand in their hands in shock. Kitsotes asked, "Was this really a miracle of God?" The man looked at the head of the order. He noticed that his hands were clean. The head looked warily at the shining hands. There was not a single grain of sand on them. Armin leaned over the open palms and asked how such a sin could be forgiven. He said that in his position as a pope, he committed a terrible sin, a sin deserving of death. Urien looked at him and said that according to the 5th level, the threat from monsters is already close, and since the pope is closest to God, shouldn't he take responsibility for protecting people? Armin shuddered, repeating closer to God. He raised his head and asked what he should do to get rid of these sins. The hero looked at him, thought, and said that for now he should focus on raising talents, because as the 5th level said, the threat is already clear. The commander pursed his lips. The warrior said that during his stay here he saw many energetic young people. He said that raising talented people regardless of their status is the responsibility of adults. Armin put his hand on his heart and said that he understood his words. He was going to do his best to raise useful talents regardless of their status. The hero said that this was very good. He raised a finger and said that the child Urien was hopeless. He said that his healing was quite useful, but it was not a blessing from God. The father's jaw dropped. The warrior asked not to worry about trifles. He told them to focus solely on the progress of humanity. Urien silently looked at the people and thought that he was a little worried that everything would not go well before going out to protest, but everything went according to plan. The three prayed to the hero. He thought that everything went even too well. Urien waved his hand. He turned in the setting sun and said that he would take his leave. He glanced back and said that when they became the ones he wanted to protect, he would appear again. The men opened their mouths. They began to pray more fervently. The Pope shouted that he would definitely live up to the hero's expectations. He was called the merciful messenger of God. Yuri walked forward epically. He shouted that he was the absolute. He called himself Juris. Armin cried and said that this was a truly beautiful name. The commander and the leader looked at him in confusion. The leader of the order reminded that at first it was Juri. The commander assumed that the warrior shortened his old name. Armin suddenly hit him in the face. He asked if he still did not understand the will of the gods. He smiled and said that only for them specifically they were allowed to call him Juris. The Holy Father hung over the frightened commander. He asked again. The Pope shouted that Mr. Juris was truly merciful. He smiled madly and reminded that the hero gave them a chance to cleanse their sins, and if they betrayed this trust, their nation would be destroyed in an instant. Armin put his hands on the commander's shoulders and shouted that he would call a world meeting and reveal all the secrets and sins and make efforts for the progress of mankind. The captain silently looked at the Holy Father while he demanded that the immortals be informed immediately and that an international meeting be urgently called. The man asked himself if the order's mission had come to an end. The warrior looked away and thought about the immortals. He asked why they had not appeared. The sun was setting behind the treetops. The immortals had gathered together. Sekres was holding a box in her hands and said that this could very well be true. It was the box left by the first hero. The girl looked forward. The blonde smiled and said that this was unbelievable. The red-haired man gritted his teeth. The boy asked, did Sekres not only steal meat from the royal family, but also take this? The guy started tearing his hair out. He screamed that he would go to jail. The girl asked the boy if he would help her when everything happened. The red-haired one screamed that he had learned something annoying. The blonde looked at Sekres and asked how she was able to open the box left by the first hero. The girl smiled and said that she had opened it by accident. The big guy looked ahead with displeasure and asked again incredulously. A transparent body was lying on the ground. The guy asked what the immortals' plans were now. The knight approached the group. While the girl was saying that she was going to tell the world about the contents of the box, the man screamed that they had a big problem. Sekres winked and looked away. The knight looked at them with alarm and said that the 5th level had appeared. The immortals opened their mouths. The man straightened up and said, "Man, the 5th level was discovered in the presence of His Holiness the Pope. Fortunately, God's messenger Yuri repelled the attack of the 5th level and now His Holiness has called an emergency meeting." The red-haired man sweated and asked, "Did Urian drive away the 5th level?" He asked, "Is he the only person who does not understand anything now?" Sekres frowned and said that the immortals will also attend the meeting. She slammed the box shut and thought of Hevon. The blonde looked ahead gloomily and mentally said that she will definitely throw out the president. A few days later, in the kingdom of Larnet, Zaya left and stood in the doorway and asked for forgiveness. The guy looked at the president and said that from today on, he will be the princess's bodyguard. He began to say who the lady president will be. Hyun gave him an angry look. She said that the commander was late. Could it be because of the recent appearance of the 5th level? She said that she had already heard the news. The girl frowned and said that it was ridiculous. She looked at the dejected princess and said that Hyun was the one he had to kill, risking everything. She said that it was not only a matter of time. Hyun took a cup of tea and said that she should thank Juris. After all, he once again protected humanity, and on the contrary, she was just a competent hero who sacrificed her comrades, and the hero's crest that she got should have gone to the hero. Zaya left and calmly looked at her and said that in this world there was not a single person who would judge her efforts, determination and care for humanity as incompetence. The princess slammed the table and said the truth. She said that Hyun defeated the 5th level and brought peace to humanity. She said that the president was amazing. The girl looked at Surudi in amazement. A gentle smile appeared on her face. She stroked the girl's head and thanked her. The commander looked at the president and said that the world meeting would be held in their kingdom in 3 days. She said that Lady Hevon should attend it. The girl turned around, laughed and said that she could finally escape from this annoying castle. She passed by Xyalefton and said that she was leaving Surudi in his care. She reminded him that the girl played an important role in the future of humanity. The man looked at the girl. Surudi pressed her fist to her chest in embarrassment. The palace of the Behan Empire. Jenny laughed hysterically. His face distorted. He asked what happened to Yuri. Why did he appear at this moment? A servant approached him with documents and said that the church changed the hero's title from traitor to messenger of God. He said that insulting Yuri means insulting God. That's what they are saying now. The boy was sweating. He said that if this continued, the question of responsibility for damages caused by friendly competition could become the subject of new disputes. The man told him not to be stupid. Jenny asked what kind of 5th level human was and who was the hero who fought against him. The advisor asked how he dealt with the 5th level alone. He screamed that it made no sense. The blonde pressed himself into the chair and screamed that it was a trap. He repeated that it was a trap set to destroy their empire. The boy adjusted his glasses and said that according to the church, the goddess Hersia herself granted the hero power. The emperor hit him and asked if there was any sense in it. He asked how Urian could get power from the goddess if he was not even a hero. The servant began to apologize. The blonde man was sweating and said before the meeting they needed to come up with a plan somehow. The streets of the Free Federal Republic. The man held a document in his hand and said that this was the reason the empire supported the church. Munich looked ahead and said that trying to kill a child because of a simple blessing from God, he said that was vile. The council turned to him. The advisor said that as expected. The church agreed with the empire's opinion in exchange for full control of the training camp. The other guy shouted that both countries' actions were unethical and immoral. Alara turned her head and calmly said that thanks to this they gained significant control over the world army in exchange for not challenging the agreement between the empire and the church. They gained historical significance by gaining this authority. The foreign minister folded his hands and said that a bigger problem than these two countries was the emergence of a new level 5. He said that from the reports he seemed to have knowledge of human society. The Minister of the Interior looked nervously at the paper. He agreed with Alaric, considering the damage caused by the Empire's actions and the enslavement of the church by monsters. He said that the collapse of both countries was only a matter of time. The vice president looked at the president with concern. He said that humanity should not suffer anymore and their freedom should not be taken away. Munich closed his eyes. Alexander said that both countries should be held accountable, and they should immediately destroy the monsters that underestimate humanity. The president's hands were shaking. He said that at the last meeting they only managed to create a united army against the monsters. The man's eyes lit up. He said that at the upcoming meeting he would make sure that every nation declared war on the monsters. He said loudly that the end of the monsters was near. Meanwhile, in the magical forest, the man smiled and asked Time not to worry. The boy sat on a bench surrounded by shadows. He said that the resurrection of Time was inevitable. The monster's eyes were glowing. He asked the goddess of curses to look more closely. He said that this was the end of her beloved pets. Hersha turned around and said welcome to her precious great spirits. The 4 spirits looked at her. The goddess thanked them for coming such a long way. The great spirit of fire Al smiled and said that they, the great spirits, are always ready to answer the call of the goddess Hersha. Vi looked away tiredly and noted that Al still had the habit of talking a lot. Al glanced at her and asked if Vi was talking to her. The girl sarcastically asked with whom else if not with her. The great spirit of water Ying raised her hands in confusion and asked not to quarrel. The great spirit of darkness Fur gloomily remarked that meeting the great spirits was too emotional. Vi threw an angry look at the spirit of darkness. Hersha smiled. She said that 2 years had passed since she became a great spirit. Right, she understood that this was Fur's first meeting with everyone. The goddess looked at the spirits with concern and said that after the time of the 5th level was sealed, she said that 4 years have passed since they gathered for the last time and a great upheaval is coming to this world. The spirits looked at the goddess silently. She said that countless lives are about to perish. Will they side with humanity? Al smiled and said that they unquestioningly follow Hersia's orders and there is no need to ask because they will help anyway. Vi covered one eye and said that in order to help humanity, she will protect Ricky and Runebai, and shrugged and said that lately she has been helping the elves, but if she has the opportunity, she will definitely help. Fur looked at the goddess and asked for her forgiveness. She said that they, the spirits, are here to maintain balance in this world. She said that helping only humans would be unfair. The girl opened her mouth and said that she will side with the monsters. Ying bit her finger and asked in her mind, did she refuse the goddess Hersia's request? Her face covered in water, she asked how she could do it so openly. She said that if Fur refused the goddess's requests, everyone would be angry. Al loomed over the spirit menacingly. She looked down and said that they, the great spirits, were born thanks to the power of Hersia. She used the power of Rub, the spirit of the earth, to rise to the position of a great spirit, but still refuses to obey the orders of the goddess, which is the duty of the great spirits. Fur released a dark aura. She concluded that the duty of the great spirits is to maintain balance in the world and she is not the only one who can use great power. Al was covered in a red aura. She reminded Fur that she was only 2 years old. She was going to show her the difference between them. The spirit of darkness smiled and said that 2 years ago she was afraid of her, but now, with 6 wings, she is no longer afraid of her. Vi turned to the spirits and said that they needed to stop. She asked what they were doing right in front of the goddess. Hersia looked at them with disappointment. Al and Fur turned to the goddess. They said that they were very sorry for being rude. The goddess smiled and said that it hurt her when they quarreled. She compared it to children fighting, because every parent would have a heartache like that. Vi closed her eyes and sighed. The goddess hoped that they could get along. Hersia smiled and said that it was okay if she refused her request. She would not force her. This is also fate, isn't it? Vi flew up to the spirit of fire and asked if she had given all her power. The goddess laughed and said that she could not deceive her eyes. The spirits asked what it meant that she had given all her power. Hersia smiled and said that for the sake of keeping the peace she had entrusted all her power to a man. All the spirits except the wind spirit were alarmed. The woman smiled and mentally asked the hero for forgiveness. She told him that the story about the goddess of the past life was a lie. She looked up and mentally said that she used all her power to summon the hero to this world. Without him, he would eventually face destruction. Mentally, she asked Urian to restore peace to this world. The carriage drove along a forest path. The training of the United Army was temporarily cancelled. Everyone began to hurriedly return home without even saying goodbye to each other. Ricky propped his head and looked out the window. He complained about leaving right after the visit. He asked if it was not supposed to last 2 weeks. Jade looked at Ella and asked if she really came early. The girl said that she came early to be with her younger brothers and sisters. Jade looked lovingly at the hero's sister who was yawning and saying that it would be great if they rode in the same carriage. The gray-haired boy smiled. He didn't expect so many people to come. He said thank you. The twins looked at him. Mu was a little disappointed that it wasn't just the two of them. Ja only came because her sister did. Ja closed her eyes and sighed. She thought it would be nice to go shopping. Her sister said that the hero's training uniform was pretty cute. Urian scratched the back of his head in embarrassment. He wondered if he would wear it again. Ricky slowly moved his hand away from his face and said that the training was suspended due to the appearance of monsters. He said that if monsters can appear in the Holy Kingdom that is supposedly under divine protection, then humanity is really in danger. The twins looked at him intently. The blonde asked if there was another level 4 this time. Urian scratched his cheek and asked if he should even talk. The swordsman noted that if it was a painful memory, he didn't have to talk about it. The hero raised his hands and said that it wasn't a painful memory. He said that he hadn't even encountered the monster from the beginning, he just heard that they shouldn't talk about it yet. He sighed and said that this time it was level 5. The boys began to sweat. The sister clarified, what did his brother just say? Ricky looked at him in shock and asked again. The twins hugged each other in fear. Mu said that it was a lie. Urian raised a finger. He asked not to worry too much. The explanation of the situation began. Jade grabbed his head. He said a new level 5 and Yuri defeated him. He said that he was dizzy. Ricky looked out the window and said no wonder an emergency summit was called. He noticed that the monsters' movements were too fast. Ella looked down and asked if they were approaching a war with monsters, would even they, students, have to go to the battlefield? The twins were sullenly silent, and finally just said that they had already formed squads of child soldiers. Urian nervously squeezed himself. He asked what about food. Everyone looked at him. He asked if there would be meat on the battlefield. He remembered that the food in the training camp was delicious. She twirled her finger at her temple. He was told that the food on the battlefield is usually so-so. Ricky smiled and said as expected. The hero looked at him questioningly, and there was a jolt. The coachman pulled on the reins. The horses reared. The hero jumped out. He looked ahead in amazement. On the road lay a body with horns. Urian began to treat the horn girl. He said that this wound was serious. She went outside and asked, is the hero really planning to heal this child? The gray-haired demoness took the demoness in his arms. He raised his hand above his head and said that he did not care. At that time they did not know. Magic enveloped the girl's body. This single act of force will lead to a serious conflict. The demoness's eyes opened. That's how this video ends. If you have sat through to the end, please don't forget to press the subscribe button and leave feedback. See you in the next video.